In the enchanting realm of Pokémon, Suyu had aspired to be a leisurely farm owner, only to unexpectedly awaken the gourmet god system. Who could have anticipated that as he tended to his farm, the landscape would gradually devolve into chaos? The green caterpillar could freely shift into its majestic form, and even learned Thunderbolt autonomously. The swift hound awakened the legendary lineage of the East, spewing flames akin to the descent of Ho-Oh. The Leek Knight, riding a phantom steed, transformed into an azure-caped warrior, wielding a sword that could freeze the 14 provinces. When champions like Dawu and Sharona faced the trio of mad plants riding upon the lambs, the cornered green caterpillar was poised for a duel with the majestic Sky Lord, proclaiming, "I am the true sovereign of the skies." It turned out that the most formidable trainer did not conquer with Pokeballs, but rather with a spatula to subdue divine beasts. Chapter 1. The Pokemon Farm Awakens. On the Azure planet of East Huang Alliance, in a dilapidated farm, news broke out. Shocking. An earthquake has occurred in a forbidden zone deep within the Silver Mountain of the East Japan Alliance, where a colossal Tyranitar has emerged from the shattered mountainside. Currently, this Tyranitar is rallying all Tyranitars of Silver Mountain, advancing towards the capital of East Japan. In the western secret realms of East Huang Alliance, a new species of Pokémon has been discovered. Scientists have confirmed that this new species is an evolved form of EV, possessing grass attributes, and research is ongoing. Recently, the Dragon-type King has issued a challenge to the Fairy-type King, vowing to battle for 300 rounds to avenge the past defeat. A mysterious realm will soon descend upon the Divine Might Lake. All visitors are advised to keep their distance. For trainers fond of Shinado, we present a cup adorned with Shinado patterns, filled with design elements related to Shinado. For inquiries, please call our hotline. Am I in another world? Gazing at the newspaper on the table filled with unfamiliar headlines, Suyu felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. I merely took a nap, and now the entire world is transformed? Fortunately, this transmigration signifies that Suyu has escaped his previous, relentless life of toil, entering a world where Pokémon and reality intertwine. Observing the date on the newspaper, it indicated events from several months prior. After a brief moment of disorientation, Suyu acquired memories of this world. It turned out that the original owner of this body was also named Suyu. This Suyu was an orphan, having lost his parents, and lived with his grandfather, the owner of the farm. A few months ago, the old man had passed away, leaving Suyu with the dilapidated farm before him. Due to prolonged illness, the elder had gradually lost the ability to manage the farm, leading to its current state of ruin. Notably, although the Pokémon world began merging with this realm a millennium ago, the culture of trainers only began to flourish in recent years, becoming mainstream in society. Furthermore, the merging of the two worlds significantly expanded landmass, making territorial development the dominant pursuit of human society. As one of the pioneers, farm owners naturally became a highly sought-after profession. Among them, powerful farm owners often aspired to more than merely managing a farm. They expanded territories, gathered populations, and even established cities to safeguard their domains. Such individuals could no longer be referred to simply as farm owners, they were revered as lords. A lord with a sufficiently vast territory could rival the prominence of certain champions. This situation was tacitly accepted by the East Huang Alliance, as the vast expanse of land and the abundance of wild Pokémon made territorial development a formidable challenge, necessitating a substantial workforce. The East Huang Alliance, in fact, welcomed the rise of more pioneers. In this context, the original owner abandoned his studies to return to the farm, eager to embark on a joyous life as a farm owner. However, he met an untimely demise. The original owner was also a diligent scholar, having relentlessly studied to pursue a career in medicine, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion before he could enjoy a few days of peace on the farm. Well, it cannot be helped, but since I have traversed here, I shall live my life to the fullest, Suyu mused. However, this farm appears desolate. It seems devoid of anything. In the distance, the derelict sheep pen bore remnants of cattle and sheep, yet now it lay empty. The farmhouse, however, was still habitable, and its furnishings largely remained as they had been in the original owner's memories. Beyond that there was naught else. Just as he was about to tidy up the farmhouse, the neighbor, the owner of the adjacent farm, approached him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a balding, Mediterranean elder, with a fringe of hair encircling his head, of modest stature, cradling an incubator containing a Pokémon egg. The orange and yellow flames on the egg flickered intermittently. Though this man appeared elderly, He was actually of his uncle's generation and was affectionately referred to as Uncle Yang. Upon seeing Suyu, Uncle Yang expressed delight. You have finally returned. Ever since your grandfather passed, you've been hiding in the city, engrossed in your studies, vowing to achieve greatness in medicine, which has greatly troubled me. But it's good that you are back. Your grandfather's sole wish was for you to inherit this farm. Hearing that you decided to abandon your studies to manage the farm fills me with joy for your grandfather. In this world, the college entrance examination bears great significance, much like in Suyu's past life. However, unlike the previous examination, this world's examination incorporates elements akin to the postgraduate entrance exams of your candidates. In addition to mandatory core subjects, must self-study several courses related to their chosen fields, such as battle technique for combat specialists and Pokémon nutrition for breeders. The Pokémon medicine that the original owner aspired to pursue was no exception. While this mechanism streamlines student distribution early on, it also raises the difficulty. Those who emerge victorious from these subjects invariably possess certain talents relevant to their chosen fields. Thus, when the original owner, now in his final year of high school, resolved to delve into medicine, it caused considerable distress for the elder. If he succeeded, while it might lead to a bright future, the promise made to the old farm owner would remain unfulfilled. Yet, to hope for someone to fail the examination seemed unethical and inappropriate. Thankfully, Suyu had returned, and being a farm owner also held the potential for a bright future should he manage it well. The income could be quite substantial. As the reminiscence concluded, the Mediterranean elder added, "It is fortunate that you have returned. Alas, the farm has been unattended for too long. Many areas require repairs. To the east of this farm lies a fertile plot cultivated by your grandfather, suitable for growing crops. To the west, there is a pasture for grazing livestock, while to the south, there is a lake where you might fish. North of the lake lies a field of Gracidia flowers. Currently, it is winter, but come spring, you may tend to this flower field, as Gracidia flowers fetch a good price in town." The elders seemed to hold great admiration for Suyu's grandfather. Continuing, "This farm is quite expansive. Your grandfather was a capable man to have managed such a vast estate. However, do take care to return the livestock to the pen at night. After all, this is still a farm, and there are numerous wild Pokémon around. We must be cautious to prevent our livestock from being taken. Oh, by the way, these items were left to you by your grandfather. In addition, he has also bequeathed you 100,000 Alliance coins, which you can use to purchase seeds and livestock. The money is still with me. You may come and collect it if you require it." As he spoke, the Mediterranean elder handed the incubator he was holding to Suyu, along with a letter placed atop the egg. Gazing at the egg, Suyu tilted his head in puzzlement. "A Pokémon egg left to me by my grandfather? What kind of Pokémon might be inside?" Chapter 2. The System and the Fluffy Sheep. The winter nights arrive swiftly, and before long, the sun sinks behind the distant mountains. Suyu lit the kerosene lamp in the cabin, being situated far from a city. Such farms typically lack electricity. To secure power, one must approach the electric company and pay an additional fee. His grandfather, having lived a frugal life, had never entertained the notion of electrification. He believed that having lived this way for a lifetime, there was little point in changing. "It seems that once I have some money, I will need to visit the electric company. Connecting a circuit will cost no less than 20,000 Alliance coins," Suyu mused. With the light of the kerosene lamp, Suyu opened the letter left by his grandfather. Rather than a mere letter, it contained all of his grandfather's last wishes. It encompassed numerous details and experiences regarding farm management, including what to plant in which season. This could be deemed a comprehensive farming encyclopedia. How detailed! Truly the work of someone who spent a lifetime on a farm, Suyu remarked. In the letter, Suyu's grandfather also mentioned the Pokémon egg, noting that it had been left by Suyu's mother, who passed away several years prior. His mother had a particular affinity for fire-type Pokémon. Fire-type, Suyu lay in bed, gazing at the egg adorned with flickering flame patterns, pondering its contents. Could it be a Charmander? Or perhaps a Psyduck, or even a Chimchar? At that moment, Suyu noticed an icon in the lower left corner of his vision, pulsating incessantly, reminiscent of notifications from a download manager in his previous life. This is a system? He promptly clicked on it, and a rudimentary system interface appeared before him. However, the interface appeared exceedingly simplistic, exuding an aura of low-quality effects. Divine Beast Cultivation System? What is this? As a transmigrator, Suyu is no stranger to systems. Yet, this one, clad in a shoddy exterior and possessing such a grandiose name, left him questioning its purpose. This system aims to assist the host in cultivating divine beast-level Pokémon. The current functionalities include reconnaissance and divine beast template loading. Just these two? Reconnaissance? That function seems somewhat useful, let's give it a try. Tsuyu immediately directed a reconnaissance at the egg, but the information returned was scant. Reconnaissance target, unknown Pokemon egg. Affection level, 30. Divine beast template loadable. Tsuyu exclaimed, "Is this all you could discern?" If it couldn't even identify the type of an egg, it was less useful than the detection equipment at the Pokemon Center. Surely, if I were to consult Nurse Joy, the type of this egg would have been revealed by now. In response, the system replied, well, cough, cough, the primary function of this system is not reconnaissance, and it is still in the process of evolving. The host may wish to experiment with the divine beast template loading function. This feature can facilitate a Pokemon's growth to align with the loaded divine beast template. However, loading a template has prerequisites. The Pokemon must match the criteria of the divine beast template and possess the qualifications for loading it. Can I load the Sky Pillar template onto a Caterpie? Suyupander Beamsikali. In his previous life, the meme surrounding Caterpie was long-standing, and when it came to divine beast templates, this was the first that sprang to mind. Anything that couldn't fly or was easily caught could be disregarded. However, the system's response doused Suyu's enthusiasm with cold water. Well, theoretically, it is indeed possible. However, it requires a Caterpie of exceptional quality. The host might keep an eye out, perhaps one day you will encounter one. The system's voice seemed somewhat hesitant, leaving Tsuyu speechless. If I could find one, would I even need this? Oh, it appears I do, for a typical Caterpie cannot evolve into a Sky Pillar. But how many years would it take to find a Caterpie qualified for template loading? Such a Caterpie would surely grow to be at least elite level, akin to Giovanni's Beedrill. Thus, its rarity was such that an ordinary person would never encounter one. This realization prompted Tsuyu to abandon any further investment in the system. At present, it appeared to be nothing more than a mascot with two templates, neither of which could be utilized. Its symbolic significance far outweighed its practical value. Forget it. Time for bed. I must rise early to work tomorrow. Pulling up the covers, Tsuyu quickly fell asleep, disregarding the howling wind and rain outside. The winter grasslands are perpetually buffeted by cold winds. Particularly at Tsuyu's farm, situated near the coast, the gales from the sea caused the wooden cabin to sway slightly. This brought to mind a line from a great poet of his past: "Roll away the 3 layers of thatch from my roof." Surely this cabin can withstand the storm. I must reinforce it immediately. Tsuyu genuinely feared that the winds would whisk the cabin away. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had been trained in civil engineering, making him somewhat adept at this task. After hammering in the final nail, Tsuyu surveyed the farm, contemplating what to do next. The sheep pen requires some repairs, and the plot of land Uncle Yang mentioned yesterday is now overgrown with weeds, needing attention as well. I must clear the weeds before planting. Moreover, I need to restore the farm's operations. Although 100,000 Alliance coins seems substantial, this world differs greatly from the previous one. The purchasing power of Alliance coins is considerably diminished compared to the currency of his past. This one would not last long. Restoring the farm's operations is imperative. Speaking of which, Uncle Yang mentioned I could purchase livestock from him. I should make a trip in a few days. Recalling Uncle Yang's farm, Tsuyu vividly remembered herds of cattle and sheep, practically blanketing the hills, a testament to Uncle Yang's wealth. As for what Tsuyu most desired to raise, it was undoubtedly the fluffy sheep. This adorable, small, and furry Pokemon seems born to be petted. In his previous life, Tsuyu had never understood why Hep would always lead with fluffy sheep as cannon fodder in battles, but now he comprehended. A rampaging fluffy sheep can indeed decimate opponents. Furthermore, fluffy sheep's wool grows rapidly. Even if sheared completely, it can regrow within 3 months, making it an excellent source of wool. The price of a single fluffy sheep hovers around 10,000 Alliance coins, and if cared for properly, one could recoup their investment in 3 to 4 months. This speed is truly remarkable. Chapter 3. Incubation. After several days of diligent work, Tsuyu finally managed to complete most of the tasks on the ranch. First, on the eastern fields, through persistent effort, he successfully restored a portion of the land and planted crops such as cucumbers, wheat, and eggplants. Thanks to the increased energy concentration brought by the arrival of the Pokémon world, the crops grew at an astonishing rate. What used to take a month to harvest could now be reduced to a mere week. Consequently, the quest for sustenance became exceedingly simple. Only in this manner could the leisurely culture of trainers from the Pokémon world be sustained, with various trainers no longer worrying about their meals. They could freely travel and train across the realms. However, this also implied that the prices of agricultural products plummeted, making them difficult to sell. Nevertheless, Suyu's intention behind planting these crops was solely for personal consumption, with little thought of selling them. In addition, the sheepfold had been reinforced significantly after Suyu's repairs. Areas damaged by wild Pokémon were also mended by him. The incubation of the Pokémon eggs proceeded smoothly as well, with the eggs frequently showing slight tremors. It seemed that within a few days, the eggs would successfully hatch. It was time to seek out Uncle Yang, Suyu mused. He donned his backpack, filled with food and water, opting to walk to his destination in the absence of any transportation. The distance between the ranches could vary. It could be close or far. In such a place, moving without a vehicle proved to be quite challenging. If only I had a Moto Lizard, Suyu thought. Recalling the Pokémon commonly raised in the Paldea region, it was known to be an excellent mode of transportation, capable of reaching speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour when carrying passengers. Unfortunately, in this world, the Moto Lizard seemed to have been monopolized by the third brother, and it had not spread to the Dongwang Alliance. Fortunately, Uncle Yang's ranch was relatively nearby. After over an hour's walk, Suyu finally arrived at his destination. As he crested a small hill, he was greeted by a sprawling vista of cattle and sheep. He made his way to Uncle Yang's house with ease. At that moment, Uncle Yang was busy milking the riding goats. Upon noticing Suyu's arrival, he paused his work and said, "You're here? Since you're here, why not take a look at the animals on my ranch? I remember your medical skills are quite impressive." At this, Suyu recalled his past. When he was still at the ranch, he had learned a great deal about medicine from a young age. Later on, he had treated many of the neighboring ranchers' Pokémon. Given the vastness of the pastoral region and the current scarcity of medical resources in Dongwang, which were primarily supplied to the larger cities, ranch owners rarely took their Pokémon out for treatment, opting instead for local solutions. As a result, he had become quite popular in the pastoral area, receiving hospitality wherever he went. Perhaps this was also the reason for his steadfast desire to study medicine. Naturally, Suyu agreed to Uncle Yang's request. Drawing upon his previous memories, he swiftly healed most of the ailing Pokémon. The remaining cases required additional medicinal herbs to cure. Following the fusion of the two realms, the original world had sprouted many herbs that had never existed before. Several of these herbs could be used to treat Pokémon and held considerable value. Seeing this, Uncle Yang expressed his delight, saying, "Your skills are simply remarkable. Speaking of which, with your abilities, you should be able to earn quite a bit if you venture into the mountains to gather herbs, right?" Indeed, Uncle Yang was correct. Suyu had initially considered this, but the presence of numerous wild Pokémon in the mountains made gathering herbs rather perilous without protection. He had planned to wait until the egg gifted by his grandfather hatched before deciding whether to venture into the mountains. After all, having a Pokémon for protection would undoubtedly enhance his safety. Noticing Suyu had his own plans, Uncle Yang refrained from further probing. He asked, "So, have you decided what kind of Pokémon you want to raise first?" In response, Suyu nodded and then shook his head. "I would like to inquire if you have a milk tank here." "A milk tank? I'm afraid not. Not just me. Perhaps the entire Seagull Town pastoral area lacks one." Uncle Yang replied, shaking his head. "That creature is incredibly valuable. Its milk is an exceptional nutritional product, particularly suitable for newborn Pokémon. As a result, milk tanks are mostly controlled by large corporations, and rarely do they make their way into the open market. If you're keen on raising one, you might consider the riding goat. This Pokémon can also produce milk, though its nutritional value doesn't compare to that of a milk tank." As he spoke, Uncle Yang gestured towards the nearby goat pen. Suyu chuckled and politely declined Uncle Yang's suggestion. "In that case, I shall choose the woolly sheep." "That is indeed a commendable choice," Uncle Yang affirmed. He led Suyu forward, conversing as they walked. In fact, among sheep that produce wool, the merino sheep can rival the woolly sheep. However, raising merino sheep is quite troublesome. They will easily generate static electricity, and after shearing, it requires special treatment before it can be used for textiles. Moreover, electric-type Pokémon can be quite challenging to manage. If provoked, they may pursue you relentlessly. Hence, I generally do not recommend them for beginners. As he spoke, Uncle Yang instinctively rubbed his backside, as if recalling a past encounter with electricity. In just a few steps, he brought Suyu to a pen filled with recently born woolly sheep. Upon seeing humans, the little lambs bleated anxiously. "Choose a few that you like and take them back to your ranch," Uncle Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Suyu carefully observed the flock and ultimately selected 3 that appeared more sociable. "I will take these 3, they seem more vibrant," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than 3 beams of red light flashed, and the 3 woolly sheep were captured in Pokeballs, which Uncle Yang handed to Suyu. "Would you like to stay for dinner? Your aunt is making oyster pancakes tonight. They are quite delicious," Uncle Yang inquired. his mood buoyant after completing their business and earning a little extra money. Oh, I must decline. I need to hurry back to the ranch. The egg at home seems about to hatch, and I wish to be there to oversee it, lest something unexpected occurs. Ah, very well then. Allow me to escort you part way, Uncle Yang replied, not insisting but expressing a hint of regret, as if he genuinely wished for Suyu to stay for dinner. Meanwhile, back at Suyu's ranch, the long quiet orange-red Pokémon egg finally showed a crack at that moment. After a flurry of activity, the shell shattered completely, and with it, a dog-like Pokémon emerged from within. Chapter 4. Why does this dog destroy everything upon hatching? Upon returning to the ranch with the Pokeballs, Suyu had not only acquired the 3 woolly sheep, but also purchased 10 ordinary sheep from Uncle Yang for additional economic support. While the ordinary sheep lacked the value of the woolly sheep, they would still contribute to his overall income, releasing the 3 newly acquired woolly sheep. Suyu watched as they curiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings of the ranch. How strange. How did you arrive here in the blink of an eye? Turning to the little lambs, Suyu asked, can you understand what I am saying? One of the little lambs nodded obediently. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, very well, from now on, this will be your home. You may roam this pasture, but remember not to wander too far lest you lose your way. Be sure to return before nightfall, for if you stray too far, you might be caught and devoured by the rock wolf. Do you understand? Initially, the woolly lambs were indifferent, but upon hearing about the rock wolf, they immediately nodded in understanding. Suyu pondered for a moment. Deciding it best to keep the little lambs from straying too far, he couldn't risk losing sight of them until the ranch was stable. It would be wise to keep them enclosed in the pen, letting them out occasionally under careful supervision. In such moments, a sheepdog would be quite useful. Suyu recalled that Uncle Yang's ranch had numerous rock dogs serving as herding dogs. Upon returning to the house, Suyu instinctively glanced at the incubator. At first, he noticed nothing unusual, but upon a second look, wait, where's my egg? That large egg of mine? He searched the room and finally pulled out a bright orange canine Pokémon from under the bed. Gazing at this Pokémon, Suyu fell into contemplation. A corgi? Astonished, he realized that the egg had hatched into a corgi, a creature typically exclusive to the Junsha family. When had it strayed so far? In Dongwang, wild corgis were virtually non-existent, making the origins of this one quite evident. What was perplexing was how it could have hatched into a corgi. This was unexpected. Meeting the gaze of the corgi, Suyu glanced at the fragments of the eggshell left in the incubator and asked, did you hatch from this? Woof. The corgi nodded obediently in response, extending its tongue to lick Suyu's face, wagging its tail in a display of friendliness. Suyu felt a bit overwhelmed. Originally, he had hoped for one of the fire-type starters and even wondered if he was daydreaming. Now, he had hatched a Pokémon rarer than any starter, one exclusive to the Junsha family. Moreover, it was a gift from his mother, the significance of which was profound. This creature could either have been stolen or given openly. Surely, it couldn't be stolen? Could it be that I am truly a child of the Junsha family? Setting the corgi back on the ground, Suyu found himself momentarily unable to process the implications of this revelation. Just then, the corgi leapt back into his arms with such force that it knocked him onto the bed. It then began to lick him incessantly. All right. You're not just a corgi, you're acting like a playful husky. After managing to calm the corgi and reiterating his constraints on its behavior, it finally settled down and obediently sat on the floor. All right, go play with the woolly lambs. Dinner will be ready shortly. Having prepared in advance, Suyu had some fresh moo milk available for the newly hatched fire-type Pokémon, but noticing that the corgi didn't seem hungry, he decided to wait a bit longer before feeding it. After the corgi left, Suyu turned his attention to the divine beast cultivation system. At that moment, several notifications appeared on the system interface. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first Pokémon and becoming a novice trainer. The system has been upgraded, unlocking new features, culinary skills, and 1 unit of environmental transformation liquid. Culinary skills 1. With the system's enhancement, the food you prepare will gain special powerful effects, providing logistical support for Pokémon cultivation. Environmental transformation liquid can be used to improve ranch conditions. After using the transformation liquid, ordinary crops will grow at a speed of 100, fish density at 80, soil energy intensity at 50, semi-divine Pokémon attraction at 10, and significantly enhance environmental livability, accelerating Pokémon growth. Note, the environmental transformation liquid can greatly improve environmental quality, making ordinary environments comparable to high-level secret realms, but it may attract powerful Pokémon. So use with caution. The so-called high-level secret realms are places with extremely high energy concentrations. Secret realms are categorized by their levels, and higher-level realms are more likely to yield powerful Pokémon. It was clear that this environmental transformation liquid had a beneficial effect on the surroundings. If the environment improved, the ranch's yields would naturally increase. What a remarkable item, Tsuyu thought to himself. Next, his gaze shifted back to the culinary skill. Cooking? Suddenly inspired, Tsuyu rushed into the kitchen and quickly fried an egg. Once plated, he immediately checked the effects of the dish. Ordinary fried egg grants the consumer a 10-minute satisfaction status, a 30-minute fullness effect, and enhances mental focus. The person who made this dish approached the matter of dinner with an extremely perfunctory attitude, displaying poor culinary skills and using very low-quality ingredients, indicating a careless approach to life. The results looked quite promising. Just an ordinary fried egg could yield such effects. It was hard to imagine what abilities would arise once his culinary skills and ingredients improved. This skill's effects reminded Tsuyu of the energy cubes from the Pokémon world, suggesting that they might share similarities. He wondered what effects would arise from using the cooking skill to create energy cubes. Feeling curious, Tsuyu decided to try his hand at making a seaweed egg soup as well. This time, he achieved a lasting 1-hour warmth effect. However, after finishing, he was utterly exhausted. It was evident that preparing such dishes was quite physically demanding. Time for a break. Ah, yes, it's also time to call the corgi for dinner, Tsuyu said as he exited the kitchen. At that moment, he caught a whiff of something strange in the air. What was burning? Odd, I wasn't cooking anything. Could it be the corgis doing? Oh no. Realizing this possibility, Tsuyu dashed out of the small house. Sure enough, outside, a large fire had erupted, seemingly spreading toward the house. The woolly lambs and the corgi stood helplessly by the flames, looking quite alarmed. Goodness, corgi. Without time for further words, Tsuyu grabbed a bucket and hurriedly joined the firefighting efforts. Chapter 5. The arrival of the engineering team to understand the situation. We must begin with the moment the corgi was let out to play with the woolly lambs. Initially, when the corgi first emerged, it maintained a distance from the lambs, who were equally wary. However, it wasn't long before the two parties began to play together. The woolly lambs rolled into fluffy, bouncy balls, hopping around the grass. The corgi, eager to showcase its abilities, attempted to unleash its fire-type move, Ember. At first, the attempt was unsuccessful. After all, the corgi was merely a newborn Pokémon, and at this stage, it could only produce tiny sparks. This left the corgi feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon seeing this, the woolly lambs, bundled together, rallied around, encouraging the corgi. Bolstered by their support, the corgi tried once more. Miraculously, during one of its attempts, it successfully unleashed Ember. A small flame erupted from the corgi's mouth. And given that it was winter, the grasslands were quite dry. The blaze ignited the surrounding grasslands in an instant. After that, there was no turning back. The flames consumed everything in their path, returning the scene to the initial chaos that Tsuyu had first witnessed. Upon seeing the inferno, Tsuyu hastily grabbed a bucket to fetch water in an attempt to extinguish the fire, while his canine companion, the Cardi dog, desperately tried to help. However, against the rapidly growing flames, their efforts were akin to a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, the pastoral community was quite sensitive to such disasters. When one suffered, many rushed to lend aid. Before long, Uncle Yang from the neighboring ranch arrived, riding on a flying Pokémon. Upon landing, he released a Psyduck from its Pokeball. With Psyduck's assistance, the flames were quickly doused. Yet, despite the timely help, Tsuyu's ranch cabin had already been severely damaged. Witnessing the devastation, Tsuyu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, this was a world inhabited by Pokémon. Without them, how much further would the fire have spread? Uncle Yang, observing Tsuyu's distress over the fire's destruction, remarked, "Well, how long have you lived in this house? Perhaps it's time to consider building a new one. Would you like me to contact a construction team? I know a rather competent Machoke team that produces quality work." At this, Tsuyu felt a pang of concern for his wallet. How much would such a construction team charge? Would it be exorbitant? Generally, it shouldn't be too costly. However, given that your house has already suffered a fire, and considering that you have fire-type Pokémon at home, it would be wise to use fire-resistant materials for the new construction. That's likely where the expenses will accumulate. If you are merely looking to construct a small cabin, it might cost around 50,000 to 60,000 Alliance coins. 50,000 to 60,000. So you thought, having already spent 40,000 Alliance coins on buying Wooloo and other ordinary sheep, leaving him with barely enough funds. If he spent this money, would he not have to endure a period of financial strain? Contemplating this, he glanced at the Cardi dog beside him, feeling a surge of frustration. Yet, there was no alternative. He couldn't risk building another wooden cabin that could easily catch fire again. Meanwhile, the Cardi dog seemed aware of its mistake, lowering its head in an effort to diminish its presence, fearful that Tsuyu might notice it. When Tsuyu looked in its direction, the Cardi dog flinched, lowering its head even further. Alas, it seems I failed to consider fire safety. I must be more vigilant next time, Tsuyu sighed. Nevertheless, this incident prompted him to ponder the future. It was impossible for the Cardi dog not to use flames, and in the grasslands, fire posed a significant danger. Thus, perhaps he needed to capture a water-type Pokémon to prevent such occurrences? But that would merely create a cycle. Could water-type Pokémon also cause destruction? What Pokémon would he need to capture next? Thanks to Uncle Yang's connections, the Mako construction team arrived promptly. According to their own claims, their swift arrival was due to a lack of work, leading to a leisurely existence. However, Tsuyu found Uncle Yang's assertion more credible that the Mako team had recently encountered a formidable competitor which had severely limited their workload. In an era where ranch culture thrived, countless trainers flocked to this unfamiliar land to establish their own ranches. Under such circumstances, how could the construction team be devoid of work? Tsuyu remained skeptical. As Uncle Yang had described, the Mako team worked efficiently. They arrived with materials in the morning, and within half a day, they had built the small cabin. The quality of the constructed house was commendable, at least in Tsuyu's eyes as a former handyman. After completing the cabin, a tall, muscular female trainer, the leader of the Makoke team, approached Tsuyu. Several Makoke and Mankey followed her, one of which, a particularly brawny Makoke, held a large hammer and wore a safety helmet. The scene exuded a sense of professionalism. Tsuyu recognized that with the work completed, it was time to settle the payment. Fortunately, it appeared that the construction team, perhaps due to their prolonged lack of jobs or introductory discounts, did not charge an exorbitant fee. The total came to 45,000 Alliance coins, a price that pleasantly surprised Tsuyu. After all, considering the labor exerted by the Pokémon and the fire-resistant materials used, this fee seemed remarkably low. After accepting the payment with a stoic expression, the female leader's hand trembled slightly as she counted the coins. This puzzled Tsuyu, but he dismissed it as a natural reaction to fatigue. After exchanging business cards with the leader, he watched them depart from the ranch, oblivious to the fact that this construction team had not received work in a long time, to the point where they could scarcely afford to eat, a stark contrast to the bounteous era of ranch owners. Once they had walked a considerable distance from the ranch, the female leader and her Pokémon found a secluded spot to squat down, meticulously counting the recently acquired Alliance coins, her hands trembling with excitement. Finally, after being deceived into a heartless sweatshop post-graduation, suffering from a runaway boss while working as a handyman, encountering buried cables during construction, and facing fierce competition while running her own construction team, she, Mela, had finally earned a substantial income. With this payment, at least she would not have to worry about food for the month. If she could secure another job, she would have even more financial freedom and might consider purchasing some breeding supplies for her Makoke. However, having rarely secured a job, Mela dared not dream too grandly. Accustomed to misfortune, she had learned to prepare for the worst. Surely there won't be another job coming my way, she thought. Chapter 6. The Town Market the following day. Residing in the newly constructed cabin, Tsuyu found it comparatively smaller than the rickety wooden house he had previously occupied. After all, this cabin was built with expensive fire-resistant materials, and to conserve resources, Tsuyu had opted for minimal dimensions. That day, upon waking, he heard the sound of bird Pokémon landing outside, followed by a series of knocks on the door. Hello, here is this month's new Ranch District newspaper. The Ranch District's newspaper was always free, aimed at ensuring that even those in remote areas could stay informed about the significant events occurring in the world. Hearing this, Tsuyu got out of bed and retrieved the newspaper that had been wedged at the door. As he perused its contents, he noted that the colossal Bangiris from the East Japan Alliance had finally made headlines again, after causing a ruckus in the East Japan capital accompanied by its smaller counterparts. The giant Bangiris had recently returned to Silver Mountain. Following its return, the East Japan Alliance was organizing a team to negotiate with it, hoping to resolve their conflicts. It seemed that the East Japan Alliance was at a loss regarding how to handle this Bangiris, Tsuyu mused. In the wake of the merging of the two worlds, the increase in energy intensity had rendered Pokémon in this realm significantly stronger than those from previous Pokémon narratives. The older the Pokémon, the more pronounced this enhancement became. The colossal Tyranitar looms before me, its immense stature suggesting it has existed for at least a millennium. It is entirely understandable that the Eastern Alliance finds itself at a loss in dealing with such a creature. Skipping past this news, I delve into a headline that has captured Tsuyu's interest. A new colossal secret realm is approaching Ocean Blue Star, potentially merging in the near future. What kind of secret realm could it be? Although the fusion of the Pokémon world with Ocean Blue Star commenced a millennium ago, a considerable number of secret realms have yet to intertwine with Ocean Blue Star to this day. Among these, the larger the secret realm, the rarer its opportunity for fusion. Historically, most have been smaller realms. Thus, the emergence of each colossal secret realm is profoundly significant, symbolizing immense resources and numerous Pokémon sites ripe for exploration. Throughout history, the occurrences of colossal alternate realms have been few and far between. As far as Tsuyu knows, there are the Silver Mountains where Tyranitar resides, Dragon Island inhabited by dragon-type Pokémon such as Dragonite, and a valley guarded by a formidable Zygarde, ignoring the powerful Pokémon they harbor. The Silver Mountains lie in the east, Dragon Island is situated in the unpredictable sea, and the Zygarde Valley rests in Dongwon. This area has evolved into the Junsha territory, presided over by the Junsha family, ranking among the top 10 lords in Dongwon. Each of the 3 colossal secret realms that have manifested bears immense significance, as each arrival invariably fosters a powerful Pokémon alliance. Thus, it is evident how momentous the appearance of a new colossal secret realm is for the people of the world. However, such matters are of no concern to me. With my modest abilities, I cannot involve myself in such affairs. Tsuyu possesses a keen self-awareness, remaining as detached as a salted fish who understands its position, nearly flipping over in the pot. Presently, the ranch has just expended a considerable sum, and it is paramount to focus on generating revenue. The ranch's operations are now on the right track, and completing daily tasks should not pose any significant issues. I plan to explore the southern lake when time permits, perhaps purchasing a fishing rod to try my hand at angling. Additionally, I need to train my Rockruff, strengthening it for herb gathering in the forest. For Tsuyu, herb gathering in the forest represents a promising avenue for increasing income. However, Rockruff is still too weak. Once we enter the forest, there is a genuine risk it may not return. Due to human territorial expansion, Pokémon do not always exhibit friendliness towards humans. Some harbor hostility, so caution is prudent. It appears a trip to the nearby town for supplies is necessary. With this thought, Tsuyu feels a twinge of concern for the ranch's security in his absence. However, just yesterday, Uncle Yang informed him that his son, Yang Hao, has returned home for winter break. If Tsuyu requires assistance, Yang Hao can help oversee the ranch. This assurance emboldens Tsuyu to depart. He straps on his backpack, takes Rockruff along, and makes a stop at Uncle Yang's ranch to hand over the keys to his humble abode. Subsequently, he sets off towards Seagull Town. Seagull Town is the largest population center in the vicinity, initially established as a ranch by a Tang family rancher. Over time, it has developed into a small town where many gather to sell goods and exchange information. By the time Tsuyu arrives, the streets are bustling with activity. Numerous pedestrians traverse the thoroughfare, selecting their desired items. Releasing Rockruff from its Pokeball, Tsuyu hopes to expose it to the world. Amidst the throng, he unexpectedly spots a girl with teal hair styled in twin tails, accompanied by a Farfetch'd, while a Meloetta floats nearby. This sight prompts Tsuyu to turn back for a second glance, as the girl bears a striking resemblance to a familiar figure from his past life, a certain songstress. Could it be Hatsune Miku? Tsuyu mutters a reference that elicits puzzled looks from those around him. Yet, the girl's likeness is uncanny. Though before Tsuyu can pursue her for an inquiry, she vanishes into the crowd. Dismissing the thought, Tsuyu shakes his head with a smile, pondering. That doesn't make sense. Hatsune and Pokémon. What a peculiar dream. He then resumes browsing the nearby shops. He must prepare insect repellent spray, antidotes, and healing spray, just in case, as the forest is teeming with bug-type Pokémon. Additionally, he needs to stock up on emergency rations to maintain energy during his outing. Furthermore, it would be wise to bring along a bug net, as he might have the chance to play the role of a bug-catching enthusiast. Moreover, it would be prudent to acquire some delectable Pokémon food, ensuring he is prepared for any situation. Tsuyu harbors hopes of capturing Pokémon during his venture, as it is generally more cost-effective than purchasing them, and tasty Pokémon food undoubtedly increases wild Pokémon's fondness. Additionally, when encountering powerful wild Pokémon, he can use the food to foster goodwill, possibly averting a disastrous encounter. Thus, being well-fed while on the road is undeniably wise. However, as he peruses the stalls, the vendors seem to perceive Tsuyu's youthful countenance as an opportunity for exploitation, leading to exorbitant prices. To add insult to injury, these merchants refuse to entertain haggling. It seems they take advantage of honest individuals. Fortunately, amidst the sea of opportunists, Tsuyu spots a familiar figure. Mela? The person he encounters is none other than the leader of the Grey Team he met at the ranch just yesterday. What brings you here? Tsuyu questions, puzzled as to why she has left her work to set up a stall at the market. In response, the Grey Team leader wipes the sweat from her brow and chuckles. Well, it's the off-season for the engineering team. I thought I'd make the most of my time, so I gathered some supplies and set up shop. Tsuyu is left speechless, thinking to himself, I can't believe that. You must not be getting any work at all. After inquiring about the prices at Mela's stall, he nods in satisfaction. Oh, these prices are quite fair. This is where I shall make my purchases. Chapter 7. A delightful abundance, although it is Mela's first day at the market, surprisingly. Her stall offers a diverse array of items, essentially providing everything CU requires. This alleviates a significant burden for him. After browsing her stall, he successfully acquires nearly all the essentials, such as healing potions and insect repellent sprays. Among the items, Suyu selects energy cubes as the delectable Pokémon food. Much like how the high caloric content of fried foods attracts humans, this high-energy sustenance should appeal greatly to wild Pokémon. Moreover, energy cubes come in a variety of flavors. Suyu, however, chooses different energy cubes tailored to the specific attributes of various Pokémon. Additionally, he purchases a fragment of a lava snail shell infused with fire-type energy, which is intended for Rockruff. By the way, do you have any fishing rods or bait? I'm looking to buy a set. Is it necessary to fish for Pokémon, or just for ordinary fish? There is a notable difference between the two in terms of price. Observing Suyu's confusion, Mela explained, the distinction in fishing gear primarily lies in the strength it can withstand and the quality of the equipment. Additionally, the bait preferences for ordinary fish and water-type Pokémon vary greatly, with numerous subdivisions. Then I will opt for ordinary fish, Suyu decided. For ordinary fish bait, do you prefer a premium or a basic version? Nothing too expensive, please, Suyu replied, trying to be frugal, as his funds were indeed dwindling. Returning to the ranch with his purchases, Suyu found Uncle Yang's son, Yang Hao, waiting there. They were of the same age and had known each other since childhood. Upon seeing Suyu carrying bags, Yang Hao remarked, "Back already, medical prodigy? Are you truly abandoning the college entrance exam to become a ranch owner?" Well, being a ranch owner has its merits, especially the ability to manage one's own time, Suyu responded. Yang Hao seemed to ponder this for a moment. After their conversation, he returned the keys to Suyu and headed back to his family's ranch. With matters to attend to, Suyu hurried into the kitchen with the ingredients he had just purchased. When it came to enhancing Pokémon's abilities, the first thing that came to his mind was the cooking skill he had recently acquired from the system. According to the system, the food produced by this cooking skill could rival or even surpass that of energy cubes, thus Suyu held great expectations. Combining Moo Moo milk with eggs, sugar, and other ingredients, Suyu set out to create a milk pudding. Moo Moo milk was arguably the highest quality ingredient he could think of at the moment. However, he did not halt his experiments with other ingredients. Yet, it seemed that ordinary ingredients could not yield high-level dishes, as the final products were rather mediocre. Much like the steaming bowl of noodle soup he concocted, this hot noodle soup, crafted with mushrooms, chicken, and other carefully selected ingredients for the broth, paired with smooth noodles, provided a boost to immunity when consumed, promoting a stronger physique over time. While suitable for humans, it proved nearly useless for Pokémon. Nonetheless, Suyu noted the recipe, thinking it could serve him well in the future. After a long wait, the milk pudding was finally ready. The results confirmed Suyu's hopes. Milk pudding, made from high-quality Moo Moo milk and ordinary eggs, it possesses high nutritional value and is particularly suitable for newborn Pokémon. Consumption enhances the physical condition of newborn Pokémon, slightly accelerating their growth rate, with pronounced effects for general-type Pokémon. Possible pairing, smooth delight. Indeed, it appeared only high-quality ingredients could yield dishes with special effects. The food crafted from Moo Moo milk had significant benefits for general-type Pokémon. Would it be necessary to seek out a spicy Pokémon, like the hot pepper, to create effective dishes for fire-type Pokémon? Serving the milk pudding, Suyu offered the majority to his Arcanine and a small portion to his Mareep. For the time being, we shall engage in specialized training to prepare for entering the forest. Ideally, you will master 1 or 2 advanced fire-type moves. After some consideration, he decided that Flame Wheel would be the most appropriate move. Here, I'll give you this shard from a Magcargo shell, which contains its fire energy. It should aid you in learning new techniques. Upon hearing this, the Mareep, who had just devoured the milk pudding, perked up. Specialized training? What was that? It sounded rather exciting. This thought raced through their minds, and soon several Mareep gathered around, eager to join in the training. Suyu found himself bemused. What battle prowess could the Mareep possibly possess? I'm not a trainer like Hipu. What would I train the Mareep for? However, the Mareep were somewhat indignant at this, insisting they had strength. In a moment of inspiration, one Mareep's mind sparkled, and an unfamiliar move seemed to materialize in its consciousness. Attempting to execute the move, a white light of general-type energy glowed above its head, and after a brief accumulation, it charged directly at Suyu's back. Though the young Mareep's strength was somewhat weak, the humans in this world, nourished by high concentrations of energy, were comparatively stronger now. Still, the impact made Suyu stumble. Is that a headbutt? In the realm of general moves, this technique was not weak. However, As it originated from the Mareep, and considering its wool was highly elastic, it mitigated the force, rendering the impact less severe. This incident reminded Tsuyu of the milk pudding he had just fed to the Mareep. After all, prior to this, the Mareep had no knowledge of such a move, indicating that the milk pudding was indeed the catalyst. Could the milk pudding be so effective? Tsuyu was astonished. Meanwhile, the Mareep continued bleeding excitedly, eager to join the specialized training. This time, Tsuyu readily agreed, surprising the Mareep. He explained, if you grow stronger, you will be able to fend off any intruders to the ranch on your own, won't you? This way, I can rest easy when Arcanine and I are not around. Chapter 8. Transformation and preparation for the mountain. In the following days, Arcanine devoted itself to training. However, as a novice trainer, Tsuyu could not offer much assistance. Fortunately, the milk pudding was plentiful, and its blend of moo milk was particularly effective for growing newborn Pokémon. After several days, Arcanine had noticeably increased in size and strength, though it still had a way to go before reaching the height of a person as depicted in the anime. During this time, Tsuyu also utilized the environmental transformation liquid provided by the system, spreading it across the ranch's soil. The effects were remarkable. The grass grew faster and taller, with improved quality, resulting in the sheep that grazed on it growing at an accelerated pace. The Mareep, in particular, experienced a noticeable increase in wool growth. Just a few days after bringing them from Uncle Yang's, their wool was already ready for shearing. Tsuyu planned to wait a few more days before harvesting it for sale. Moreover, even the fruits and vegetables Tsuyu planted in the fields had transformed significantly. The most immediate change he noticed was that they had become tastier and more nutritious. However, Tsuyu spent little time tending to the fields in recent days, instead immersing himself in fishing. He purchased 4 or 5 fishing rods from Mela and was now angling by the lake at the southern edge of the ranch. Yet, after several days of fishing, the results were less than satisfactory. The air force may not be present, yet the catch of fish is scant, amounting to barely a few hundred yuan, just enough to recoup some of the cost of fishing rods. After yet another fish bites, Tsuyu reels it in only to find a kingler, which darkens his expression. Over the past few days, he has caught numerous kinglers from this lake, and the bait has been wasted. After all, the kingler is universally acknowledged as the weakest Pokémon, with a body full of bones. Once caught, what else can be done but to release it back? However, this time, Tsuyu sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection of this kingler, his frown deepened. Wait, it's you again. You've been caught by me so many times already. Do you truly enjoy being hooked? Clearly, this kingler was a frequent visitor, having been caught countless times before. In response, the kingler merely blew bubbles, seemingly oblivious to Tsuyu's words. Well, since you enjoy being caught so much, you might as well stay with me for a while. He placed the kingler into a bucket filled with lake water, deciding to keep it given their strange bond. Though the chances of evolving into a Gyarados are exceedingly rare, there is still a possibility. One must take a chance, after all. Subsequently, Tsuyu glanced at his catch. Today's haul was rather mediocre. Nonetheless, a few perch among them looked quite appetizing, suitable for a delightful meal. For such fish, braising is the optimal method of preparation. Retracing his steps, Tsuyu spotted Yang Hao from the neighboring ranch, diligently training his Wooloo. This was a request made by Yang Hao himself, likely out of boredom. Having known each other since childhood, Tsuyu simply went along with it. However, as he drew closer, he overheard Yang Hao instructing his Wooloo, and his expression darkened. Learning only the moves tackle and headbutt is far from sufficient. One must also learn to protect oneself. Roll. Do you understand? That move is the strongest. Sometimes, survival is the key to offense. What? You don't get it? No worries, I'll teach you. A few brief sentences brought back some unpleasant memories for Tsuyu. Placing the fish basket at the door of the small cabin, Tsuyu inquired, you wouldn't be teaching your mount the same way, would you? The moves rollout and milk drink were familiar to him. As far as he knew, Yang Hao's ranch had a mount that inherited both rollout and milk drink. How do you know that? Unfortunately, my mount seems a bit dim-witted. I'm still teaching it how to use milk drink. Once it masters that, I plan to take it back to school. My classmates can be quite arrogant, but I doubt any of them could overpower me. Hearing this, Tsuyu chuckled derisively. Well, you certainly have confidence. Just be careful not to get caught off guard. Emptying the fish basket, Tsuyu contemplated that it was time to venture into the mountains. The growth of his Rockruff had been commendable. Although it had yet to learn any new moves, its overall strength had significantly improved, enabling it to handle basic emergencies in the forest. Of course, this was provided he didn't provoke a horde of Beedrill or a swarm of Spearow. Tsuyu was no novice, able to withstand multiple Pokémon assaults without succumbing. However, as long as one is not particularly unlucky, such encounters are rare. Especially since Tsuyu had prepared some insect repellent spray. Most wild Pokémon tend to steer clear of the scent. Thus, Heading into the mountains at this juncture seemed a prudent choice. After cleaning and braising the perch he had caught, Siyu invited Yang Hao to stay for dinner. Yang Hao declined, stating that Uncle Yang had asked him to come home for a meal. Seeing this, Siyu did not press further, saying, by the way, I should be preparing to head into the mountains tomorrow. I may need to rely on you to look after the ranch for the next few days. I appreciate it. Sure, what are friends for? We're practically brothers. Yang Hao waved his hand dismissively, having concluded the lesson for the day. As the evening approached, he departed the ranch. Meanwhile, after finishing his dinner, Suyu prepared to retire early. After several days of honing his culinary skills, his cooking had improved significantly. Although he still occasionally produced some rather unappetizing dishes that terrified both the Wooloo and Rockruff. Remarkably, in his previous life, Siyu had been so busy on construction sites that he rarely had the time to cook for himself. Now, having traversed into this new existence, he found himself with ample leisure. Before sleep, Siyu prepared milk pudding for the Wooloo for the following day. He wasn't sure if sheep could consume such treats daily. But for Pokémon, it should be acceptable, right? Speaking of which, the grass on the ranch was thriving. Perhaps one day its quality would rival that of moo milk. When that time comes, maybe he would bake them a grass cake. Lying in bed, Siyu recalled a particular delicacy favored by the sheep emperor from an animated series in his past life. That cake would surely be quite tempting for sheep. Wouldn't he? With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Suyu gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 9. Crabrawler. The next day, Suyu handed the ranch keys to Yang Hao, reminding him to keep an eye on the Wooloo, and set off with Rockruff towards the mountains. The mountain to the north of the ranch, known as Chimney Mountain, is rich with precious medicinal herbs. When he was younger, he had accompanied his grandfather here to forage for herbs. However, his grandfather was cautious not to venture too deep into Chimney Mountain, as it was home to many irritable wild Pokémon, including the infamous Teddiursa. Yet, if he merely foraged along the outskirts, it should pose little risk. So you thought to himself. Upon entering the forest, he immediately spotted an array of medicinal herbs, including a fragrant mushroom. He promptly harvested these herbs, pleasantly surprised by the bounty upon his arrival. In particular, the fragrant mushroom, which could fetch a handsome sum in the Pokémon world, at least 6,000 yuan each. It seemed this forest had seen little human traffic, perhaps due to the sparsely populated ranch area. After gathering the herbs, Siyu sensed he was being watched. Looking up, he noticed a Caterpie perched on a branch, curiously observing him and Rockruff. This Caterpie had a notably deep green hue, with yellow markings unlike those of an ordinary Caterpie, making it appear quite unique. Are you hoping to eat this? It seems a bit bitter. Noticing the Caterpie's unwavering gaze, Suyu assumed it desired the herbs he had just collected. He reached out, intending to offer the herb to the Caterpie. The Caterpie, intrigued, leaned forward, eager to sample the plant. However, at that moment, a Spearow swooped in with remarkable speed, its claws poised to snatch the Caterpie. Alarmed, Suyu shouted, "Watch out." He had no desire for the first Pokémon to show him kindness upon entering the forest to be captured so swiftly. Just as he was about to command Rockruff to intervene, a flash of electricity erupted, ensnaring the Spearow in a net of electric energy. Is that an electric net? The wild green caterpillar aspired to master this skill independently, which was no small feat, as it was a formidable creature. At that moment, under Suyu's command, the Houndour dashed forward. However, aside from the electro-web-trapped fiery sparrow that had fallen to the ground, there was no trace of the green caterpillar to be found. Had it vanished? Regrettably, Siyu lamented, as he had hoped to see if he could capture it. Meanwhile, Houndour was sniffing the air. But the unique foul odor released by the caterpillar obscured any sense in the vicinity. This odor permeated everywhere, rendering the caterpillar's whereabouts undetectable. Consequently, Houndour shook its head, indicating its helplessness. In response, Suyu assured, "No worries, it must still be within this forest. In the coming days, we will likely need to venture into the mountains to gather herbs, and we shall encounter it again." With that, Siyu led Houndour deeper into the woods. Continuing to advance along the forest's edge, protected by insect repellent, Siyu encountered little danger along the way. Instead, he successfully collected a considerable amount of herbs and even acquired some shed exoskeletons from the iron-shelled pupae. These remnants were left behind during the evolution of the horned beetle into the large needle bee, as they would shed their larval shells after a period of time, departing as large needle bees. The discarded exoskeletons were also valuable medicinal materials. During this time, Siyu encountered various Pokémon, including the riding sheep known for producing milk at Uncle Yang's ranch. Unfortunately, these riding sheep dashed through the forest with remarkable speed, denying Siyu the opportunity to engage with them and rendering his energy cubes useless. Had he managed to feed the energy cubes to the riding sheep, it remained uncertain whether he could have captured this flock. Additionally, Suyu discovered numerous aromatic mushrooms and stumbled upon a cliff. Beneath this cliff lived several hairy crabs, a Pokémon from the Paldea region. The claws they shed were considered a delicacy, fetching a high price. For the hairy crabs, losing a claw was not a concern, as they could regrow them. Consequently, many ranchers elsewhere raised these Pokémon. Beneath this cliff, there were plenty of discarded claws. Tsuyu cautiously approached, seemingly disregarded by the hairy crabs. Observing this, he attempted to pick up a claw. The crabs appeared indifferent. Some were resting, others were turning their bulging eyes in contemplation, while a few were licking the rock salt that oozed from the cliff. Perhaps, for these rock-type Pokémon, rock salt served as a nutrient-rich food source? Noticing the hairy crab's lack of concern, Tsuyu swiftly gathered all the fallen claws. They were precious ingredients that could be sold for a good price. The hairy crabs looked at Tsuyu in bewilderment, seemingly questioning why this human was so interested in the discarded claws. After collecting the claws, Tsuyu gazed at the group of hairy crabs, pondering whether he should capture a few to raise back home. Although the ranch did not have suitable cliffs for the hairy crabs in a world filled with Pokémon, he could certainly enlist a construction team to create an appropriate habitat. However, he lacked experience in raising hairy crabs, and there were no ranches nearby that specialized in them. Yet, this could be advantageous. It would mean the hairy crabs would become a unique specialty of his ranch. With this thought, Tsuyu felt reassured. I must bring these hairy crabs back. However, he was currently low on funds and could not afford to keep too many Pokémon. So he decided to take only a portion back. Among the group, he selected a few crabs that were of moderate size and seemed more amenable, enticing them with food. He waved the energy cubes, specifically designed for rock-type Pokémon, in front of the hairy crabs, and the aroma immediately wafted through the air. For these wild rock-type Pokémon, this meticulously prepared human food was undoubtedly a delightful treat. Consequently, upon the appearance of the energy cubes, nearly all the hairy crabs turned their attention to Tsuyu. They gathered around him but did not rush to snatch the food. Tsuyu broke the energy cubes into smaller pieces and offered them to a few of the hairy crabs, then began his persuasion. How does it taste? If it's delicious, you can accompany me to my ranch. There, I can provide you with even more delicious food. Upon hearing this, several of the hairy crabs hesitated, seemingly reluctant to leave their group. In the end, only 5 hairy crabs decided to follow Tsuyu. He would not force those who did not want to come. After all, capturing Pokémon is fundamentally about mutual willingness. This was sufficient. Once at the ranch, they would likely grow at a rate comparable to the fluffy sheep and produce an abundance of claws. Fortunately, Tsuyu had prepared adequately for this outing, bringing along enough Pokeballs. He captured the 5 hairy crabs and the Pokeballs, marking this expedition as highly fruitful. After contemplating, he resolved to venture further. If no new discoveries awaited him, he could always return. Chapter 10. The Waterstone. Continuing along the forest's edge, Tsuyu's backpack was now completely filled. The weight was burdensome, making him reluctant to proceed further. Just then, a Dedenne suddenly tumbled down from a tree. This Dedenne appeared to have injured its foot, its expression one of great distress. Given its injury, Tsuyu thought it best to, well, hold on. Illegal consumption of Pokémon could lead to severe consequences. And besides, Dedenne was hardly a delicacy. Coincidentally, Tsuyu had prepared some healing ointment before embarking on his herb-gathering journey. He approached the Dedenne and performed a simple bandaging. Initially frightened by Tsuyu's presence, the Dedenne trembled and tried to retreat. Observing this, Tsuyu reassured, do not be afraid. I am here to help you. This ointment also has pain-relieving properties. See, once I apply it, the pain will vanish instantly. As the ointment was sprayed, the Dedenne felt immediate relief from its wound. With this, it lowered its guard and began to trust the human before it. While bandaging the Dedenne, Tsuyu inquired, do you have any companions? Or do you live alone in this forest? Generally, weak Pokémon like Dedenne tended to live in groups in the wild. Their whiskers on either side of their cheeks functioned like little antennas, allowing them to communicate with their companions through electrical signals. Upon hearing this, the Dedenne glanced towards a nearby bush. As its gaze fell upon the bush, it suddenly stirred. These Pokémon were indeed quite innocent, revealing their location so readily. So you couldn't help but marvel. If he were a malicious individual pretending to be kind, the Dedenne and its companions would surely be in grave danger. However, he was not a villain. He merely wished to meet the Dedenne's companions. Thus, Tsuyu prepared his trump card. He retrieved a box of energy cubes specially designed for electric-type Pokémon from his backpack. As soon as the box was opened, a delightful aroma wafted into the air. Upon seeing the energy cubes, Dondo Mouse's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Dondo Mouse was so enthralled, how could the Pokémon hidden in the nearby grass remain composed? Tsuyu casually waved the energy cubes in the air, preparing to hand them to Dondo Mouse. At that moment, the Pokémon in the grass could no longer contain their eagerness. They surged forward in a throng, encircling Tsuyu. Startled by the sudden appearance of so many Pokémon, Suyu was taken aback by their numbers. Wandering Grass, Budew, Shroomish, Sandshrew, Pachirisu, Dondo Mouse, and Diglett. Each species represented by several individuals. To his surprise, he spotted 6 or 7 Wandering Grass alone. This left Suyu puzzled. How could so many Pokémon hide in such a small patch of grass? The Pokémon clamored, demanding the energy cubes. All right, no need to rush. Everyone will get some, Suyu said, and he began distributing the energy cubes one by one. Fortunately, he was already preparing to return to the ranch. And the energy cubes were of no further use to him, so it was no trouble to give them all away. Soon enough, the distribution was complete. Naturally, he made sure to give a few extra cubes to the injured Dondo Mouse. Dondo Mouse expressed its gratitude with a joyful Dondo. As Suyu prepared to head back, having finished distributing the energy cubes and collected plenty of herbs, he felt quite fulfilled by this outing. He stood up and asked Dondo Mouse, "Have you all always lived here, or do you occasionally move around?" Dondo, came the reply, indicating they had always resided there. Nearly unchanged. Suyu nodded. Fortunately, his aspiration to become a Pokémon doctor had equipped him with some understanding of Pokémon speech, allowing him to comprehend Dondo Mouse's words. "I will come to visit you again when I have the chance. By the way, I live south of here, where there is a large ranch. I am the ranch owner, Suyu. If you wish to find me, you may go there. I shall take my leave now. I have been out for quite some time." However, the injured Dondo Mouse stopped him, just as Suyu was puzzled by this. Dondo Mouse sent another to their nest to bring back a glimmering blue gemstone. This stone had been discovered by Dondo Mouse while playing in the forest. Before that, Dondo Mouse had seen trainers who were fascinated by similar stones. Thus, Dondo Mouse believed Suyu would appreciate this gift. Is this a water stone? Suyu recognized the object. If he recalled correctly, water stones were quite rare in the current market, with a high selling price, possibly fetching over 100,000 Alliance coins. After all, this magical stone could enable certain Pokémon to evolve, making it a coveted item. Even if one did not own a Pokémon that required it, it might prove useful in the future. Such a purchase would not depreciate in value. And if one did not use it, they could pass it down to future generations. Therefore, acquiring a water stone could be considered a guaranteed profitable venture. Moreover, there were collectors who fervently pursued rare stones, often willing to pay any price for the ones they desired. The thought of wealthy collectors brought to mind a familiar and powerful figure, Daigo. After the merging of the Pokémon world with the Azure Star, some individuals from the Pokémon realm had come to the Azure Star, but it seemed the area where that acquaintance resided had yet to be reached, making it impractical to sell the stone to him. Returning to the present, gazing at the water stone, Suyu ultimately decided to accept it. Firstly, the stone held no utility for Dondo Mouse, and it could attract unwanted attention. Secondly, his ranch was indeed in need of funds, making the water stone a timely acquisition. "Next time, I shall bring some delicious treats for you as a token of appreciation," he thought while gently patting Dondo Mouse's head. With the water stone in hand, Suyu felt elated. Observing the other Pokémon, they began searching for anything similar they could offer him. After all, since Dondo Mouse had given a gift, it would be unseemly for the others to appear ungrateful. At the very least, the innocent conscience of the Pokémon would not allow them to act so selfishly. However, despite their thorough searches, they found nothing of value, as they did not share Dondo Mouse's habit of collecting. Seeing this, Suyu chuckled. "All right. There's no need to search any further. I did not give you the energy cubes in hopes of receiving anything in return. However, if you happen to find something valuable, you may bring it to the ranch in exchange. I shall offer you something of equal worth in return. I assure you, I have plenty of energy cubes to spare." The Pokémon took this to heart, with a few Wandering Grass even resolving to seek out precious stones after Suyu departed. Just as Suyu was about to leave, a sudden commotion in the distance caught his attention, causing the ground to tremble. Chapter 11. Tropius. The disturbance originated not far away. Suyu observed several figures engaged in battle in the sky, their attacks shooting in all directions, causing explosions upon contacting the ground, creating a dazzling spectacle. Are they battling in the forest? Suyu wondered, sensing the combatants possessed considerable strength. Amidst the fray, a green figure appeared to be outnumbered. After being targeted by multiple Pokémon, it plummeted toward the ground, landing a short distance from Suyu. Hastily, he followed, discovering the green figure in a clearing. Upon seeing it, Suyu instantly recognized the Pokémon. Tropius? This creature, clad in brown with 4 large leaves adorning its body, bore a name that suggested a connection to dragons, yet it was entirely unrelated to dragon-type Pokémon, instead being a grass-flying type. Typically, this Pokémon possessed a gentle disposition and yielded sweet, delicious fruits from its neck, which it generously shared with others, ideal for raising on a ranch. However, the Tropius before him was restrained by a device resembling an electric shock collar, emitting sparks. It appeared to be grievously injured, displaying a pained expression. At that moment, a man in black attire with sunglasses descended from the sky, having retracted a crowbat. He regarded Tropius with a mocking gaze, saying, I never expected you to escape. But what does it matter? You will still be captured by me. Struggling and resisting are futile. You might as well obediently return with me. The sunglasses-wearing man's words made Siyu furrow his brows. He never expected that poachers could be so brazen in Dongwang, seemingly disregarding even the Jusha family. After all, in Dongwang, the coercive capture and sale of Pokémon is illegal. All actions must be predicated on the voluntary consent of the Pokémon. This is not only a matter of respecting the lives and freedoms of Pokémon, but also a means to prevent malicious destruction of the relationship between humans and Pokémon. History has shown precedents. There was once an individual who had an obsession with Magikarp, to the extent of daily tormenting it. This person was audacious, showing no fear of the Magikarp escaping. Eventually, some of those escaping Magikarp evolved into Gyarados, which then descended upon this individual as residents, leaving destruction in their wake and fostering a lasting distrust of humans. Following this incident, the Dongwang Alliance strengthened its oversight on such matters, enforcing severe penalties upon discovery. Thus, instances like the man in sunglasses are exceedingly rare in contemporary Dongwang. Moreover, scoundrels like him are universally condemned. In the Dongwang region, trainers are as numerous as the stars. And one day, such a person might find themselves met with retribution from a powerful passerby. However, the dilemma Suyu faced was far more intricate. Lacking formidable strength himself, he pondered whether to confront this sunglasses man directly or to retreat for his safety and later inform the nearby Junsha. Life is singular, and Suyu dared not gamble his life against such an audacious individual. After deliberation, he chose to withdraw, just as he prepared to slip away unnoticed. The situation shifted abruptly. The sunglasses man, who had been taunting the Tropius, suddenly unleashed his honchkrow and made a hasty retreat. In the wake of his departure, a Junsha pursued him. She glanced at the fallen Tropius and deemed it more urgent to chase after the sunglasses man. Once Junsha departed on her Pidgeot, Siyu exhaled in relief. Junsha was remarkably swift. He marveled at her impressive efficiency. Observing the Tropius's severe injuries, Siyu rushed over, utilizing the healing medicine he had purchased days prior. Are you all right? Don't be alarmed. I'm not a villain. I'm here to tend to your wounds, he explained to the Tropius, who merely lifted its gaze without uttering a word. After Suyu finished applying the treatment, the Tropius rested for a moment to regain its strength. Subsequently, it stood up, intending to pursue the direction Jusha had taken. Are you eager to assist Miss Jusha? The Tropius nodded in affirmation, expressing its gratitude with a call. However, before the Tropius could take flight, Miss Junsha returned empty-handed. She landed and remarked, "There's no need to pursue. That fellow fled too swiftly to catch up. It's quite peculiar that a Pidgeot cannot keep pace with a honchkrow. What a strange dream I must be having." As she spoke, Junsha gently stroked the Tropius's neck to soothe it, instructing her Pidgeot to remove the electric collar from around the Tropius's neck. She then turned her gaze to Suyu, particularly scrutinizing the nearby Rockruff. Rockruff? This young man wouldn't he happen to be a relative of someone I know, would he? I'm Suyu, a rancher from this vicinity. As for this Rockruff, it was a gift from my grandfather. A gift from your grandfather? Junsha exclaimed in surprise. Suyu nodded in affirmation. This, however, left Junsha puzzled. A Rockruff from a grandfather, a rancher? She couldn't recall anyone in her family fitting that description. Never mind, I'll look into it when I return. It's not something that can be clarified now. Suyu then inquired, that sunglasses man earlier, he is part of a recently emerged poaching gang, seemingly quite powerful, specifically targeting formidable Pokémon. I just took over this case. However, it appears that the gang's strength exceeds expectations. I believe I must seek reinforcements. If you possess any information we might not be aware of, please share it with me. Here is my contact information. Of course, if you happen to know the location of this gang's hideout, that would be splendid. They have a bounty of hundreds of thousands of alliance coins on their heads. Hundreds of thousands? That's quite lucrative, far more than farming, and it's a one-time payout. However, considering his own weakness, he decided not to get involved. From Jusha's tone, it seemed that the man in sunglasses was merely a low-ranking member of this poaching group. If a mere underling was that formidable, the leader would undoubtedly be even more formidable. What about this Tropius? Are you particularly interested in it? If so, you could attempt to capture it. As for me, as long as it isn't left to fend for itself in the wild, I am agreeable. However, it must be cared for and under the principle of voluntary consent. Junsha stated. Chapter 12. Medicinal Field Planning. Listening to Junsha's words, Suyu ultimately decided to approach the Tropius. After all, it was a powerful ally. If he could capture it, he would possess a noteworthy Pokémon. Moreover, the Tropius would be well suited for his ranch. The only challenge lay in whether he could earn the Tropius' approval, as some Pokémon have high expectations of their trainers, often dismissing those perceived as too weak. As Suyu approached, the Tropius lowered its head in submission, allowing him to stroke it. The Tropius held a favorable impression of Suyu, grateful for the healing he had provided. Tropius, the bad man has been driven away. What do you plan to do next? Would you like to stay at my ranch for a while? Suyu gently patted the Tropius' neck. In response, the Tropius sadly shook its head, lowering it as if reminiscing about something. Suyu was perplexed. Junsha interjected, it likely misses its fellow Tropius. As far as I know, this gang of poachers recently captured an entire group of Tropius, which probably included its companions. Understanding dawned on Suyu. Then you could come to our ranch as well. We have many Pokémon there, all striving to grow stronger, just like you. You want to grow stronger too, right? Only by becoming stronger can you rescue your companions. And I will assist you. Woof. Suyu is right, echoed the nearby Rockruff in agreement. Hearing this, the Tropius contemplated for a moment. Then, its gaze firmed, and it nodded at Suyu. Overjoyed, Suyu couldn't believe it had truly worked. Then come inside here. Entering signifies that we are officially companions. And I promise to help you. Suyu retrieved a red and white Pokeball. Without hesitation, the tropical dragon gently nudged it with its head, transforming into a beam of red light and entering the ball. Observing this, Junsha smiled and remarked, shall we go? Aren't you heading back to your ranch? I'll have my Pidgeot give you a lift. With that, Junsha released her Pidgeot, whose expansive wingspan of 3 meters exuded an imposing presence. However, at that moment, the tropical dragon unexpectedly burst forth from the Pokeball and called out to Suyu with urgency. Roar. It seemed that your tropical dragon preferred to carry you itself. Junsha noted with a smile. All right then, I'll leave it to you, tropical dragon. Suyu responded. Flying was certainly much faster than walking into the mountains. Within mere minutes, Suyu emerged from the forest and returned to the ranch, a journey that would have taken considerably longer on foot. Upon landing, Junsha briefly bid farewell, stating, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't linger. If there are updates about poacher groups, I will inform you. Farewell. With that, she mounted Pidgeot and departed. Soon after, Suyu returned to the long-forgotten ranch cottage. At that moment, Young Hao's head peeked out from the sheep pen, bits of grass clinging to his hair. He gazed at Junsha's retreating figure and curiously inquired, Suyu, what's going on? It's only been a few days. And you've already caught the attention of Junsha? And how did you return so quickly? Weren't you supposed to— oh wait, the tropical dragon? Initially, Yang Hao had merely raised his head upon hearing Suyu's return. It was only then that he noticed the imposing creature beside him. Compared to humans, the tropical dragon was indeed quite large, not to mention its long neck, which, when raised, created a striking height difference that made one feel as if they were being scrutinized by a predator. All right, tropical dragon, don't scare the poor fellow. Suyu chuckled, noticing the tropical dragon's intense gaze fixed on Yang Hao. Through their conversations along the way, Suyu had grown quite familiar with the tropical dragon, a benefit of having learned the language of Pokémon. Just like Meowth, Pokémon capable of communicating with humans were highly sought after. Suyu mused that if the ranch were to falter, perhaps he could become a translator. Humans proficient in Pokémon language were a rarity in this world, and his original self had learned it due to considerable talent. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the tropical dragon ceased its intimidating stare, letting out a strange, high-pitched cackle while offering Yang Hao a fruit from its neck as an apology. Yang Hao retorted angrily, who are you calling fat? I'm just a bit stocky. I'm 185 meters tall, much taller than you. Wow, this is delicious. Where did you find this exquisite dragon? This fruit could fetch a high price in town. Is that so? Suyu hadn't paid much attention. He only knew that the tropical dragon was formidable enough to escape from poachers, but he had never tasted its fruit. Looks like I've struck gold, he thought. At that moment, Suyu was sorting the medicinal herbs he had collected. He glanced at the increasingly fantastical grasslands and farmlands, transformed by the environmental enhancement liquid, contemplating whether these herbs could be cultivated in the fields. After all, the environment here surely rivaled that of the mountains, right? I even collected 2 vital roots this time. It's worth a try. If this endeavor succeeded, so you would no longer need to venture into the mountains for herbs, as he could reap a bountiful harvest from home. And these herbs could sell for a handsome price. Just then, Yang Hao emerged from the sheep pen and, noticing Suyu sorting the herbs, curiously asked, how was the harvest this time? Pretty good. I plan to sell some of these herbs and try planting the rest. By the way, do you have any contacts for selling herbs? Suyu inquired. Oh, that's easy. Just talk to Grandpa Lu, Yang Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Suyu recalled that Grandpa Lu was a trader who roamed the ranch area, purchasing agricultural products. In essence, He was a second-hand dealer who acquired products from everyone and sold them through his channels, making a profit as a middleman. Tsuyu was not opposed to selling the herbs himself, but it would consume a lot of time, and his output was limited. After some consideration, he decided to reach out to this so-called Grandpa Lu. By the way, while you were away these past few days, I put your woolly sheep through special training. They're quite spirited now, claiming they want to battle your Poochyena to see who herds whom. A battle? Have they learned to roll? Yang Hao nodded, hearing this. So you could only chuckle and say, let them find Poochyena themselves. I can't be bothered with that. I'm too busy. Oh, I wanted to ask you something. Since I don't have the money for a smartphone, could you help me find someone online? His name is. After entrusting this task to Yang Hao, Tsuyu returned indoors to prepare dinner. The ranch now had several additional mouths to feed, but thankfully, they were not too difficult to care for. Looks like you're the most worry-free, Tsuyu remarked, glancing at the tropical dragon by the window. Later that evening, Poochyena returned home looking quite disheveled, clearly having lost a duel against 3 woolly sheep. You're back? Tonight, we're having steaming crab meat porridge. How does that sound? Upon returning, Tsuyu tossed the claws of the previously found crabby into the pot to cook the porridge, enhancing it with scallions, ginger, and various seasonings, filling the air with a delightful aroma. However, at that moment, Poochyena had lost its appetite, barking at Tsuyu in protest. What's wrong? Did you get beaten by the woolly sheep and now want to get stronger? Here's the plan. Eat first, and after that, we'll think of a strategy together. All right. Meanwhile, the tropical dragon poked its head through the window, chiming in, roar, and I want some too. Chapter 13. Selling mountain goods and Poochyena's training plan that night. Discussions between Tsuyu, Poochyena, and the tropical dragon continued for quite some time. Tsuyu regarded Poochyena with the perspective of nurturing a young Pokémon. Currently, it needed growth. Therefore, the training tasks assigned thus far had not been overly demanding. However, it seemed the time had come to begin training in fire-type moves. Poochyena, you must believe that nothing is unattainable when it comes to fire-type moves. Even if you can only perform Ember. With diligent practice, dozens, or even hundreds of repetitions, I believe you can gain a new understanding of fire-type moves. Thus, your training plan moving forward will be to practice Ember incessantly. Starting tomorrow, you'll train by the lakeside, and I will check on your progress daily. If you wish to surpass the woolly sheep, you cannot afford to slack off. Woof. Poochyena vowed not to be lazy. As for the tropical dragon, from my observations, you have already mastered moves like Leaf Blade and Heavy Slam, which makes you quite formidable in battle. What you currently lack is a means of self-recovery. Next, let us dedicate ourselves to the practice of photosynthesis. Tsuyu recalled the battered appearance of the tropical dragon upon their first encounter. It must possess considerable strength to have engaged in a skirmish with the Sunglasses Man. However, the Sunglasses Man had multiple Pokémon at his disposal, and should they all engage at once, the tropical dragon would soon be overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, the tropical dragon nodded in agreement. Indeed, humans and Pokémon are fundamentally different. This line of thought is much clearer. The following morning, the fluffy sheep awoke bright and early, bleating loudly about their desire to patrol the pasture. Reluctantly, Tsuyu opened the sheep pen for them. Once released, the fluffy sheep curiously gazed at the tropical dragon beside the house. Yesterday, in their eagerness to battle the Katy dog, they had not yet noticed this new companion. Tsuyu introduced, "This is the tropical dragon, a companion I brought back from the forest. You must learn to coexist harmoniously." The tropical dragon then plucked a fruit from around its neck and shared it with the fluffy sheep. Ba-ba. After consuming the fruit, the fluffy sheep immediately recognized it as deliciously sweet. They then began to frolic around the pasture, determined to continue their training after defeating the Katy dog. Aspiring to be disciplined little sheep. Meanwhile, Tsuyu awaited the arrival of Old Man Lu, who did not keep him waiting long. Lu arrived driving a small truck, which was already filled with various items acquired from other farms. He stepped out, closed the door, and greeted Tsuyu. "Hey, the new farm owner. Good morning." "Good morning." Tsuyu replied. "Did you call me so early to sell something?" "Oh, I think I remember you. Your name is Tsuyu, right? I visited when your grandfather was still around." "Yes, I am surprised you remember me. These are the items I intend to sell, good quality goods," Tsuyu said, presenting the tropical dragon's fruit, the claws of the crabby crab, and some mushrooms and herbs he had gathered from the forest. As for the waterstone gifted by the dodo mouse, Tsuyu decided against selling it. Firstly, it is a form of currency that can be sold at any time without risk of depreciation. Secondly, he considered the potential future need for it to evolve a water-type Pokémon, so he kept it for safety. Even with just these items prepared for sale, they should significantly replenish the farm's resources and ensure its daily operations are secure. Lu began to appraise the items meticulously. The quality of the tropical dragon's fruit is quite exceptional, intensely fragrant, and sufficiently sweet. Each can fetch a purchase price of 300 alliance coins. The crab claws are of average quality, yet since there are no other farms nearby producing such claws, the price remains decent. Moreover, these claws are generally high in nutritional value. One claw can yield 400 alliance coins. As for the herbs and mushrooms, this is indeed a fragrant mushroom. To find 2 of these is quite valuable, as many enthusiasts will pay handsomely for them, considering you have just taken over the farm. I will offer a higher price, 7,000 alliance coins for each mushroom. After calculating the prices, the total sum for these items amounted to 50,000 alliance coins. While it wasn't an exorbitant amount, Suyu was nonetheless satisfied, as this was merely the bounty from a single excursion into the mountains. It appeared that the Krabby Crabs would soon have a new home. Suyu had not forgotten that he needed to build a new habitat for the Krabby Crabs, preferably one with rocky terrain, ideal for their living conditions. By the way, Old Man Lou, I also have some wool to sell. Could you take a look at it? Suyu nearly forgot about the fluffy sheep's wool, which he had just sheared the previous night. Upon hearing this, Lou took the large bag of wool from Suyu, inspected it closely, and remarked, "This wool is exceptionally soft and elastic, of quite good quality. Textiles are always in high demand in the city. If your wool were of slightly higher quality, you could sign exclusive supply agreements with high-end brands. However, as it stands, the wool is still lacking a bit. I can offer 4,000 alliance coins per sheep, totaling 12,000 alliance coins. Here, take it. Is there such a pathway?" Suyu pondered. If he could secure a contract with a high-end brand, it would be akin to obtaining a long-term source of income. It was evident that he needed to nurture the fluffy sheep further, as this was indeed a lucrative opportunity. When Old Man Lou departed, Suyu found himself with over 60,000 alliance coins. With this newfound wealth, he promptly rode the tropical dragon to Uncle Yang's house, requesting Yang Hao to assist him in contacting a construction team via phone. Hearing the commotion from his backyard, Uncle Yang came out, puzzled, but upon seeing Suyu, he relaxed. "Oh, it's you, Suyu. I thought someone else had come. By the way, what is this tropical dragon?" "This is a companion I encountered while gathering herbs in the mountains. It was injured, so I brought it back with me." After recalling the tropical dragon into its Pokeball, Suyu felt awkward occupying Uncle Yang's backyard. He then made his way to Yang Hao's room. "Uncle, I'm here to see Yang Hao, so I won't disturb you." "Oh, all right, go ahead." Watching Suyu depart, Uncle Yang pondered thoughtfully. To think he had captured a tropical dragon. It seems the neighboring farm is becoming increasingly lively. Who would have thought that Suyu would develop so rapidly in just a few days? If his grandfather were still around, he would surely be quite pleased. Chapter 14. A conversation with Xiaojiang. Upon entering Yang Hao's room, Suyu was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. Books, magazines, socks, and scraps of paper strewn all over the floor. As Suyu stepped through this chaotic landscape, a Bulbasaur looked up from the doorway and greeted him. "Dana." "Good morning." "Good morning, Bulbasaur." This was Yang Hao's starter Pokémon. Although Suyu had anticipated the wealth of Yang Hao's family, he was still taken aback to find that Yang Hao had begun with one of the 3 starter Pokémon. However, compared to the herds of cattle and sheep outside, a single Bulbasaur seemed rather inconsequential. "What are you up to? Your room is such a mess." Carefully navigating through the clutter, Suyu approached Yang Hao, who was busily scribbling on a piece of paper. "I'm trying to figure out how to teach my mount, the little sheep, to drink milk. By the way, since you're here, I've made contact with the person you asked me to reach out to. We've exchanged contact information. I'm curious. What do you need to contact him for? Although he is a gym trainer, he doesn't seem particularly special." "Huh, you got in touch with him? That was quick." Skillfully unlocking Yang Hao's phone, Suyu glanced at the social media list, where he was surprised to find the presence of that individual, Xiaojiang. When he had found the stone previously, Suyu had contemplated whether De Wu and the others might have arrived in the Blue Sea Star. Thus, he entrusted Yang Hao to search around, and in the end, he only found Xiaojiang, who was still active on social media. The others seemed to be absent or had no presence on social media, rendering them impossible to trace. However, this corroborated Suyu's belief that the individuals familiar from his past life in the Pokémon world would eventually arrive on Ocean Blue Star. After all, since Xiaojiang had come, it was illogical for the others not to follow. Through a casual conversation between Yang Hao and Xiaojiang, Suyu learned that Xiaojiang's ancestors had arrived on Ocean Blue Star over 600 years ago, accompanying the Silver Mountain Secret Realm. As for the current Xiaojiang, he had long forgotten the memories of the Pokémon world. Nevertheless, he had become the rock gym leader in the East Japan region and was diligently pursuing a career as a Pokémon doctor. Pokémon doctor? This piqued my interest. Grabbing Yang Hao's phone, Suyu immediately struck up a conversation with Xiaojiang, focusing on Pokémon medicine. After a while, Xiaojiang expressed astonishment. "You actually understand Pokémon medicine?" Suyu humbly replied, "Just a bit." Just a bit. By the way, do you happen to know anything about the artificial cultivation of medicinal herbs? I've been planning to grow some on my ranch, so I'm eager to acquire knowledge in this area. Xiao Gang responded. I'm not very familiar with that. Currently, few people have succeeded in cultivating medicinal herbs artificially. However, I know a doctor who has conducted research in this field. I can inquire on your behalf. Suyu replied. All right, thank you. Suyu was aware that the Dr. Xiao Gang mentioned was certainly not Professor Oak, as Professor Oak's influence had yet to reach Ocean Blue Star. Yet, this was one of the advantages of the fusion between Ocean Blue Star and the Pokémon world, a flourishing scientific community, advancing knowledge at an accelerated pace. In comparison to the Pokémon world, where technological development was skewed, albeit excelling in certain fields, the research realm on Ocean Blue Star exhibited a balanced evolution. After putting down the phone, Suyu almost forgot that he had come to ask Young Hao for assistance in contacting the construction team. Therefore, he picked up the phone again and called the strength engineering team. Meanwhile, in the East Japan Alliance, within a certain gym, a trainer with bronze skin and resolute eyes set down his phone. He was surprised to discover that a casual acquaintance online turned out to be a kindred spirit on the path of becoming a Pokémon doctor. After all, in today's Ocean Blue Star, few were committed to this path. Most people aspired to become powerful trainers or to venture forth as ranch owners. I truly wish to meet this online friend, Xiao Gang thought. If this individual has the opportunity to visit East Japan, perhaps we can finally meet. Simultaneously, on the other side, through Yang Hao's phone, Suyu got in touch with the strength engineering team. At that moment, Mela was feeling disheartened about her stall. Ever since Suyu visited her stall to make a purchase, perhaps due to her honest prices, her stall had been reported by unscrupulous competitors. To make matters worse, the report was successful, and she was subsequently banned from selling. Fortunately, the local residents were aware of the vendor's unscrupulous nature, and on the day Mela closed her stall, they gathered to clear her inventory. This could be considered a small recompense, even yielding a bit of profit. However, after that, Mela found herself without any work for several days, leaving her idle. When she received Suyu's call, Mela initially hesitated. What's happening? Someone is actually calling me. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, she was even more astonished. I can't believe it. It's the call from that boss. This realization moved Mela deeply. Her boss even remembered her and her name. At this moment, Suyu on the other end was quite puzzled. Hello, boss Mela, are you still there? I'm planning to raise a group of Maui crabs and need to construct a cliff rich in rock attribute energy for them to inhabit. The budget is approximately 50,000 alliance coins. Is this something you can handle? How odd. Why was the person on the other end silent today? Was he busy? Only then did Mela realize that this was a new job opportunity. She immediately responded, Of course. Boss, please wait a couple of hours. I will be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Mela was filled with excitement. The gloomy emotions that had accumulated over the past few days were instantly lifted. She knocked on the door of the strength engineering team and called out, Strength, Howley, it's time to get up. We have new work. It's the same boss as last time, so let's get ready. Hearing this, the strength and Howley inside the room climbed out of bed, exchanging puzzled glances. Another new job? What's going on? We hadn't had work for days, and now just a few days later, we have another opportunity, and it's from the same boss. Have we struck gold? Chapter 15. Medical care and a newly purchased phone. The strength engineering team indeed arrived promptly, as they had promised. Upon reaching the ranch, they first surveyed the surrounding terrain before deciding to construct the cliff on the back mountain of the ranch. Mela remarked, this time, we will require a considerable amount of materials rich in rock attribute energy. The price won't be as high as the fireproof materials last time, but the quantity is substantial. With a budget of 50,000 alliance coins, it should suffice to build a large cliff. However, you will need to wait a bit. I need to order the materials once I return. Hearing this, Suyu nodded. At this moment, the Maui crabs, having heard that a new home was being built for them, gathered around. Upon seeing the Maui crabs, Mela exclaimed, Are these for them? Yes, Suyu nodded. You are truly kind to them, investing such a significant amount to build them a new home. I rarely see ranch owners treat their Pokémon so well. Suyu simply smiled at this remark. After gently patting the Maui crab on the head and leaving it to supervise the construction, he prepared to return to the house and continue with his tasks. Just then, an elderly lady approached. She asked, Is this Suyu's ranch? Yes, I am the ranch owner, Suyu. How may I assist you? Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's eyes widened as she scrutinized Suyu's face, then exclaimed, Oh my. It's really you. My poor eyesight. And your house has been completely renovated. I hardly recognized it. As she spoke, the elderly lady seemed to recall the main purpose of her visit. She took out a Pokeball and released a Mareep, explaining, My Mareep seems to be ill. It hasn't been eating well these past few days, so I was hoping you could take a look. The town's joy seems to have gone back to the big city, and I can't find anyone to treat it, so I thought of coming to you." Upon hearing this, Suyu examined the Mareep closely and replied, "It's nothing serious. I happen to have some medicine on hand. Just mix it with its feed, and it should be fine." Fortunately, Suyu had previously stocked up on some medicine, which was just right for this situation. Hearing this, the elderly lady expressed her gratitude. She casually inquired, "By the way, since you've decided to return, why not continue treating Pokémon just like before?" The nearby farms had been struggling to find a place for their Pokémon's ailments, and given your remarkable medical skills, many would be willing to pay for your services. This reminded Suyu of a thought he had entertained earlier. At that time, he lacked a swift means to reach the surrounding farms, relying solely on his own 2 legs. However, now he possessed a tropical dragon, which could effortlessly soar to the nearby pastures. It seemed he needed to purchase a mobile phone in town first. Additionally, he should stock up on some medicines. Suyu mused, how could one treat Pokémon without a phone? If a Pokémon fell ill, others would have to come searching for him. Initially, Suyu had not intended to buy a phone so soon. After all, it would be wiser to invest that money in managing the farm. After bidding farewell to the old lady, Suyu summoned his tropical dragon, who was diligently practicing the move photosynthesis, albeit with little success, as it still struggled to grasp the technique. At that moment, Suyu interjected, "Tropical dragon, let's take a trip to town. I need to purchase something." Roar. Upon hearing this, the tropical dragon ceased its practice and lowered itself before Suyu. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu mounted the tropical dragon just as a herdier rushed over. Barking, "Woof. You promised to take me to practice Ember today. We'll discuss it when I return. I'm quite busy today," Suyu replied, urging the tropical dragon to take flight towards the town. Hailu Town. Compared to his previous journey on foot, this trip was significantly more effortless. After landing and recalling the tropical dragon, the street vendors who had previously tried to swindle Suyu lowered their heads in deference. After all, one who could tame such a formidable tropical dragon was certainly no novice trainer. In this world, powerful Pokémon were not commonly encountered, and at least this tropical dragon was not something these street vendors could contend with. Likewise, trainers were not ubiquitous. These vendors were merely ordinary individuals trying to earn a living. Suyu, however, paid them no mind and proceeded directly to the only store in town selling mobile phones. At this time, smartphones had only recently begun to gain popularity, and many people yearned to own one. Thus, upon entering, the sales staff enthusiastically introduced the latest smartphones to Suyu. However, unlike the amazed onlookers marveling at technological advancements, he made a beeline for the section selling basic mobile phones. The attendant was an elderly man who looked up, surprised to see such a young individual opting for a basic model instead of a smartphone. Suyu then inquired, "Does the signal work well in rural areas?" "Yes. We have dedicated signal towers in the countryside, so most places should have decent reception." "Great. Please recommend me a cost-effective basic phone," Suyu requested. The old man selected a reasonably priced model for 800 Alliance coins, which was quite affordable. At this moment, the old man probed further. "You must be a new farm owner around here, right? You don't seem like a trainer just passing through." "Indeed, my name is Suyu. I recently inherited the farm from my grandfather," Suyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing his name, the old man appeared momentarily puzzled. "Suyu? I don't believe I've heard of that name before." Yet before the old man could recall, Suyu had already taken the phone and receipt, turning to leave. Chapter 16, The Frostlass Smuggler. After exiting the phone store, Suyu first visited a pharmacy, purchasing an array of medicines needed for treating Pokémon. He was quite familiar with this pharmacy, having frequented it during his previous practice. Consequently, Suyu was able to navigate it with ease and secured a fair discount on his purchases. Next, he ventured to the farmer's market, acquiring some rare ingredients that he did not have at home. His cooking skills had been dormant for quite some time, and he intended to buy some premium ingredients to experiment with. After purchasing a variety of berries, he also acquired a bottle of oil from the special Pokémon, Olinio, and some spicy peppers from the Heatran. As Suyu exited the market, he noticed a bakery around the corner. After a moment's contemplation, he released his tropical dragon from its Pokeball. "Please keep an eye on these items for me while I step inside. I'll be out shortly." With that, he placed his recently purchased items beside the tropical dragon and entered the bakery, seemingly intent on purchasing a cake. As Suyu entered the bakery, a frostlass peeked out from a nearby alley. Observing Suyu's retreating figure, it sniffed the air, detecting the scent of pasture grass that it adored. Glancing at the tropical dragon, the frostlass gradually confirmed Suyu's identity as a farm owner. It cautiously approached the tropical dragon, attempting to communicate, and the two Pokémon began conversing. "Mama." "Roar." "Mama." After a brief exchange, they grew slightly more acquainted. Subsequently, the Frostlass expressed its request, "Mama, may I ride on your back? I have longed to visit the farm, so I hope to accompany you." Roar. The tropical dragon was taken aback. After some contemplation, it recalled the delightful image of Suyu's farm, filled with herdier, Mareep, and Suyu himself. A splendid place indeed. Bringing the Frostlass along seemed like a splendid idea. Moreover, the tropical dragon had overheard Suyu previously mention a desire to raise a Frostlass to achieve cream freedom, as Frostlass could produce sweet cream. Akin to the oil from Millenniu, the salt from Salandit, and the tea from the pot of fear, a Pokémon with unique outputs, highly suitable for a farm. With this in mind, the tropical dragon nodded, lowering itself to allow the Frostlass to climb onto its back and conceal itself beneath a leaf. Ma, I just ran out of the bakery, so please don't let anyone see me. Hiding here will be just fine, the Frostlass said. At that moment, Suyu emerged from the bakery holding a decadent chocolate cake in his hands. Excitedly, he exclaimed to the tropical dragon, "The owner here has agreed to let me learn how to bake cakes. We will likely be coming here frequently over the next few days." Roar? Really? Such good fortune? Absolutely. Now, let us hurry back. I'll have plenty to keep me busy in the coming days. With that, the tropical dragon lowered itself, allowing Suyu to mount. As it crouched, the tropical dragon observed Suyu, who appeared completely unaware of the hidden Pokémon beneath its leaf, riding the tropical dragon back to the farm. They had barely touched down when a herdier rushed over, wagging its tail eagerly. Upon witnessing the scene, Suyu helplessly remarked, "Wait a moment, just a little longer, please. Once I finish my tasks, I will accompany you, all right?" With that, he swiftly entered the house, meticulously putting away the items he had purchased. Subsequently, he ventured to the fields to water the crops. After completing this chore, he asked the tropical dragon to escort him to Uncle Yang's home, requesting that Uncle Yang disseminate the news of his newfound role in tending to the Pokémon's ailments. In Uncle Yang's possession was a group chat titled Family of the Ranch, and upon sharing the news, the surrounding ranchers erupted with excitement. Melee Sheep Ranch. Really? Suyu has begun treating Pokémon? That is splendid news. Bye-bye Bird Ranch. My Kinero is unwell, and I was worried about it spreading to the other Pokémon. I will contact Suyu immediately. Daisho Ranch. Suyu is truly a kind-hearted individual. Just when joy from the town is unavailable, my Oliva is saved. Typically, Pokémon do fall ill, but due to their robust immune systems, the likelihood of illness is minimal. However, in this ranching area, where the Pokémon population is vast, it is not impossible for several to succumb to illness simultaneously. After bidding farewell to Uncle Yang, Suyu returned to the ranch. At last, the pressing tasks had been completed. Once the ranch operations fell into place, the workload has become quite substantial, nearly rivaling the days of working in the quarry. Suyu stretched and mused. At that moment, the eagerly awaiting Cardigan dog followed closely behind. Observing this, Suyu sighed and said, all right, it's your turn now. Let us be off." With that, he and Cardigan dog made their way to the lake on the southern edge of the ranch. Upon reaching the lakeside, Suyu instructed Cardigan dog to practice its spark move against the lake's surface while he offered guidance and observations on the training. After a brief period, Suyu settled down to relax, allowing Cardigan dog to train independently as he watched. In this moment, he resembled an instructor attempting to sneak in leisure during military drills. Nevertheless, Cardigan dog remained diligent, continuing its practice despite Suyu's idleness, evidently motivated by the recent defeat against the Bufflet. During this time, Suyu noticed some changes in the lake before him. The fish population seems to have increased, and even the number of Pokémon appears to have grown. He observed that the once sparsely populated lake was now teeming with fish. Among them, he spotted several Pokémon, such as the Shelder and Magikarp, and occasionally, a glimpse of a Starmie could be seen. Compared to the previous state of the lake, this transformation was monumental when he had fished here before. The number of fish was a mere fraction of what he now witnessed, a 3- to 4-fold increase, at the very least. Could this change be attributed to the environmental transformation liquid? Suyu recalled the special liquid provided by the system. It seemed that the effects of this transformative substance were long-lasting, continuously altering the surrounding environment to make it more conducive for Pokémon habitation. The Pokémon now inhabiting the lake likely originated from the streams and rivers nearby, drawn to the lake's improved environment. With this in mind, fishing could become a lucrative endeavor. Suyu contemplated a unique fishing method, riding on the tropical dragon while casting a net into the lake, allowing the tropical dragon to pull it up directly. Employing this technique should yield a bountiful catch, and he could promptly have the tropical dragon transport the fish to the town for sale. He made a mental note to purchase a sturdy net during his next visit to town. Chapter 17. A net full of fish thus. Suyu watched Cardigan dog practice its spark move until nightfall. As they retraced their steps back home, Cardigan dog was brimming with excitement. It felt that today's training had significantly enhanced its abilities, and it was confident that, with continued effort, it would soon master a new move. However, upon arriving home and finishing his cooking, Tsuyu discovered that Cardigan Dog had already dozed off in a corner. Amused, Tsuyu chuckled, "What a silly dog. You skipped dinner and fell asleep from exhaustion." He brought the Pokémon food he had purchased in town to the tropical dragon, as Tsuyu was currently unable to prepare such meals himself, given the energy expenditure from a full day of training. Relying solely on regular food to replenish energy was utterly insufficient for Pokémon. Therefore, it was essential to supplement their diet with special Pokémon food. Among these, the energy cubes were particularly notable. A small cube contained a wealth of concentrated energy and nutrients, and tasted rather delightful. After serving the food to the tropical dragon and the Mariani, Tsuyu took 3 plates of milk pudding to the Bouffalant before returning inside to rouse Cardigan Dog. "Hey, silly pup, wake up for dinner. You can sleep after you eat." After several attempts to awaken, it yielded no results. Tsuyu placed a plate of braised ribs before Cardigan Dog, allowing the enticing aroma to waft into its nostrils. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable scent, Cardigan Dog instinctively smacked its lips, awakening from its slumber. Gazing at the fragrant plate of ribs, it glanced up at Tsuyu. "Go on, eat up. Afterward, you can enjoy a bottle of moo milk. That will be your dinner for today," Tsuyu encouraged, beginning to eat from his own bowl. Meanwhile, as night enveloped the surroundings, the tropical dragon shared a portion of its meal with the nearby Frostless. Since arriving at the ranch, Frostless had not left the side of the tropical dragon, instead choosing to observe the ranch from its perch. Initially, the tropical dragon assumed that this Frostless had simply ventured out from a cake shop to play. However, to its surprise, after exploring the ranch, Frostless expressed a desire to remain. "Roar? You wish to stay?" the tropical dragon inquired. Frostless nodded earnestly, replying, Yes. This is the ranch I have always dreamed of. I love it here." Since its inception, Frostless had remained confined to the cake shop, where it assisted the owner in crafting cakes with fresh cream while spending most of its time in the cramped space with little to do. Consequently, it had grown weary of that monotonous existence, and its yearning for ranch life had begun at that time. Upon witnessing the endless pastures, the azure sky, and the myriad Pokémon on the ranch, Frostless's resolve to stay solidified. This was indeed the place it had long envisioned living. After hearing Frostless's heartfelt sentiments, the tropical dragon considered the matter thoughtfully, stating, "Roar. However, this ranch belongs to Tsuyu. If you wish to stay, you must seek his approval." Upon hearing this, Frostless felt troubled. At that moment, the tropical dragon continued, "Roar. But fear not. Tomorrow I can introduce you to him. I believe he would be more than willing to welcome a Pokémon like you." Yes, Frostless exclaimed, expressing gratitude to the tropical dragon. The following day, early in the morning, Tsuyu rose from his slumber and proceeded to the fields to water the crops. Afterward, he took a glance at the medicinal herbs in the herbal garden. To his delight, many of the herbs had begun to flourish. The information that Xiao Gang had shared with him the previous day proved to be invaluable, indeed assisting him greatly. Observing the budding herbs, Tsuyu smiled with satisfaction, as a significant portion of the ranch's future income would depend on these plants. Subsequently, Tsuyu made a call to the town to inquire about the demand for fish among several local restaurants. Ever since discovering the abundance of fish in the lake on his farm, he had requested contact details from Uncle Yang for some eateries in town, preparing for this very purpose. Upon receiving his call, one of the newly opened eateries expressed immediate interest in purchasing fish and inquired if he could deliver a batch that very day. Taken aback for a moment, Tsuyu quickly agreed, borrowed a net from Uncle Yang next door, and returned to his ranch. He cast the net forcefully into the lake, exclaiming, "Tropical dragon, try to fly towards the shore. I believe I've caught quite a few fish." Upon hearing this, the tropical dragon swiftly soared toward the bank, and Tsuyu struggled to keep hold of the net as it was laden with heavy fish. It seemed that his strength was insufficient. He mused that he needed to engage in more exercise. Surprisingly, even in this realm, he sometimes felt weak, despite being much stronger than in his past life. Nourished by the energy of this world, ideally, he aspired to attain the prowess of a true novice like Xiaoji. When the net was finally pulled ashore, it was filled to the brim with sizable fish of excellent quality, a testament to the pristine waters of the lake. Some of the fish were so plump that they tempted Tsuyu to keep a few for his own cooking. He quickly had the tropical dragon transport him and the catch to the town. At that moment, the new eatery had just opened its doors. The manager was astonished by Tsuyu's efficiency, but they promptly entered work mode. After scrutinizing the catch, they remarked, "These fish are of commendable quality. We can indeed purchase them. For now, let's settle on the market price, and if the quality remains high, we may establish a long-term supply agreement." Tsuyu nodded in agreement, and the manager promptly paid him, the net worth a substantial 3,000 alliance coins. This is certainly a faster way to earn than fishing, he thought. It made sense why those fishermen in his past life would grumble about releasing a single fish in exchange for 100 in return. After delivering the fish, Suyu and the tropical dragon returned to the ranch, where Cat-Eye Dog was just waking up, appearing groggy. Ah, the ranch owner is truly busy. It must be better to be a Pokémon, Suyu sighed, enviously observing Cat-Eye Dog's leisurely demeanor. Chapter 18, The Manager's Attitude Back at the Ranch. Suyu began preparing a pork cutlet for breakfast. After all, those who labor hard must eat well to stave off hunger. Additionally, the inhabitants of this world had robust constitutions. I can eat whatever I like. It won't matter, he thought, opting for a hearty meal. As he fried the pork cutlet, the tropical dragon curiously leaned over, seemingly harboring a secret. Is something the matter? Suyu inquired, puzzled. At that moment, a rather adorable pink Pokémon peeked from behind the tropical dragon, appearing somewhat anxious. Wait, is that a Frostless? Where did it come from? Suyu recognized the Pokémon. Frostless glanced at the tropical dragon, who nodded gently and said, Roar. Speak. Suyu understands. He has learned the language of Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Frostless turned to Suyu and began to relate the entire story. What? Suyu was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the tropical dragon had stealthily taken the bakery's manager's Pokémon the previous day. This revelation left him quite vexed. What is going on? Why did you secretly take someone as Pokémon? I was supposed to learn how to make cakes there today. How am I to manage this? Moreover, the tropical dragon had not informed him until now. You could have at least discussed it with me while we were at the bakery. Trust between trainers and their Pokémon is fundamental. The tropical dragon felt a twinge of shame, having not considered the implications. It had simply acted on Frostless's request, believing that helping other Pokémon was the right thing to do. Frostless, upon hearing Suyu's words, felt a sense of despair, lowering its head. Observing the contrasting expressions of the two Pokémon, Suyu was uncertain of what to think. As a ranch owner, he certainly wished to capture a Frostless. However, the one before him belonged to the bakery manager, and it was inappropriate to simply take it. This was akin to those who steal cats and dogs, with the only difference being that Pokémon possess their own thoughts and higher intelligence. Yet, Frostless seemed to desire staying at the ranch, not wishing to return to the bakery, preferring to be with the tropical dragon. After some contemplation, Suyu asked, Frostless, do you wish to remain here at the ranch and not return? Frostless nodded affirmatively. Very well, then. Let us first visit the bakery manager and inform him of this situation. Ultimately, the decision rests with him. If he consents to your staying here, then so be it. However, if he does not, I cannot intervene. Of course, you have the right to choose your own freedom. If he refuses to let you go and you wish to leave, you may seek out Miss Junsha. They will assist you. Frostless's face lit up with delight at this prospect, seemingly incredulous at the chance to stay. By the way, do you truly enjoy the Pokémon of the ranch and the grasslands? Suyu asked, raising an eyebrow. Is it possible for a Frostless to appreciate the grasslands? Frostless nodded eagerly. Then after breakfast, let Cat-Eye Dog take you on a tour of the ranch. The tropical dragon and I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. The Pokémon here are friendly. You can meet them, if you are allowed to stay. I hope you all will get along splendidly. Frostless nodded earnestly, clenching its tiny fist in determination. It was resolute in becoming good friends with the ranch's Pokémon. After finishing breakfast, Suyu exhaled a deep breath, realizing he had not had a moment's respite since the morning. I wish I could find a Pokémon to help me with my tasks, he mused, feeling overwhelmed by the demands of one person. However, it must be said that there are not many Pokémon capable of alleviating his workload. After all, the tasks he undertakes are somewhat intricate, such as watering crops or fishing by the lakeside. Pokémon like the Rockruff are of no assistance whatsoever. At this moment, the Tropius had finished its Pokémon food, raised its head towards the window, and called out to Suyu with a cheerful cry. Roar. All right, let us proceed to the cake shop, Suyu replied. I must say, I have truly troubled you lately, Tropius. After all, Tropius can fly, and there are hardly any flying Pokémon on the ranch besides it. Its ability to soar resolves many issues, such as fishing and traveling, all of which require Tropius's aid. Upon hearing this, Tropius shook its head, indicating that it was no trouble at all. It genuinely cherished this way of life. However, it would be even better if it could rescue its companions. In that case, it could stay by Suyu's side with greater peace of mind. Rest assured, Miss Junsha and her team will definitely rescue your friends. And I have informed them to notify us immediately if there is any news regarding poaching groups. Suyu reassured. Yet, I am still quite weak at the moment. But I promise that when the time comes, regardless of my strength, I will undoubtedly assist you. Seeing Tropius's melancholy demeanor, Suyu offered words of comfort. Tropius nodded in response, believing that if such a time were to arise, Suyu would honor his promise. Tropius flew swiftly, reaching the town in just a few minutes. Tsuyu leaped off its back, opened the door, and entered the cake shop, where the manager, a middle-aged man clad in an apron, awaited. To Tsuyu's surprise, the manager seemed oblivious to the absence of the Frostless, as everything appeared to be perfectly normal. Upon noticing Tsuyu's arrival, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Ah, it's you. Did we not agree to meet in the afternoon for the cake-making lesson? Why are you here now?" The manager spoke slowly, wearing glasses that gave him a rather formal appearance. I came because I wanted to discuss something with you," Tsuyu began, recounting the entire ordeal of Frostless's journey to the ranch. He had anticipated that the manager would be furious upon hearing this news. However, to Tsuyu's astonishment, the manager merely smiled faintly and replied, "I had already suspected as much. Are you not surprised? Or perhaps you are not angry?" Tsuyu was taken aback by the manager's demeanor. If he were in the manager's position, he would undoubtedly feel betrayed by the Frostless's departure. To this, the manager responded, "Not at all. I have long sensed its yearning for the grasslands. However, as a cake shop owner, I am unable to provide it with what it desires. Since it chose to leave on its own, let it remain with you. Pokémon are sentient beings with their own thoughts. We cannot forcibly bind them." Tsuyu nodded in understanding, admiring the manager's expansive perspective. It was evident that the manager had invested considerable effort into nurturing the Frostless. Thus, Tsuyu produced 10,000 Alliance coins and handed them to the manager, saying, "I must apologize. My Tropius took your Frostless without permission. This 10,000 Alliance coins is my compensation to you on its behalf. I hope it suffices." The manager accepted the coins without hesitation and returned to his work, leaving Tsuyu feeling somewhat awkward. He asked, "What about the cake-making lesson we previously discussed?" "Well, you can simply ask Frostless about that. Its skills in this area are on par with mine, especially in culinary matters," the manager replied calmly, revealing no emotional fluctuations. This revelation astonished Tsuyu. What? That Frostless is so talented? This made Tsuyu feel even more embarrassed, realizing he had inadvertently taken away a skilled cake-making instructor. The compensation of 10,000 Alliance coins seemed insufficient now. Chapter 19. The Thieving Pokémon? Meanwhile, on the other side, Rockruff was showing Frostless around the ranch. Although it was termed a tour, there was little of interest to behold within the ranch. While it had certainly become more lively since its establishment, the facilities remained few and far between. Rockruff first took Frostless to the plot of land where Tsuyu cultivated crops. On their way back, they encountered a group of Mareep that were out for a patrol. These Mareep particularly enjoyed curling into fluffy balls, their wool so elastic that they could bounce like a ball. However, they appeared somewhat different this time, as if they were employing the cotton guard move. This made Rockruff feel a twinge of envy. Despite its diligent efforts, it had yet to learn a single move, while the Mareep, idly wandering the ranch, seemed so formidable. Nevertheless, Rockruff understood that this was due to Tsuyu's milk pudding, which was perfectly suited for the ordinary Mareep. Thus, Rockruff could only admire from afar. As it introduced this group of Mareep to Frostless, the Mareep noticed Rockruff and hopped over, greeting them with, "Bah, woof woof. This is the new Pokémon at the ranch, Frostless," Rockruff introduced. Upon hearing this, the Mareep nodded at Frostless, who reciprocated the gesture. The Mareep then inquired, "Bah, what can this Pokémon produce?" After all, at the ranch, creatures like the Mareep could produce wool and the Krabby could yield claws. Nearly all Pokémon had their utility. The adorable creature before them surely had something to contribute as well. Frostless looked to Rockruff, not comprehending the Mareep's question. Rockruff explained. And with that, Frostless understood. Since it was at the ranch, it needed to be useful. What could it offer to Tsuyu? Suddenly, Frostless recalled the cream it had often used at the cake shop. It concentrated and managed to conjure up a dollop of cream. Offering the cream to the Mareep and Rockruff, Frostless declared, "Mama, this is my contribution. Do give it a try." Bah. Having lived on the ranch their entire lives, the Mareep had never encountered cream. They approached and tasted a bit, instantly enchanted by the sweet flavor. Bah, this is incredible. How did you do this?" Rockruff, witnessing this, eagerly took a bite as well. Just a single taste revealed a flavor unlike any it had ever experienced, making it exuberantly express its delight to Frostless. This, however, puzzled Frostless, who had spent its life in the cake shop. Observing the excited Mareep and Rockruff, it smiled, realizing that this was the joy of sharing with friends. By the time Tsuyu and Tropius returned to the ranch, Frostless had already formed a bond with Rockruff and the Mareep. Seeing this, Tsuyu smiled and said, "Tropius, why don't you inform Frostless that it can stay here permanently? After all, the bond between the tropical dragon and the frost milk fairy is the strongest." At this moment, Tsuyu found it convenient to entrust matters to the tropical dragon. Upon hearing this, the tropical dragon nodded at Tsuyu and flew towards the frost milk fairy. Just then, someone arrived at the ranch. Suyu approached to discover that it was a representative from the neighboring Mary Sheep Ranch. Accompanied by their Pokémon for a checkup, they had arranged this time for the examination in the group chat the previous day. For Suyu, conducting checkups was a relatively straightforward task. With a few subtle observations, he quickly diagnosed the illness afflicting the Pokémon. After prescribing some medication, the next ranch arrived. This time, there were numerous Pokémon in need of attention, seemingly suffering from a contagious disease that had spread among many ranch inhabitants, presenting a rather serious situation. Fortunately, their arrival was timely, and Suyu provided them with the necessary medication as well. The ranch owner was familiar with Suyu's grandfather, and upon witnessing the gradual revival of the ranch, he remarked, "It appears you manage the ranch even better than your grandfather. Before long, this place should flourish into a grand establishment." Suyu smiled at this compliment, and after treating the Pokémon, the ranch owner inquired, "By the way, does your ranch have any specialties? Since you're here to treat the Pokémon, it would be great to take some local products back and inform others that you have resumed operations. I believe many of your grandfather's acquaintances will come to visit this ranch upon hearing the news." Specialties? Suyu immediately thought of the hairy Yeti crab, which, to his knowledge, was unique to their region. Thankfully, he had saved some when he sold them to Grandpa Lu. After presenting a bag of crab claws to the ranch owner, Suyu said, "If you find them delicious, please remember to return for more." The ranch owner glanced at the crab claws again, seemingly intrigued. "By the way, there seems to be a Pokémon around recently that has been stealing sheep. Several ranches have already suffered losses. Be cautious at night. Keep an eye on your sheep to prevent theft." Before leaving, the ranch owner reminded Suyu, leaving him somewhat astonished. A sheep-stealing Pokémon? What kind of Pokémon would dare to be so audacious in the ranching district? Chapter 20. Special cuisine for the fire dog that evening. Suyu resumed practicing his culinary skills at home after a long hiatus. The ingredients he typically used were quite ordinary, but this time, he had specifically prepared olive oil from olives production and chili peppers from Spicy Baby. What was he going to make? He chose Spicy Baby's chili peppers with the intention of crafting a dish suitable for fire-type Pokémon, as his fire dog needed to strengthen itself. However, since the fire dog was still young, he couldn't make the dish too spicy. After some contemplation, Suyu decided that making spicy strips would be more appropriate. He poured oil into the pot and heated it, then added star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices, reducing the heat to a simmer. This step was primarily to extract the aromatic compounds from the spices, imbuing the spicy strips with a rich and complex flavor. Moreover, the essence of the spicy strips lay in the chili oil. However, Suyu was uncertain how to prepare this step and could only experiment gradually. After a lengthy attempt, he finally managed to produce a somewhat acceptable chili oil. He mixed it with sesame oil, dipped some dried tofu into the mixture, and took a taste himself. In an instant, the spiciness surged through his mouth, leaving him feeling as if he might breathe fire. He quickly gulped down several swigs of milk, and after a while, he regained his composure, though his throat still felt somewhat affected by the spiciness. Cough, cough, cough. These spicy baby peppers are incredibly hot. I only added a little. So he thought to himself that he would have to be cautious when using them in future dishes. Fortunately, this time, his spicy strips turned out to be a success. The system prompted, roughly made spicy strips, crafted using various high-quality ingredients produced by Pokémon. Although the taste could be described as bitter and unpleasant, its intense spiciness is beloved by fire-type Pokémon. After consumption, the activity of fire-type energy within fire-type Pokémon increases slightly, enhancing the probability of learning new fire-type moves. Roughly made influence when consumed by fire-type Pokémon. Please keep away from flammable materials, as they might indeed breathe fire. It seems I over-extracted the spices. It turned out a bit bitter, Suyu thought awkwardly. To be frank, his culinary skills were not particularly impressive. The flavor of his home-cooked meals was merely average, let alone these unfamiliar dishes. However, could it really cause fire-type Pokémon to breathe fire? Seeing the system's hint, Suyu hesitated to let the fire dog eat it inside the house. Although fire-resistant materials had been used in the construction, the items within the house were not fireproof. If a fire broke out, the financial loss would be significant. Thus, Suyu took the fire dog to the lakeside and mysteriously presented the dish of spicy strips. Upon seeing the spicy strips, the fire dog immediately recalled the milk pudding that Suyu had previously fed the woolly sheep every day. Ever since they had eaten that food, the woolly sheep had become increasingly formidable. Finally, it's my turn? The fire dog eagerly picked up a spicy strip. But as soon as it took a bite, it donned a mask of agony. Is it really that unpleasant? Suyu asked. At least it has some spiciness to it. Right? Sorry, I'll definitely consult a master chef before making such dishes next time. But for now, do try to eat it, so I can see the effects of this dish. Who knows, it might help you grow stronger. Suyu encouraged awkwardly. With Suyu's persistent encouragement, the fire dog ultimately swallowed the spicy strip, sacrificing so much for the sake of strength. However, seemingly not accustomed to spicy food, after consuming the spicy strip, the fire dog appeared as if its eyes might burst into flames. Under the urging of the spiciness, it opened its mouth and flames shot out high into the air. After quite a while, the fire dog finally recovered from the spiciness. Seeing this, Suyu eagerly asked, "How was it? Did you learn a new move?" Woof. It seemed not, which left Suyu feeling quite disappointed. Nevertheless, according to the fire dog, it felt a significant improvement in its proficiency with fire moves. And the fire energy within it seemed to have increased considerably, suggesting that mastering a new move would soon be within reach. Woof, woof. The fire dog then offered a critique of Suyu's culinary skills. It appeared that this culinary disaster had left a considerable impact on its tender psyche at such a young age. All right. I promise to consult with chefs before preparing new dishes next time. I sincerely apologize for putting you through this, Suyu said earnestly. Fortunately, good news arrived the following day. On this day, the fire dog finally learned the move Flame Fong, which brought great joy to Suyu. Our ranch's sheepdog is finally starting to gain some prestige. Just after learning the new move, the fire dog was eager to seek revenge against the woolly sheep. But Suyu quickly intervened. Suyu elucidated, "What you have learned are fire-type moves, yet the wool of the fluffy sheep is quite valuable and intended for sale. What if, in a moment of carelessness, your flames were to destroy the wool? Woof, what shall I do then? Without fire-type moves, it cannot possibly defeat the fluffy sheep." Upon hearing this, the Houndour displayed a look of wisdom and inquired of Suyu. With a smile, Suyu replied, "Utilize that clever little brain of yours. If fire-type moves are not an option, there are still other techniques available. For instance, the normal-type tackle move possesses substantial power. If you master it, defeating the fluffy sheep will be a breeze." Suyu's intentions became clear. He wished to retain the 3 fluffy sheep as opponents for the Houndour. If the Houndour were to easily vanquish its foes, where would its motivation to strive further come from? Observing how diligently the Houndour had worked since its defeat by the fluffy sheep, Suyu deemed this necessary. With his specially made milk pudding infused with normal-type energy, he believed the Houndour would find it quite manageable to learn this move. Is that really possible? The Houndour pondered. It found itself unable to refute the logic presented by its trainer, who had spoken with such reason. Observing this, Suyu felt a sense of relief. If the Houndour believed him, that was sufficient. Just as he was about to say more, Mela, who had been working in the backyard, approached him and said, "Boss, the cliff in the backyard is nearly completed. Would you like to inspect it?" Surprised by the speed of the progress, given that the materials had only arrived the previous afternoon, Suyu replied, "Really? Let us go take a look." He was intrigued to see the new home of the rock crabs. Following Mela to the backyard, they found the rock crabs already residing within. The cliff was expansive, featuring numerous cavities crafted by Mela for the rock crab's comfort. The materials used were rich in rock-type energy, perfectly suited to the rock crabs. At that moment, the rock crabs were scuttling about, seemingly quite pleased with their new abode. Suyu asked, "How does it feel to live here?" In response, several rock crabs waved their claws at him, indicating that the accommodations were quite satisfactory. However, one particular rock crab appeared despondent. Noticing this, Suyu approached and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you dissatisfied with your new home? Or do you miss your companions?" He recalled that when he had last taken the rock crabs, a large group had remained behind. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the rock crab nodded, confirming that it missed its companions. Suyu smiled and reassured it, "Do not worry. Your new residence is complete, and the farm is now running smoothly. In a few days, I will venture into the mountains to bring your friends back, and then you will be reunited." Suyu had not constructed such an expansive cliff solely for these few rock crabs. He had long had plans for it. Satisfied that the cliff was completed without issue, Suyu paid the final amount to Mela. Upon receiving the union coins, Mela appeared quite delighted, as this work had supported her entire family. Before departing, she said to Suyu, "Well then, boss, we shall take our leave. If there are any new projects in the future, please be sure to call upon me. I promise to be available at all times." Hearing this, Suyu felt a twinge of awkwardness in his smile. "Your availability seems rather dubious. It appears you may be out of work," he mused. Observing the cliff and the small house nearby, he began to wonder why this construction team, despite their evident competence, was struggling to find work. Should he perhaps promote them? Chapter 21. Green Grass Cake. After bidding farewell to Mela, Suyu, accompanied by his Tropius, ventured to the lakeside to catch another net full of fish. Since delivering a catch to the newly opened food stall the previous day, the stall had informed Suyu that his fish were exceptionally popular. The meat was tender and flavorful, offering patrons a taste akin to that of a high-end restaurant, a remarkable value. Consequently, on their opening day, the stall had drawn quite a crowd. Upon seeing Suyu, the manager promptly expressed a desire to feature Suyu's fish as the stall's signature dish and proposed a long-term supply agreement. It seemed the fish from this lake were truly delectable, all thanks to the miracle of the environmental transformation liquid. If Suyu were engaged in a certain three-word farming simulation game at that moment, the lake might very well have transformed into a marvel. Nevertheless, this situation was advantageous, as it provided Suyu's farm with a stable source of ongoing income. The most reliable income streams for the farm at present were from Suyu's veterinary services. The wool from the fluffy sheep, harvested approximately once a week, and now fishing. The fruiting rate of the Tropius was inconsistent, and the shedding of the rock crab's pincers was sporadic and limited, thus failing to contribute as a dependable revenue source. As such, Suyu was able to earn nearly 6,000 union coins daily from these stable income sources. After delivering the fish to the restaurant, Suyu returned to the farm to check on the fluffy sheep. Upon finding them, he asked, "Did you notice any unusual activity around the pen last night?" Suyu recalled the warning from a familiar ranch owner who had mentioned that several nearby ranchers had suffered losses. The fluffy sheep shook their heads in response. "Bah, not at all." Suyu frowned, puzzled. Did this notorious sheep-stealing Pokémon not target their farm? Or was it possible that it had been lurking nearby all along, simply biding its time due to caution? To be safe, Suyu advised the fluffy sheep, "In the coming nights, you must be vigilant. A particularly fearsome Pokémon that specializes in stealing sheep has recently appeared in the vicinity. Take care not to be captured. If you notice anything strange, be sure to inform me. By the way, would you like to sleep inside the house tonight? It may be safer if you stay with me." To this, the fluffy sheep shook their heads once more, responding with spirited determination. "Bah, what sheep-stealing Pokémon? We are not afraid. If it dares to approach, we shall teach it a lesson with our rollout and headbutt." Hearing this, Suyu could only sigh in resignation and decided to let them be, while also instructing the Houndour to remain alert by the pen during the night. Subsequently, Suyu made his way to Frostlass. Following his success with the spicy strips, he felt a newfound confidence in his culinary skills. Thus, he approached Frostlass to express his desire to learn how to make cakes. Frostlass, who had been playing with the rock crabs, readily agreed upon hearing Suyu's request, as it was, after all, the ranch owner's appeal. Consequently, the two human and Pokémon gathered in the kitchen. "What kind of cake do you wish to make?" Upon their first encounter, the Frost Cream Fairy posed this question. In response, Suyu smiled and replied, "I wish to create a grass cake, the kind that incorporates herbs, a vibrant green, round in shape." As he spoke, Suyu gestured animatedly. The Frost Cream Fairy tilted her head, gazing at Suyu with a hint of confusion. Had human tastes become so peculiar that they were now inclined to consume grass? In her years at the cake shop, she had never encountered such an unusual request. Understanding her bewilderment, Suyu clarified, "It's not for me, but rather for the woolly sheep and the Tropius. If possible, I believe you know their preferences better than I do, so I hope you can assist me." At that moment, the Frost Cream Fairy suddenly comprehended that the cake was intended for Pokémon. How unique this human was. In all her years, rarely had she seen someone so willing to bake for Pokémon. Without further ado, she leaped onto the kitchen counter, where Suyu had prepared an ample array of baking tools. Thus, the Frost Cream Fairy began to instruct Suyu on the art of cake making. The process of creating a cake is not inherently complex. However, cakes often carry special significance, necessitating considerable decoration and design. Yet, since Suyu was crafting the cake for his beloved Pokémon, he felt no need for elaborate embellishments. He simply aimed to replicate the grass cake favored by his lazy king, adorning it with the sweet tree fruits particularly relished by the Tropius. The grass cake was soon complete. Regrettably, the quality of materials used was not quite sufficient, leaving him uncertain of the outcome. The cream utilized in the cake was provided by the Frost Cream Fairy, which would undoubtedly enhance the cake's quality. As expected, once the cake was finished, a notification from the system echoed in Suyu's ears. Ordinary quality grass cake, crafted with the Frost Cream Fairy's cream, enriched with sweet tree fruits and premium grass from the pasture. Consuming it effectively replenishes grass energy, rich in nutrients required by herbivorous Pokémon. This cake significantly enhances their comprehension of grass-type moves for a short duration and provides a slight boost to their overall health. A favorite among sheep Pokémon. What a delightful success! The effects of this grass cake were evidently superior to those of the previous spicy strips. With this in mind, Suyu promptly cut a slice of cake and offered it to the Tropius. The Tropius, puzzled by the sudden gift, recalled that Suyu had been eager to learn cake making these past few days. However, it was unexpected that the cake was meant for it. This revelation brought a mix of surprise and delight. Taking a tentative bite of the cake, the Tropius was immediately captivated by its sweetness. "Delicious!" it exclaimed. Witnessing this, Suyu couldn't help but smile, knowing well the Tropius's fondness for sweets. He was also curious to observe any changes in the Tropius after consuming the cake. Suddenly, the Tropius radiated a brilliant light, indicative of a move activation. Is this photosynthesis? Suyu recognized the technique. Just days prior, he had encouraged the Tropius to practice it, hoping it would master the move. Now, after enjoying a slice of cake, it had seemingly achieved that mastery. This culinary skill is remarkable, Suyu mused. With such a talent, he would undoubtedly become the strongest support among trainers, surpassing even the best breeders. Cultivating his woolly sheep into a champion seemed increasingly feasible. When the Galar region eventually arrived, he would showcase to Hep what it truly meant to possess a formidable woolly sheep. His mind began to envision the scene of his champion-level woolly sheep triumphing over Hep, delivering a powerful kick to the champion Dan. After feeding the grass cake to the Tropius, Suyu ventured to the sheepfold to offer some to his woolly sheep. However, the cake appeared to have minimal effect on them, as its benefits primarily catered to grass-type energy, offering little more than a health boost for other sheep Pokémon. It seemed prudent to seek Uncle Yang to purchase some riding sheep. Recalling the grass-type sheep brought to mind the riding sheep, which indeed would be the most fitting Pokémon for the grass cake. After tending to these matters, Suyu went to the fields to water the crops as dusk descended. He then returned to the lakeside to call back the Arcanine, which had been practicing its moves, before retreating to prepare dinner. This evening, Suyu aimed to experiment with cooking the fish he had caught from the lake. However, in a moment of distraction, Suyu inadvertently ruined the dish. What had begun as a pot of fish turned into a culinary disaster resembling the infamous Starry Sky Pie. Oh dear, this seems rather unfortunate. I truly need to refine my cooking skills, he mused, clearing his throat. Perhaps I should just go back to the diner where I dropped off the fish this morning and buy a portion of grilled fish. That way, I can also savor the flavor of my own catch. With that thought, Suyu mounted his Tropius and headed to the town diner to purchase a serving of grilled fish. Upon returning, the aroma of the grilled fish was distinctly different. As he lifted the cover, the enticing scent wafted through the air, detectable even outside. Ouch, hot, hot, he exclaimed. The taste is indeed quite delightful. The texture and quality of the fish are exceptional. All right, tonight we feast on grilled fish. Arcanine, Frost Cream Fairy, come to dinner, he called out while eating. Typically, the Frost Cream Fairy subsisted on tree fruits or energy cubes. However, occasionally she could indulge in other foods, albeit in moderation. As for the Arcanine, it had fewer dietary restrictions, often enjoying whatever Suyu consumed. Upon hearing Suyu's call, the Arcanine, having caught wind of the delicious aroma, dashed over eagerly. Yet, it also spotted the disastrous Starry Sky Pie resting in the kitchen. With a whimper, the Arcanine hesitated, recalling the last time it endured the unpalatable spicy strips. Noticing its reluctance, Suyu glanced toward the kitchen. Observing the pie on the countertop, he chuckled awkwardly, saying, "We won't be having that. I plan to toss it soon. Come on over. Tonight we shall enjoy this grilled fish instead." After all, I doubt anyone could stomach that mess, haha. Only then did the Arcanine join Suyu at the table. The Frost Cream Fairy, having noticed the culinary catastrophe on the stove, suggested, "Why not take me along the next time you prepare dinner? Can you cook as well?" Suyu asked, astonished. After a moment, he nodded. "Very well. Since you excel at cake making, I trust your cooking skills will not disappoint either. I shall rely on you." The meal extended for quite some time. Once they finished, the night had fully enveloped the sky. After a brief respite, Suyu washed the dishes before retiring to bed. After Suyu retired for the night, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened in the darkness of a thicket beyond the ranch. The Lycanroc, in its midnight form, had been fixated on this ranch for 2 days. As a Pokémon abandoned by humans, the Lycanroc was acutely aware of their terrifying nature. Thus, upon arriving at a new ranch, it would meticulously observe its surroundings, primarily to ascertain whether any formidable Pokémon resided within. Only when it was assured that it could escape, even if discovered by the ranch owner, would the Lycanroc dare to act and pilfer sheep from the premises. After 2 days of careful observation, the Lycanroc concluded that this ranch posed little threat. Apart from a seemingly powerful Tropius, there was merely a silly dog, a few weak Krabby, and some unassuming Mareep. It appeared to be a rather unguarded and pristine new ranch, often the easiest to plunder, as the owners typically lack experience. Confirming this fact, and with patience until nightfall, the Lycanroc commenced its operation. It cautiously approached the sheep pen, moving with utmost stealth, barely making a sound. Inside, the Yamper seemed to sense something amiss, but merely twitched its ears, failing to detect any abnormalities. At that moment, the Lycanroc's plan appeared to be unfolding flawlessly, seemingly halfway to success in its sheep-stealing endeavor. All that remained was to snatch a sheep from the pen and evade the ranch owner's pursuit to enjoy a succulent lamb. However, as it leapt over the wooden fence into the pen, it inadvertently roused one of the Mareep. the Lycanroc paid little heed to the awakening of the Mareep. It believed that the evolved form, the Ampharos, would pose a threat due to its age and size. But this unevolved lamb? Surely it could wield no combat prowess. The Lycanroc could easily dispatch such a feeble creature with a mere swipe. To validate its assumption, the Lycanroc pounced on one of the Mareep. The startled Mareep, having just awakened, initially thought it was Suyu up to some nocturnal antics. Upon looking up, it was met with the sight of a wolf leaping into the pen. As the wolf lunged forward, ferociously intent on ending its life, the Mareep found itself in a state of panic. Yet, it recalled Yang Hao's advice. Only those who remain alive can strike back. Yang Hao had advised that in the face of danger, the paramount strategy is self-preservation, allowing one to avoid mishaps and conserve strength for the impending ordeal. With this thought, the Mareep immediately utilized its cotton guard move to shield itself. As it executed this maneuver, its wool rapidly expanded, forming a protective barrier around its body. The Lycanroc, taken aback by the unexpected display, collided headfirst into the soft yet resilient shield, only to be rebounded harshly against the pinned structure. The commotion roused the other Mareep, who, witnessing the scene, gathered together and unitedly unleashed their tackle move, leaving the Lycanroc dazed and disoriented. This unforeseen setback astonished the Lycanroc. It had not anticipated faltering against such a recently born lamb. The tumult outside also awakened Suyu. Upon peering through the window and assessing the situation, he promptly roused the Yamper and dashed out of the house. Observing this, the Lycanroc attempted to flee. Yet, it had scarcely made a few strides when the Tropius descended from above, landing squarely in front of the Lycanroc, eyes glinting with menace. This sudden appearance caught the Lycanroc off guard. The Tropius, however, found the situation rather amusing. Did this creature not comprehend the significance of flight? These ground-bound beings often attempted to gauge the speed of flying Pokémon based on their own velocity. Having resided in the forest previously, the Tropius frequently encountered such oblivious creatures. At that moment, Suyu arrived on the scene. Noticing the Lycanroc's intention to resist, he remarked, "I advise you to cease your struggle. My ranch is home to flying Pokémon. Even if you manage to escape, my Tropius can track you from the air. As long as you remain within its line of sight, your movements will remain exposed. Given your recent spate of attacks on various ranches, I believe the owners would be more than willing to assist in your capture. You won't evade them either." As he spoke, the Tropius cooperatively unleashed its stomp move, causing the ground to tremble, a clear display of its power. The Lycanroc, now drenched in cold sweat, realized it had gravely misjudged the Tropius, which had been ferrying that human to the lake for fishing. It had assumed the Tropius was merely a lackluster Pokémon, as it believed that formidable beings would never deign to assist humans in such tasks. However, it had completely underestimated the Tropius' strength. Thus, in a moment of resignation, the Lycanroc chose to surrender. The following day, news of the sheep thief's capture reverberated throughout the entire district. Early in the morning, numerous ranch owners flocked to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the Lycanroc, they were filled with trepidation. The midnight form of Lycanroc was as ferocious as a lunatic, truly capable of inflicting harm. Fortunately, this particular Lycanroc had been apprehended by Suyu. Among the various forms of Lycanroc, the midnight form was deemed the most volatile, eliciting considerable fear among the populace. Curious about the fate that awaited this Lycanroc, Suyu inquired, "Where will this Lycanroc be taken next?" "Surely to the Pokémon prison," came the reply. "Pokémon with a criminal record are generally sent there. Given the Lycanroc's actions, it will likely be confined indefinitely, with no chance of release." Suyu nodded thoughtfully, surprised to learn that even Pokémon had prisons. It seemed that the League had established such facilities to manage those Pokémon that err in human territories. Nevertheless, this arrangement was beneficial. Once incarcerated, it would be far less likely for the Lycanroc to harm anyone upon its release. At that moment, one of the ranch owners appeared to recollect something. "By the way, you are the owner of this ranch, Suyu, correct?" "Yes, that is me. What is the matter?" "Oh, the owner of the Little Mountain Pig Ranch returned from here yesterday with some crab claws, claiming they were a local delicacy to share amongst us. I initially thought little of it, but upon preparing a crab meat porridge, the aroma was simply irresistible. It was utterly delicious. So, I wanted to ask if you have any of those crab claws available for sale." Upon hearing this, the surrounding ranch owners grew intrigued. As fellow inhabitants of the region, they had tasted a wide array of delicacies. How could this delicacy be so exceptionally delightful, as described? They all turned their gaze towards Suyu. Feeling a bit awkward as he noticed everyone looking at him, Suyu realized that the crab claws had just sold out, and he had none left. However, he planned to venture back into the mountains in a few days, hoping to return with an entire colony of Malia crabs. Thus, he said, "Please wait a few more days. I should have some by then. At that time, I can gift each of you a crab claw." Chapter 23. A return to the mountains. Green Caterpillar. After bidding farewell to the ranchers who had come to visit, Tsuyu spent the next few days at the ranch. Each morning, he would first deliver fish to the restaurant in town, then return to water the crops in the fields. Following this, he would ride his tropical dragon, providing medical care to Pokémon at other ranches. By afternoon, he would train alongside his corgi and tropical dragon by the lake. Thus, each day would come to a close. This meticulously structured routine lasted less than 5 days before his phone was inundated with calls from nearby ranchers. The catalyst for their urgency was, of course, the crab claws, driven by those ranchers who had tasted them. In recent days, those who had sampled the crab claws learned that others were seeking to purchase them from Tsuyu, and they began to boast about their experience, akin to a fisherman who had caught a prized fish. In response, Tsuyu chose not to comment. In fact, he found himself somewhat supportive of the situation. After all, this could elevate the popularity of his crab claws and enhance his reputation in the ranching community. As the influx of calls became overwhelming, Tsuyu had no choice but to expedite his plans to venture into the mountains. "Let us depart, tropical dragon and corgi," he declared. Once again, he brought only these 2 Pokémon with him, but this time, more Pokémon remained behind at the ranch to guard it. Riding the tropical dragon, he flew along the same route he had taken on foot previously, avoiding alternative paths to prevent losing his way back to the original cliffside location. When the trees became so dense that the path was nearly indistinguishable, Tsuyu instructed the tropical dragon to descend slowly to the ground and proceed on foot. Upon landing, he discovered a fragrant mushroom worth 6,000 alliance coins and promptly harvested it. "It seems our luck is quite favorable today, having uncovered a mushroom we missed last time," he remarked. However, the dense forest made it difficult for the tropical dragon to navigate. So Tsuyu returned it to its Pokeball and continued with the corgi by his side. As they followed the path they had previously traversed, Tsuyu noticed an unusual sight. "Corgi, were there this many avian Pokémon lying on the ground the last time we came here?" he inquired, gesturing towards the birds sprawled on the roadside. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these avian Pokémon were still alive, albeit seemingly stunned by an electric shock. The corgi shook its head in response. It appeared that these birds had recently lost consciousness, likely due to the presence of a powerful electric-type Pokémon nearby. Could it be Zapdos? But that doesn't make sense. Why would it target these ordinary Pokémon? Puzzled, Tsuyu decided to press onward. As he continued, he noticed more stunned avian Pokémon along the roadside, prompting him to quicken his pace. Regardless of which Pokémon had incapacitated them, he preferred to move swiftly. He had no desire to be struck by lightning unexpectedly. After Tsuyu hastily departed, a green caterpillar appeared on a large tree behind him, observing as he left. It recognized that the corgi had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter, nodding in acknowledgement of its efforts. Were Tsuyu to be present at that moment, he would likely recognize this green caterpillar as the same one they had encountered during their previous expedition. Compared to their last meeting, this green caterpillar had become considerably more robust, its golden circular patterns more pronounced, with faint electric currents shimmering within. The avian Pokémon that Tsuyu had witnessed lying on the ground were the result of this green caterpillar's actions. In the days since, the caterpillar had mastered its electric net technique, defeating numerous avian Pokémon. However, it now found itself being relentlessly pursued by a coalition of birds. After inadvertently defeating 10 avian Pokémon previously, the birds had formed an alliance led by a powerful avian Pokémon from a neighboring mountain, tasked with hunting down the green caterpillar. Given its current strength, the caterpillar stood no chance against the recognized leader of the avian Pokémon, forcing it to hide from their relentless pursuit. This morning, while cautiously concealed among the foliage, it had been discovered by a group of patrolling birds. A fierce battle ensued, during which the green caterpillar managed to incapacitate most of the birds with its electric net, resulting in the scene Tsuyu had come upon. Despite incapacitating many of the Pokémon, the green caterpillar allowed some to escape, knowing that their ability to fly made pursuit impossible. Consequently, its location was compromised, and the fleeing birds would undoubtedly alert their leader. Realizing that the avian leader was likely on its way, the green caterpillar contemplated its next move and decided to flee. Glancing in the direction Tsuyu had taken, it chose to veer in another direction, hoping to avoid involving the human and his corgi. Meanwhile, on another side, Tsuyu pondered the rumbling sounds echoing in the sky. What is happening? Is it about to rain? He glanced upwards, although the sky was somewhat overcast. There were no signs of thunder. Having clarified his general direction, he had arrived at the cliffside inhabited by the Malia crabs, where he was earnestly attempting to persuade them. "I have constructed a cliff at my ranch that is even larger than this one, fully capable of accommodating your entire colony. The environment there is also significantly better than here. Furthermore, I possess an abundance of these energy cubes, should you follow me." You will never have to worry about food or drink. What do you think? Are these conditions not satisfactory? In that moment, Tsuyu resembled a recruiter from a past life, employing all the enticing promises of salary and benefits. Yet, despite his entreaties, the Malia crabs remained unmoved. Seemingly indifferent to the allure of a life without want, their wise eyes fixed expressionlessly upon him. In response, Tsuyu felt a sense of resignation. Are my energy cubes not appealing? Or is my new home not sufficiently spacious or desirable? Seeing the situation, Tsuyu found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to persuade this group of hairy crabs to relocate to his ranch. His attempts at persuasion were utterly futile. With a sigh of resignation, he said, "Well, it appears you have no interest in this at all. To be honest, the reason I returned was due to those companions of yours who followed me before. After arriving at my ranch, they expressed a strong desire for you to join them. And surely, I do not seem like a villain, do I? A true antagonist would not waste words like I am doing now. If I were indeed a bad person intent on bringing you to my ranch, I would have simply seized you by force, wouldn't I? How about this? Accompany me to my ranch for 3 days. If you find it unsatisfactory, I assure you I will return you immediately. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the hairy crabs exchanged glances, contemplating the seemingly appealing offer. After some deliberation, a few of the crabs chose to trust Tsuyu. With the initial decision made by these few, the remaining crabs soon followed suit, expressing their willingness to accompany Tsuyu to the ranch. Relieved, Tsuyu felt a sense of comfort, as long as they were willing to come. The environment at the ranch would surely satisfy them. His greatest fear had been their refusal to come. If the neighboring ranchers began to pressure him for supplies and he could not deliver, it would spell disaster. Chapter 24. The Alliance Against the Green Caterpillars. He gathered all the hairy crabs into Pokeballs. Fortunately, in this era, Pokeballs were mass-produced. Otherwise, transporting all these crabs back would have exhausted him. Afterward, Tsuyu sought out the Don mice he had encountered previously. However, they seemed to have moved, as there were no traces of them left. After having Katy Dog sniff around carefully, it was confirmed that the Pokémon had departed several days ago. Where could they have gone? Tsuyu pondered. Perhaps these Pokémon had chosen to move for some reason? He wondered when they might meet again. The forest was vast, and locating these few Pokémon amidst it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. All he could do was wish them well, hoping for their safety. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, Tsuyu felt that simply bringing the hairy crabs home was already a significant achievement. After climbing onto the back of his tropical dragon, he prepared to head directly back to the ranch. At that moment, however, a thunderous noise from afar grew increasingly closer. Initially, Tsuyu paid it little mind, but as the sound intensified, he was compelled to glance in its direction. To his surprise, the source of the noise was on the ground, not in the clouds. There, he spotted a familiar figure, the green caterpillar he had encountered previously. The distinct golden patterns on its body made it easy to identify. At that moment, the green caterpillar was locked in a fierce battle with a large swallow, which was relentlessly using air slash to attack from above. Yet, the green caterpillar was remarkably swift, dodging through the trees, evading every assault and retaliating with a series of electric nets. "Goodness, this is intense," Tsuyu exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Furthermore, the speed of that green caterpillar was astonishing. How was it capable of such agility? Its instantaneous speed surpassed even that of Katy Dog, causing Tsuyu to question whether this was truly the frail Pokémon he had known in his past life. Could it be a juvenile Rayquaza? To discern the reason behind the caterpillar's rapid movements, Tsuyu observed closely. His superior dynamic vision allowed him to see that each swift maneuver was fueled by the immense strength it gathered from its abdominal legs, a phenomenon commonly referred to as explosive power. The explosive potential of a single green caterpillar reaching such heights was indeed astonishing. No wonder it had vanished so quickly when he encountered it last time. In addition to its formidable explosive power, Tsuyu was equally taken aback by the caterpillar's proficiency with electric nets. Equally impressive was the amount of electric energy stored within its body. The ability to repeatedly execute electric net techniques in quick succession was something even established electric-type Pokémon like Pikachu would struggle to achieve. What a pity that such remarkable talent belonged to a mere green caterpillar. Regardless of its efforts, it remained bound by the limitations of its species, unless it could find a way to transcend those boundaries. Tsuyu discerned that this green caterpillar was diligently striving to avoid evolving into a metapod, hoping to break through its limitations. Yet, this was not a world governed by beast taming. The evolutionary paths of Pokémon were relatively fixed, leaving little room for new avenues to explore. Wait, a new avenue? Tsuyu recalled the function in his system known as the Divine Beast Template. When he initially activated this feature, the system had stated that its purpose was to assist Pokémon in progressing smoothly into the Divine Beast corresponding to the templates. He glanced once more at the green caterpillar engaged in battle. Could it be that I could indeed cultivate a Rayquaza from a hand-reared caterpillar? A strange expression crossed Suyu's face. This system is truly remarkable. Each function possesses immense potential. Just then, as Suyu acknowledged the system's capabilities, the green caterpillar was struck by an air slash from the large swallow, falling to the ground, injured. Surrounding bird Pokémon quickly closed in, eager to seize the weakened caterpillar. Observing this, Suyu hastily instructed his tropical dragon to descend beside the caterpillar, shielding it beneath his dragon's body. The surrounding bird Pokémon seemed momentarily deterred. However, one fierce glare from the tropical dragon silenced them instantly. Suyu then addressed the leader of the large swallows, saying, "I understand that there exists a food chain among Pokémon, and I recognize this as the law of nature. However, this green caterpillar is my friend, and I cannot stand by idly while it is in peril. Consider these energy cubes my compensation to you, and let us consider this matter settled. I apologize for the disruption." As he spoke, Suyu retrieved a handful of energy cubes from his backpack and offered them to the large swallow. The swallow regarded him intently before picking up an energy cube and soaring back into the forest. Witnessing their leader's retreat, the other bird Pokémon followed suit, each taking an energy cube from Suyu before returning to the woods. Once the Pokémon had departed, Suyu finally had the opportunity to assess the green caterpillar's injuries. Fortunately, its robust body had withstood the assault, and the injuries were not severe. Remarkable. Even the most effective moves cannot bring you down. You certainly have a remarkable constitution, Suyu remarked while tending to the caterpillar's wounds. As the wound was tended to, the green caterpillar gradually began to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings and was taken aback to find no avian Pokémon in sight. Observing its surprise, Suyu reassured, "I have driven them away for you. Rest assured, you are now completely safe." "Did you save me?" the green caterpillar inquired, to which Suyu nodded. He then asked, "I am curious. How did you end up in a confrontation with the bird Pokémon? It seems that when we last met, you were already engaged in battle with them. What prompted such a prolonged conflict?" The green caterpillar's expression shifted to one of nostalgia. It recalled the early days when it was merely a feeble caterpillar. At that time, a small sparrow had discovered it hiding in the foliage and attempted to prey upon it. Fortunately, the caterpillar possessed an innate talent and instinctively learned the silk thread move, defeating the sparrow. However, soon after, the sparrow's parents came looking for vengeance. Luckily, the caterpillar grasped the electric net move and triumphed over them as well. Then the situation escalated. The sparrow's parents summoned their neighbors, and each time one was vanquished, another would come forth. It was as though the bird Pokémon had declared war on the caterpillar. Recently, an alliance of avian Pokémon from the entire Chimney Mountain had been formed, intent on exacting retribution upon the caterpillar, unable to tolerate the existence of a seemingly invincible little creature among them. After hearing the caterpillar's account, Suyu couldn't help but smirk. "So, you were playing the role of a fantastical protagonist? The classic trope of defeating the weak only to face the strong, followed by a journey of leveling up. Your narrative is rather archetypal." Chapter 25. Capturing the green caterpillar. Having understood the backstory of the caterpillar's conflicts with the bird Pokémon, Suyu asked, "What do you plan to do next? It seems that cohabitation with the avian Pokémon here is no longer feasible, and you must leave this place." At this, the green caterpillar fell into deep contemplation. The formidable King Yendi was indeed too powerful. Given its current strength, victory seemed unattainable. "From what I observe, you could have evolved long ago, yet you have restrained yourself. This must indicate your dissatisfaction with the subsequent evolutionary forms of the caterpillar. Am I correct?" "Yes, exactly." "How did you know?" The caterpillar replied, nodding in agreement. "I happen to know that the caterpillar has an entirely new evolutionary form, one that is exceedingly rare and difficult to achieve, thus scarcely known to anyone." Suyu paused, intentionally leaving the caterpillar in suspense. Impatiently, the caterpillar urged, "What is that form? Please tell me." "Ah, that would be the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza. According to legend, if a caterpillar can reach the pinnacle of this form and accumulate enough energy, it can transcend and evolve into the formidable Rayquaza. However, this process is fraught with challenges, and few caterpillars manage to achieve it. Yet, I see that you possess such potential, so there is hope." As Suyu spoke, he recalled a folk saying from his past life, suggesting that if a caterpillar was prevented from evolving and nurtured to level 99, it could undergo a super evolution into the legendary Rayquaza. Of course, this notion was a myth. In reality, a caterpillar could only remain a caterpillar. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the green caterpillar's eyes sparkled with aspiration. A legendary Pokémon must surely be immensely powerful. It resolved that evolving into Rayquaza would be its singular goal, no matter how arduous the journey. At that moment, Suyu proposed, Why not come to my ranch? Since you wish to evolve into Rayquaza, it would be unwise to embark on this journey alone. Additionally, at my ranch, I can provide you with food and shelter. Once again, Tsuyu reiterated his theory of all-inclusive support. To his surprise, the green caterpillar immediately agreed without hesitation, leaving Tsuyu momentarily speechless as he had anticipated a more arduous negotiation, akin to his previous encounters with other Pokémon. Little did he know. The caterpillar had been quietly following him and the Houndour since they entered the forest, observing Tsuyu's character. Its swift acceptance was indicative of a prior acknowledgement of Tsuyu as its trainer. Quickly, bring out your Pokeball. We are now partners. The green caterpillar exclaimed with enthusiasm, catching Tsuyu off guard. After a brief pause, Tsuyu quickly retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack and presented it to the caterpillar. With a gentle nudge, the caterpillar transformed into a beam of red light and entered the Pokeball. Following a few shakes, the ball lit up, indicating a successful capture. Rising to his feet, Tsuyu felt quite satisfied with the outcome of this excursion, which had proven equally fruitful as his previous venture into the mountains. Let us return directly. The Krabby at the ranch have likely been waiting. He addressed his Tropius. Thank you for your assistance. Tropius responded with a nod. Meanwhile, the green caterpillar emerged from the Pokeball and settled on Tsuyu's shoulder. What's wrong? Do you want to ride Tropius back? Tsuyu inquired. The caterpillar nodded eagerly, having never experienced the sensation of flight before. Tsuyu chuckled. Very well, you can accompany us outside. How about you, Houndour? He turned to his Houndour. But upon hearing the mention of flight, it recoiled slightly. Tsuyu, amused, recalled Houndour into its Pokeball and mounted Tropius with the green caterpillar. During the journey back, Tsuyu seized the opportunity to scan the caterpillar, revealing its information before him. Skin target, green caterpillar affection level, 75, it trusts you immensely. Learned moves, silk thread, tackle. Electric net available template, Sky Dragon Rayquaza, not loaded. Remarks. Once the template is loaded, it will subtly transform the current Pokemon's attributes, making it easier to evolve into the corresponding legendary Pokemon, rather than providing a one-time boost. Indeed, this green caterpillar possessed the potential to evolve into Rayquaza. In contrast, Tropius lacked the qualifications to become a legendary Pokemon. So you then scan Tropius. Skin template, Tropius affection level, 79, it enjoys life at the ranch. Yet its companions seem to require rescue. Learn moves, growth, leaf blade, stomp, magical leaf, photosynthesis, etc. Available template. None, although Tropius had learned more moves than the green caterpillar. Its potential was significantly inferior, thus unable to load a template. Nevertheless, this was an unavoidable reality. Upon noticing the affection levels, Tsuyu paused, realizing that he had been too preoccupied with the recent activities at the ranch to pay attention to this matter. It appears that I must expedite my efforts to empower the tropical dragon. Such was the thought of Tsuyu, who, upon returning, relinquished most of the responsibilities currently held by the tropical dragon, thereby allowing it more time for training. At that moment, as the tropical dragon soared through the skies, the distant sight of the cottage within the pasture came into view. Observing this, the tropical dragon gradually reduced its speed in preparation for landing. Chapter 26. The new comrade of the braid sheep carried aloft by the tropical dragon. The sensation of flight was quite extraordinary for the Caterpie. The rushing air caressed its face, and from such a lofty vantage point, it could behold the splendid landscapes of the pasture, a truly delightful experience. At that juncture, Tsuyu inquired of the Caterpie. Caterpie, do you feel anything remarkable at the moment? Perhaps a surge of energy within your body? Upon hearing this, the Caterpie introspected, yet failed to perceive any significant transformation. However, it did sense that a long-standing restraint within it had been loosened, and a plethora of techniques previously deemed unattainable danced through its mind. Techniques such as Thunderbolt, Dragon Tail, and Quick Attack? Surely, this must be a change. So the Caterpie communicated this sentiment to Tsuyu. Listening intently, Tsuyu surmised that this transformation was likely a result of the newly acquired Divine Beast interface. Yet, this alteration seemed somewhat peculiar. The ability to learn numerous techniques previously beyond one's reach? Was this akin to a modification tool for moves? Had the system been activated directly? In his mind's eye, Tsuyu envisioned future battles with the Caterpie. Opponents, expecting to face merely a Caterpie, would believe themselves fortunate to encounter a trainer with such a seemingly weak Pokémon, especially since Tsuyu's Caterpie had not yet evolved. How amusing it would be. Little did they know, upon engagement, this Caterpie would unleash moves like Hurricane, Earthquake, and others with a dazzling flourish, overwhelming them from the outset. Faced with this surprising onslaught, their astonishment would leave them speechless, prompting them to exclaim, "Is this Pokémon even legal?" Just imagining such a scene was almost too delightful to bear. What is the matter? Is there an issue? At that moment, the Caterpie's query jolted Tsuyu back to reality. Shaking his head, He replied, "Nothing at all. Merely contemplating your training regimen, as you are now my Pokémon." The Caterpie nodded earnestly, realizing that this trainer was indeed kind, already planning for its future upon capture. It felt compelled to devise ways to repay this trainer's kindness. However, the first step would be to foster good relations with the other Pokémon under the trainer's care. This was also the Caterpie's inaugural visit to a human settlement. In such an unfamiliar environment, it instinctively sought to safeguard itself. After all, this was not the jungle, but a place teeming with humans and intricate relationships. For a small Pokémon, this realm posed considerable dangers. A moment's lapse could lead to capture. In the jungle, the Caterpie's sole method of self-protection was to feign weakness. As long as others perceived it as an ordinary Caterpie, they would overlook it or perhaps even underestimate it. Indeed, within the forest, the Caterpie existed at the lowest tier of the food chain, with few techniques to its name and virtually no capacity for resistance. In its daily life, this guise had thwarted numerous avian Pokémon seeking to seize it, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Thus, the Caterpie resolved to maintain its first line of defense by pretending to be an ordinary Caterpie. Fortunately, Tsuyu remained oblivious to the Caterpie's inner thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have remarked on it, for he had not anticipated that this Caterpie was not only strong but also adept at subterfuge, skillfully employing the art of deception. Surely, this Caterpie must be following a protagonist script from a fantasy tale. Upon landing, the brayed sheep and frost moth stationed at the pasture approached with curiosity, intrigued by the new Pokémon Tsuyu had brought back. Noticing their interest, Tsuyu instructed the Caterpie to get along well with them before heading towards the cliff at the back of the yard. After Tsuyu departed, the most sociable of the Pokémon, a brayed sheep, took the initiative to greet the Caterpie. With a curious tone, it asked, "Bah, newcomer, do you possess any special talents, or perhaps some impressive abilities?" "No, I am merely an ordinary Caterpie," the Caterpie replied. "If one were to consider it, being able to produce silk might count." "Bah, are you skilled in battle?" Upon hearing this, the Caterpie pondered briefly before shaking its head again. "I suppose not particularly skilled." This hesitation led the brayed sheep to perceive a sense of self-doubt within the Caterpie. Indeed, an ordinary Caterpie holds little combat prowess. Such Pokémon rank among the weakest in the jungle, rivaled only by Magikarp. It seemed evident that this Caterpie had endured considerable bullying in the forest. With this thought, the brayed sheep approached and nuzzled the Caterpie, comforting it. "Bah, it's all right. Not being strong in battle is no concern. Now that you are here in this pasture, I shall look out for you." The Caterpie, touched by this sentiment, nodded vigorously, feeling quite moved. The Pokémon in the trainer's pasture were genuinely kind, willing to protect a small, vulnerable creature upon its arrival. Moreover, having someone to watch over it would likely facilitate the Caterpie's efforts to conceal its true potential. Meanwhile, the brayed sheep felt elated to have gained a new little brother. It scrutinized the Caterpie from head to toe before nodding in satisfaction. "Bah, come with me. You've just arrived, and I shall show you around the pasture." Seeing this, the frost moth desired to follow, but the tropical dragon gently picked it up with its mouth and placed it on its back. The tropical dragon expressed disapproval of the frost moth's actions. After all, the Caterpie was already displaying its acting skills. Why should it complicate matters? Involving itself with the Caterpie was not advisable for such a small creature. The depths of the situation were too profound for it to grasp. With this, the tropical dragon leisurely made its way in the opposite direction, intending to take the frost moth to another place for play. Upon arriving at the pasture, the first Pokémon the frost moth encountered was the tropical dragon. Following that, the frost moth frequently sought out the tropical dragon for play, establishing a close friendship as they often enjoyed each other's company. At this moment, the frost moth accepted the tropical dragon's actions without resistance. Chapter 27. The Wonders Discovered by Caterpie. Bah. Over there lies the farmland tended to by the pasture owner. There, they cultivate an abundance of grains and vegetables, yielding a bountiful harvest of delicious produce each day. Recently, the ranchers have even begun to explore the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Accompanied by the green caterpillar, the curly-haired sheep expressed, "Hiss, medicinal herbs?" Upon hearing this, the green caterpillar immediately recalled its first encounter with Tsuyu, during which it seemed that Tsuyu was foraging for medicinal plants. Could it be that he was preparing for this endeavor even then? In the depths of the forest, the green caterpillar had encountered numerous medicinal herbs, yet had never heard of any that could be cultivated artificially. After all, the growth of medicinal plants requires exceedingly stringent conditions. Just as it is challenging to cultivate seafood in the saline lakes of the inland compared to the ocean, the disparity in cultivation conditions is evident. It seems that my trainer possesses quite remarkable skills. Of course, the curly-haired sheep proudly responded to the green caterpillar's praise. Shortly thereafter, The curly-haired sheep led the green caterpillar to the lakeside, where the variety of water-type Pokémon had increased since the last visit. This lake serves as a significant economic resource for the ranch. Every morning, the rancher comes here to fish and delivers the catch to the local restaurants. The fish here are highly sought after in town. The green caterpillar observed the lake closely. Numerous giant clams thrived in the waters, and it recalled that they could produce valuable pearls. However, for the giant clams, these pearls were often considered a nuisance, and they typically expelled them. At that moment, the lake was dotted with many such pearls. Hiss, if these pearls were sold in town, they should fetch a considerable sum. Why doesn't Tsuyu take them to sell? Pondered the green caterpillar. The curly-haired sheep was momentarily taken aback. It had never contemplated such a complex issue, having never thought that deeply. Moo, you might be right. We should ask Tsuyu when we return. Let us go, said the curly-haired sheep as it led the green caterpillar back home. Meanwhile, upon reaching the backyard, Tsuyu released the numerous hairy crabs he had brought back from the forest, numbering in the hundreds. As soon as they were freed, the hairy crabs scuttled up the cliff, each claiming a burrow as their nest, almost completely occupying the cliffside. With this, Tsuyu fulfilled his promise to the initial few hairy crabs, bringing their kin to join them. He believed that as long as they were well fed and cared for, these hairy crabs would not choose to leave the ranch. Additionally, the claws produced by the hairy crabs were currently in high demand, thus providing a significant source of income for the ranch. At that moment, young Hao from the neighboring ranch approached. He gazed in astonishment at the 100 hairy crabs on the cliff and exclaimed, "Goodness, have you captured an entire crab colony?" "Pretty much. What brings you here?" Tsuyu inquired. "Well, you mentioned to my dad that you wanted to buy some riding sheep from our ranch. He sent me to ask what kind of riding sheep you were looking for so he can keep an eye out." Riding sheep, a type of grass-type Pokémon, can produce milk and learn the grass-type move grass terrain, enhancing the fertility of the soil in the ranch. Therefore, Tsuyu believed that this Pokémon was the most suitable for his ranch at present. As long as the riding sheep could master the grass terrain move, he would no longer have to worry about soil degradation or loss of fertility. After pondering, Tsuyu realized he had no specific requirements for the riding sheep. So he replied, "I suppose just a sheep that can eat would suffice." After all, he had delicious grass cakes on hand, and the only requirement left for the riding sheep was to consume them. As long as they could eat, they would thrive, and all issues would be resolved. Young Hao, however, found this request somewhat perplexing. Is that really a requirement? Most people want a sturdier Pokémon or one that can learn more moves. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as irrelevant to him and simply needed to relay Tsuyu's request to his father. With that thought, young Hao turned to leave. Just then, Tsuyu called out to him, "Oh, by the way, are there any suitable battle locations near our ranch? I want to find more opportunities for my tropical dragon to gain practical experience." Young Hao replied, "Oh, yes, in about half a month. There will be a competition in town exclusively for ranchers, and the rewards are quite generous, including various Pokémon breeding resources and even move manuals written by professional trainers. But you've only just arrived at the ranch, right? Consider what I said as unspoken. Your tropical dragon seems quite formidable. You should be able to secure a good rank." A rancher competition? Tsuyu's interest was piqued. Although his initial aim was merely to provide his tropical dragon with some practice, the prospect of winning prizes that could be quite valuable was enticing. After bidding farewell to Yang Hao, the green caterpillar and curly-haired sheep approached Tsuyu, discussing the pearls in the lake. Indeed, those pearls held significant value, and Tsuyu had noticed them during his frequent fishing trips. However, he explained, "But we currently lack any swimming Pokémon in our ranch. No matter how many pearls there are in the lake, we cannot retrieve them." He speculated that if he were to capture a Pokémon capable of diving for pearls in the future, he might consider doing so. After all, those pearls wouldn't run away, and the ranch wasn't in dire need of money at the moment. Thus, Tsuyu felt no urgency. That evening, to welcome the green caterpillar's arrival, Tsuyu went to the local supermarket and purchased a variety of ingredients, returning to prepare a pot of hot pot. Without exerting energy to create special dishes with unique effects, the food Tsuyu prepared was generally devoid of any extraordinary benefits, merely capable of strengthening one's body when consumed in excess. Consequently, although the hot pot turned out somewhat spicy, none of the Pokémon experienced any adverse reactions. Notably, while preparing the hot pot, Frostlass played a crucial guiding role. Having originated from a cake shop, Frostlass had honed its culinary skills under the guidance of the shop's owner prior to arriving at the ranch. With Frostlass's assistance, the Pokémon no longer had to endure the previous subpar meals. All the bizarre concoctions had become a thing of the past. Compared to that, even the creations of Dingling could not be deemed a culinary desert. It was Tsuyu who had truly faced such a challenge. Thus, This little chef became the most cherished presence in the entire ranch, significantly enhancing the quality of life for all, allowing them to indulge in genuine delicacies. Thank you, Frostlass. For bringing us delicious food, the Pokémon expressed their gratitude, with Cuddy Dog being the most sincere. After all, it had suffered greatly from Suyu's peculiar spicy snacks, but had persevered in its quest for strength. With the addition of Frostmoth to the kitchen, the struggles of Cattle Dog have significantly diminished. A bowl brimming with meat was served to Cattle Dog, and each of the other Pokémon received a bowl as well. Upon seeing dinner, Cattle Dog immediately lowered its head and began to eat earnestly. Frostmoth and Tropius, however, were not in a hurry. It was Caterpie who curiously glanced at the food in its bowl. Is something wrong? Is it not to your liking? Or would you prefer an energy block instead? Suyu inquired, unsure of Caterpie's preferences. He opted for Hot Pot, reasoning that almost anything could be made into Hot Pot, if Caterpie were not fond of it. There was plenty of Pokémon food at home. Moreover, Caterpie seemed to enjoy leaf cakes as well, but those had already been consumed, and if it wanted some, Suyu would have to prepare them on the spot. Observing this, Frostmoth retrieved some leaves it had picked during a playful outing with Tropius in the forest and offered them to Caterpie. Caterpie, I believe you would enjoy these leaves, right? Frostmoth had thought of this while playing in the forest and had specifically gathered some leaves to bring back. Caterpie nodded. Indeed, it preferred leaves over human food. Hearing this, Suyu fell into deep contemplation. It seemed he would need to develop a new food specifically tailored to Caterpie's tastes, perhaps a leaf cake? After dinner, Cattle Dog remained nestled by Suyu's feet within the warmth of the house, with a flickering fire behind it. Frostmoth and Tropius had returned to frolic in the forest on the hillside, while the Wooloo and the pen engaged in playful antics, bouncing off one another in a cottony defense. The crab-like Pokémon residing on the cliff remained serene, gathered together to gaze at the stars and moon. As long as the cliffs were present, they would seldom leave their perch, hardly moving at all. The Pokémon on the ranch busied themselves with their own activities. But Caterpie found itself with nothing to do. After finishing its meal, it lay still in the room, devoid of motion. Previously, this time would have been spent anxiously hiding from bird Pokémon in the forest. Now, having left the forest, it felt an unexpected sense of idleness. Noticing this, Suyu set down his book. Recently, he had been studying the intricacies of raising Wooloo. He looked at Caterpie and asked, "What's wrong? Do you feel like there is nothing to do?" Caterpie nodded. "Perhaps next time, I could have Tropius and Frostmoth take you out to play. Or if you wish to train or have some fun now, I can accompany you. Now that you are here, you are part of the ranch. Feel free to express any needs, and Frostmoth, Tropius, and I will always be here for you." Caterpie felt a fondness for the term ranch companions. However, true to its nature, Caterpie rarely took the initiative to converse or play, despite cherishing the friendships it had on the ranch. After some reflection, Caterpie decided to set aside the option of training. What else could it do? Starting training on its first day seemed rather exhausting. Given the circumstances, perhaps it would be better to take a nap. With that thought, Caterpie hopped onto the top of a nearby wardrobe, curled up, and gradually drifted into slumber. Suyu, observing, understood this was simply Caterpie's disposition. After all, in the forest, it had constantly been surrounded by threats, making it difficult to trust others or express its feelings. Having grown accustomed to solitary ways, Caterpie seemed to have adapted to a life devoid of friends. It appeared that Frostmoth and the others would need to pay more attention to Caterpie. That very night, for reasons unknown, Caterpie dreamed. In its dream, it seemed to arrive in a realm teeming with legendary Pokémon, many of whom were unfamiliar to Caterpie. A colossal creature with flowing lava, a blend of red and black, exuded an intimidating aura, while a giant blue fish floated in the air, equally formidable. Numerous other legendary Pokémon inhabited this space, some white, some sky blue, and others adorned with moss on their shoulders and legs. In a corner, a yellow electric rodent could be spotted as well. Caterpie recognized it was dreaming but shook its head, perplexed as to why it was experiencing such an odd dream. At the center of the red and blue creatures stood a Pokémon, a blend of deep green and black, adorned with golden ribbons that danced continuously. Is that the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, that Suyu described during the day? Caterpie's eyes sparkled with admiration. However, before it could approach, Rayquaza shot it a glare, and the dream swiftly dissipated. Awakening from the dream, Caterpie glanced outside. It was still the dead of night. Suyu and Frostmoth were already asleep. Caterpie ventured outside alone and gazed at the stars in the sky. As it stared, the ethereal silhouette of Rayquaza seemed to reappear before it, startling Caterpie. This time, the apparition did not vanish, and Caterpie continued to observe this figure in the starry sky until Suyu arrived. What's wrong? Out here at this late hour instead of sleeping? Suyu had already been awake, having heard the movements of Caterpie atop the wardrobe. He had simply put on an extra layer, as it was indeed winter. Upon seeing Tsuyu, Caterpie recounted the dream it had just experienced. Tsuyu's expression turned peculiar as he listened. The red Pokémon and the blue Pokémon. Aren't they the two legendaries from Hoenn? And that green Pokémon? To confirm whether the legendary in Caterpie's dream was Rayquaza, Tsuyu asked for more details about its appearance, and the descriptions matched perfectly. But how could Caterpie dream of these Pokémon it had never seen before? Was it perhaps due to a legendary template? The only explanation Tsuyu could fathom was that the legendary template sought to reveal Rayquaza's appearance to Caterpie, guiding it into such a dream. That made sense. Why did you suddenly feel the urge to come out and gaze at the stars? Tsuyu inquired, settling beside Caterpie on the grass, tilting his head to admire the stars. Indeed, the stars here shone brighter than those in the city, and the sky was more expansive. A shooting star streaked across the heavens. It couldn't possibly be Jirachi, could it? When Tsuyu posed his question, Caterpie remained silent, fixated on the stars for some time before finally asking, "Do you think I could really evolve into Rayquaza?" Hearing this, Tsuyu understood the underlying concern. Was Caterpie feeling insecure after witnessing Rayquaza's true form? Or perhaps it feared it could never evolve into something as magnificent as Rayquaza. Tsuyu was uncertain, and he could not guarantee that the green caterpillar would inevitably evolve into a Rayquaza. After all, the Divine Beast template merely served to assist Pokémon in their growth. It did not imply that the system offered an assurance of evolution into the corresponding mythical creature. Thus, Tsuyu shook his head and remarked, "I cannot say whether you will evolve into Rayquaza, as this is an unprecedented path, and I am merely an ordinary rancher. However, I am committed to supporting you throughout this journey. The Pokémon in the ranch will accompany you, walking alongside you, even if you ultimately do not evolve into Rayquaza. By then we will have shared many experiences and grown significantly together. For me, that would still constitute a fulfilling journey." As he spoke, Tsuyu reclined on the grass with his hands behind his head and continued, "To be honest, I never imagined I could manage such a ranch. Before this, I was simply a drifter in the city. Arriving here and meeting all of you is beyond my expectations, yet I find great satisfaction in my current life. Perhaps because of your presence. Therefore, I believe that even if the final outcome does not meet our expectations, a beautiful process is sufficient. Of course, this was not to suggest that you could not reach the heights of Rayquaza. It was merely an illustration." Upon hearing this, the green caterpillar fell into contemplation. Then it nodded, acknowledging Tsuyu's perspective. "By the way, what drives your desire to evolve into Rayquaza? This has always intrigued me. Generally, no green caterpillar harbors such aspirations." Tsuyu inquired with curiosity. This question transported the green caterpillar back to its infancy. In those quiet, starry nights, it would climb to the treetops and gaze at the heavens. During that time, it was constantly vigilant against various avian Pokémon. Only when the nocturnal birds were asleep did it have a chance to glimpse the stars. As for its desire to evolve into Rayquaza, it believed it stemmed from its weakness. Although it was fragile then, it yearned for the vast sky. Additionally, it aspired to become stronger, capable of protecting its kin in the forest. Almost all green caterpillars, from the moment they are born, face relentless threats from bird Pokémon. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Thus, the green caterpillar's childhood dream was to create a sanctuary where bird Pokémon dared not enter, allowing its fellow green caterpillars to grow freely without the looming threat of predation. Chapter 29. The Training Plan for Tropius. My goodness. Do you aspire to be the emperor of the insect realm? Tsuyu silently scoffed after listening to the green caterpillar's tale. However, there were precedents for such ambitions. Since the arrival of Pokémon, many powerful beings had claimed dominion over territories to safeguard their kin. These Pokémon could be likened to human lords, often referred to as Pokémon lords. Having engaged in such a lengthy discussion, Tsuyu finally grasped the green caterpillar's inner thoughts, mentally taking note of its aspirations. The green caterpillar, yearning for strength due to its frailty, sought to become Rayquaza to provide sanctuary for its brethren. As a rancher, Tsuyu felt it imperative to assist his Pokémon in realizing their dreams. Tropius dreamed of rescuing its kin. Frostless wished to forge more friendships in the ranch and live a comfortable life, while Herdier likely aspired to defeat Mareep without relying on fire-type moves. For Mareep, their dream was simple, to indulge in more delicious food daily, which was easily achievable. Having been born in the ranch, their current life was one of ease and comfort, resulting in their modest aspirations. Thus, Tsuyu gained a deeper understanding of the dreams held by the Pokémon in his ranch. Checking the time, he realized there was still enough opportunity for a brief nap before returning. He called the green caterpillar back to the room for a quick rest. The following morning, Tsuyu awoke as usual in his bed. Upon stepping out of his room, he found that Tropius was already awake. Typically, at this hour, Tropius would take Tsuyu fishing. However, this time, Tsuyu stated, "We will not be fishing today. The restaurant is closed for the day." Additionally, I have informed them that our fishing trips will change from daily to every other day. For now, focus on your training. Although this would affect the freshness of the fish from the lake, the restaurant had recently installed a cold storage facility, mitigating the impact. The demand for fishing nets had increased, as Suyu had previously dragged the net straight to the restaurant after catching fish. Currently, he was still using a net borrowed from Uncle Yang. He planned to have the green caterpillar assist in weaving a new net, which he believed would not pose a problem. Tropius was taken aback by Suyu's sudden change in plans. Observing this, Suyu explained, "We must prepare for the subsequent mission to rescue your companions. While finding the poaching group will primarily rely on Miss Junsha and her team. I have already requested their assistance. Should they discover the poachers, they will involve us in the operation. Therefore, to ensure we are adequately prepared, we must commence specialized training. You know how formidable that poaching organization is. Even the sunglasses-wearing man we encountered is beyond our current capabilities." As he spoke, holding a table, Suyu led Tropius toward the distant grasslands. After all, one could not train in their own backyard. What if they accidentally caused damage to their own home? Tropius trotted along behind Suyu, taking the table from his hands and inquiring about the training plan. Suyu had already devised a plan the previous night. Tropius had reached a high proficiency with the grass-type moves it had already learned, such as Leaf Tornado. Even the recently acquired move, Photosynthesis, was rapidly increasing in proficiency thanks to the grass cake. Therefore, Suyu aimed to focus the specialized training on mastering new moves, such as Leaf Blade, Solar Beam, and Leaf Storm. As for attributes like physique, strength, resilience, and energy capacity, these would gradually improve through foundational training, depleting its energy reserves. There was no rush in this regard. After all, during its time in the wild, Tropius had already established a solid foundation. The mere fact that it could withstand numerous attacks from the sunglasses-wearing man's Pokémon was a testament to Tropius's robustness. Gazing at the 4 massive leaves on Tropius's back, Suyu decided that the next move to learn would be Leaf Blade. After all, learning this move would provide Tropius with a distinct advantage. While other Pokémon could typically utilize only one Leaf Blade, Tropius could unleash 4 simultaneously, making it a relentless force that few could withstand. As the mention of Leaf Blade arose, it conjured in Suyu's mind a legendary grass-type Pokémon, a member of the Sacred Sword Order, adept at employing grass blades in combat, namely, the fighting and grass-type Virizion. One could only wonder if the tropical dragon, after mastering the 4 leaf blades to perfection, would be able to spar with Virizion. Suyu thought to himself. However, for the moment, it was imperative that the tropical dragon first learn to wield the initial leaf blade. After ensuring they were sufficiently distanced, Suyu instructed the tropical dragon to set down the table and placed an apple atop it. He then said, "Try to concentrate your grass-type energy into the leaves on your back and strike this apple with a slicing motion. Once you can cleave this apple with the leaves, you will have made significant progress. Practice diligently. I will join you once I have completed my tasks." With a resounding roar, the tropical dragon acknowledged the command. Understanding that this training was essential for rescuing its kin, it was filled with determination and had no intention of slacking off. After organizing the tropical dragon's training, Suyu returned to the cottage, requesting the Caterpie to weave a fishing net. It should resemble something like this. Is that acceptable? Suyu spread out the fishing net he had borrowed from Uncle Yang. The intricate shape of the net, with its specific hole sizes and unique structures, was indeed complex. As the net unfurled, Caterpie meticulously examined it before nodding. "SSS. It should be fine. This net will require sturdy silk, which I have trained for in the forest to combat avian Pokémon. Crafting it will be no issue." Hearing this, Suyu smiled. "I'll leave it to you then. I might need this net tomorrow, so please expedite the process. I must attend to watering the crops in the fields." With that, Suyu turned to leave. Shortly after his departure, Frostlass returned from a playful excursion with the Wooloo on the hillside, just in time to see Caterpie pondering how to weave the net. Approaching quietly, Frostlass revealed a large bag of leaves collected from the mountain, seemingly intending to surprise Caterpie. The sudden appearance of the leaves startled Caterpie, which looked at Frostlass in astonishment. Frostlass explained, "Mama, these are the leaves I gathered with the Wooloo. So you asked us to keep an eye on you and not let you be alone. We weren't sure what to do, so we brought you a bag of leaves. I hope you like it." Frostlass eagerly shared all this, leaving Caterpie quite taken aback. The nearby Wooloo echoed in agreement, as they too had participated in gathering the leaves. This revelation left Caterpie momentarily speechless. Did they fear for my solitude? So this was the concern Suyu had earlier. Caterpie gazed towards Suyu's receding figure, feeling an unexpected surge of emotion, an emotion known as gratitude stirring within its heart. Since leaving its group, it seemed no one had shown it such kindness. It had nearly forgotten what it felt like to be touched by such feelings. "SSS, trainer is truly a good person," Caterpie suddenly declared, leaving Frostlass and Wooloo puzzled. SSS. Indeed, you are too. In that moment, aside from its kin, Caterpie discovered an additional desire to protect something else, this pasture. It cherished this place. Chapter 30. Ducklet, stand tall. After attending to most matters on the farm, you returned to the side of the tropical dragon. At this moment, the tropical dragon was still practicing how to channel grass-type energy into the leaf-like wings on its back, sharpening them sufficiently to slice through the apple. Despite numerous attempts, while gathering energy in the leaves was not particularly challenging, achieving the requisite sharpness proved elusive. Thus, this could hardly be deemed the leaf blade technique. It was merely a basic manipulation of energy within its body. No worries, continue practicing. I shall observe. Suyu reassured as the tropical dragon noticed his presence and settled into a focused practice. With renewed seriousness, the tropical dragon cautiously controlled the grass-type energy on its leaves, persistently training. Eventually, it seemed to have succeeded. The leaf on its back managed to slice the apple, leaving a deep cut on its surface. Did I succeed? The tropical dragon's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Yet, it was still not a complete success. Although the grass-type energy had indeed sharpened the leaf, the power was insufficient for battle, barely adequate even for culinary purposes. The tropical dragon was aware of this limitation, and following its initial partial success, it endeavored to recall the sensation it had just experienced, striving to recreate it. It commenced another round of attempts. After its first partial success, the tropical dragon's ability to enhance the leaves with grass-type energy stabilized. Time and again, it successfully made cuts on the apple with the same depth as before. However, that seemed to be the extent of its progress. From morning until noon, it failed to make further advancements on the apple, which left the tropical dragon feeling quite anxious. Yet, recalling its companions captured by poachers, the tropical dragon calmed itself. Training was such, and it was not as naturally gifted as Caterpie. Strengthening itself would rely solely on its own efforts. During this time, Suyu stepped out for a while to prepare lunch for the Pokémon. Upon his return, he brought a grass cake and some energy cubes for the tropical dragon. Let's have lunch first. Training on an empty stomach is unwise. And perhaps the grass cake will aid you, Suyu suggested. Hearing this, the tropical dragon paused its training and took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, a ducklet had been starving in the forest for several days. At this time of year, winter was harsh, and fruit trees bore little yield. Just days prior, a heavy snowfall had destroyed the ducklet's home, freezing the stalks it had diligently tended, leaving only the single leek it now clutched as its sole survivor. With its entire home inundated by snow and unable to extract the frozen stalks, the ducklet was left with no choice but to abandon its dwelling and embark on a journey of wandering. During its travels, it encountered another ducklet, whose home had also been ravaged by the snow. This ducklet decided to venture into a nearby human city, hoping for a stroke of luck in being captured by a wealthy trainer. Should that come to pass, it would no longer need to worry about food or shelter, and thus, the prospect of the city held a captivating allure for the ducklet. In response to such behavior, the allium duck scoffed internally, deeming those of its kind who relied on humans as lacking ambition. How could a capable allium duck allow itself to be supported by humans? To willingly seek the embrace of a human trainer was a sign of utter weakness, something a proud allium duck like itself would never do. An allium duck must possess integrity. As it glanced at the green onion in its grasp, despite having gone several days without food, the allium duck fervently shook its head. No, this was the last green onion. It could not simply be consumed. This was its favorite green onion, the most convenient for use as a weapon. And it could not be eaten just like that. However, as it looked again at the green onion, saliva nearly dripped from the corners of its mouth. Shaking its head once more, the allium duck resolutely chose to dismiss thoughts of the green onion. It had come here to reach a deserted ranch to the south, where a lake resided. There, the allium duck had previously encountered numerous stalk-like plants, and it seemed that it had not snowed in this southern region, making it an excellent winter refuge. As it emerged from a thicket, the allium duck believed it was nearing that familiar desolate ranch. However, as it stepped out, it found itself face to face with a tropical dragon enjoying its lunch. Upon witnessing the tropical dragon relishing a grass cake, tears nearly welled up in the allium duck's eyes. Yet, when it spotted the human trainer nearby, it froze. Humans? Wasn't this place devoid of humans before? Could it be that the ranch, which had appeared so different from months ago, was now bustling with activity, occupied by a young trainer? Moreover, it seemed the Pokémon here were enjoying quite a good meal. The allium duck's eye caught a glimpse of the grass cake, and even from a distance, it could detect the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Meanwhile, Suyu was observing the allium duck. Compared to a typical allium duck, this one appeared rather emaciated. A normal allium duck should possess a sturdier physique, not one so thin that its bones were nearly visible. Additionally, a thin allium duck did not seem very appetizing, and it appeared rather pitiful. However, as Suyu glanced at the green onion clutched in the allium duck's grasp, he recalled that allium ducks were reputed masters of swordsmanship. While he was unsure about others, the allium duck in Ash's care had proven formidable, playing a vital role in Ash's journey to victory, far superior to the Dragonite of that version. Furthermore, the Galar region's special evolutionary form, the Allium Warrior, was also exceedingly powerful, making it an excellent choice for trainers. Crucially, as swordsmanship masters, allium ducks must surely be able to use Leaf Blade, right? With just one grass cake. Could this allium duck teach the tropical dragon how to wield Leaf Blade? Given how thin this allium duck appeared, it should not be a problem. With this thought, Suyu attempted to speak. Excuse me, allium duck over there, might I inquire if you know the Leaf Blade technique? If so, I would like you to teach it to my tropical dragon. As for compensation, would one grass cake suffice? Gah! Upon hearing Suyu's words, the allium duck was taken aback. What had it just heard? The trainer was offering a single grass cake. Was it the same kind the tropical dragon was currently enjoying? This trainer was indeed generous. Suyu's proposition stirred something within the allium duck. Yet, swiftly, it recalled its compatriot who had ventured to the big city. Accepting food from humans seemed no different from what that allium duck had done. No, allium duck. You must maintain your integrity. Thus, under Suyu's astonished gaze, the allium duck shook its head, choosing to refuse. Chapter 31. Gah. This place even provides food and lodging. One grass cake is insufficient? Seeing the allium duck refuse so decisively, Suyu pondered. Indeed. It felt a bit cheap to ask a Pokémon to teach the tropical dragon for such a modest offering. So he proposed, how about 2? Gah. 2. That wouldn't work either. What about 3? The allium duck shook its head once more, but its demeanor suggested it was somewhat tempted. 3 was still insufficient? Suyu muttered to himself, unsure how to persuade this allium duck. As he observed the allium duck's frail form, an idea struck him. This allium duck might be struggling to find food during the winter. It was said that allium ducks resided in areas abundant with stalk-like plants, and in dire circumstances, they would consume those plants as sustenance. The emaciated state of the allium duck clearly indicated that its supply of stalk-like plants had long since dwindled. After their disappearance, allium ducks would no longer inhabit that area and would choose to migrate instead. Thus, what this allium duck needed most at present was food and shelter. Looking back at the ranch behind him, Suyu realized that he had an abundance of both. Therefore, he proposed, how about this? During the time you teach my tropical dragon new techniques, I will provide you with food and shelter. Does that show enough sincerity? Gah. You would also provide food and lodging? At that moment, recalling the hunger endured during its days of wandering, all notions of weakness and the need for integrity were cast aside by the allium duck. It immediately agreed, expressing its eagerness to teach the tropical dragon Leaf Blade and share its lifelong swordsmanship knowledge. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, then follow me. You look like you haven't eaten in days. And while we're at it, you can take a nice hot bath. With that, Suyu led the allium duck toward the ranch cabin. Upon returning to the ranch cabin with the allium duck, they found that the Caterpie was still laboriously weaving a fishing net. The craft of net making seemed a tad complex for it. It appeared that the net would not be completed today. Meanwhile, the Frostlass was playing with the Mareep, and the Rockruff was tending to the ordinary sheep in the pasture. Its daily task. Upon seeing Suyu return with a new Pokémon, they all gathered around. Suyu explained the allium duck's circumstances, then went inside to fetch a grass cake for it. As the rich aroma of cream wafted through the air, the allium duck's mouth nearly watered. It glanced at Suyu, and seeing no objections, it promptly began to feast. Just then, the ranch owner from the Little Boar Ranch arrived, seeking to purchase the claws of the crab Pokémon. Due to the need for the tropical dragon's training, Suyu could not deliver the claws directly. With the ranch owner's arrival, Suyu mentioned this predicament, feeling troubled about how to get the claws to the ranch owners. You could opt to use a courier service. I happen to know a very reliable courier company. They have messenger birds dedicated to deliveries, making them the fastest in this region. Wait a moment, and I will provide you with their contact information. As the rancher spoke, he retrieved a phone from his device, and Suyu diligently noted down the number before establishing contact. Before long, a messenger bird soared in from the distant grasslands. This Pokémon, possessing both flight and ice attributes, had a tail resembling a pouch capable of carrying numerous items. Consequently, many courier companies employed messenger birds as their postal workers. Suyu was taken aback by the bird's swift arrival. Is the logistics system in this world truly so efficient? He mused that the development of online shopping here might hold great promise. Perhaps in the future, he could even venture into live streaming sales. Considering that smart devices had only recently been developed, presenting myriad opportunities for profit. However, those thoughts were for another time. He entrusted the large bag of crab claws to the messenger bird, specifying the name of the ranch where the claws were to be delivered, along with the quantity required by each ranch. Are you able to remember all these locations? Suyu inquired. The messenger bird sheepishly touched its head, indicating it could not. Suyu pondered for a moment and proposed, "Let us do this. I will tell you the location of the first ranch for you to deliver to. I will then call that ranch in advance to inform them of the next destination and the quantity they require, allowing them to convey that to you. Does that sound feasible?" The bird nodded, indicating it found this arrangement manageable. "Oh, and remember to collect payment from the ranchers. Each crab claw costs 400 alliance coins. So do not make any mistakes. After collecting the payment, you must return to me," Suyu added. After conveying the name of the first ranch, the messenger bird took flight with the heavy bag of crab claws, soaring into the distance. Suyu felt a twinge of worry regarding the delivery. Observing his concern, the rancher from the nearby boar farm chuckled, "Haha, do not be deceived by its appearance. This messenger bird has been working in our district for 2 years now. Trust me, no one is more familiar with the intricacies of delivery in this area than it." "You mean it works here without a trainer? What happened to its trainer?" Suyu asked, astonished. "It has no trainer. Unlike other delivery Pokémon, it voluntarily works for the courier company. I am not entirely sure why, but perhaps it delights in witnessing the joy on the ranchers' faces when it successfully delivers their packages," the old rancher explained before departing. At that moment, the ducklet had finished devouring a substantial piece of grass cake. Suyu inquired, "How was it? Are you full? Do you want to begin the leaf blade training first? Or would you prefer to wash up?" After days of wandering, the ducklet was somewhat dirty, covered with fallen leaves. So Suyu thought it best to have it bathed first. However, the ducklet declined Suyu's generous offer, since it had consumed the grass cake provided by Suyu. It felt obliged to complete some tasks first. Thus, it expressed a desire to commence leaf blade training immediately. "Quack! I'm off," it declared, grabbing a green onion from the table and striding towards the Tropius. "It seems quite responsible," Suyu mused as he watched the ducklet leave. This was indeed reassuring, as he need not worry about it withholding information during training or delaying progress for its own benefit. Chapter 32. Has it already been over a month? That evening, after weaving for much of the day, the Caterpie finally completed the fishing net just before dusk. Gazing at the large net crafted entirely from its silk, the Caterpie couldn't fathom how much silk it had produced. Its mouth felt nearly numb from the effort. It anticipated that in the coming days, it would be in a state of complete exhaustion. Sizzle. Upon finishing the net, the Caterpie summoned Suyu. When Suyu arrived, he tugged at the net to test its quality. This is far more resilient than the fishing net I borrowed from Uncle Yang, and it seems considerably lighter too. It unfolds perfectly, making it suitable for fishing. Thank you, Caterpie. I apologize for assigning you such a tedious task upon your arrival. Sizzle, the Caterpie replied, indicating there was no need for thanks, as it was merely fulfilling its duty to its trainer. At that moment, the ducklet and Tropius returned, appearing to be engaged in a discussion about their training. The Tropius wore an expression of excitement, suggesting that their training was progressing well. Observing this, Suyu asked, "How did the training go?" Roar. The Tropius approached Suyu and concentrated a surge of green energy in one of its large leaves before making a slight chopping motion towards the ground. The leaf effortlessly sliced through the surface of the soil, penetrating deep within. Had it been the apple Suyu provided earlier, it would have surely been severed by now. It appeared that the training yielded remarkable results, significantly surpassing the progress made that morning. The proficiency of the leaf blade could now be utilized in actual combat. Next, your primary training objective will be to progress from executing a single leaf blade to mastering 4 simultaneous leaf blades, Suyu instructed, glancing at the 4 expansive leaves adorning the Tropius's back. Initially, the Tropius nodded in agreement, but soon shook its head and communicated a flurry of thoughts to Suyu. The essence of its message was that during battle, success would depend not only on the number of leaf blades, but also on the battle tactics of the Pokémon involved. The ducklet, being an exceptional swordsman, served as an excellent mentor, and the Tropius was diligently studying swordsmanship under its guidance to enhance its skills. Is that so? Suyu had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary ducklet would turn out to be a master swordsman, earning such praise from the Tropius. Then do ensure you follow your ducklet teacher diligently in mastering swordsmanship, but do not forget to practice executing multiple leaf blades simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the Tropius nodded in understanding. At that moment, the herdier, tasked with herding the ordinary sheep, returned with the flock. Realizing it was time to prepare dinner, Suyu turned back toward the cottage. "Frostless, it's time to cook," Suyu called out. Upon hearing his voice, Frostless, who was playing with the Mareep outside, hurried over to assist him. Soon, the aroma of stir-fried squid with bell peppers wafted through the ranch. That evening, as Suyu rose to step outside for a bathroom break, he nearly tripped over something at the door. Regaining his balance, he turned to find himself locked in a gaze with the ducklet in the darkness. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be inside sleeping? Are you out here to stargaze as well? Suyu asked, perplexed by the ducklet's presence outside. Did all wild Pokémon share a fondness for stargazing at night? Quack. The ducklet, feeling confused, clarified that it merely sought to avoid disturbing the other Pokémon indoors, so it chose to sleep outside. Why did the rancher interpret it differently? The scallion duck is quite aware that, in this ranch, it is merely a guest. A guest should not occupy the host's quarters, for that would be shameless. Upon hearing the scallion duck's explanation, Suyu realized that he had misunderstood it. The reason the scallion duck ventured outside was rather amusing. Reluctantly, Suyu advised, "It's quite all right, no one will mind. In fact, they enjoy sleeping beside you. Come inside. Don't sleep out here, lest you catch a chill." However, the scallion duck shook its head, indicating its reluctance to enter. As for catching a chill, being a wild Pokémon accustomed to the outdoors, it was not so delicate. Observing this, Suyu felt that he could not persuade the scallion duck any further. Perhaps it felt some estrangement from the other Pokémon on the ranch. Moreover, the scallion duck was not his Pokémon, and he had no right to force it to sleep inside. Thus, Suyu went indoors, fetched a blanket for the scallion duck to keep warm, and returned to his cozy bed to sleep soundly. The following morning, Suyu awoke early and took the tropical dragon to the lake for fishing. Since the fishing intervals had changed to every 2 days, he needed to catch more fish this time. Fortunately, the net had also increased in size, crafted from the silk of green caterpillars, which made it significantly stronger than the ordinary fishing net he had used before. After delivering the fish to the restaurant, Suyu returned to find a person standing at the entrance of his cabin, surprised to see a visitor at the ranch, aside from Uncle Yang's family. Outsiders rarely came. He noticed the individual was dressed as a postman, carrying a satchel filled with newspapers. Upon noticing Suyu, the postman inquired, "Good day. Are you the owner of this ranch?" "Yes, that would be me. Is something the matter?" "Oh, nothing at all. I am the postman for this area, here to deliver your monthly newspapers. Here you are. I wish you a pleasant day." With that, he handed the newspaper to Suyu and prepared to leave. Was it truly already a month? Suyu had not anticipated that time could pass so swiftly. He had been here for over a month already. As the postman was about to depart, Suyu finally noticed a nearby Dodrio. Each of its necks bore a satchel, and it had 2 more bags filled with newspapers hanging from its sides. Much like the motorcycle lizard he had previously considered, Dodrio was an adept runner with remarkable stamina, making it an excellent mode of transportation. However, Suyu had no intention of raising a Dodrio, as its 3 heads each harbored distinct thoughts. If they were to quarrel, the incessant chatter would be unbearable. After placing the newspaper inside, Suyu realized he had little time to read it. He needed to prepare breakfast first. Recently, he had grown somewhat lazy with breakfast, opting for a bottle of fresh milk paired with a sandwich, convenient, quick, and nutritious. When the other Pokémon finally arose, Suyu sat down at the table, ready to share breakfast. "Ah, where's the scallion duck?" Noticing its absence, he inquired. In response, the tropical dragon indicated that it had seen the scallion duck leave early to practice swordsmanship. "What a disciplined Pokémon!" Suyu exclaimed. "You all eat quickly. I will go fetch it." "Tropical dragon, after breakfast, you should begin your training as well." "Roar." The tropical dragon replied affirmatively. Suyu ventured outside to call the scallion duck back. Upon returning to the cabin and taking a seat at the table, the scallion duck gazed at the lavish spread before it, expressing great satisfaction at being able to enjoy such a breakfast. Having lived in the wild for so long without indulging in such exquisite human cuisine, especially one crafted under the careful guidance of Frostlass, which tasted remarkably good, this all-inclusive experience is truly worth it. The thought of leaving the ranch momentarily crossed the scallion duck's mind, but it quickly dismissed it. How could it think that way? It was a scallion duck, a proud master of the sword, unallowing itself to succumb to the comforts of a human trainer's gentle embrace. "Scallion duck, maintain your dignity." This human trainer was undoubtedly trying to corrupt its resolve with delicious food, intending to keep it here forever through culinary temptation. It must not fall into such a trap. With that thought, the scallion duck glanced sideways, relieved that Suyu was oblivious to its inner turmoil. Otherwise, its potential fate as a culinary captive might have been exposed. Noticing the scallion duck's peculiar expression, Suyu inquired, "What is the matter? Is the food not to your liking, or does it not suit your palate?" Hearing this, the scallion duck shook its head vigorously, yet felt a twinge of uncertainty about whether it should affirm or deny. This left Suyu perplexed regarding the scallion duck's sentiments, prompting him to quietly muse how strange it was. After finishing breakfast, the scallion duck resumed training with the tropical dragon. Observing them leave, The green caterpillar turned to Suyu, expressing something with its soft sounds. Do you wish to train with him? Suyu asked. The green caterpillar nodded eagerly. Very well, I believe you can learn many new moves by following them. Perhaps you will acquire a wealth of knowledge. Suyu recalled the changes that had occurred after loading the template for the fierce sky dragon, which had transformed the green caterpillar. Thus, he consented, saying, then go ahead and join them, but remember to call them back for lunch. Excitedly, the green caterpillar nodded and quickly scurried off to catch up with the scallion duck and the tropical dragon. Even though it was not the first time he had witnessed the green caterpillar's speed, Suyu remained astounded. He had not expected it to run so swiftly. Indeed, it was a remarkably gifted green caterpillar, excelling in all respects, leaving one incredulous that it was merely a green caterpillar. Moreover, its determination was astounding, making it a truly versatile warrior. Chapter 33. The town's electric appliance sale. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, the canine Pokémon, Carty, went out to tend to the flock. Of course, during herding, Carty did not slack off, diligently training as well. Recently, thanks to the improved spicy snacks that Suyu had concocted, Carty had significantly enhanced its proficiency with fire-type moves, learning both Flame Wheel and Flamethrower. In addition, it had also mastered Quick Attack, though it still seemed to be a distance away from defeating the fluffy sheep with moves like Tackle and Cotton Guard. Carty expressed, the tides of fortune shift, and youth should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Frostlass had gone off to play with the fluffy sheep. Her primary reason for coming to this ranch was to forge friendships and discover a more enjoyable life. Thus, she did not have any aspirations for power. As long as she could continue to live comfortably on the ranch, her dream would be fulfilled. However, with the tropical dragon engrossed in rigorous training lately, it had little time to accompany Frostlass. Consequently, she had joined the fluffy sheep in their playful antics. However, this chef is truly exceptional, possessing an impressive array of culinary skills in the kitchen. It can be said that Suyu is extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered such talent. Meanwhile, on another front, the training of the tropical dragon by the duckling has only just begun. The duckling is racking its brain, contemplating how to effectively explain the leaf blade technique and its associated swordsmanship to the tropical dragon. At this moment, the green caterpillar has also arrived, prompting the duckling to inquire with confusion, Huh? What are you doing here? Is there something happening over at Suyu's? In response, the green caterpillar shook its head, saying, SSS. There's nothing going on. I'm just here to audit the session. The trainer has given permission. Audit? Upon hearing this, the duckling scratched its head in bewilderment. Does this mean I have to teach two at once? That doubles my workload, yet my compensation remains unchanged. This won't do. I must negotiate for a raise with Suyu later. I cannot be taken advantage of. With this thought in mind, the duckling did not refuse the green caterpillar's request to observe, but waved it over to join the lesson. The tropical dragon, upon seeing this, eagerly beckoned the green caterpillar to come closer, using its leaves to fashion a makeshift seat for it on the ground. Once the green caterpillar was settled, the duckling resumed its explanation of the technique. During the lesson, the duckling stole a few glances at the green caterpillar, pondering whether it could truly comprehend the intricacies of the leaf blade technique. After all, it had never encountered a green caterpillar capable of executing such a move. In contrast to the duckling's doubts, the tropical dragon brimmed with confidence in the green caterpillar, fully aware of its latent talent and prowess. At that moment, the duckling concluded the portion of the lesson detailing how to sharpen the leaf blade technique and encouraged the tropical dragon to demonstrate its understanding. Roar. The tropical dragon scratched its head with its back leaves, indicating that it had not fully grasped the concept. Consequently, it voiced its desire for the duckling to demonstrate the technique once more. Fine. The duckling responded with a hint of exasperation, recognizing that the tropical dragon was a novice in swordsmanship, which was understandable. Just then, the green caterpillar, who had only recently joined the lesson, leapt off its seat, its gaze resolute, as a surge of grass-type energy coursed through its body. Noticing the green caterpillar's movement, the duckling looked on in confusion, uncertain of what it intended to do. As the grass-type energy coalesced at the green caterpillar's mouth, a blade formed from the energy emerged. A gentle breeze stirred, sending blades of grass swirling as they were effortlessly sliced in two. Gah, it has learned it already? The duckling was taken aback. It could hardly believe its eyes. How could a novice grasp the leaf blade technique after merely listening to a brief lesson? What sort of prodigy was this? In an instant, the duckling reminisced about its own experience learning the leaf blade. To master such a formidable technique and integrate it into its swordplay, the duckling had dedicated 3 arduous weeks to solitary practice, barely scratching the surface of its potential. While it was still a wild Pokémon at the time, the learning process was undeniably slow. Yet, how little time had passed for this green caterpillar. Previously, with only a rudimentary understanding of the leaf blade technique, the duckling had been able to defeat all nearby Pokémon. This move was not weak, and its complexity was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the duckling would not have required such extensive study. Wait, you are not just a green caterpillar. What kind of Pokémon are you? Are you the legendary Mew? In that moment, the green caterpillar recalled a legend among wild Pokémon, which spoke of a creature named Mew that delighted in transforming into the likeness of other Pokémon to frighten them. Considering this, the farm seemed a bit daunting. There was a devilish trainer who used delectable food to corrupt Pokémon's minds, and a Pokémon with prodigious talent that was nothing short of frightening. Should I just make a run for it? The green caterpillar, however, was perplexed by the mention of Mew, having never heard of it before. Then it realized, oh no, I forgot that I wanted to conceal my abilities. How did I accidentally reveal myself? Yet, this was in its own trainer's domain. Surely revealing its strength here would not pose a problem, and the duckling was likely considered an ally, so there was little cause for concern. Nevertheless, an explanation was still in order, so the green caterpillar spoke up. SSS. It was merely a coincidence. I am not that remarkable. Upon hearing this, the duckling chose to believe the green caterpillar, doubting that any Pokémon could be so extraordinary as to learn a new technique in such a short span. If that were the case, many Pokémon would have wasted their years. Then let us continue with the lesson. I will reiterate the key points for the tropical dragon, the duckling declared. Thus, time continued to flow. That afternoon, the messenger bird, having delivered goods for nearly a day, finally returned to the farm. It presented a sum of money to Tsuyu, having successfully delivered the large bag of crab claws from the previous day. The money the messenger bird handed over amounted to several tens of thousands of alliance coins, and combined with the savings Tsuyu had accumulated daily, he now possessed over 100,000 alliance coins. This amount may not suffice for expanding my home, considering the increase in Pokémon under my care. A new house will surely need to be more spacious. However, it should cover daily expenses and the purchase of new furniture. Tsuyu recalled his initial intention upon arriving at the farm. Casting a glance at the monthly newspaper on the table, he noticed an advertisement for a local store promoting home appliances. Perhaps now is the opportune time to pay a visit, he mused. I could gather all my Pokémon and let them select items they fancy. With this thought, Tsuyu summoned the Pokémon on the farm, informing them of his plan. Duckling, let us pause your special training for now. We're heading to town soon. Corgi, you two, and Frostlass, remember to come along. As for you, Wooloo, do you wish to join us in shopping? If not, you can stay behind with the Crabrawler to guard the place. Bah. The Wooloo opted to remain behind, finding no allure in shopping. Tsuyu acquiesced to their decision, yet among the Pokémon, one seemed eager to sneak away. Thus, Tsuyu remarked, Duckling, don't you want to come along? If there is something you wish to purchase, I can cover the cost as a reward for your efforts in teaching the tropical dragon and the green caterpillar. Gah. Really? Is that possible? The duckling was astounded. This human remembered it even in such moments? Moreover, he was proactively offering compensation for teaching the green caterpillar, without the duckling needing to ask. This human was far too kind. Tsuyu's gesture made the duckling feel that this human was no longer the malevolent figure who had once attempted to corrupt its will with food. Instead, he was increasingly resembling a good person. Chapter 34. Purchasing furniture with a multitude of Pokémon returned to their Pokeballs. Only the duckling and the tropical dragon remained outside. Tsuyu climbed onto the back of the Tropius and inquired of the ducklet, can you fly? Or will you need the Tropius to carry you? Since Ducklet was not a Pokémon captured by Tsuyu, he did not possess a Pokeball to offer it. Generally, wild ducklets are primarily of the flying and normal types, but it appeared that the Galarian ducklet only had the fighting type and might not be capable of flight. Thus, Tsuyu was uncertain whether the ducklet before him could soar through the skies. Gah! Upon hearing the question, Ducklet waved its hand, indicating that it could indeed fly. So it is a ducklet with both normal and flying attributes, Tsuyu mused. What a pity, as only the Galarian variant of ducklet can evolve into a Swanna. Then let us proceed, Tropius. First, we shall visit the town's power station to submit an application for electricity. With that, Tsuyu gave a gentle pat on the Tropius's neck, signaling that it was time to take off. Upon receiving the cue, Tropius flapped its leaf-like wings and ascended slowly. To accommodate Ducklet, Tropius deliberately flew at a leisurely pace, and they glided towards the town together. At the power station, Tsuyu paid over 20,000 league coins. The staff assured him that within the next few days, someone would come to connect electricity to his ranch and install a meter. But how will I pay the bill? I cannot be expected to travel to the town every time. Tsuyu exclaimed. You may consult your local postman. They can also collect payment for you, the staff replied. Really? Tsuyu recalled the postman who had visited that very morning, a detail he had not considered. However, the postman only delivered newspapers at least once a month, so he would have to wait until next month to inquire. Consequently, Suyu went ahead and paid over 1,000 league coins for the initial electricity fee, reasoning that it should suffice for 2 or 3 months, given that he had no electric-type Pokémon at home. After visiting the power station, Suyu proceeded to a store he had seen advertised in the newspaper, which specialized in home appliances. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of products. Unfortunately, Tropius was too large to enter the store and had to be returned to its Pokeball. Reluctantly, Suyu complied. "Everyone, come out and see if there's anything you desire, but please do not stray too far from me," he instructed as he released his Pokémon within the store. The Pokémon dispersed, leaving Suyu to browse alone. I definitely need to purchase a television, a refrigerator, and a washing machine. Let me check these out first. Suyu thought, realizing that with electricity, he could finally escape the primitive lifestyle he had endured. He would also have the leisure to watch television, a delightful pastime in an era before smartphones became widespread. As Suyu approached the television section, both the Hatchram and the Yamper appeared by his side. Hatchram was familiar with televisions, while Yamper was not. Suyu explained, "This device is called a television. It allows you to watch images. If connected to a signal, you can enjoy many channels." Hatchram, well-versed in the workings of televisions, immediately selected a large model. Suyu was impressed by its size, envisioning how it would dominate the wall of a spacious living room. Watching movies on such a grand screen would be exhilarating, but our current home is too small. Let us purchase a smaller one for now and return for the larger model later, he remarked, considering the confines of his modest dwelling. Hatchram nodded in agreement, understanding that Suyu had been saving to build a larger home. "Then let us go with this one," Hatchram suggested, pointing to a smaller television. "Yes, this one is quite satisfactory," Suyu affirmed. He proceeded to make the payment, and the saleswoman informed him, "Thank you, sir. Your television will be delivered by the store's logistics team in a few days." "All right, please expedite the process," Suyu requested. After selecting the television, he turned his attention to the washing machine and refrigerator, both of which needed to be practical enough for his household. He had higher expectations for the refrigerator, considering the number of Pokémon he had and his frequent cooking. As for the washing machine, it would primarily be used for his own clothing. Until now, he had washed his clothes by hand, which became necessary after a day of labor on the ranch. However, hand washing was quite cumbersome for someone inclined towards laziness. "At last, I can enjoy a life free from the toil of hand washing," Suyu exclaimed joyfully, reclining into a massage chair within the store, feeling thoroughly relaxed. At that moment, the Yamper, who had been absent for some time, returned with a chew toy and placed it on Suyu's lap. "What is it? Do you wish to purchase this?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. "Woof." Yamper nodded, indicating that this toy designed for small dog Pokémon was indeed suitable for him. "You really are a dog." "Don't worry, I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand." Suyu chuckled as he placed the toy into the shopping cart. At this moment, the cart was filled with a variety of items, various seasonings and ingredients picked by Hatchram, the chew toy chosen by Yamper, a bag of dog food meant for small dog Pokémon, some sweet berries favored by Tropius, and everyday consumables like laundry detergent, toothpaste, and sponges. Additionally, there were special mulberry leaves desired by a Caterpie, known to be quite popular among bug-type Pokémon trainers. Unfortunately, without seeds, Suyu could not cultivate the mulberry trees on his ranch. Under the influence of environmental transformation liquid, they might have produced even more extraordinary results. Wait a moment. This product seems to be sourced from the Western Pastoral area? Suyu noted the familiar name on the packaging. This mulberry could very well be a specialty of a rancher from that region. Upon returning home, he would have to ask Uncle Yang which rancher it belonged to. Pushing the shopping cart, Suyu glanced at the lighting fixtures. With the ranch now electrified, he no longer required the oil lamp, making it an opportune time to purchase a set of lights. He casually selected a set, planning to install it himself, as he had some experience in construction from his past life. "What are you doing here?" As he continued pushing the cart, he spotted Ducklet standing before a potted plant. Utterly captivated. "Gah!" Startled by Suyu's voice, Ducklet jumped, but upon recognizing him, it relaxed. Suyu glanced at the potted plant and asked in confusion, "Are you interested in buying a potted plant?" Ducklet shook its head. "Then what do you want?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. Ducklet pointed at the green onion in its grasp, and then at the potted plant, and suddenly, Suyu understood. "Oh, you wish to buy a pot for your green onion." Upon hearing this, the scallion duck nodded. Each scallion in its grasp represented its very essence. Naturally, when it comes to one's lifeline, it must be cherished and cared for with utmost diligence. Observing this, Suyu smiled and said, "Then let us purchase it, after all. It is not overly expensive." With that, he instructed the scallion duck to select a flower pot and add it to the shopping cart. At that moment, Suyu's gaze fell upon the Frost Milk Fairy, who was perusing the kitchenware section, seemingly dazzled by the array of culinary tools. It is worth noting that the Frost Milk Fairy, upon visiting the department store, focused solely on items related to the kitchen. Coincidentally, Tsuyu also intended to procure some kitchen essentials, ideally a microwave and an induction cooker, thereby diversifying his culinary methods. Chapter 35. The Suspenders Accompanying the Frost Milk Fairy. Tsuyu selected various kitchen items, including spices, pots, and pans. As they finished their shopping, it appeared they had acquired everything they needed. While passing through the clothing section, Tsuyu noticed garments specifically designed for Pokémon. Much like the unique forms that Pikachu assumes in specialized attire, Pokémon too can wear clothing. To his delight, the outfits in the clothing section appeared quite appealing. Feeling intrigued, Tsuyu ventured inside to explore the selections. Frost Milk Fairy, come take a look at this lovely little dress, Tsuyu called out, picking up a pink tutu from the rack. However, the Frost Milk Fairy merely scoffed, expressing her disapproval with a disdainful pout. Humph, only a middle-aged man's taste, she remarked. Then choose something for yourself. I personally find this dress quite lovely. But if you do not like it, that is perfectly fine, Tsuyu replied. At that moment, other Pokémon began to gather around, particularly the herdier, who eagerly approached Tsuyu, requesting assistance in selecting a new outfit. You have the luxury of choice, but I fear my judgment may be questionable. My fashion sense is rather concerning, Tsuyu confessed. Having lived as a decidedly unremarkable dresser in his previous life, Tsuyu had never given much thought to his attire, opting instead for casual ensembles. However, the herdier did not seem to mind. It barked affirmatively, encouraging Tsuyu to proceed with the selection. Seeing this, Tsuyu, with a serious demeanor, sifted through the various canine Pokémon garments, ultimately settling on a charming little vest adorned with a tiger motif. I cannot guarantee that this will suit you, but let us give it a try, he said, instructing a nearby salesperson to fetch the item for the herdier to try on. At that moment, the Caterpie and Scallion Duck also approached. Noticing that Tsuyu was assisting the herdier with its outfit, the Caterpie expressed its desire for a new ensemble as well. Sis. Ah, very well. I shall select something for you, but do not set your expectations too high, Tsuyu admitted sheepishly. With that, he began to browse the clothing section once more. After a brief search, he selected a brown plaid detective cloak, reminiscent of a detective's attire, which also included a matching hat. After dressing the Caterpie in the cloak and placing the hat atop its head, Tsuyu was pleasantly surprised by how well it suited the Pokémon, giving it an energetic appearance. This seems quite fitting, don't you think? He asked. The Caterpie nodded vigorously in agreement after glancing at its reflection in the mirror. It appeared that it too was fond of the ensemble. Let us purchase this one. And what about you, Scallion Duck? Do you wish for something as well? Quack. Can I have one too? The Scallion Duck inquired, puzzled. Of course. After all, you are the trainer of the Caterpie and the Tropius. It would be remiss not to buy something for you while shopping for them, Tsuyu explained. Hearing this, the Scallion Duck glanced at a traditional-style raincoat and hat on a mannequin nearby, envisioning how splendid it would look donned in that attire, akin to the legendary heroes of folklore. Once, the Scallion Duck had encountered another duck that fancied itself a hero, similarly clad in a raincoat and hat, effortlessly gliding across water, exuding an air of charm. Do you desire that outfit? Tsuyu inquired. The Scallion Duck nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Tsuyu instructed the salesperson to bring the raincoat and hat for the Scallion Duck to try on. After donning the attire, the Scallion Duck adjusted the hat to obscure its face and struck a pose, attempting to appear profound. Sis. Stylish, the Caterpie exclaimed, mimicking human gestures to applaud its friend. Tsuyu, glancing over, concurred that the Scallion Duck indeed looked quite dapper, provided one overlooked its inherent silliness. Having spent some time together, Tsuyu had come to realize that this Scallion Duck possessed a rather playful demeanor and was easily swayed with treats. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an outfit that seemed perfect for the Scallion Duck. Without hesitation, he urged the Scallion Duck to change out of the raincoat and hat to try on the new attire. Once dressed in suspenders and a black undershirt, it appeared something was still missing. Perhaps a basketball would complete this look, he mused. However, simply wearing those items conjured memories of a bygone acquaintance. If only he could add a wig to the ensemble. Surprisingly, this suits you quite well, Tsuyu remarked. All right, let us purchase these two outfits. Noticing the Frost Milk Fairy and Caterpie observing him, Tsuyu cleared his throat and said, you two should also take a moment to select something for yourselves. It would be quite fair for each Pokémon to have two outfits, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the Frost Milk Fairy and Caterpie refrained from further comment. At that moment, the herdier returned, having finally changed into its new outfit. Dressing a four-legged Pokémon appeared to be somewhat of a challenge. Upon seeing the outfits worn by the Caterpie and Scallion Duck, the herdier's eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't right. Why do you both have such stylish outfits chosen by Tsuyu? while mine looks silly with its tiger motif. This is unfair. By the time they concluded their shopping, dusk was beginning to settle in. Since they had arrived in the afternoon, it was now time to head home for dinner. Approaching the checkout counter, Suyu settled the bill for their afternoon's expenditures, totaling over 40,000 alliance coins. Such a considerable expense reminded him of the engineering team he had previously encountered. It seemed that their earlier quote had effectively amounted to little more than free labor. Next time I have a job, I must seek them out again and offer them a bit more compensation as a form of appreciation, Suyu thought to himself. Most of the expenses incurred at the department store had been attributed to furniture and appliances, while clothing and groceries had not cost nearly as much. As he was finalizing the transaction, Suyu noticed the pink tutu he had chosen for the Frost Milk Fairy still in the shopping cart. When did I purchase this? Suyu wondered, recalling that the Frost Milk Fairy had initially rejected it. Glancing behind him, he noticed that the Pokémon had seemingly vanished. Leaving him puzzled, it appeared the Frost Milk Fairy had taken it after all, despite her earlier disapproval of his selection. Suyu shook his head and chuckled. Just as the cashier inquired, "Do you still want this garment, sir?" "Yes, please include this one as well," Suyu replied, after completing the transaction and exiting the mall. Frosty Milk Fairy and Green Caterpillar hurriedly caught up with him. "Let's go. We finished shopping and it's time to head back." Not wishing to prolong the moment, Suyu swiftly recalled them into their Pokeballs and released the tropical dragon, soaring in the direction of home. Chapter 36. The ranch is electrified. That evening, Suyu returned to the ranch. After finalizing the paperwork at the power station, he was pleasantly surprised by their efficiency. While the sky was still dimly lit, personnel from the power station arrived to connect the electricity. Observing them working so late, Suyu curiously asked, "Is it safe for you to be out here in the dark? Perhaps you should return in the morning instead?" One of the workers smiled and produced a Pokeball, releasing a Pokémon with a yellow body adorned with large red spheres on its head and tail. "Rest assured, with Electric Dragon around, the darkness will be illuminated as bright as day," he assured. Upon seeing Electric Dragon, Suyu suddenly remembered its ability to emit a brilliant light from its tail, which had even served as a beacon at sea in the past. "I almost forgot about such Pokémon. How ignorant of me," Suyu admitted, scratching his nose awkwardly. "Haha, every profession has its specialties. It's understandable that a ranch owner like you might not be familiar with this," the Electric Dragon trainer remarked, patting Suyu on the shoulder. "By the way, may I ask whether your overtime is voluntary or mandatory?" Suyu inquired, intrigued. "Of course, it's voluntary. Many ranches are still without power, hence the ongoing demand for overtime at the power station. However, it's entirely up to us whether we choose to work extra hours. I took on this overtime because I need the money. Speaking of which, I have a daughter about your age. She's already in her second year of high school. She aspires to enroll in the trainer program. I must say, the costs associated with becoming a trainer are exorbitant, especially with the need to care for numerous Pokémon. Some of these Pokémon are not even profitable, bred purely for battles. If she manages to get in, just the upkeep of her Pokémon would deplete my savings accumulated over the years. Honestly, why not become a rancher like you? At least the Pokémon she raises could support our household." As the conversation turned to his daughter, the man's words flowed freely. Suyu chuckled awkwardly at the outpouring. The so-called trainer program, which Suyu had encountered in novels, was a specialization in combat. Students of this discipline often possessed formidable fighting abilities and could take on roles such as bodyguards, explorers of secret realms, or pioneers at the borders. However, this specialization had a glaring disadvantage. It was financially draining. Want a strong starter Pokémon? Be prepared to spend. Without investment, how could one acquire Pokémon of high potential? Even for some premium starters, one would require formidable connections. Once you obtain your initial Pokémon, if you wish to grow stronger, you must be prepared to invest, akin to how one needs sufficient protein to build muscle during workouts. Merely training without nourishment would yield no strength. One might think Pokémon do not require nutrition. But consider this: why are human-trained Pokémon invariably stronger than their wild counterparts? Additionally, there are costs associated with learning moves, medical expenses after battles, and training venue fees, among other considerations. Thus, the trainer program is marked by both significant advantages and disadvantages, especially during the early stages when students are at their weakest and unable to secure work, which coincides with the most financially taxing period of their training. However, once they grow stronger and surpass the initial novice phase, trainers typically find a balance between income and expenses through online work. With continued growth, their financial situation often improves. Therefore, the challenge for students in this program lies in navigating the difficult early development phase. Seeing the electrician brother continuing his monologue, Suyu remarked, "Since she is already in her final year and has chosen her desired field, why not let her give it a try? She might find success down the road." If you're still uncertain, you could let her visit my ranch to experience the life of a ranch owner. Perhaps it might shift her perspective. In that moment, Tsuyu felt akin to those well-meaning parents from his previous life who encouraged others' children to work on construction sites, believing that exposure to hard labor would deter them from such paths. Naturally, ranching in this world wasn't as grim as it seemed. It could be considered a respectable profession, contributing to a global trend. Owning a ranch could facilitate self-sufficiency, alleviating many worries. Allowing his sister to experience ranch life could prove beneficial, as knowledge is always advantageous. The electrician was taken aback. Really? Is that possible? Of course. My ranch isn't shrouded in commercial secrets. You're welcome anytime. Just remember to contact me in advance. Tsuyu replied with a smile. The man readily agreed, jotting down Tsuyu's number on his phone and continuing their lighthearted conversation. Meanwhile, the other electricians completed their tasks, descending from the ladders and nodding at Tsuyu. All done. Your farm should now have power. If you encounter any issues, feel free to call the power station. Our colleagues will assist you. Grateful, Tsuyu thanked the electricians and watched them depart. Upon returning to the house, he connected the pre-installed light bulbs to the power supply. As he flipped the switch, the room was instantly illuminated. Finally, we have electricity. Tsuyu sighed in relief, basking in the bright glow of the bulbs. This is the modern life I am familiar with. The era of dim kerosene lamps had finally passed. At that moment, the canine Pokémon, Arcanine, returned from the grasslands, herding the ordinary sheep back. During their absence, the woolly sheep had kept watch over the flock. Seeing the room lit as if it were day, Arcanine appeared somewhat disoriented, as if its eyes were nearly blinded by the brightness. How strange. It was nearly dark outside. Why is it so bright in here? Tsuyu chuckled. Haha, surprised? This is the power of human technology. From now on, we needn't sleep so early at night. Once those appliances we ordered arrive, we can snuggle under the blankets and watch television. Television? During the day, Arcanine had listened to Tsuyu's explanation, intrigued by the fascinating concept. Listening to Tsuyu, Cat-Eye Dog also became somewhat impatient, eagerly anticipating the program on television. Just a little longer. The department store hasn't delivered the television yet. Once it arrives, we can watch, Tsuyu said helplessly. At that moment, Duckleek, Green Caterpillar, and Tropical Dragon returned from the department store, having taken advantage of the still bright sky to train for a while. Upon entering the house and seeing the changes, they were taken aback. Hoo-ha! What is going on? Is there a fire in here? Tropical Dragon shouted from a distance, rushing over as if to extinguish flames. Tsuyu explained with a sigh, it's just the lights. You saw them in the town before. Why are you so startled now that we've got electricity at home? Is having lights in the house so surprising? Conversely, Frosty Milk Fairy remained remarkably composed, having grown accustomed to modern appliances after staying in the cake shop for so long. Chapter 37. Insightful Red Tea After Dinner. Frosty Milk Fairy, Green Caterpillar, and Cat-Eye Dog began to play inside the house, with lights illuminating the once dark surroundings. They were no longer inclined to play outside, but preferred to stay indoors. They engaged in a game of Ludo, which Tsuyu had purchased for them earlier in the day. Mama. 6. Frosty Milk Fairy rolled the dice, landing a 6, allowing one of the planes to take off. Thus, it had launched 3 planes. In contrast, Green Caterpillar managed to take off 1 plane, while Cat-Eye Dog had yet to get any airborne. Woof. Next, it was Cat-Eye Dog's turn, but lacking hands, it could not roll the dice. Instead, it nudged the dice with its nose, resulting in a 4. How can we play like this? I haven't launched a single plane. When it was Green Caterpillar's turn, it tossed its short abdominal legs and rolled a 6. Cat-Eye Dog felt the game was becoming unbearable. You've both launched at least 2 planes. Once they're airborne, they can begin moving. Meanwhile, I can't get even one off the ground. I can't do anything. Seeing this, Tsuyu chuckled. All right, I'll buy a dice rolling machine tomorrow. It's clear you can't play this way. Cat-Eye Dog nodded in satisfaction. Beside Cat-Eye Dog, Duckleek was lounging against the wall, holding a leek and resting with closed eyes. It seemed to relish the ensemble of a conical hat and raincoat, wearing it since it was purchased. Tsuyu intended to approach and chat with it, but before he could take a few steps, Duckleek suddenly opened its eyes. Gripping the leek tightly, its gaze sharpened, as if sensing an enemy nearby. It had a premonition that the sword technique it had just meditated upon could potentially cleave the stars. Quack! Duckleek swung its sword, generating a gust of wind that startled Tsuyu. Although the sword did not strike Tsuyu, it made him break into a cold sweat. After all, Pokémon moves were no joke. Duckleek, are you attempting to murder me? Don't you want free meals and lodging anymore? Quack! No. I just wanted to practice my sword. Duckleek quickly flapped its wings, explaining vigorously. Exasperated, Tsuyu warned Duckleek not to practice swordplay indoors before turning to the kitchen. If you had hit the floor or walls, The fire-retardant materials might not have held up. You almost demolished my home. I've only just moved in. Back in the kitchen. He glanced at the ingredients he had brought home earlier and realized it had been a while since he had prepared something new. The last dish he made was a grass cake, wasn't he? Tsuyu began experimenting with a new recipe. He first brewed a cup of red tea, specifically consulting Frosty Milk Fairy for guidance on the proper brewing technique. After all, the flavor of the dish seemed to influence the ultimate outcome. Thus, Tsuyu almost always sought Frosty Milk Fairy's advice before cooking. The tea leaves for this red tea appeared to be sourced from the shoots of a budding deer antler, producing an exceptionally fragrant brew. After taking a sip, the effects of the red tea manifested before Tsuyu's eyes. Exquisite English-style red tea, under Frosty Milk Fairy's guidance. It was made with milk and sugar, resulting in a rich and smooth flavor, alleviating fatigue, enhancing learning efficiency, and promoting insightful comprehension. Enhancing insightful comprehension? Does such insight truly exist? Tsuyu wondered, unclear about the meaning of this insightful comprehension. If one were to speak of comprehension, would swordsmanship count? He looked at Duck Leek nearby. Among the Pokémon around him, Duck Leek was the only one he could think of in relation to insight. It was said that within Duck Leek, even the methods of using leeks were divided into various schools, akin to sword cultivators in fantastical novels. Thus, Tsuyu led Duck Leek outside and offered it the insightful red tea. After Duck Leek consumed the tea, Tsuyu said, "Try using your moves on the ground and see if the power of your moves has increased after drinking the tea." Obeying, Duck Leek complied. It executed Leaf Blade against the ground, creating a deep mark. However, this mark seemed no different from the results of its previous Leaf Blade moves. Quack. It seems no different. What about your other moves? Tsuyu inquired. Duck Leek tried several other moves, but the results remained the same. This was puzzling. Could it be that the red tea had no effect? Speaking, Tsuyu headed back inside, intending to ponder the capabilities of the red tea carefully. Meanwhile, Duck Leek remained where it was, staring at the sword marks on the ground, sensing the residual sword intent, unsure of Tsuyu's true intention in calling it outside. Suddenly, it seemed to glean something from the sword intent. Sword moves, consecutive strikes, multiple slashes. It used the consecutive strikes move again, delivering several quick slashes, and to its astonishment, the power of the consecutive strikes was significantly greater than before, leaving Duck Leek astounded. Could it be that the insightful red tea had such an effect? The progress achieved this time in swordsmanship was equivalent to the cumulative results of several previous attempts at comprehension. The magnitude of progress was extraordinary. Quack. Could it be the tea Tsuyu just gave me? Duck Leek had long heard from Tropical Dragon and the others that Tsuyu's dishes possessed immense power, capable of strengthening Pokémon. However, seeing was believing. This was Duck Leek's first encounter with the effects of Tsuyu's cooking. Previously, when consuming grass cakes, it felt only the dense grass-type energy without any other remarkable effects. Quack. Staying on this ranch can actually help me enhance my swordsmanship? Now, Duck Leek was reluctant to leave the ranch. The Pokémon here treated it well, and Tsuyu was quite kind. Moreover, staying here could even assist it in becoming stronger. Upon the conclusion of the Tropical Dragon's training, should Tsuyu no longer require it, the little duck, with its wings gently resting upon its head, found itself in a state of disquiet for the first time, fearing that Tsuyu might send it away. Chapter 38. Fluffy Cotton Candy. Meanwhile, on the other side, perplexed by the elusive effects of the Enlightenment red tea, Tsuyu turned his focus to crafting a new dish. He unveiled a cotton candy machine recently purchased from the marketplace, and, with a bamboo skewer in hand, began to twirl it within. In no time, a pink cotton candy was formed. Here, have a taste, Tsuyu offered, extending the cotton candy towards the Frost Milk Fairy, well aware of its fondness for sweet treats. The Frost Milk Fairy received the cotton candy with delight, savoring it in small bites. Meanwhile, Tsuyu observed the cotton candy machine, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he added a hint of grass flavoring to the machine. After activating it once more, he created a green cotton candy. Tsuyu poured his heart into this creation and felt his stamina depleting swiftly. The use of his culinary skills consumed his energy and only manifested when he intended to employ them. Consequently, the dishes he typically crafted lacked special effects, merely enhancing vitality. However, due to his meticulous effort this time, the cotton candy boasted unique properties. Upon checking the system interface, Tsuyu was filled with joy as he beheld the following message: grass-flavored cotton candy, special effect, fluffy and soft, enhances the quality of wool for sheep Pokémon, increasing growth rate. Additionally, the power of corresponding Pokémon's cotton defense moves is amplified, soft and tender, akin to the Chi-Chi-Ching-Niao. Perhaps it too would relish such a dish. Now, the hopes of the fluffy sheep to produce premium wool were rekindled. Alas, they were already asleep, and he would have to wait until tomorrow to share this treat with them. It was also nearing bedtime for Suyu and his companions. Noticing the time, he made his way to the living room, where the corgi was still joyfully playing with the newly acquired toy. It seemed utterly enamored, displaying an insatiable enthusiasm. Nearby, the Caterpie gazed out at the moon, lost in contemplation, reminiscing about its early days spent frolicking in the forest with its fellow caterpillars. Seeing that no one was inclined to sleep, Suyu called out, "All right, enough of the commotion, it's time to rest. We cannot let the excitement keep us awake. We must rise early tomorrow." At his words, the corgi ceased its antics. Suyu approached the door, only to find the little duck still outside. "Are you going to sleep out here again? Aren't you coming in?" he inquired curiously. After a brief hesitation, the little duck admitted to wanting to come inside, especially as the weather grew colder. However, after a moment of internal conflict, it shook its head. "Entering the warmth of the house is something only a duck lost in comfort would do. I shall forge my will in the chill of winter." "Very well. Just be cautious not to catch a cold. If it becomes unbearable, remember to come inside," Suyu replied, feeling somewhat helpless regarding the little duck's stubbornness. Turning off the lights, he guided the corgi and Caterpie to bed before lying down to sleep himself. The following morning, Suyu awoke slightly later than usual. Yet he rose to prepare breakfast for his Pokémon. Today, they would feast on crab soup dumplings, crafted from the meat of the claws of the Moya crab. Exuding a delectable aroma of fresh crab. "Eat slowly, be careful not to burn yourselves on the hot broth. These dumplings are quite steaming," he cautioned as he noticed the Pokémon's eagerness. Reluctantly, the Pokémon complied, waiting for the dumplings to cool. However, one Pokémon could not resist. Woof! The corgi, enticed by the delightful scent, bit into a dumpling. The scalding broth was no concern for it. Suyu sighed, having forgotten about his fiery companion. The others patiently awaited the dumplings to cool before indulging. Upon tasting the dumplings, the little duck's face lit up with sheer bliss. This arrangement of food and lodging truly was a blessing. The frost milk fairy nibbled delicately at the dumpling's skin, allowing the broth to flow out before savoring it. Observing this, Suyu joined in, contemplating that since electricity was now available at home, he should consider planting some soybeans in the fields and purchasing a soy milk machine for future use. As he ate, he asked, "How has your recent training progressed?" Slurp, slurp. The Caterpie was the first to respond, swallowing a special leaf and conjuring a green blade from its mouth. Suyu marveled, "You have already mastered Leaf Blade? While I knew of your talent, I am continually astonished." The Caterpie nodded, leaping down from the chair and executing a series of slashes in the air. Though somewhat clumsy in appearance, Suyu could discern that it was utilizing a bug-type slashing move. The little duck, initially focused on the remaining dumplings, was taken aback by this display. "Quack! I never taught you that move. How did you learn it?" The Caterpie replied, "I simply watched you demonstrate it and picked it up. Was it really that difficult?" "All right, perhaps I spoke too soon," the little duck conceded. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. At that moment, he was also impressed by the Caterpie's innate talent, truly deserving of its aspiration to evolve into a legendary Pokémon. However, he noted, "It seems that such close-range moves may not suit you. You appear somewhat too slender compared to larger Pokémon, while you can move swiftly using your belly strength. Employing Leaf Blade in close combat may not be the most effective approach. Perhaps you should learn more ranged moves? I believe the Tropical Dragon's Magical Leaf would suit you well, along with Air Slash and Vine Whip. The latter could enhance your agility and serve as an offensive maneuver, making it a fitting choice for you. Of course, I'm not suggesting that close combat is inherently bad. I merely feel that Leaf Blade may not be ideal. After all, using Leaf Blade requires you to hold it in your mouth, which limits your ability to exert your full strength. If you're interested in similar techniques, Iron Tail might be a better fit." At that moment, the Caterpie resembled a Pokémon with a move modifier, capable of learning nearly any technique. Thus, Suyu offered his suggestions with boldness. The Caterpie nodded in agreement, acknowledging Suyu's advice. Chapter 39, Training Partner. And so, after finishing breakfast, the Scallion Duck and the Tropical Dragon, along with the Green Caterpillar, promptly commenced their training. Meanwhile, Suyu ventured into the fields to water the crops and inspect the medicinal plants, which seemed to be growing rather slowly. Although, according to the information dispatched by Xiao Gang, this was deemed normal, the soil in his vicinity was not ordinary, as it was supplemented with environmental transformation liquid. The record suggested that if the growth rate was sluggish, it could be due to a lack of grass-type energy in the surroundings, which could be remedied by allowing grass-type Pokémon to utilize moves like grassy terrain. This thought led Suyu to recall his mount, the little sheep. He wondered if Uncle Yang had prepared it for him yet. Simultaneously, early in the morning, Uncle Yang arrived at Suyu's ranch aboard a flying-type Pokémon. As he surveyed the ranch from above, he immediately noticed the newly constructed cliff for the hairy crab. "This place has changed a lot since my last visit," exclaimed Uncle Yang. The large-mouthed seagull he rode nodded in agreement. At that moment, Uncle Yang's keen eyes spotted the tropical dragon and green caterpillar training on the grass. The green caterpillar, noticing the newcomer from afar, quickly ceased its leaf blade move and pretended to be an ordinary green caterpillar. The scallion duck and tropical dragon were puzzled by this behavior. As they looked up and saw Uncle Yang but could not comprehend why the green caterpillar was feigning weakness in the presence of an outsider. After circling the ranch, Uncle Yang descended in front of the ranch house. Upon landing, the flock of fluffy sheep immediately gathered around him, recognizing their old master and displaying their affection. All right. No pushing. Here, have some of this," he said, pulling out several grass cakes to distribute among the sheep. At that moment, Siyu returned and greeted Uncle Yang. With a smile, Uncle Yang remarked, "You're looking more like a rancher every day, and this ranch is brimming with vitality." Siyu humbly replied, "Not at all. By the way, I came here to inform you to pick up your little mount. I've selected the sheep you wanted, just waiting for you to take them back," Uncle Yang said. Siyu nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll come over once I finish my tasks. Would you like to come in for a bit, Uncle?" Uncle Yang shook his head. "No, I have some matters to attend to at my ranch. I want to linger. By the way, I noticed your tropical dragon practicing leaf blade over there. How's it going? I heard you plan to participate in the rancher competition in half a month?" "Yes. I intend to let the tropical dragon gain some practical experience in the competition," Siyu confirmed. "That sounds intriguing. Hey, don't give me that look. I am a well-known trainer in the region, and I've participated in that competition every year. I can at least secure a spot in the top 8. He added, "Since you're entering the rancher competition, I, as your elder, must show my support. How about this? Let the budding deer stay here to train with." With that, Uncle Yang released a tall deer Pokémon from its Pokeball. The deer had white antlers and a tuft of white fur on its chest, resembling its winter appearance. Its form would change with the seasons, and the red tea Siyu had previously tasted was harvested from the antlers of this Pokémon. After releasing the budding deer, Uncle Yang continued, "This deer has been my companion since childhood and possesses a wealth of battle experience. I believe it will be a sufficient training partner for your tropical dragon." "Thank you, Uncle," Siyu expressed with delight, then summoned the tropical dragon to inform it about the budding deer staying as a training partner. With this companion, the tropical dragon would find it much easier to hone its combat skills. Upon hearing the news, the tropical dragon eagerly returned with a host of Pokémon, clearly excited about having a training partner. After all, while the scallion duck excelled in swordsmanship, it lacked practical battle experience beyond competing with other scallion ducks. Conversely, the budding deer appeared seasoned and brimming with combat knowledge. The green caterpillar, meanwhile, quietly climbed onto Suyu's shoulder, whispering into his ear as if worried that the arrival of Pokémon from other ranches would expose its unique abilities. Suyu chuckled, "Don't worry. I'll keep the budding deer nearby and ensure it doesn't wander off. Just train a bit farther away." Although he was uncertain why the green caterpillar was being so cautious, it was his Pokémon, and he could only indulge its whims. Uncle Yang added, "I'll leave my old companion here with you, Suyu. Just remember to feed it. I'll head back now." "All right, take care, Uncle," Suyu replied. The tropical dragon, impatient to battle with the budding deer, invited it for a duel. The budding deer calmly accepted the challenge, and the two Pokémon ventured deeper into the grasslands, gradually distancing themselves from the house. Observing this, Frostmilk Fairy called the fluffy sheep to join in the excitement of the match. The scallion duck, eager to assess its apprentice's training results, followed suit. The green caterpillar, however, felt disinterested and, upon seeing the budding deer leave, scuttled to hide behind the house to practice Iron Tail in solitude. Chapter 40. The duel between Fluffy Sheep and Little Mount. Seeking support on Tuesday, the battle between the tropical dragon and the budding deer concluded with a narrow victory for the latter. Although the tropical dragon surpassed the budding deer in physical prowess and overall strength, it lacked the combat skills necessary for victory, thus leading to its defeat. Nonetheless, the budding deer achieved only a precarious win, not without considerable effort, especially since the tropical dragon had yet to master the 4-leaf blades. Uncle Yang mentioned he could secure a spot in the top 8. Does that imply I could also achieve a similar level if I entered now? So you pondered. Upon reflection, it made sense. The tropical dragon had never been weak since it was captured, and after training under the scallion duck, it would be surprising if it didn't rank in the top 8. Most ranchers were not overly fond of battles, with many merely being ordinary herders. It seemed there was hope for the tropical dragon to clinch first place. If it truly mastered the 4-leaf blade techniques, it might very well return with the championship title, once the battle between the tropical dragon and the budding deer concluded. Suyu approached with healing ointment to treat their post-battle injuries. Returning with the sprout deer to the cottage, Suyu placed a grass cake before it, saying, "You might enjoy this. I am unsure of your taste, but the tropical dragons seem to relish it." Upon hearing this, the sprout deer sniffed the grass cake and tentatively took a bite. It then nodded in approval, signaling that it found it satisfactory. "That's wonderful. If you find it delicious, feel free to indulge a bit more. I have some matters to discuss with Uncle Yang, so please stay around the cottage and do not wander off, otherwise I may not find you. When the tropical dragons are not here for practice, you can spend your time as you wish." With these instructions, Suyu took his canine companion, Katy Dog, and headed to Uncle Yang's ranch. Upon arrival, Uncle Yang led Suyu to a sheep pen, saying, "Here, these 3 riding sheep are prepared for you. Their qualities are quite commendable. One even inherited the grass terrain move and has learned how to use it." "Grass terrain? It has already learned it? This riding sheep must possess remarkable talent," Suyu replied, particularly since he urgently needed this move to enhance the growth of the herbs in his medicinal field, which were growing far too slowly and required increased grass-type energy concentration. Uncle Yang addressed the little sheep. "This is the new ranch owner I mentioned to you. You will be following it from now on. And I trust you have no objections?" "Bah." The riding sheep shook their heads in unison. Suyu smiled, saying, "I have a few more fluffy sheep. Once you join them, they will have new companions. Rest assured, you will be well fed and taken care of." With that, Suyu captured the riding sheep and pokeballs. At that moment, Uncle Yang imparted some care techniques for the riding sheep, adding, "By the way, it's best for the riding sheep to consume specially cultivated, nutrient-rich pasture. If you wish for them to produce milk, their nutritional needs will be somewhat higher. I have some seeds for this pasture. Consider them a gift. Remember to plant them when you return. This grass is far superior to the naturally grown grass in the ranch, though it requires dedicated care. Furthermore, those riding sheep have been with me for a while. With a bit more care once you take them, they should start producing milk. Just remember to milk them regularly. Otherwise, they may become uncomfortable." Suyu nodded. "Understood. I will remember everything." Once Uncle Yang finished his instructions, Suyu returned to the ranch with Katy Dog. Upon arrival, the fluffy sheep eagerly awaited his return. They had heard Suyu mention the arrival of new lambs and were gathered at the entrance of the sheep pen. Seeing Suyu, they bleated impatiently. All right, no need to rush," Suyu said. "Riding sheep, come meet your new companions." With that, he released the riding sheep from their pokeballs. Upon their release, the riding sheep curiously surveyed their new surroundings, while the fluffy sheep rushed over in excitement. Bah, 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 bah. The scene was quite chaotic, and Suyu felt overwhelmed by the cacophony of bleating. He quickly approached the riding sheep that had learned grass terrain and led it away from the flock, bringing the riding sheep to the medicinal field. Suyu instructed it to use grass terrain. After all, his purpose in bringing the riding sheep back was not only for the milk they would produce, but, more importantly, to enhance the grass-type energy in the soil. The riding sheep complied, and as it invoked grass terrain, a wave of grass-type energy emanated from its feet. Though it was winter, the atmosphere felt as though the earth was on the verge of awakening, lush and vibrant. Under the influence of grass terrain, the herbs in the medicinal field began to sway, seemingly accelerating their growth. While the riding sheep activated grass terrain, Suyu observed the herbs closely. After a while, he instructed the riding sheep to stop, saying, "That will suffice for today. Using grass terrain for such a duration is enough. If overdone, it may hinder growth. I may need to trouble you to come here daily to use grass terrain. I will ensure you have plenty of grass cakes to eat in return." "Thank you." "Bah. No need for thanks," the riding sheep responded, joyfully shaking its body, as if releasing grass-type energy was a delightful experience. Suyu then led the riding sheep back to the cottage. Passing by the sheep pen, he paused in surprise as he noticed the lambs seemed to be engaged in a duel. The atmosphere between the riding sheep and the fluffy sheep appeared harmonious, with their duel looking more playful than serious. However, Frosty Milk Fairy, who was observing, remarked that this seemed to be a method for the lambs to establish the leader of their group. Intrigued, Suyu watched as the contenders were the fluffy sheep and the riding sheep, with each side presenting their strongest member. Having prepared a few cotton candies, Suyu stepped outside to enjoy the spectacle. He shared a cotton candy with Frosty Milk Fairy, joking, "It seems you are always around when there's something exciting happening. Do you have a penchant for watching these events? Perhaps you are the legendary bystander who enjoys the spectacle? I should plant some watermelons on the farm soon. By summer, we can enjoy the show while munching on them." "Ma?" Frosty Milk Fairy did not understand the term watching the spectacle but was keen on the commotion. As Suyu distributed the cotton candy to the other Pokémon, he continued to watch the unfolding drama. Inside the sheep pen, the riding sheep utilized Vine Whip and Tackle, while the fluffy sheep adopted Round and Cotton Guard, boosting its defenses. This combination caused the fluffy sheep to puff up, forming a massive ball that significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities. Despite the riding sheep's repeated attempts to breach this soft, cotton-like defense, it found the task quite challenging. However, even in this round ball form, the fluffy sheep retained its offensive capabilities. It could still use tackle and headbutt, having recently learned tackle, which was quite powerful. Yet, it refrained from using its stronger moves, seemingly treating the duel as mere fun. After several unsuccessful attacks, the riding sheep attempted to use Leech Seed, hoping to sustain a prolonged battle by absorbing the opponent's energy. However, after a time, it abandoned this strategy, realizing that not only was the fluffy sheep's defense formidable, but its stamina was also superior, thanks to Tsuyu's consistent feeding of grass cakes to the fluffy sheep. While the rich grass-type energy in the cakes was not particularly beneficial to the fluffy sheep, it certainly enhanced their endurance. However, the grassy cake possesses various effects for herbivorous Pokémon, offering numerous benefits when consumed over an extended period. Consequently, the mountable little sheep reluctantly conceded defeat, realizing it could not outmatch the strength of the fluffy sheep, even in a battle of endurance. Its proficiency with parasitic seeds was insufficient to sustain the contest indefinitely. Ultimately, it acknowledged the fluffy sheep as the leader of their flock. Chapter 41. The arrival of appliances quite intriguing, Tsuyu remarked after witnessing the confrontation between the mountable little sheep and the fluffy sheep. The latter's tactical mastery of the turtle shell defense had grown increasingly formidable, nearly reaching a level of invincibility among its peers. I specialize solely in defense. You simply cannot harm me. What can you possibly do? Is this merely an indication of cowardice, resorting to boosting defensive capabilities out of fear of pain? That rascal Yang Hao has taught some rather unscrupulous tactics. I must be cautious not to let him corrupt other Pokémon. Yet, it was natural for the mountable little sheep, newly arrived, to struggle against the fluffy sheep. After some time, having consumed ample grassy cake under Tsuyu's care, it might very well match the fluffy sheep in strength. Presently, Tsuyu also possessed exclusive enhancement cotton candy for the fluffy sheep, ensuring a promising future for them as well. Summoning the fluffy sheep, Tsuyu presented them with the special cotton candy, reminding them to consume it. This cotton candy, with its delightful fluffiness, was perfectly suited to the fluffy sheep. Afterward, Tsuyu allowed the fluffy sheep to frolic freely. With the mountable little sheep newly arrived, the fluffy sheep were undoubtedly eager to explore the pasture with their companions. Now that they were capable of self-defense, he felt comfortable letting them wander. Subsequently, Tsuyu ventured to the backyard to check on how the fluffy crabs were faring in their new habitat. Upon his arrival, the fluffy crabs were basking in the warmth of the winter sun. The original 5 fluffy crabs that had come with Tsuyu approached him eagerly, while the rest remained indifferent. After petting these few fluffy crabs, Tsuyu offered them some energy cubes. He then observed the group, having been here for several days. None of the fluffy crabs had expressed a desire to return home. It seemed the living conditions here suited them well. However, they mostly remained motionless, resembling stones. Even during feeding time, Tsuyu had to prepare 2 bowls, one filled with water and the other with energy cubes. Only when hungry did the fluffy crabs sluggishly approach the feeding area to eat. At other times, they exhibited a rather indifferent and laid-back attitude. No wonder they belong to the rock type. Their demeanor is quite akin to that of a stone, Tsuyu mused. Among rock-type Pokémon, some are temperamental while others are gentle, but he had never encountered such a serene disposition before. Nevertheless, he wished them well. As long as they continued to produce crab claws, it was a positive outcome for Tsuyu. In recent days, fewer individuals had been purchasing crab claws in the pasture, perhaps due to waning novelty. Nevertheless, a few ranchers persisted in their acquisitions. It might be time to explore new sales channels. The number of fluffy crabs here is substantial, ensuring ample production. Perhaps an agreement could be reached with the restaurant in town with which he had consistently collaborated. Tsuyu contemplated that if they served delectable crab meat porridge, it could sell remarkably well there. He resolved to contact the restaurant at a later date. Having completed his tasks at the pasture, Tsuyu finally enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. He fetched a lounge chair and reclined, observing the Pokémon at play. However, as he watched, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Such splendid winter weather and warm sunshine made it difficult to resist sleep. Frostmilk Fairy was the first to notice Tsuyu had fallen asleep. Glancing in his direction, it called to the fluffy sheep, "Mama." Upon hearing this, the fluffy sheep ceased their frolicking with the mountable little sheep and gathered around Tsuyu. They encircled him, and the lead fluffy sheep inquired, "Ba? Tsuyu has actually fallen asleep?" "Mama." "Yes. Ba. Should we play further away so as not to disturb Tsuyu?" Upon this suggestion, all the Pokémon unanimously agreed. They huddled together and began to wander away from the little house. Meanwhile, Frostmilk Fairy lingered for a moment, casting a glance at Tsuyu before returning to the house to fetch a small blanket, which it gently draped over him. "Mama, If humans sleep without a blanket, they might catch a cold, Frost Milk Fairy thought to itself. After covering him, it looked back to see the fluffy sheep had already distanced themselves. Realizing this, Frost Milk Fairy hurriedly scampered after them. Suyu's nap extended until dusk. As night approached, the familiar sound of a delivery truck engine grew increasingly audible. Awakened by the noise, he sat up and discovered that the goods he had purchased from the department store the previous day had finally arrived. Yesterday, he had made a substantial purchase at the department store, acquiring numerous items. As the truck arrived before him, a driver and a passenger, along with several Machops, disembarked. The driver approached Suyu to confirm his identity. Once assured he was indeed the recipient listed on the delivery order, the driver instructed the Machops to begin unloading the furniture and appliances from the truck. With each item unloaded, the delivery driver marked it off the list while simultaneously conversing. You must be a newly arrived ranch owner, considering the volume of your purchases. Every new ranch owner tends to do the same. Indeed, Suyu nodded in agreement. Curiously, he asked, are there many other new ranch owners nearby, like myself? There used to be many, but in recent years, nearly all suitable land for ranching has been established. Consequently, the number of new ranch owners in this vicinity has gradually diminished. However, in other areas, there are still plenty of new ranch owners, as the merging of the secret realm continues to expand land availability. Therefore, the prospects for ranch owners remain promising, the delivery driver replied. After the secret realm merged with the Azure Star, a portion of it, as the spatial barriers gradually dissolved, has been absorbed into Azure Star. Since the arrival of the secret realm, Azure Star has been continuously growing. So, there are still many aspiring ranch owners. Suyu was intrigued, pondering how ranching could remain so popular even after all these years. Indeed, with Pokémon, newly established ranches can easily achieve self-sufficiency. Once self-sufficient, there is little to worry about. One would never starve. To be honest, I have always wanted to become a ranch owner myself. However, to do so, I must first save enough money to buy a plot of land. Perhaps in a few years, once I've saved enough, you may see me in a nearby ranch. The delivery driver chuckled, scratching his head. Just then, the Machops had finished unloading all the goods into the house. Upon witnessing the scene, the delivery driver folded the delivery slip and waved at Suyu, stating, "All right, I have delivered everything here. It's time for me to head to the next stop. Thank you for shopping at our department store, and I wish you a pleasant life." With that, the driver climbed back into the vehicle, switched on the headlights, and drove away. Chapter 42. The remote control rotation mechanism. Once the delivery truck had departed, a gathering of Pokémon from the ranch approached. They gazed curiously at the newly installed television and various electrical appliances within the house. This is the television I mentioned to you earlier. It is quite a marvelous and intriguing device, Suyu remarked. Having previously arranged for the television's installation, he turned it on and effortlessly navigated through the channels, revealing a news broadcast. The news reported on the recent battle results between the Dragon-type champion and the Fairy-type champion. After a month of rigorous training, the Dragon-type champion had once again succumbed to defeat at the hands of the Fairy-type champion. In response, the Dragon-type champion expressed that his encounters with the Fairy-type champion were merely a means of self-improvement. He vowed to persist in overcoming the formidable challenges posed by type advantages and to reach new heights. Observing this news, Suyu mused to himself, "Goodness. It feels like a monthly serial in the newspaper." However, unlike the newspaper, he realized he would no longer need to read to stay informed. He could simply watch the news instead. Noticing that the Pokémon showed little interest in the news, Suyu switched to a culinary channel, instantly captivated by the food. The Rockruff stood up, panting eagerly at the television. Nearby, the Mareep protested, "Bah, don't stand up, you're blocking our view." In response, Rockruff moved aside, allowing everyone to see the screen. Meanwhile, the Frostlass seemed intrigued by the previous news segment and directed several questions at Suyu. He explained, "The Fairy-type champion is the most formidable trainer under 30 in the East Huang Alliance, specializing in Fairy-type Pokémon. Each type has a designated champion, with challenges permitted only for trainers under 30, occurring annually." Since you are also a Fairy-type, are you aspiring to become the Fairy-type champion?" Upon hearing this, Frostlass appeared contemplative. Becoming a champion requires battling, doesn't it? It pondered. However, it preferred the tranquil life on the ranch and had no desire to become stronger. Consequently, Frostlass shook its head. Observing this, Suyu gently pinched Frostlass's nose, chuckling, "I am aware that battling is not your preference. Thus, I have never considered training you. Besides, aspiring to be a champion is no simple feat. Even a powerful Pokémon like Tropius might struggle against a gym leader, let alone a champion. Let us not dwell on that. Come, it's time for dinner, and I need your help in the kitchen." With that, Suyu carried Frostlass into the kitchen. The various kitchen appliances he had purchased, such as electromagnetic stoves and microwaves, were now set up, allowing him to experiment with these new tools. That evening, as they dined while watching television, Suyu noticed Rockruff was so engrossed that it had neglected its meal. With a sigh, he tapped the table and said, "Stop just watching television. If this continues, I shall turn it off." At his words, Rockruff snapped out of its trance and promptly lowered its head to eat. Suyu began to regret purchasing the television, fearing it might hinder the Pokémon's training. It seemed necessary to impose restrictions on their daily television viewing time. This reminded him of his childhood when his parents had likely shared similar thoughts. Now it appears I am both a father and a mother, Suyu chuckled to himself. At that moment, a notification sounded from his smartphone, which he had upgraded from an old flip phone during his visit to town yesterday. He had initially purchased the flip phone due to limited alliance currency and never anticipated the ranch would develop so rapidly. Glancing at the phone, he noticed a message from Uncle Yang in the group chat titled Ranch Family. Uncle Yang wrote, "Tomorrow marks the arrival of the Great Cold, the final solar term of the 24. In East Huang, we have customs to welcome the new year during this time. It is advisable to repair any damaged structures and refrain from taking on new projects. Wishing all ranch owners a warm and fulfilling Great Cold." The Little Mountain Pig Ranch responded with strong emojis. The Great Eagle Ranch celebrated with festive ones, and the Merino Sheep Ranch expressed joy. Suyu thought to himself, "Do I not fit in with this group?" However, he was surprised to realize that tomorrow was indeed the Great Cold, and time had flown by so quickly. The new year was upon them. He checked the calendar and recalled that he had taken over the ranch on December 9th, meaning he had been there for 2 months by New Year's Eve. Meanwhile, the television was broadcasting the weather forecast. Good evening. Today is the 9th day of the lunar calendar, and tomorrow marks the Great Cold. The coming days will bring the coldest weather of the year, with northern cold air sweeping southward, resulting in a new drop in temperatures along coastal areas. Please ensure adequate insulation and take timely precautions to protect crops from frost. Is it going to get colder? Suyu glanced outside, where the biting wind had begun to howl, markedly different from the daytime. It seemed the next few days would be unpleasant weather. He needed to bring the Mareep inside, otherwise they might suffer from the cold. As for the crabrawler, he recalled that Mira had previously mentioned implementing cold-proof measures on the cliff, so it should be fine. As for Tropius, it would have to endure sleeping in its Pokeball, as its size was too large to fit indoors, and leaving it outside would expose it to the cold. After contemplating this, Suyu decided to step outside. However, as he opened the door, the frigid wind stung his face, prompting him to retreat and don an additional coat. Braving the wind, he went to the sheep pen and brought the Mareep inside. "Although it's a bit cramped in here, you'll have to make do for now. There is no other choice," he said. The house had been small to begin with, and with the addition of more furniture and Pokémon, it felt even more cramped. Fortunately, the Mareep and their riders seemed unconcerned. One of the riders even affectionately nudged Suyu's pant leg. After finishing dinner, Suyu washed all the dishes in the kitchen. When he emerged, he found the television had switched to the ranch channel. The screen displayed a documentary about ranchers managing their farms, which appeared quite engaging, seemingly a program favored by the Mareep. "Have you all taken turns controlling the remote?" Suyu inquired, noticing the remote in the Mareep's grasp. Upon hearing this, the Pokémon nodded in unison, as each Pokémon harbors its own preferences for entertainment. After much discussion, they collectively decided that each one would take turns watching their desired programs for a set amount of time, thereby sharing control of the remote in an orderly fashion. Suyu commented, "It appears that this indeed is a splendid approach." Chapter 43. Accounting and plans for a new house. Keep an eye on things. I shall make a note of the accounts first. Suyu remarked upon observing the harmonious interaction among the Pokémon. It seemed that the creatures in his ranch were quite intelligent, requiring little of his concern. Approaching his desk, Suyu retrieved his ledger. From the very inception of the ranch, he had taken to meticulous bookkeeping, a habit he had diligently maintained. Yesterday, he had spent a considerable sum at the market, and after deducting the necessary expenses to sustain the ranch, he currently held a balance of 120,000 alliance coins. Previously, he had inquired with Mei La about the approximate cost of constructing a standard house, to which she had responded with a figure of around 400,000 coins. Thus, he found himself still short of nearly 300,000 coins. If he desired to enhance the quality of the house further, additional funds would be required. Gazing around the living room, it was evident that the number of Pokémon on the ranch was steadily increasing, making the expansion of the house a pressing matter. However, the construction could not be overly modest. Ultimately, the expenditure would likely exceed 400,000 coins. Not to mention, it was imperative that the Tropius had a place to reside rather than remaining outdoors indefinitely. It seemed necessary to explore new sources of income. With this in mind, Suyu pinned the words fishing, crab claws, and medicinal herbs on his paper. Fishing was straightforward. He had always maintained a free-range approach to the fish in the lake on his ranch, catching them when needed and leaving them otherwise undisturbed. Fortunately, the lake was sufficiently vast, allowing for sustainable fishing without depletion. When he first took over the ranch, Uncle Yang had remarked on its impressive size, a testament to Suyu's grandfather's prowess in managing such a substantial property. The expansive lake, thriving with fish even under a free-range system, presented a remarkable opportunity for scientific aquaculture, which could yield even greater profits. However, such an endeavor required significant initial investment, a consideration that had previously deterred Suyu from pursuing it. Now, with funds available, he felt ready to embark on this venture. The second term he noted, crab claws, referred to the claws of the Maya crabs. Through experience gained from raising them, he had observed a gradual increase in their claw production. Each day, the Maya crabs yielded approximately 20 claws, a significant improvement compared to their wild counterparts. With a market price of 400 alliance coins per claw, this amounted to 8,000 coins daily, translating to 180,000 coins monthly. After accounting for the rearing costs, he would still net 120,000 coins. Upon calculating, even Suyu was astonished. Well, these Maya crabs are surprisingly lucrative. It seems bringing them back to the ranch was indeed a wise decision, he exclaimed, thrilled that what had initially seemed a casual idea could generate such substantial income. The third term, medicinal herbs, referred to the seedlings in his herb garden. With the aid of the grassy terrain, these herbs also held potential for generating a stable economic return, although this income would require some time to materialize. It appeared that accumulating enough funds to build the house within a month might be overly ambitious. At least 2 months would likely be necessary. Let us strive to earn money diligently, aiming to move into a larger home soon, Suyu resolved. Thankfully, with the assistance of the Pokémon, the ranch's daily income had reached levels he had never envisioned when first establishing the ranch, now comparable to that of a medium-sized ranch. After completing his calculations, Suyu glanced at the time and noticed it was still early. He returned to the living room to find the Pokémon engrossed in their television program. With the exceptions of the Caterpie and Farfetch'd, he inquired, "Where are Caterpie and Farfetch'd? Where have they gone?" In response, Frostless remained fixated on the culinary show, extending her small hand to gesture toward the outdoors. "They've gone outside again," Suyu mused. "Those two have been inseparable lately. They must be stargazing together." Meanwhile, outside, facing the biting cold wind, Farfetch'd exhibited unwavering resolve. It firmly believed that only the harshest environments could temper and sustain its sword-like will, preventing it from being dulled by comforts. Before Farfetch'd stood a green onion planted in a pot. After each training session, Farfetch'd would nurture the green onion in this manner, drawing nourishment and energy from the soil. At this moment, the green onion was absorbing the faint moonlight and energy from the earth, seemingly gathering strength for its future growth. Caterpie was also present outside, keeping company with Farfetch'd, both watching the green onion in silence. Just then, Suyu stepped out, noticing the two Pokémon gathered there. He queried, "What are you two doing here? Watching that green onion?" In response, Caterpie greeted Suyu. It explained that they hadn't done much, merely that Farfetch'd had taken an interest in observing the green onion's process of absorbing moonlight energy. Hearing Caterpie's explanation, Suyu felt speechless. What an obsession with that green onion. You find the process of it absorbing energy from the soil so captivating? You must truly adore that green onion. It seemed that every Farfetch'd held a deep emotional bond with the green onion accompanying them, and the one before Suyu was no exception. By the way, Farfetch'd, it seems the temperature will continue to drop over the next few days, and it will get increasingly cold. Would you like to move inside for the night? Suyu suggested, noting the darkening sky as clouds threatened to obscure the moon entirely. If the temperature continues to fall, the lake will likely freeze soon. If you continue to sleep outside in this weather, you might fall ill. However, Farfetch'd remained steadfast in its desire to stay outdoors, a habit Suyu had grown accustomed to. "Very well, I shall fetch an extra blanket for you later. Just be careful and do not catch a cold," Suyu replied with a hint of resignation. At that moment, the cold wind picked up again, prompting Suyu to wrap his coat tighter around himself as he retreated indoors with Caterpie. "Brr, it's freezing. It's certainly warmer inside," he remarked. "Katy Dog, raise the temperature a bit. It seems rather low." With a bark, Katy Dog increased its body temperature, radiating warmth into the air. With Katy Dog present, the house felt like a cozy haven, a mobile heater with the ability to intelligently adjust its temperature. Chapter 44. Is something wrong with Farfetch'd's green onion? The next morning, together, Suyu ventured into the fields to assess any damage to the crops caused by the unexpected drop in temperature the previous night. The sudden chill had disrupted his planting plans entirely, and the continued cold spell rendered many crops unsuitable for sowing. It seemed that salvaging whatever could be saved was the only option left. Fortunately, the medicinal herbs remained unscathed, though he needed to act swiftly to ensure their warmth. Suyu contemplated this as he busied himself in the fields for half a day, providing insulation for the herbs. He also intended to head into town to procure materials for constructing a greenhouse for them. After completing his tasks, Suyu returned to his modest abode. However, before he could step inside, a startled cry echoed from the direction of the green onion duck. "What's wrong?" he hurriedly asked as he rushed over. Upon arrival, he found the green onion duck cradling its pot of green onions, weeping profusely. The green onions appeared wilted, their leaves drooping and tips tinged with yellow, devoid of vitality. Have they been frostbitten? Suyu wondered aloud. Yet, it seemed odd. Weren't green onions quite resilient to low temperatures? How could they succumb to such damage after just one night of cold? Or was there another underlying cause? However, it didn't seem the right moment to delve into the matter, seeing the green onion duck's distress. "Do not fret, dear green onion duck," Suyu reassured. "This may merely be a case of ordinary frostbite, and there is still hope for recovery. Let us bring the green onions inside to shield them from further cold exposure." The green onion duck promptly complied. Once indoors, Suyu trimmed away the completely frostbitten parts of the green onions. Subsequently, he summoned his mount, a little sheep adept in the grass terrain technique, to use it on the green onions. As the grass terrain was invoked, a surge of grass-type energy flowed into the green onions, gradually revitalizing them. Although the recovery was minimal, at least the lethargic, dying state had vanished. Evidently, there is no severe harm done, Suyu remarked. However, a complete return to their former glory will require some time. For now, you must refrain from using this green onion. Let us venture to the fields to select a new one for your temporary use, allowing your cherished green onion to recuperate. The green onion duck nodded gratefully, relieved that its beloved green onion could be saved. This particular green onion had been with it since its early days, forging a deep bond. Even during their previous escape to this ranch, when starvation loomed, the green onion duck had resisted the temptation to consume it, relying on sheer determination. Thus, this green onion held immense significance for the green onion duck. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the green onion duck was lost in thought. He guided the green onion duck to the fields, allowing it to choose freely among the green onions he had planted. Observing the lush green onions thriving in the field, Suyu pondered, "How curious that my green onions are thriving while the green onion duck has perished. What could be the reason behind this?" Despite his contemplation, Suyu could not fathom a logical explanation. After much deliberation, he ultimately concluded that it must be a supernatural phenomenon. Perhaps the green onion duck had encountered some misfortune. Given the state of the green onion, it was plausible that it had been drained of its life energy by a ghost-type Pokémon, leading to its decline. However, the choice of green onion as a target indicated that the ghost-type Pokémon was likely not very formidable. Had it been stronger, it might have dared to confront the green onion duck directly. As Suyu mused over the possible identity of the ghost-type Pokémon, the green onion duck finished selecting a new green onion and returned to his side. Despite acquiring a new green onion, the duck still wore a frown, indicating its discomfort with the change. "Let us make do with this one for now. It won't be needed for long," Suyu chuckled. "I'll buy you a flower pot later to plant this one as well." With the new green onion chosen, it was time to return. Today marked the day for shearing the wool from the curly sheep. Afterward, Suyu also needed to visit the town to discuss the crab claws with the restaurant. After finishing breakfast, he called the curly sheep over, preparing to trim their wool. In recent days, Suyu had been feeding the curly sheep cotton candy, enhancing the quality of their wool. It seems you are not far from evolution. Once you evolve into the fluff-horn sheep, your wool's quality should improve even further, allowing us to secure supply agreements with high-end brands. As he sheared the wool, he mused. However, he felt that the curly sheep's current appearance was quite adorable. Whereas evolution into the fluff-horn sheep might diminish that charm, a common occurrence among Pokémon, where evolution often led to a decline in aesthetic appeal. The curly sheep expressed their joy at the prospect of evolution, signifying their impending strength. Once Suyu finished shearing, he patted one of the curly sheep and said, "All done. You may go and play now." At his words, the curly sheep scampered off to join the little sheep, who had been waiting nearby. After they joined together, the little sheep went off to frolic. Suyu then called upon the tropical dragon to accompany him into town. Upon returning to the town, he made a beeline for the restaurant he had visited previously. Due to his frequent deliveries of fish, the staff had become quite familiar with him as the ranch owner. Upon his arrival, the staff greeted him warmly, and Suyu responded with a courteous nod. He proceeded deeper into the restaurant to an office where the manager typically worked. After knocking and receiving a response, he entered. "Ah, it's the ranch owner, Sue. Please, have a seat. What brings you here?" The The manager inquired. Su explained his purpose. He was there to promote his crab claws, as they had begun to stagnate in sales at the ranch. The crab claws he had collected in recent days were stored in the refrigerator for preservation. Upon hearing his words, the restaurant manager was taken aback. So those crab claws are from your ranch? Many suppliers here are from the ranches, and I've heard them mention it. I never realized they were sourced from you. Or I would have acted sooner. The manager expressed that the matter was significant and needed to consult with the owner. He exited the office to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a stout man with a slight paunch entered. He approached Su, clapped him on the shoulder, and smiled. You must be the ranch owner, Su. I've heard that our restaurant's success is largely thanks to the fish you deliver. I expected someone seasoned, yet here you are, so youthful. Could you allow me to first examine those crab claws? Or perhaps have the kitchen prepare a dish for me to sample? This would enable me to assess the true value of these crab claws. Chapter 45. Becoming a partner of the restaurant. Upon hearing the restaurant owner's words, Su promptly presented the crab claws to him, requesting that he arrange for the kitchen to prepare a dish. Before long, the dish was served. The kitchen, recognizing the crab claws, prepared a delightful mushroom and crab claw dumpling soup. As soon as it arrived, the enticing aroma wafted through the entire office. Upon inhaling the fragrance, the restaurant owner's eyes widened in astonishment. Simply by scent, the quality of these crab claws surpassed the fish previously delivered by Su by a considerable margin, indicating their suitability for high-end cuisine. When the dumpling soup was placed before him, the restaurant owner took a sip. The moment it touched his palate, he was met with an extraordinarily sweet flavor. This taste is simply exquisite, he mused, well-versed as he was in the culinary world. Yet, this dish could rank among the top 20 of all the delicacies he had ever tasted. These crab claws were no ordinary ingredient. He had never heard of anyone in the Eastern Empire utilizing such a Pokémon's claws in their cuisine. Given that the primary habitat of the fuzzy crab was in Europe, their presence in the Eastern Empire was rare, and thus they had not been explored as a culinary option. After a moment of contemplation, the restaurant owner spoke. Su, have you considered becoming a partner in our restaurant? Su was taken aback. I came here to sell crab claws, not to discuss partnership. Seeing his surprise, the restaurant owner clarified, you see, our business has been thriving lately, and I plan to invest more into the restaurant to open a branch early next year. Ultimately, the reason for our success lies in your fish. I had intended to invite you to become a partner, and now with these crab claws being so delicious, and you being the sole supplier, you are undoubtedly our best candidate for partnership. Su, upon hearing this, quickly understood. However, partnerships are not entered into lightly. Hence, he posed numerous questions to the restaurant owner, leading to an extensive discussion. Ultimately, a consensus was reached, and Su became one of the restaurant's partners. By the way, I have been contemplating expanding my fish farming, but I lack expertise in this area. Do you have any suggestions? Su inquired as he prepared to leave. After reviewing his accounts, he realized that fish farming needed to be prioritized, prompting his question. The restaurant owner looked puzzled and asked, is this your first time raising fish? His eyes reflected disbelief. Can someone with no experience produce such delicious fish? Indeed, you may have misunderstood. The fish I provided earlier were wild from my lake. The environment of my farm's lake is particularly favorable, which allows for such quality fish. However, I am looking to increase the yield, hence my interest in artificial breeding. Su explained. The restaurant owner nodded in comprehension. So, the fish are exceptional due to the lake's environment? That is a reasonable explanation, as there are indeed places where fish from energy-rich waters are remarkably tasty. If that is the case, your lake seems quite suitable for large-scale farming. After a moment of thought, the restaurant owner suggested, since this is your first time, I recommend hiring an experienced employee to assist you or find someone to teach you. After all, diving into fish farming without experience can lead to many pitfalls. Let me use my connections to see if there is anyone suitable who might be willing to help you. Thank you in advance. Su expressed his gratitude as he stood to leave. After discussing business, Su departed from the restaurant, casually acquiring the recipe for the mushroom and crab claw dumpling soup from the kitchen. After all, he was not a professional chef, having raised fuzzy crabs for so long. He only knew how to make crab meat porridge, and his ability to develop new dishes was limited. It was best to leave professional matters to those who specialize in them. Perhaps I could have Frostlass come here to enhance her culinary skills? Su pondered. Frostlass had always shown a keen interest in the kitchen, almost residing in the cooking section during their last visit to the department store. If she could learn here, she would surely be delighted. As for how to facilitate Frostlass's entry into the kitchen for her culinary education, that posed no issue. After all, as a partner of the restaurant, what was the harm in allowing a Pokémon to glean some culinary knowledge? What? Do you have a problem with the restaurant's partners? Upon returning to the farm, several days swiftly passed. During this period, The temperature dropped a few more degrees from its already chilly state. The lake began to freeze over, making fishing impossible. After informing the restaurant, Tsuyu ceased fishing, allowing more time for his tropical dragon to train. One afternoon, while having lunch, Tropical Dragon excitedly informed Tsuyu that it could now simultaneously use 2 leaf blades. Really? That is a significant advancement, Tsuyu exclaimed with joy. This marked a remarkable improvement. Being able to wield 2 leaf blades at once would expedite the practice of the 3rd and 4th blades considerably. After mastering the dual leaf blades, Tropical Dragon found that the bud deer left by Uncle Young was no longer a worthy opponent. The power boost from this advancement was tremendous, almost exponential. With 2 leaf blades striking in succession, Bud Deer could not withstand the onslaught and was forced to retreat. By the way, what about that Caterpie? I've noticed you've been hiding in the back mountain practicing new moves. Have you made any progress? Since the arrival of Bud Deer, Caterpie had chosen to practice its moves in the forest behind the mountain, avoiding the spotlight to conceal its abilities. Consequently, even Tsuyu was unaware of Caterpie's training progress. Upon hearing Tsuyu's inquiry, Caterpie conveyed its developments. It had successfully learned Iron Tail and Vine Whip, but had encountered difficulties with the magical leaf move, feeling somewhat stuck. Hey, Tropical Dragon leaned closer to Caterpie. You can't use magical leaf? I can. I can teach you, since we are all from the same farm. There's no need to be so formal. After we finish eating, I'll teach you, Tropical Dragon offered. Caterpie expressed its gratitude eagerly. It seemed the Pokémon at the farm maintained a harmonious relationship with one another. Chapter 46, Is your farm legitimate? Little lamb, use grass terrain. Meh. Upon hearing Tsuyu's command, his mount, a small sheep, immediately utilized the grassland terrain on the medicinal fields before them. As the grassland terrain took effect, the grass-type energy in the surrounding soil surged, causing the medicinal plants to unfurl. However, after observing for a while, Tsuyu furrowed his brow. It seemed that these medicinal herbs would require a month to mature. Compared to the ordinary crops he typically cultivated, this duration was rather lengthy. Particularly, to hasten the growth of these herbs, he had been bringing his mount to the fields each morning to employ the grassland terrain, replenishing the soil's grass-type energy. Once the grassland terrain was employed, the small sheep returned to Tsuyu's side. He affectionately patted its head and offered it a piece of grass cake. You've worked hard, little sheep, Tsuyu remarked. Glancing at the time, he recalled that today was the day that the electrician, his friend, would bring his daughter to the farm. Earlier, Tsuyu had arranged with the electrician to allow his daughter to experience the life of a ranch owner. After several days, the electrician had finally contacted him to confirm the visit. It's about time we head back. The electrician should be arriving shortly, Tsuyu said, shouldering his hoe as he made his way back. Meanwhile, in another location, the electrician was driving a private car with his daughter and an electric dragon on board. En route to Tsuyu's farm. Throughout the journey, the electrician repeatedly instilled in his daughter the etiquette expected when visiting someone else's home, advising her not to touch others' belongings, to greet the hosts upon arrival, and to avoid appearing impolite. He also spoke highly of Tsuyu, encouraging his daughter to learn from him. On the surface, Zhengyo appeared to heed her father's advice, but inwardly, she was incessantly grumbling. For her, this precious winter break during her 2nd year of high school would be better spent training her own cotton ball Pokémon rather than wasting time at the farm. Perhaps this would even help her achieve better results in her upcoming tests. Yet, she knew she had to listen to her father, so despite her reluctance, she accompanied him. However, she disagreed strongly with the notion that being a ranch owner was a commendable profession, believing it to be inferior to that of a professional trainer. In her eyes, ranch owners were merely a group of lesser trainers, many of whom had likely failed to become professional trainers and thus resorted to ranching. Only professional trainers embodied her dream career, as they were powerful, glamorous, and held high social status. The most formidable professional trainers could command great respect and possess numerous followers, even holding positions within the league as gym leaders or champions. In comparison, ranch owners seemed significantly lacking. Zhengya pondered what Tsuyu could have possibly said to earn her father's unwavering trust. As Zhengya contemplated, the car arrived at Tsuyu's farm. After parking and opening the door, Tsuyu had already been waiting in the small cabin. Hearing the car, he stepped out to greet the electrician, who seemed in a hurry and exchanged only a few pleasantries before preparing to leave. Before departing, he reminded Zhengya to behave while at the ranch. All right, I understand. You can go now, Zhengya replied. Once the electrician had left, Tsuyu finally had the opportunity to observe the girl. Upon first glance, she possessed a striking appearance that could easily score above 8 in any high school. This was particularly impressive given that she was without makeup. Such a high score was indeed rare. However, what captivated Tsuyu's attention even more was her height. Yet, as someone who had been a civil engineer in his past life, he harbored no particular thoughts about her. Having traversed into the Pokémon world, with Pokémon in hand, there was no need for any distractions. One must emulate the great strategist, focusing solely on battles to attain greatness. Except for Shinido, he thought, dismissing his scattered thoughts. He steadied himself and said to Zhangya, "Follow me. I will show you around the ranch to help you familiarize yourself with it." Zhangya, intrigued by the ranch, was curious about what could have impressed her father so much. Their first stop on the tour was the area where the braiding sheep and small mounts frolicked. Siyu introduced Zhangyu to the characteristics and personalities of the braiding sheep, while she observed the flock. They just seemed like ordinary sheep. Nothing special about them, right? Most farms would have these sheep, she commented. However, as they watched, the small mounts suddenly engaged in a playful tussle. The mounts charged at the braiding sheep, who leisurely prepared themselves with defensive moves. With their defenses in place, the braiding sheep appeared relaxed as the mounts' attacks approached. The two sides collided with a resounding impact, resulting in the mounts being sent flying. Undeterred, the small mounts regained their footing and unleashed a flurry of moves: Vine Whip, Leech Seed, and Seed Bomb, so numerous that Zhangya found herself bewildered. These moves were among the many they had recently learned since arriving at the ranch. Siyu had been feeding them grass cakes daily, accelerating their learning process. Zhangya was taken aback. Are all the Pokémon at this ranch so formidable, having mastered so many moves? The proficiency and power of these techniques were undeniably impressive, comparable to that of an ordinary high school graduate. And these were merely the most common small mounts at the ranch. Zhangya felt that she did not possess such strength. Her cotton ball Pokémon likely knew fewer moves than these small mounts. What is going on with them? Zhangya inquired, puzzled. In response, Siyu explained, "Oh, they're just playing. Life on the ranch can be a bit dull for them, and I've restricted their television time. So, during their leisure, they engage in friendly battles to pass the time. It's also one of the ways they grow stronger." Siyu noted the peculiar nature of his ranch, where nearly all the Pokémon exhibited a desire for strength. Even the braiding sheep and small mounts were no exception. At times, Siyu felt as though he was not running a ranch, but rather a backyard for a battle-obsessed trainer. Observing Zhangya's astonishment, Siyu worried that she might misinterpret the nature of ranch life, assuming that all farms operated in such a manner. If the daughter of the electrician were to be misled and misunderstand the ranch, then Siyu would undoubtedly bear the blame. Thus, Siyu promptly remarked, "Please do not regard these circumstances as typical for the ranch. My ranch is rather exceptional. If these little lambs were placed in other ranches, they would certainly be considered anomalies. The primary objective of a ranch is to produce various products, and nearly all ranches sustain their operations through such means. Therefore, other ranches do not possess these battle-crazed lambs." "I understand. You need not elaborate further," Zhangya nodded in acknowledgement. After all, regardless of the ranch, these sheep could hardly be deemed ordinary, could they? What kind of regular sheep employs such a multitude of techniques? They can leisurely fortify their defenses, and the proficiency they exhibit is clearly the result of extensive practice. What appears to be slow is, in fact, a manifestation of their mastery, as they know they can complete their enhancements before the opponent's attack arrives. Such high levels of proficiency are rarely seen, even among the top-ranking students in battle classes that Zhangya has encountered. This is undoubtedly a skill honed through regular combat practice. Chapter 47. Stealth Learning. After observing the flock, Siyu guided Zhangyu to the next location. At that moment, a herdier was herding a flock of ordinary sheep. Passing by, Zhangyu was taken aback to witness a herdier being utilized for herding sheep in this ranch. When did herdier become a herding dog? Is this not a powerful Pokémon that only the Junsha family can control? How could it be here, serving as a herding dog? Observing Suyu's nonchalant demeanor, Zhangya felt increasingly that this ranch owner was truly remarkable. Just then, Suyu's phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out. It was a call from Uncle Yang. "Hello, Uncle Yang. What is the matter? Your Pokémon is unwell and urgently needs me to come over? Very well. I shall head there at once." After ending the call, Siyu realized he must visit Uncle Yang's home. He glanced around. The tropical dragons appeared to still be training. He pointed toward them and said, "I must leave for a moment due to an urgent matter. Please proceed to find those two Pokémon in training and explain the situation to them. They will attend to you. I apologize for having to leave so abruptly." With that, Siyu called for Herdier, retrieved a medical kit from the cottage, and rode off toward Uncle Yang's residence. Once Siyu departed, Zhangya stood there momentarily, bewildered. "Didn't you promise to show me around the ranch? Why have you left me with the Pokémon?" However, recognizing the urgency of Suyu's situation, she refrained from voicing her concerns. After a moment's thought, she decided to approach the Pokémon he had mentioned. As she drew nearer, she realized that the two Pokémon in training were, indeed, extraordinary. The tropical dragon needed no further introduction. Even her teachers at school were involved in breeding tropical dragons. Yet, comparing her teacher's tropical dragon to Suyu's, it was evident that the latter far surpassed the former in size, presence, and attack power. To aspire to be a professional trainer, the ability to gauge a Pokemon's strength merely by its appearance is crucial, and this was precisely Zhengya's area of expertise. Additionally, her Caterpie was equally adept in this regard. At this moment, Zhengya had released her Caterpie from its Pokeball. She inquired, Caterpie, how does the tropical dragon here compare to Teacher Wei Lin's tropical dragon? Is the one from the ranch stronger? Caterpie carefully sensed the life energy intensity of the tropical dragon before nodding in affirmation. Absolutely, it affirmed confidently. With Caterpie's confirmation, Zhengya became increasingly cautious. After all, this was a tropical dragon that surpassed even her teacher's Pokemon. It is worth noting that anyone capable of serving as a high school teacher is already an elite trainer of considerable strength, and among the townsfolk, their prowess is no small feat. The notion of someone more powerful than her teacher becoming a ranch owner was unfathomable to Zhengya. Surely, securing a stable job is appealing. Could being a ranch owner truly be more desirable than being a teacher? Just as Zhengya hesitated about approaching the group of Pokémon, the tropical dragon noticed her presence. This girl had been seen earlier, presumably following Suyu into the ranch. Recognizing this, the tropical dragon beckoned Zhengya over. Seeing this, Zhengya had no choice but to approach the tropical dragon. Upon nearing, Zhengya explained the specifics of Suyu's departure. The tropical dragon nodded in understanding and pondered. Since Zhengya had nothing to do at the moment, would she like to train alongside them? Suyu had instructed it to entertain guests, yet it had little experience interacting with humans, having only encountered Suyu thus far. The only form of hospitality it could think of was training. After the tropical dragon posed this question, Zhengya gazed quizzically at Caterpie, as she was not like Suyu and could not directly comprehend the Pokemon's words. Caterpie, noticing her confusion, began gesturing, and despite the language barrier, trainers and Pokemon share an innate understanding. Through their movements, they could convey their intentions. Oh, training. Shall we join? Zhengya deciphered Caterpie's expression, momentarily taken aback. Training? Allowing Caterpie to train with the tropical dragon? That seems plausible. After all, a powerful Pokemon like the tropical dragon must possess unique insights into training. If Caterpie could train alongside it, perhaps it would learn something valuable. However, such opportunities are rare, particularly when facing a tropical dragon that exceeds her teacher's Pokemon in strength. Therefore, Zhengya hoped that Caterpie could glean more from the tropical dragon, ideally even receive some instruction. Thus, she mustered the courage to ask the tropical dragon, "Excuse me, would it be possible for Caterpie to learn something from you? My dream is to become a powerful professional trainer, but my Caterpie is still quite weak, and my performance in class is merely average, making my aspiration of becoming a trainer seem distant. I hope you can assist me." The tropical dragon and the nearby Sirfetch'd exchanged glances, perplexed by this peculiar request. Did she wish for them to teach her Caterpie? The tropical dragon grasped the essence of Zhengya's words, and after contemplating for a moment, it agreed to her request. After all, it is not a monumental matter. All right, we concede to your request. The tropical dragon nodded affirmatively. However, the frost milk fairy beside them wore a look of concern. If I recall correctly, the reason that electrician sent his daughter here was to allow her to experience farm life, hoping it would deter her from pursuing a career as a trainer. But what you are doing seems to push her deeper into that very pitfall. Will you not say something when Suyu returns? Yet, the tropical dragon and its companions were oblivious to the frost milk fairy's words, as they had begun imparting a series of insights on grass-type moves to the cotton ball. Hours later, when Suyu returned from Uncle Yang's house, he had spent considerable time attending to a sudden ailment that afflicted the flock of Pokémon there, which required his assistance multiple times in the days to come. Meanwhile, Zhengya had been learning alongside the tropical dragon for quite some time. From a distance, Suyu observed that the tropical dragon seemed to be getting along harmoniously with Zhengya, a sight that filled him with solace. However, as he approached, he realized that they were actually sharing experiences regarding grass-type moves. Accompanying this was Zhengya's jubilant voice. "Wonderful Cotton Ball. You have finally grasped the essence of Leaf Blade. Thank you, Teacher Tropical Dragon. You are truly remarkable." At that moment, nearly all the Pokémon in the ranch had gathered around. The riding sheep and the tropical dragon were demonstrating the use of grass-type moves to Cotton Ball, while the allium duck served as a sparring partner. Even the braid sheep had come over, seemingly sharing tips on Cotton Ball's defensive techniques. It was a mystery how Zhengya had persuaded them to assist. Typically, such creatures are not easily swayed by strangers. The scene of numerous Pokémon surrounding a single cotton ball, fervently imparting their knowledge, resembled a group of esteemed instructors eager to pour their lifelong wisdom into a single student's mind. Only the Frost Milk Fairy stood anxiously to the side. Upon seeing Suyu's return, she immediately rushed towards him. Mama. Upon being embraced by Suyu, the Frost Milk Fairy promptly recounted the events that had transpired. I understand. Suyu replied, feeling a mix of emotions. So, the Pokémon here are your mentors, teaching you various moves, huh? Quite impressive, Zhengya. Your father sent you here with the intention of altering your aspirations, yet you have embraced battling instead. Truly, you are remarkable. Suyu expressed his admiration. However, the situation was not as dire as it appeared. He had never intended to change Zhengya's mind. His suggestion for the electrician to bring Zhengya was merely to expose her to new experiences. If she could broaden her horizons, it would provide her with more choices in the future, which was splendid. It seems you are adapting quite well here, Suyu remarked as he approached Zhengya. Upon seeing Suyu, Zhengya felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, she had come to learn from his Pokémon without permission. Now that she had been discovered, it was only natural for her to feel apprehensive. She even feared that Suyu might banish her from the ranch, preventing her from returning. Inwardly, Suyu mused. Why does she call me Ranch Master when my Pokémon are her teachers? This form of address feels rather peculiar. Do not be anxious. I mean you no harm. Suyu reassured her, seemingly anticipating her thoughts. If this place can assist you, then I see it as a positive thing. Should you wish to continue learning here, you are always welcome. However, if you desire to learn new moves in the future, you must work for me to repay your tuition. Learning here is not without its costs. As he spoke, Suyu gestured towards the adjacent fields, implying that he wished for Zhengya to take on the task of watering the crops. He had longed to shirk this duty, as the crops required constant attention and time. If not for the absence of water-type Pokémon in the ranch, he would have ceased this chore long ago. Chapter 48. Mastering the Four-Leaf Blade Technique. With Suyu's permission, Zhengya continued to visit the ranch daily for the next few days, returning home each evening with the electrician. During this time, the electrician learned about Zhengya's experiences at the ranch. He resigned himself to the fact that if Zhengya was determined to become a professional trainer, then a brief visit to the ranch would not alter her resolve. However, it was heartening to note that after spending several days at the ranch, Cotton Ball's strength seemed to have significantly improved. It appeared that she might be able to aim for some reputable universities, a notion the electrician had never dared to entertain before. After all, Zhengya's abilities in class had been rather average. Otherwise, he would not have been so troubled. The prospect of her gaining admission to a better university had once seemed far-fetched. Now, everything seemed to be progressing positively. However, due to the winter break, Zhengya needed to return to school, so after a few days of watering, she ceased her visits. This day marked only 4 days until the Ranch Master Tournament. Yet, the Tropical Dragon's mastery of the Leaf Blade technique remained at the level of the 3-leaf blade. Consequently, for the past few days, the Tropical Dragon had been diligently attempting to simultaneously condense 4 blades. It had even neglected its swordsmanship training. Unfortunately, the complexity of manifesting 4 blades at once proved too challenging. Each time the Tropical Dragon attempted to do so, the 3 blades it had already formed would dissipate, preventing the simultaneous appearance of all 4 blades. Is it still practicing? After finishing up the watering, Suyu arrived at the Tropical Dragon's training area, where he found the creature still persevering. Quack! The allium duck, who had been observing the Tropical Dragon's training, nodded in affirmation. The two, a human and a Pokémon, watched as the Tropical Dragon tirelessly sought to master the 4-leaf blade technique. After a while, recalling that his agreement with the allium duck was nearing its conclusion, Suyu inquired, by the way, allium duck, once the Tropical Dragon fully masters the 4-leaf blade, would you like to remain at our ranch? It seemed you had nowhere else to go. Why not stay here? Look at how splendid the environment is. I provide food and shelter, and I have planted plenty of leeks. The agreement between Suyu and the allium duck was that during the period of teaching the Tropical Dragon swordsmanship, Suyu would provide for its needs. Now that the Tropical Dragon had nearly completed its training, it was time to renew the contract. Hearing this, the allium duck hesitated. Staying at the ranch did not seem like a bad idea. The environment was indeed pleasant, and Suyu and the other Pokémon treated it well. Leaving would mean continuing its unfulfilled wandering until it found a new leek field. However, the leek duck will eventually consume all the leeks. Once it has depleted one patch, it must seek out another. This necessity is also reflected in the Pokédex, which describes how people cultivate stem plants specifically to protect the leek duck. After all, stem plants are exceedingly rare, yet they serve as both sustenance and tools for the leek ducks. Consequently, these creatures are destined to wander incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, the leek duck nodded in agreement, indicating its willingness to stay. Seeing this, Suyu felt a sense of relief, realizing that his previous efforts to provide for the duck were not in vain. By the way, speaking of which, what happened to that leek I gave you? Suyu suddenly inquired. He was quite curious about the leek. After all, how could an ordinary leek transform into a formidable weapon in the hands of a leek duck? Was there a unique symbiotic relationship between the leek duck and the leek that enhanced its properties? In response to Suyu's curiosity, the leek duck promptly obliged. It produced the very leek Suyu had given it, which was noticeably thicker and more resilient than it had been days prior. Indeed, there exists a remarkable symbiosis between the leek duck and the leek, for such transformations would not occur with an ordinary leek. Only in the possession of the leek duck do these leeks undergo such metamorphosis. Moreover, this particular leek is a rare culinary delight. In the animated series, Ash's Pokédex even mentions how delicious the leek becomes when stewed alongside the leek duck. Of course, in the present day of the East, consuming Pokémon is strictly illegal. Nevertheless, Suyu envisioned a profitable opportunity with these leeks. Leek duck. Would you be interested in tending to the leek field on our farm? It seems that the leeks in your vicinity tend to flourish more abundantly. In this case, I will provide the cultivation techniques, land, and fertilizers, while you handle the planting. Once we succeed, we shall split the profits 70-30. What do you say? Suyu proposed. What? 70-30? What a greedy arrangement. Are you truly my trainer, or have you become a heartless Galar merchant? The leek duck exclaimed, incredulous. Why must I? Now your Pokémon still toil for you? Despite its grievances regarding the profit-sharing scheme, when confronted with the thousands of leeks in the field, the leek duck ultimately chose to work for Suyu. Thus, in the following days, Suyu busied himself teaching the leek duck how to care for the leeks. Honestly, if every leek duck in the world could learn to cultivate leeks, they would no longer be so burdened, able to grow their own crops at home, enjoying hot pot and singing, all while having an ample supply of leeks. However, as Suyu imagined this scene, it seemed rather terrifying. He couldn't bear to think about it. Would that not mean all the leek ducks would become busy farmers in the fields? Nevertheless, teaching his own leek duck to cultivate leeks was indeed feasible. Just a few days later, the leek duck had mastered the skills of an experienced farmer. Now, it was even more familiar with the leeks than Suyu himself. With every movement, it exuded the aura of a seasoned cultivator, which felt quite out of place. All right, it seems you have fully graduated. I shall entrust this entire leek field to you. When you finish your sword training each day, remember to check on the field. Don't be lazy. Some pests and diseases are better detected early to prevent contagion, Suyu instructed. The leek duck, cradling its weaponized leek, nodded in agreement, promising to take good care of the leeks. After all, even with a 70-30 split, it would still yield a substantial harvest. The prospect of such a bounty motivated the leek duck to be diligent. On that very day, the tropical dragon's leaf blade technique was finally perfected. Coincidentally, this day was the eve of the ranch owner's competition. Upon executing the leaf blade technique, the 4 large leaves on the tropical dragon's back transformed into sharp blades. Swinging these blades, the tropical dragon effortlessly sliced a nearby boulder into several smaller pieces. Wow, such power! It is indeed a formidable technique taught by the leek duck. Suyu exclaimed. The finesse of the leaf blade technique was nearly learned entirely from the leek duck. To enhance the technique to such a degree, it seemed that this leek duck possessed remarkable abilities. Upon hearing Suyu's praise, the tropical dragon turned to look at him, clearly delighted with its newfound skill. Now, it finally felt equipped to rescue its companions, if it were to encounter that sunglasses-wearing man again. The tropical dragon was confident it could defeat him in just a few moves. After all, it had significantly improved in strength compared to before. Chapter 49. The ranch owner's competition. However, before the tropical dragon could rescue its companions, they first needed to locate the poaching gang responsible. The mere thought of this filled the tropical dragon with anxiety. After all, it had been a month since it arrived at the ranch. Yet Miss Junsha had provided no new information. This realization left the tropical dragon feeling despondent, fearing that by the time Miss Junsha found the poachers, its companions would have already been sold. Observing this, Suyu offered reassurance. It should be soon. Recently, I received some news from Miss Junsha. They seem to have found a location suspected to be a poacher's den and are currently conducting surveillance. Perhaps your companions are being held there? As for whether the poachers would brazenly sell the Pokémon, it was unlikely, since the League had discovered them. They had been monitoring all Pokémon sales on the market. With so many Pokémon involved, it would be impossible to erase all traces of their transactions. The real challenge lay in locating the poachers' hideout, as they appeared to possess some advanced technology acquired from a secret realm, allowing them to evade the League's searches while hiding in the wilderness. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the tropical dragon nodded, finally receiving some hopeful news. It could only pray that its companions remained safe until it could rescue them. Time passed unnoticed, leading into the following day. Upon awakening and opening the door, Suyu felt a chill and quickly donned an extra layer of clothing. This day marked the ranch owner's competition. After rising early, Suyu prepared a warm bowl of mushroom and crab claw soup he had learned to make at the restaurant. A sip of the comforting soup made him feel invigorated. Today, I'll be taking the tropical dragon to the town for the ranch owners competition. Is there anyone who wishes to accompany me? Suyu asked while savoring the soup. Hearing this, Frostmilk Fairy was the first to raise its hand, eager to partake in the spectacle. All right, you can join. Anyone else? Suyu inquired, glancing at the other Pokémon. Although Caterpie wanted to attend, the thought of so many humans in the town quickly dampened its enthusiasm. To it. Humans are perilous creatures, and strangers ought to maintain a sufficiently safe distance. As for the scallion duck, it has long since evolved into a seasoned farmer, and it is eager to venture into the fields to observe the growth of the scallions. What competition is this to me? Although it is the battle of its disciple, the tropical dragon, it holds no interest in it. The spectacle of it all does not appeal to its zen disposition. Meanwhile, the Katy dog is indifferent. As long as it can go out to play, it is content. Only Frosty Fairy, are you accompanying me and Katy dog? Very well then, let us proceed. But do remember to stay behind and guard the house. Do not wander off. With that, Suyu instructed. ZZZ, the green caterpillar responded, riding on the tropical dragon. They arrived in town, which was already bustling with a multitude of people. The Rancher-esque Grand Tournament was scheduled for the year's end, a grand event in which many ranchers would participate, naturally becoming a significant occasion for the small town. The crowd surged, and numerous vendors set up stalls along the road, offering treats such as candied fruits and cotton candy, as well as small toys like balloons. Over here. Upon noticing Suyu's arrival, Yanghao called out. Hearing his voice, Suyu approached. In Yanghao's hands were an assortment of snacks. What brings you here? Suyu inquired, puzzled. I'm here to watch my dad compete, isn't it obvious? Yanghao replied, taking a bite of the candied fruit. Noticing this, Frosty Fairy seemed tempted as well. Suyu glanced over and asked, would you like some? This is merely a layer of sugar coating. The fruit inside is quite sour. Do you still wish to eat it? Upon hearing the word sour, Frosty Fairy immediately lost interest, for it relished only sweet delights and had a strong aversion to anything sour. At that moment, Uncle Yang returned. Spotting Suyu, he smiled and asked, Suyu, how has your training been these past few days? Do you feel confident about your performance? A few days prior, Uncle Yang had taken back the budding deer, which had been left with him as a practice partner for the tropical dragon, hinting that the budding deer was likely his main Pokémon. Suyu pondered if Uncle Yang could secure a spot in the top 8 with the budding deer, then he should have no trouble aiming for the top 4. After all, the tropical dragon's leaf blade had consistently overpowered the budding deer, and it had further honed its swordsmanship during this time. Thus, Suyu confidently declared, I aim for a conservative 8th place. But perhaps I might even contend for the top 4. Uncle Yang was taken aback by Suyu's confidence. His tropical dragon was indeed formidable. Yet it was a wild Pokémon he had only recently captured. While wild Pokémon tend to possess superior physical attributes, they often lack in tactical prowess and the variety of moves they have learned. However, it was also possible that Suyu had nurtured it well, an entirely plausible scenario. By then, Suyu inquired, by the way, Uncle Yang, what rewards are there for this competition? I heard from Yanghao that there might be move manuals? Yes, move manuals are the primary rewards. Additionally, there are energy cubes for a month, along with other prizes. The rewards depend on your ranking. A higher rank allows for a greater selection of rewards, and the value of items available for exchange differs by rank. Of course, if you do not wish for these rewards, you can convert them all into league coins. The maximum exchange seems to be 50,000 league coins, but that would be somewhat of a loss. In previous years, I would usually exchange for energy cubes that could sustain my Pokémon for quite some time. Uncle Yang replied. At this moment, it seemed the tournament was about to commence. Upon hearing the announcement, those who had been leisurely wandering the streets suddenly converged towards a singular direction. Observing this, Uncle Yang remarked, let us go. The preliminary matches appear to be starting. This year, it seems there are even more ranchers participating than last year. It looks like the preliminaries will take quite a while. Chapter 50, a single move to the finals? The tournament appears to be held on a grassy field just outside the town. Surrounding the field, Rock-type Pokémon are employing wide-area defensive moves to fortify the surroundings. Approximately 400 ranchers have come to participate, as Uncle Yang had noted, with many newcomers among them, likely first-time ranchers this year. Amid the crowd, Suyu even spotted a rancher accompanied by a Mareep. Does Mareep single-handedly carry the weight? Or is it that the ranch has no other Pokémon and can only bring Mareep to compete? Suyu mused, finding it perplexing. Unsurprisingly, the rancher with the Mareep was eliminated in the first round of the preliminaries. Their Mareep could barely withstand a single attack from the opposing Onix. Indeed, many among the ranchers lacked strength. Not every rancher possesses the prowess of Uncle Yang, Suyu thought. Given the scale of Uncle Yang's ranch, it ranks among the upper echelons among the many ranchers in the area. It seems the tropical dragon might not even need to rely on Leaf Blade. Perhaps Dual Leaf Blade would suffice. The capabilities of these participants do not compare to that of the Sunglasses Man. As Suyu observed the ongoing matches, he noted that among the competing ranchers, only a few were truly strong, while the majority likely treated ranching as their main occupation and did not invest much time training their Pokémon. Soon, it was Suyu's turn to compete. This marked his first official battle since arriving in this world. Go, Suyu. You must win against your opponent. Yang Hao encouraged as Suyu stood up. At that moment, the commentator, holding a microphone, began introducing both contestants. On the left, we have Suyu from Suyu Ranch, a rancher who has just returned to the ranching community this year, and a remarkably young contestant. On the right, we have a Xian from the mighty Strength Ranch. This contestant achieved a commendable position in the top 16 last year and is a widely recognized competitor. As Suyu and a Xian took the stage, the audience began to murmur. It appeared that more spectators favored a Xian. They pointed at Suyu, questioning, "Who is that? I don't recognize him." "Indeed. He has a new face. I haven't seen him before." "I've seen him. He is the grandson of the esteemed Suchi Shan and a Pokémon doctor. He treated my Pokémon when they were ill." "What? A doctor is competing? Surely, he must be at a disadvantage facing last year's top 16. As he listened to the crowd's remarks, a Xian smirked and said, "It seems the audience does not have high hopes for you. What will you do about that?" Upon hearing this, Suyu curled his lips and thought to himself, "What is there to worry about? Soon enough, my Tropius will swiftly defeat your Machoke." With such formidable strength, Tropius could easily dispatch a contestant from the top 16 without breaking a sweat. When the opponent released their Machoke, Suyu also summoned his Tropius. As the referee announced the start of the match, both sides simultaneously commanded their Pokémon. Machoke, use Thunder Punch, and Tropius, unleash Leaf Blade with all your might. In response to Suyu's directive, both Pokémon sprang into action. However, Tropius exhibited significantly greater speed, instantly appearing before Machoke and delivering a powerful Leaf Blade strike to its abdomen. Following Suyu's instruction, this attack was executed with tremendous force to avoid inflicting severe injury. Tropius stole the edge of its Leaf Blade, yet even so, it nearly knocked the breakfast out of Machoke. In an instant, Machoke lost its ability to continue fighting and collapsed to the ground. Tropius confidently turned back to Suyu, returning to his side. With such a swift victory, the audience was momentarily stunned into silence. After a brief pause, they began to react, questioning the situation. What just happened? How was Machoke defeated so quickly? Isn't that competitor from last year's top 16? How can they be so weak? Surely, this isn't a fixed match? No, it is not a fixed match. Machoke has indeed lost its fighting capability. The victor is Suyu. Only then did the referee regain his composure and promptly confirm the outcome of the match. In the subsequent rounds, Suyu continued to advance effortlessly. Tropius proved to be overwhelmingly powerful against these trainers. Each time, it executed Leaf Blade and swiftly eliminated its opponent without any suspense. This left the audience in a state of bewilderment. While other matches required prolonged battles to determine a winner, Suyu's battles ended in an instant. It was as if he was in a rush to finish the competition and head home. With this series of swift victories, Suyu advanced to the semifinals. Notably, Uncle Yang achieved the same result as last year, falling in the quarterfinals. Upon learning of Suyu's advancement to the semifinals, Uncle Yang was taken aback. Could it be true? He really made it to the semifinals? When did this young man become so formidable? Just a moment ago, he was merely a high school student studying medicine. How has he surpassed even me? Are all of you medical students this exceptional? Yang Hao was equally astonished. In just a few months, his childhood friend had grown stronger than his own father. He glanced at the upcoming matches and said to Suyu, "Suyu, your next opponent is an older gentleman who uses a Machamp. The other semifinals match has concluded, and the victor was a trainer with Onix. If you can win this match, you will have a significant advantage against the Onix trainer due to type advantage. So, take it steady in your next battle." Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, but at that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Checking it, he found a message from a trainer he had treated earlier. "Dear Su Doctor, I am your next opponent. Please don't make me lose too embarrassingly in our upcoming match. I'd like to save some face among the other trainers. I'll bring you some local specialties afterward." Surprised by this message, Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Ah. So we are playing the game of social niceties, are we? Very well, I'll ensure Tropius puts on a more convincing performance this time. Considering he is a trainer I've treated, and it wouldn't be right for him to lose so pathetically." He replied, "I would like that peculiar meteorite I saw at your place last time." The trainer was taken aback. "You want that meteorite? What on earth do you collect such odd stones for? Is it some peculiar hobby of yours?" Nevertheless, the meteorite held little value. merely having coincidentally fallen onto his ranch. Thus, the trainer readily agreed, as it wasn't like he was using it for any nefarious purposes. In this manner, Tsuyu and the trainer reached an understanding. When the next battle commenced, the spectators initially anticipated a repeat of the previous swift victories. Although many viewers were initially disinclined towards such one-sided matches, they found themselves captivated as the matches unfolded. However, when Tsuyu sent out his Tropius and the opponent sent out Macamp, the anticipated swift victory did not materialize. Instead, Tropius and Macamp engaged in a dramatic performance. This led many in the audience to express their frustration, some even wagering on whether Tsuyu could still achieve a swift victory. Faced with this unfolding scenario, the crowd clamored for refunds. After some social maneuvering, Macamp eventually chose to forfeit. Following this, the trainer of Onix, upon realizing his opponent was a grass-type Tropius, also opted not to fight. What nonsense! My Onix is 4 times weak to grass. With such a powerful Tropius, I would be foolish to continue. The Onix trainer grumbled, suspecting that Tropius might have more tricks up its sleeve. After all, throughout the entirety of the competition, Tropius had only showcased the Leaf Blade move, without revealing any other techniques. Chapter 51. The Mount Sheep began to produce milk, so you effortlessly claimed the championship title. Even he had not anticipated that the process would be so seamless. It felt as though he had been participating in a leisurely exhibition rather than a competitive tournament. As for the rewards for winning the championship, Tsuyu examined them and found that many of the move manuals did not align well with his Pokémon. He exchanged a manual for Air Slash for both his Ducklet and Tropius, while the remainder was converted into energy blocks. The sheer quantity of energy blocks was sufficient to sustain all the Pokémon on the ranch, including the Crabrawler, for 5 to 6 months. Their estimated worth was no less than several 100,000 Alliance coins. Furthermore, these energy blocks were not limited to a single-time redemption, if needed. Tsuyu could present his award certificate at designated stores for exchange at any time, without fear of expiration. After the tournament concluded, Tsuyu returned to the ranch with Uncle Yang and the others. Upon arrival, the Mount Sheep immediately flocked towards him, bleating incessantly. Hearing their calls, Tsuyu inquired, "What is the matter? Is something wrong with your health?" The bleating of the Mount Sheep was chaotic, and after listening for a while, Tsuyu discerned their collective message. It was time to be milked. It had indeed been over 10 days since the Mount Sheep arrived at the ranch, and according to Uncle Yang, it was now the appropriate time for milking. However, the awkward truth was that Tsuyu had no idea how to milk them. He hopped on Tropius and made his way to Uncle Yang's house to explain his situation. Uncle Yang chuckled and said, as a novice, "It's better not to attempt milking by yourself. Why not purchase a milking machine in town? We wouldn't want to hurt the little sheep that serves as your mount." He then recommended a shop to Tsuyu. Upon hearing this, Tsuyu tried to envision himself, a complete beginner, attempting to milk sheep. And it indeed seemed likely that he would struggle and potentially cause discomfort to the little mount. In light of this, acquiring a machine from town appeared to be a prudent choice. "Thank you, Uncle," he replied, mounting his tropical dragon and heading towards the town. Upon arriving at the shop Uncle Yang had mentioned, Tsuyu was taken aback to see the proprietor. It was the same elderly man who had attended to the mobile phone counter when Tsuyu purchased his basic phone. He had not encountered the old man again when he returned for a smartphone, which had puzzled him at the time. Noticing Tsuyu's surprise, the old man chuckled, "Indeed. It's me. The mobile store and this electronics shop are both mine. Are you here to purchase something? I have a wide selection of goods. No one in town has a more comprehensive inventory than I do." Tsuyu nodded and said, "I need to buy a machine for milking sheep." "You have sheep?" the old man inquired as he rummaged through the store. "Yes. Would you like to buy some? Fresh sheep's milk is undoubtedly nutritious," Tsuyu suggested. "Haha. I could indeed buy some. Money is not an issue for me. Just deliver it when you can. At my age, aside from the chronic ailments I endure, I lack for nothing else," the old man replied with a smile. He unearthed a rather peculiar-looking machine from a pile of equipment and handed it to Tsuyu, saying, "This will cost you 8,000 Alliance coins. The machine is yours." Tsuyu promptly paid the amount and hoisted the machine onto the back of his tropical dragon. Still feeling it was somewhat precarious, he instructed the dragon to use its grass-binding technique to grow a tuft of grass, securing the machine to its back, which put his mind at ease. "All right then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, shopkeeper," Tsuyu declared as he returned to the ranch. The moment he dismounted, the little sheep mounts surrounded him, evidently in discomfort. Recognizing this, Tsuyu quickly plugged in the machine and connected the milking interface to the little sheep. Immediately, the machine began to extract the milk. He bottled the milk produced, filling 6 bottles in total, at 400 Alliance coins per bottle. That amounted to a substantial 2,400 coins. After milking, the little sheep felt much more comfortable. Tsuyu allowed them to frolic freely, and they scampered off to join the fluffy-haired sheep. Just then, Grandpa Lu, who purchased agricultural products, happened to pass by Suyu's ranch. Seeing Suyu milking sheep, he remarked, "So you've begun milking sheep. Your ranch is progressing rapidly. There's a young man who established his ranch around the same time as you, having inherited it from his grandfather. However, he is still dependent on his only merino sheep for company." Hearing this, Suyu recalled the ranch owner who had sent a merino sheep to battle during the recent ranch competition. Could he be that unfortunate fellow? That indeed sounded like a challenging situation. Shortly thereafter, Grandpa Lu asked, "By the way, are you selling this sheep's milk? I have a testing machine that can check its quality." Suyu handed a bottle of sheep's milk to Grandpa Lu, who used a peculiar device to analyze it. The results astonished him. "Wow, the quality of your sheep's milk is remarkably high. What do you typically feed them to achieve such quality?" he exclaimed. "The quality is nearly on par with the fresh cow's milk available on the market, and considering this is the first time the little sheep have been milked, it's hard to imagine how exceptional their milk will be as they mature." As for what Suyu fed the little sheep, he couldn't very well admit. "I mostly give them grass cake." Thus, he chose to be vague about their diet. He then inquired, "How much can I sell this bottle of milk for?" 500 alliance coins. "Your sheep's milk is of excellent quality and will attract buyers willing to pay a premium," Grandpa Lu replied. This price was 100 alliance coins more than crab claws. However, the nutritional value of sheep's milk was indeed superior, while crab claws were more prized for their flavor. So you decided to sell 2 bottles, keeping the remainder for himself. After Grandpa Lu departed, he promptly shared the testing results in the ranchers group chat, adding a message: "Fresh sheep's milk, comparable to cow's milk, available starting at 500 alliance coins. Limited quantity, act swiftly." Since Grandpa Lu was not part of the group, the ranchers often bypassed middlemen to avoid losing profits, a process they referred to as direct sales. Barely had Suyu sent the message when another rancher approached him, stating he had a newborn rockruff that required sheep's milk. He hoped Suyu could provide a steady supply until the puppy grew. "No problem," Suyu replied immediately. With 3 little sheep consistently producing milk now, supplying 1 puppy posed no significant challenge. Chapter 52, Zhengya's Transformation. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Please continue reading. Meanwhile, after leaving the ranch, Zhengya returned to school. Concerned that students might become lax during the winter break, the school had scheduled an internal battle test at this time. Upon entering the classroom, Zhengya overheard her classmates chattering excitedly. Her deskmate waved at her, inviting her to join a small group for conversation. "Zhengya, where have you been these past few days? I went to your house looking for you but couldn't find you. I had no one to play with," her deskmate exclaimed. "What have you been busy with? You haven't been secretly training, have you?" "Huh? No, I haven't been doing much. My dad dragged me to a ranch in the pastoral area," Zhengya replied with a wry smile. "A ranch? What were you doing there? Were you made to do farm work?" Her deskmate's question made Zhengya silent. She recalled the watering tasks Suyu had assigned her. Although the cotton balls helped, it was still quite laborious. Yet, it was worth it for the guidance she received from the braided sheep and tropical dragon teachers. Watering was a small price to pay. "Yes, I did go there to work on the farm," Zhengya finally admitted. "Oh, so you haven't had time to train these past few days? I have to tell you, my mom spent a fortune hiring a fantastic tutor for me these days. His platypus was quite formidable." Zhengya, regarded as one of the more attractive students in class, easily assimilated into various groups. Within this small circle, she found it effortless to engage in conversation. However, at this moment, Zhengya appeared somewhat distracted, struggling to respond when others approached her for a chat. Coincidentally, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom just then. Upon seeing the teacher, the students immediately returned to their seats, and the previously boisterous classroom fell silent in an instant. The homeroom teacher then delivered a speech, encouraging everyone to perform well in the upcoming test. After concluding, the teacher led the class to the playground, where other students were engaged in competitive testing. Yet, unlike her previous observations of such battles, Zhengya now perceived numerous flaws in the students' performances, a realization she had been unable to grasp before. Previously, her achievements had been merely average in class, barely above the median, let alone at a level where she could discern others' weaknesses. Was this progress a result of her recent visit to the ranch? Zhengya found this sensation remarkably intriguing. The ability to perceive her opponent's vulnerabilities seemed to stem from the teachings of the duck teacher. Just then, the homeroom teacher called out, "Zhengya from class 3. Number 14, versus Li from class 4. Number 24. Go." Upon hearing the teacher's command, Zhengya promptly stepped forward. Her opponent was a bespectacled boy from class 4, whom she remembered from their last battle test where their results had been comparable. Perhaps due to this consideration, the school had paired them together again. However, compared to their previous encounter, Zhengya was notably different now. With this thought, she released her cotton ball Pokémon. Similarly, Li Rong's commands appeared fraught with inconsistencies in Zheng Ye's eyes. The duck teacher had once said that the pinnacle of swordsmanship lay in exploiting an opponent's flaws for a decisive strike. And indeed, the student's commands were riddled with weaknesses. Cotton Ball, use Leaf Blade to strike directly at the abdomen of the Lotus Child, then follow up with Super Absorb. Zheng Ye commanded, seizing a fleeting opportunity. Upon receiving her instructions, the Cotton Ball executed them flawlessly. Their synergy in battle far surpassed that of typical novice trainers. At least, the Cotton Ball performed admirably when executing its trainer's orders. Following Zheng Ye's command, the Cotton Ball swiftly unleashed a Leaf Blade, striking forcefully at the Lotus Child's abdomen. Immediately after, it executed an ultimate absorb, draining the last remnants of the Lotus Child's energy. In an instant, the Lotus Child was rendered unable to battle, almost as if it had been defeated in the blink of an eye. Just then, Li Rong had barely begun to issue commands when he realized that his Lotus Child had already been vanquished. What just happened? Did I just witness this scene? The homeroom teacher mused, bewildered. Wasn't there a ranch owner earlier this morning who was equally ruthless? When Zheng Ye returned to her small group after defeating her opponent, her classmates were still processing what had just transpired. Zheng Ye's deskmate was the first to react, her expression one of astonishment as she inquired, Zheng Ye, how did you accomplish that? I remember you were evenly matched with Li Rong before. How is it that after just half a winter break, you've become so formidable? It couldn't be that ranch you visited that taught you all this, could it? Taken aback, Zheng Ye pondered whether she should mention that Suyu's ranch had trained her. After some thought, she concluded it should be fine. After all, she intended to take her classmates there to help her with the watering, and Suyu, being such a generous individual, likely wouldn't mind too much. With this in mind, Zheng Ye acknowledged the significant change in her abilities, saying, yes, it was that ranch. My Cotton Ball and I received special training from that ranch owner, which is why we've improved so much. Her classmates gasped in astonishment. What sort of ranch could transform the seemingly ordinary Zheng Ye into someone so remarkably skilled? Can you take us there? If there's a fee, we're willing to pay for the training, one classmate eagerly asked. Many students in the class aspired to enter the university's trainer program, and several came from families with sufficient means to pursue such an expensive path. Zheng Ye nodded, replying, I can take you there. However, whether the ranch owner is willing to teach you is uncertain, as that is beyond my influence. No worries, just take us there. If the ranch owner refuses, we won't hold it against you, her classmates assured her. Meanwhile, on another front, having harvested the first batch of mature grass from the ranch, which Uncle Yang had specially provided, rumored to be rich in nutrients essential for the growth of sheep Pokémon, Siyu contemplated how to utilize this bounty. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of malice approaching from behind, prompting him to sneeze. What's going on? I'm dressed warmly today, Suyu mused, perplexed. Without dwelling too much on it, he gazed at the freshly harvested grass and began to ponder. The grass content in the green cake is too low. It's not suitable as a staple food for the riding sheep. I need to create something more appropriate as a main dish. He decided to craft some grass cakes instead, as the quality of the grass was excellent, which should yield a rather exquisite dish. Upon resolving to make the grass cakes, Siyu called upon Frost Milk Fairy. Preparing new dishes was impossible without her assistance. He ground the grass into powder as the primary ingredient, adding powdered sugar, roasted glutinous rice flour, and some moo milk. Additionally, he retrieved the leaves of the previously purchased vine monster, known for their refreshing flavor and often used as a fragrant leaf in certain regions. After shaping the mixture into a rough cake form, Siyu placed the grass cakes into a steamer for cooking. While waiting for the cakes to steam, he switched on the television and sat in a chair for a brief respite. Observing the television, Frost Milk Fairy quickly joined him, climbing onto the couch and settling beside him. At that moment, a program aired featuring an interview with a ranch owner discussing the management of their ranch. As Suyu tuned in, the crew was interviewing a ranch owner specializing in aquaculture. When asked about their experiences running a ranch, the owner waved their hand and proclaimed, I actually have no experiences to share. The success of my ranch is solely due to my exceptionally capable water-type Pokémon. It manages the aquatic produce splendidly. Even the Pokémon in the fish pond regard it as their elder brother, obediently following its guidance. Thus, my ranch operates so smoothly. As this was articulated, the scene shifted to a diligent Psyduck, tirelessly feeding fish and catching them. Meanwhile, the ranch owner reclined comfortably in a nearby lounge chair, basking in the sun. Observing this, Siyu commented, what kind of ranch management experience is this? If all programs teach ranch owners to manage their farms in such a manner, chaos would surely ensue. Yet, despite his words, Suyu mused that if he had such a capable Pokémon, he too would relish the opportunity to be lazy. After all, no matter his own prowess, it could never surpass that of his Pokémon. Why not simply relax and await their service? He half-jokingly expressed a desire for such a Pokémon. At that moment, The green grass cake in the steamer appeared to be ready, so you hurriedly approached to remove the steaming basket. Amidst a cloud of white steam, he gradually discerned the appearance of the grass cake. Its vibrant green hue and mooncake-like shape suggested that grass-type Pokémon would likely relish it. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Excellent quality grass cake. A sweet pastry crafted from premium pasture cultivated on the ranch, enriched with fresh milk, soft, glutinous, and delicious. Consuming it effectively replenishes grass-type energy and can be utilized as a staple food. Furthermore, when consumed by milk-producing Pokémon, the quality and quantity of their milk output are enhanced. Exclusive enhancement for milk-producing Pokémon? What a timely blessing. Just these past few days, my riding sheep had commenced milk production. Without delay, Suyu took the cake to seek out his riding sheep. Upon finding them, he discovered the sheep engaged in a headbutting contest with the Wooloo, continuously ramming into each other. Seeing this, Suyu questioned, "Do you all truly enjoy battling? It seems every time I come looking for you, you are engrossed in combat. You have no need to guard the ranch like the Arcanine do." In response, one of the Wooloo countered Suyu's observation, asserting that others' strength was irrelevant. True strength lies in one's own growth. Ah, your words carry a certain wisdom. But you were the instigator of these daily battles, so you realized he had identified the culprit. However, while there was some truth to the Wooloo's statement, he had already envisioned a future with a bug-type emperor emerging from his ranch, and he hoped it wouldn't lead to the emergence of a sheep emperor as well. Yet among the flock, there was one exception. The riding sheep he had previously taken to the fields to utilize the grass terrain. Unlike the others, this sheep seemed to prefer lying quietly on the grass, contemplating nature. At that moment, the sheep lay there, its ring of green, leaf-like while shimmering with the glow of the move photosynthesis, continuously absorbing the energy contained within the sunlight. It appeared to be in harmony with nature, experiencing the very essence of life's growth. "Oh, right. I came to bring you new food to try. I wonder if it will suit your palate." Saying this, Suyu produced the freshly steamed grass cake and offered it to the sheep. The sheep gathered around, sniffing the grass cake before eagerly consuming it. "How is it? What do you think?" Suyu inquired of the riding sheep. However, the sheep merely shook their heads. It seemed the effects were not immediate. Or perhaps they had not consumed enough. Suyu pondered this. Yet, it mattered not, for he had harvested an abundance of pasture, and the grass cake was intended to serve as a staple. In the following days, they would have ample grass cake to consume. By the way, I could attempt to make a grass cake with the pasture. Perhaps with higher quality ingredients, it will yield even greater effects. With determination, he returned to the kitchen and, following his previous method, crafted another grass cake using fresh pasture. After adorning it with berries, a system prompt chimed in. The original description of the ordinary quality grass cake had now been upgraded to excellent quality, while the grass type enhancement remained unchanged. An additional benefit was included. There is a significant probability that Pokémon with sufficient stored evolutionary energy will achieve evolution. Pokémon with sufficient evolutionary energy? So you immediately thought of the Wooloo. They had been at the ranch long enough, and according to his observations, they were due for evolution. Moreover, their production speed and quality would undoubtedly improve post-evolution, leading to greater income for the ranch. With the grass cake in hand, Suyu approached the Wooloo, feeding them the delicacy. Under Suyu's hopeful gaze, the Wooloo devoured the grass cake. Yet even after the entire cake was consumed, no changes occurred. What could be the issue? Is the accumulated evolutionary energy insufficient? Suyu wondered aloud. It appeared that in the days to come, he would need to provide the Wooloo with increased servings of milk pudding. To evolve, they likely required a surplus of normal-type energy, which they might have lacked due to an overabundance of grass cake and a deficit of milk pudding. Chapter 54. Snow falls on the ranch that evening. Nearly all the Pokémon in the ranch gathered indoors, each enjoying their dinner. To help the Wooloo accumulate normal-type energy, Suyu had deliberately purchased several large bottles of fresh milk from the town. In the days ahead, the Wooloo's staple food would be milk pudding, while the other Pokémon would continue their usual diet. After finishing dinner, Suyu washed the dishes. Upon exiting, he heard the Arcanine barking outside. What is the matter? He wondered, opening the door to find snowflakes swirling in the air. Wow, it's actually snowing. I didn't expect the temperature to drop so swiftly. As he spoke, his breath formed clouds of vapor. Observing the snowfall, the other Pokémon gathered around, seemingly never having seen snow before, especially the Caterpie and Wooloo, who were still less than a year old. Upon seeing the snow, the Wooloo, with their thick wool for warmth, dashed outside, tumbling and playing in the snow with the Arcanine. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon remained observant, hesitant to rush out, particularly the Frostless, who appeared to be the most susceptible to the cold. Here, wear this, Suyu said, having prepared several scarves in anticipation of such a moment. He had purchased them during his last visit to the department store, but hadn't taken them out until now. After wrapping the scarves around the Pokémon, They finally ventured into the snow. Mama. The Frostless hesitantly attempted to touch the snow with its hand, but as soon as it made contact, it quickly withdrew, fearing it might turn into frozen cream. Seeing this, Tsuyu chuckled. It seems I didn't buy the complete set of winter attire. I ought to prepare some gloves for you. Perhaps then, we could engage in a snowball fight. A snowball fight? Upon hearing the word, the Pokémon turned their attention, seemingly perplexed by its meaning. Observing their confusion, Tsuyu explained, it refers to the game of rolling snow into snowballs and playfully tossing them at each other. However, we will have to wait for more snow to fall. The current amount is insufficient for a proper snowball fight. He paused and added, in some places, snowball fights can even be done using basins instead of hands. Upon hearing this, the Pokémon displayed expressions of longing, as if eager to engage in a snowball fight. Even the Caterpie seemed intrigued. Tsuyu chuckled, let us wait a few days until the snow thickens. I'll also buy some gloves. And then we can have our snowball fight. Although the snow continued to fall, the work of the ranch owner must go on. The next morning, Tsuyu rose early and checked on the medicinal herbs in the fields. Fortunately, the earlier insulation measures had been effective, as he had set up a greenhouse in advance. While snow had indeed fallen, it did not significantly impact the herbs. With such heavy snowfall, ordinary crops were likely unplantable. Thus, Tsuyu had gradually ceased planting days prior, retaining only a few greenhouses for essential food supplies. After inspecting the herbs, he returned indoors to milk his riding sheep. Today, he also needed to deliver sheep milk to the ranchers who had placed orders. The weather was frigid, and he was reluctant to venture outside. Inside, he could enjoy the warmth provided by the Arcanine. However, outside awaited the biting cold wind. After milking the sheep, Tsuyu counted and was astonished to find he had produced 8 bottles of milk today. So much sheep milk? It seems the grass cake is indeed effective, he exclaimed. Moreover, it appeared that this was far from the limit of the riding sheep's production, at 500 alliance coins per bottle. The total for the day would amount to 4,000 alliance coins. It seems I can accelerate the timeline for building the new house, Tsuyu remarked with a smile. After milking the sheep, Tsuyu mounted his Tropius and set off to deliver the milk to the ranchers. Naturally, he did not forget to fulfill his promise to the appliance store owner by bringing along a bottle of milk. The store owner was astonished to see Tsuyu braving the snow to deliver sheep milk. Tsuyu replied with a grin. You said you wanted to buy sheep milk from me, so you must keep your promise. The owner retorted jokingly. When did I ever say that? I don't recall. Can past words be taken seriously? Nonetheless, he accepted the milk and inquired, how much for a bottle? 500, Tsuyu replied. What? So expensive? The owner was taken aback. Typically, a bottle of milk from riding goats would cost around 300 to 400 alliance coins. Selling it for 500 placed it in the same price range as average quality Moo Moo milk. In response, Tsuyu produced the nutritional analysis provided by Grandpa Lu. Pointing at the chart, this sheep milk has nutritional value comparable to Moo Moo milk. Selling it at this price is quite reasonable. The store owner, with a resigned huff, finally conceded, all right, 500 it is. Just remember to come to my store if you need anything for your ranch. Definitely next time, Tsuyu assured him. After receiving the payment from the owner, Tsuyu mounted his Tropius, prepared to return home. However, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to purchase some items. He patted Tropius and said, let us turn back. We still need to buy gloves and such. With the snow continuing to fall, perhaps the snow at the ranch had already accumulated enough for a snowball fight. Roar. Tropius adjusted its direction accordingly. They soon arrived at the entrance of the department store. Tsuyu secured Tropius and made his way to the section where Pokémon attire was sold. He selected several pairs of gloves and some warm clothing. The variety of clothing was extraordinary, featuring outfits for numerous Pokémon. Each day, trainers of all kinds frequented this place, some due to genuine wealth, while others indulged in dressing up their beloved Pokémon. The most commonly seen were the Dorian poodles, as their trainers seemed particularly fond of adorning them, often spending liberally. Indeed, certain Pokémon only needed to be sufficiently adorable or dashing to lead a charmed life under the care of human trainers, Tsuyu mused. However, being practical, he found little interest in such Pokémon. He decided to purchase a saddle for Tropius as well, which would provide warmth and comfort during rides. With that thought, he made his way to the saddle section. Upon returning to the ranch atop Tropius, Tsuyu noticed Arcanine and Mareep frolicking outside. The snow in the ranch was knee-deep, causing other Pokémon to cautiously observe from the door, while the fire-type Arcanine and the woolly Mareep showed little fear of the cold, reveling in the snow. Tsuyu was surprised. He recalled that when he left, the snow had not been this deep, having been gone for just over an hour to deliver milk. How could the snow have risen to his knees? Oh no, what about the Shelmet? He suddenly worried. With such heavy snow, he hoped they had not been frozen. He hurried to the backyard with Tropius and was relieved to find that the snow was not too problematic. Many shellmet had already cleared a path through the thick snow and emerged from their burrows to bask in the sunlight. Tropius, could you use your gust move to help clear some of this snow? Cynthia requested. Upon hearing this, Tropius promptly complied, flapping its leaf-like wings to unleash a powerful gust, swiftly blowing away the snow at the entrance of the shellmet's burrows. Given Tropius's precise control, none of the shellmet were harmed throughout the process. All right, that should be sufficient. You can continue basking in the sun now, Cynthia said, leading Tropius back to the cabin to brew himself a cup of hot tea. Meanwhile, the Frostless remained gathered at the door, enviously watching the Cottonee frolicking in the snow. Noticing this, Cynthia called out, I just bought some warm clothing at the store. Come over and get yours. Once you wear them, you'll be able to enjoy the snow to your heart's content. Hearing this, the Frostless hurried over to receive the warm garments from Cynthia. These included gloves and shoes, as well as a small vest. Hands and feet require the most warmth, especially for playing in the snow, where direct contact is essential. Additionally, there was a warm felt hat for the riding sheep, a red hat that looked festive, reminiscent of Christmas. They seemed to be quite delighted, bouncing around the house after receiving their felt hats. Now equipped with warm gear, they could finally frolic in the snow. Frosty Fairy immediately took the lead, rushing outside and scooping up a snowball to hurl at the nearby fluffy sheep. Bah! In response to Frosty Fairy's assault, the fluffy sheep employed a cotton defense. Upon colliding with the sheep's wool, the snowball lost most of its momentum, falling harmlessly to the ground. Observing that the snowball had no effect, the fluffy sheep blinked and merely stared at Frosty Fairy. Bah! Frosty Fairy then began to accuse the fluffy sheep of cheating. The fluffy sheep, however, did not see itself as having cheated, arguing that there were no rules against using abilities in a snowball fight. As the two sides debated, it was ultimately the barking of the corgi that brought the argument to a close. Woof! Sensing that the situation was about to escalate, the corgi leaped into the air and dove into the snow. Like a bomb, it plunged into the snow, sending a massive spray of snowflakes into the air. The resulting flurry was so extensive that nearly all the Pokémon present were covered. With its single act, the corgi garnered the ire of most of the Pokémon in attendance. Immediately, the majority of them began to retaliate against the corgi. Meanwhile, inside the cozy cabin, Cynthia and the duckweed duck each held a warm cup of tea, taking a sip simultaneously. Noticing their synchronicity, Cynthia was momentarily surprised before smiling and asking, Aren't you going outside to join the snowball fight? Instead, you're here with me, enjoying tea, even more relaxed than I am. Quack! In response, the duckweed duck gently shook its head. It's just snow. I've seen it before. To it, eating and honing its swordsmanship were the two most important pursuits. Beyond that, nothing else piqued its interest. Of course, since arriving at the ranch, the duckweed duck had acquired a new hobby, tending to the leeks in the field. Compared to the other Pokémon, the duckweed duck was one of the few that had been around for over a year. So you pondered that perhaps only the duckweed duck and the Tropius were older than a year? The others seemed to still be fledglings. After finishing their tea, so you felt the warmth returning to his body. He promptly stood up to prepare lunch. By the time he finished cooking, the Pokémon returned from their playful escapades. Observing them, Suyu inquired, So, who won in the end? Bah! At this, Frosty Fairy immediately pointed a finger at one of the fluffy sheep. They had been enjoying their snowball fight until the fluffy sheep disrupted the game. Mimicking the corgi, it used its body to create a massive spray of snowflakes. However, after employing its cotton defense, the fluffy sheep was significantly larger, causing far more snow to fly than the corgi, akin to a nuclear explosion. Furthermore, the fluffy sheep continued to bounce around in the snow, sending up a considerable amount of snowflakes, making it impossible for the other Pokémon to continue playing. Bah! The fluffy sheep, hearing this, refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Bah! Humph! It chose to ignore Frosty Fairy. Turning away, Frosty Fairy climbed onto the dining table and began to eat by itself. The fluffy sheep hesitated, caught between wanting to speak and remaining silent, while the other Pokémon looked at them with concern, fearing that these two might truly sever their friendship. At that moment, Suyu intervened, saying, All right, let us eat first. We can discuss this calmly after the meal. Hearing this, the Pokémon climbed onto the dining table and began to enjoy their lunch. After the meal, Suyu called the fluffy sheep aside to impart some wisdom. This issue was minor. It was simply a matter of the fluffy sheep not understanding the limits of play and having gone overboard. In his past life, Suyu had often observed this behavior in children, and now it was his turn to provide guidance. After explaining, Suyu added, Since you've made a mistake, it's only right to sincerely apologize, and then both sides can reconcile. Later, go and apologize to Frosty Fairy. Bah! Upon hearing Suyu's words, the fluffy sheep appeared somewhat timid. It seemed that it would need to muster the courage to apologize on its own. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. As long as it could express itself later, all would be well. Chapter 56. The plan to employ wild Pokémon after imparting wisdom to the fluffy sheep. Tsuyu went to deliver some food to the rock crab. In this cold weather, if the energy cubes were left outside, they would freeze solid. Thus, Tsuyu found himself feeding the rock crab daily, unable to simply refill their troughs as he had done before until they finished their meals. On his way back from the cliff, Tsuyu noticed a Dondoso lying in the snow. This one seemed somewhat familiar. Rushing over, he lifted the Dondoso from the snow and, after checking its condition, found that it had merely fainted from hunger. He brought the Dondoso inside and placed it beside the corgi to warm up. Not long after, the Dondoso awakened. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, it appeared quite flustered. However, upon spotting Tsuyu, it froze for a moment before joyfully running over to him. Dondoso, Dondoso. Seeing the Dondoso's reaction, Tsuyu thought to himself that this was indeed the same Dondoso he had encountered while foraging for herbs in the forest. However, when he returned to the spot later, the group of Pokémon had already vanished, leaving him wondering where they had gone. Curiously, he asked, "So it really is you? By the way, where have you all been lately? When I came to your home looking for you, you were nowhere to be found." In response, the Dondoso began to explain its recent whereabouts. After Tsuyu had left, the Dondoso and its friends formed a team to search for treasures, hoping to discover something valuable in the forest that they could later exchange with Tsuyu for delicious food. However, after scouring their home area without finding anything worthwhile, a Pokémon suggested that they should simply move to another part of the forest to search, where they might find something good. This proposal gained overwhelming support among the group, and thus the Dondoso and its companions set off, wandering through the forest. During their treasure hunt, the Dondoso and its friends met many other Pokémon in the woods. Upon learning of their quest, several Pokémon even offered to guide them, showing great friendliness. Dondoso. Dondoso. At this point, the Dondoso produced a glass vial, which was likely scavenged from somewhere, though that was unimportant. What mattered was the liquid contained within. It radiated with a rich life energy, displaying a unique rainbow sheen under the sunlight. So you cast a probing glance at the vial. The water of life. No one knows how it is generated or where it originates. Perhaps it is a fragment of life's essence birthed during the drifting of a certain secret realm. Possessing extraordinary abilities, healing power, and the vitality of life, immersing certain plants or their seeds in this liquid may yield unexpected transformations. The water of life? This liquid bears a resemblance to the waters flowing from the tree guarded by the Salazarin films, and its effects seem to parallel. "Is this for me?" Tsuyu inquired. Dong Mouse nodded joyfully, appearing quite pleased. "Thank you. By the way, let me fetch you something to eat. I was so engrossed in conversation that I almost forgot to host you." As he spoke, Tsuyu rose to retrieve some energy cubes that Dong Mouse favored, and then continued, "Speaking of which, where are your companions? I only see you and none of your friends." In response, while munching on the energy cubes, Dong Mouse recounted the events. It turned out that due to the recent drop in temperature and the heavy snowfall in the forest, the Pokémon had been left without food. After the Pokémon they encountered earlier helped them find the water of life, they faced this dilemma. With the onset of snow, the forest became desolate, and food became utterly scarce. The food reserves that those Pokémon had previously stored were insufficient to endure this harsh winter. Particularly with Dong Mouse and its companions, the situation became dire, leading to the depletion of their supplies in just a few days. Amidst the food shortage, one of Dong Mouse's companions mentioned that a human they knew had promised that if they brought him something valuable like the water of life, they could exchange it for ample food. They were aware of this human's location and could deliver the water of life to him in exchange for sustenance for the winter. This human, of course, was Tsuyu. After persuading the Pokémon that had assisted them, they ultimately decided that Dong Mouse would carry the water of life to trade for food with Tsuyu. "But you alone cannot carry so much food. Even if you find me, you won't be able to take all that food back," Tsuyu remarked, bemused. To this, Dong Mouse explained that a few stronger Pokémon had accompanied it, but they had become separated due to the heavy snowfall the previous day. Once it could locate its companions, it would be able to bring the food back. "Ah, I see," Tsuyu nodded. Given that the forest was now blanketed in pristine white snow, finding a few Pokémon would be significantly easier than during the lush vegetation of earlier days. However, good vision would still be essential. It would be best to ride the tropical dragon to expedite the search. Immediately, Tsuyu thought of the leek duck. The leek duck possessed the keenest eyesight among all the Pokémon in Tsuyu's ranch and was notably observant. Thus, Tsuyu summoned the leek duck and the tropical dragon, requesting their assistance in searching the forest for Dong Mouse's companions. Before long, they set off. Meanwhile, Tsuyu returned indoors to find Dong Mouse devouring the energy cubes voraciously, even more so than Mareep when it was eating. Noticing this, Tsuyu said, "You do not need to feel compelled to seek treasures. Even without them, you can come to me for food, and I will certainly treat you well. Of course, this offer was limited to those Pokémon he recognized, as feeding a large number of Pokémon would be unfeasible. However, he mused, perhaps he could employ them? The workload on the ranch was increasing significantly, and when spring arrived, he would need to cultivate new fields to plant additional crops. With such an abundance of work, it was clear that Tsuyu could not manage it all alone. However, if he were to hire Pokémon to assist, the situation would transform entirely. He could enlist the flying mantis to harvest rice, wheat, and hay, employ aquatic Pokémon to help him fish pearls from the lake, and even utilize Digletts and similar Pokémon for plowing and clearing land. Additionally, if he were to establish an orchard in the future, the Pokémon could provide substantial assistance. Their labor would enhance the ranch's productivity, allowing him to sustain a greater number of Pokémon, as long as their numbers did not exceed the ranch's capacity. With the modifications made possible by the environmental transformation liquid, the ranch's capacity was remarkably robust. Adding a few more Pokémon would pose no issue. When considering this, the prospect of hiring seemed quite feasible. After some contemplation, so you shared this thought with Dong Dong Mouse. Perhaps you could invite those Pokémon who have helped you and your companions to this ranch. If they are willing to work for me, I can provide them with food. This way, they would have a stable source of nourishment and wouldn't have to endure hunger as they do now. I will take good care of them. Dong Dong Mouse contemplated this proposition, envisioning the scene of the Pokémon diligently laboring on the ranch. After a day's work, they could explore the human world in town, broadening their horizons, or sneak over to Tsuyu's home to watch television. Dong Dong. Such a life seemed rather appealing indeed. With this in mind, Dong Dong Mouse agreed to convey Tsuyu's suggestion. However, whether those Pokémon would be willing to come depended on their own desires. Chapter 57. The unusual behavior of the Mount Sheep. Shortly after the leek duck and its companions set out to find Dong Dong Mouse's friends, the tropical dragon soon returned with them, along with the companions that Dong Dong Mouse had described. Upon seeing its friends reunited, Dong Dong Mouse expressed immense joy, leaping onto the back of an arm lift and bidding farewell to Tsuyu. Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay and rest for a while? Tsuyu offered a large bag of energy cubes to the arm lift. Hearing this, Dong Dong Mouse shook its head. Its companions were still enduring hunger, and it needed to return quickly. Very well, how about letting the tropical dragon escort you a bit? Tsuyu understood that some wild Pokémon held a strong wariness towards humans, and if possible, they preferred to keep their dwellings concealed. Thus, he merely suggested that the tropical dragon take Dong Dong Mouse and its companions a short distance, ensuring the Pokémon's location remained undisclosed. Dong Dong Mouse and its friends accepted this graciously and expressed their gratitude. No need for thanks. I wish you a safe journey. With that, Tsuyu silently watched as the tropical dragon ascended with Dong Dong Mouse and its companions, gradually disappearing from view. Upon returning indoors, he noticed the water of life that Dong Dong Mouse had just delivered. Holding the vial, Tsuyu pondered its potential applications. If it proved beneficial for plants, perhaps it could be used on the Mount Sheep? The small lambs serving as mounts possess peculiar green leaf-like structures on their bodies, seemingly essential for their daily photosynthesis. Thus, from a certain perspective, one could argue that they might be classified as plants. With a sense of curiosity, Tsuyu called upon these lambs and applied a portion of the life water onto their bodies. Immediately, the life water was absorbed by the lambs. Tsuyu inquired, "How do you feel? Have you experienced anything unusual or different?" In response, the lambs shook their heads. Aside from the glowing circle of greenery on their bodies, there were no other noticeable changes. Was it due to the insufficient amount of life water applied, or some other reason? Observing the remaining life water in his hand, Tsuyu ultimately decided to observe for a while longer before making any decisions. If it proved to be ineffective, he could reserve it for soaking plant seeds instead. On the following day, as per routine, Tsuyu rode his tropical dragon early in the morning to deliver goat milk to his scheduled customers, including the owner of the electronics store. The owner, having aged, suffered from various ailments. In a world abundant with Pokémon, many injuries can be easily treated. However, ailments accumulated from the aging process are beyond the healing abilities of Pokémon, as they do not pertain to traditional injuries. Initially, the electronics store owner had little hope of remedying these persistent issues with his health. After all, he had amassed a considerable fortune throughout his life, and he merely wished to enjoy some comfort in his remaining years. However, after Tsuyu delivered the goat milk, adhering to the principle of not wasting what had been purchased, the owner took a sip of the milk. Upon tasting it, the smooth texture and rich flavor unfurled delightfully on his palate. After consuming an entire bottle, he sensed something peculiar about this batch compared to the previous day's offering. What could it be? After drinking the goat milk, he felt significant alleviation from the chronic ailments that had plagued him for years. Even the dryness in his finger joints which had been a constant discomfort, seemed to diminish. How strange, he thought. The previous bottle had not elicited such effects. Contemplating this, the owner decided to wait until he had consumed several more bottles to ascertain if there was a genuine improvement before inquiring with Suyu about this matter. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the electronics store owner was experiencing these developments. Upon returning to the ranch, Suyu encountered a similar situation. He intended to summon the lambs for their customary task of utilizing the grassy terrain to replenish the soil's grass-type energy. However, upon seeing the lambs, he was struck by an intriguing observation. How curious, he thought, that in my preoccupation with milking, I neglected to notice how the green glow emanating from them had intensified. Is the life water intended to serve as an ambient light? He mused. Indeed, the vibrant green luminescence adorning their bodies was quite a sight, lending an enchanting quality to their appearance. Dismissing his distractions, he decided to head to the field to replenish the grass-type energy. He summoned the first lamb that had mastered the grassy terrain technique. Although the other lambs had gradually learned the technique with the aid of grassy cakes, the proficiency of this particular lamb remained unmatched. This lamb often reveled in the beauty of nature, demonstrating a profound understanding of the grassy terrain. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Suyu encouraged it to utilize the grassy terrain technique. However, to his surprise, the lamb appeared unable to release the technique, as if it were holding back. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Suyu inquired, puzzled. The lamb shook its head in response, indicating that it too was unaware of the issue, as it had been this way since waking up that morning. Suyu approached to examine the lamb's health. Treating Pokémon ailments was his specialty. However, after a thorough examination, he could not discern any illness afflicting the lamb. Perplexed, he speculated. Perhaps it is a consequence of the life water applied yesterday. It might be enhancing your health, resulting in this condition. He gently patted the lamb's head and added, "Why don't you go play for now? We shall observe the situation over the next few days to see how it develops." The lamb then trotted back to join the flock. As Suyu glanced towards the medicinal field, he realized he seemed to be at a loss for tasks. The lake was frozen, rendering fishing impossible, and most of the fields lay barren of crops. The only area still covered with a greenhouse, where green onions were cultivated, was being tended to by the green onion ducks. Well, since I have nothing to do, I might as well head home and watch some television, Suyu thought, considering the difficulty of finding outdoor activities in such frigid weather. Meanwhile, after a considerable journey, the DNGDing and its companions finally returned to their current dwelling. Upon nearing their home, a Pokémon perched atop a tree alerted the others to their return. As soon as the news spread, the Pokémon residing in this forest rushed out to greet them. They had gone a long time without food, as this year's harvest of fruit from the trees had been meager, leaving them without sufficient stores for the winter. Adding to their plight, new arrivals like the DNGDing had joined their ranks. Now, at last, they awaited the DNGDing return. Excitedly, they gathered around it. And the DNGDing hastily instructed its companion, WNL, to distribute the energy cubes from their bag to the gathered Pokémon. Among the multitude were Nidoran, Abra, Scyther, and many others of various kinds. All were drawn together by the peculiar bonds of fate within the forest. The forest, while sometimes perilous, prompted these Pokémon to seek companionship and cohabitation, rarely opting for solitary living. At this moment, the DNGDing diligently handed out energy cubes to its fellow Pokémon. In an effort to provide for the forest's inhabitants during the winter, Suyu had entrusted all the energy cubes from his reserves to the DNGDing. Fortunately, after winning a bounty of energy cubes in the ranch owner's competition, he had ample supplies. Once these were depleted, he could easily obtain more from the designated exchange point for energy cubes, making it far more convenient than for the forest Pokémon. The accumulated energy cubes filled 3 large sacks. It is worth noting that energy cubes are concentrated essences derived from berries. Suyu believed that these energy cubes would sufficiently sustain the forest's Pokémon for a considerable period. Thus, once Dong Mouse had distributed the energy cubes sufficiently, the consumed energy cubes amounted to less than 1/8 of the sack. The Pokémon, no longer in a frenzy, found the satiety provided by a single energy cube quite satisfying. On this occasion, each Pokémon had, at the very least, consumed 3 energy cubes, leaving them entirely full. After ensuring that all the Pokémon were satiated, Dong Mouse finally relaxed. The earlier commotion had been quite alarming, as nearly all the Pokémon had surged forward in a scramble, nearly leading to a scuffle. Just as it settled down for a moment's respite, Dong Mouse recalled Suyu's instructions. Promptly, it stood up again, climbed onto the shoulder of Wanli, and addressed the Pokémon. Dong. Everyone, please set aside your tasks and listen to what I have to say. Noticing the collective gaze of the crowd, Dodong Mouse began to explain Suyu's request regarding the intention to recruit wild Pokémon. It vividly described the appearance of Suyu's ranch and outlined the tasks that awaited them upon their arrival. The environment was beautiful, the Pokémon lived in harmony, and a human rancher was leading them in the development of the ranch, striving to make it ever better. Having exhausted all the commendatory words it could muster about Suyu's ranch, Dong Mouse finally inquired, Dong Dong. That's basically the situation. Who among you is willing to join me? In response, many Pokémon expressed their disinterest immediately. One particularly disinterested A-Beer turned away, flatly stating, I have no desire to go to a human's place. Witnessing one Pokémon lead the exodus, several others followed suit. They preferred the life in the forest over a ranch. Dong Mouse was indifferent to this. Every Pokémon had its own preferred way of life, which could not be forced. However, despite a significant number leaving, many Pokémon remained. Pachirisu, Scyther, Drillbur, and others seemed intrigued by the human ranch and expressed their willingness to accompany Dong Mouse to Suyu's side. So, when do we leave? A Scyther eagerly asked. Dong, let's wait a bit. Everyone should return to gather their belongings first, Dong Mouse replied, dashing back to its tree hollow in the forest to retrieve its possessions. Inside were treasures it had amassed during its search for artifacts, which it intended to present to Suyu. That evening, lazily turning off the television, Suyu realized he had dozed off while watching. Has it really gotten so late? Stretching, he rose from the sofa to glance outside. At that moment, the Pokémon were still frolicking outdoors. Frostlass and Mareep appeared to be building a snowman, following the last time Suyu had spoken to the Mareep. They had taken the initiative to apologize to Frostlass, and their relationship had largely returned to normal. Meanwhile, the Herdier was playfully using fire-type moves in the snow, rolling about in a manner that showed it was unbothered by the cold, with a thick layer of snow surrounding them. There was no fear of accidentally setting the ranch's grass ablaze as in the past. Thus, Herdier reveled in using fire-type moves in the snow, clearly having a great time. Suyu picked up a bottle of sheep's milk set aside for himself when delivering it to the Pokémon. The quality of this milk rivaled that of Moo milk. Once the production and quality of the little sheep improved, Suyu would entirely save the money previously spent on Moo milk in town. However, certain recipes still specifically required Moo milk, such as the milk pudding for the Mareep. After drinking the sheep's milk, Suyu felt invigorated, as if the strength within him had surged. Raising his arm to flex his bicep, he mused that this was no mere illusion. Perhaps he had genuinely become stronger. It seems that simply drinking the sheep's milk might transform me into a true powerhouse, Suyu contemplated. He had seemingly uncovered the secret to becoming powerful. Ash must have consumed plenty of Moo milk during his childhood. Just as Suyu opened the door to join the Pokémon for some fun, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Pulling it out, he wondered who could be calling at this hour. Upon seeing the caller ID, he froze for a moment. Miss Junsha? Recognizing the name, Suyu quickly answered the call. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end inquired, Where are you? Still at the ranch? Yes. Is there something you need? Suyu replied. We have recently discovered a hideout belonging to that group of poachers and are organizing to take them down. Moreover, this hideout seems to be where your Tropius companion is being held. Would you be interested in joining us tonight? Suyu was momentarily stunned. Had they finally located it after searching for over a month? Of course I will come. My Tropius has been training hard for this moment, he responded. He glanced at the Tropius diligently practicing in the distance. Despite having mastered Leaf Blade, it continued to train vigorously in preparation to confront the poachers and rescue its companions. Chapter 59. The eve of action. After informing Miss Junsha that he would indeed attend that night, she provided Suyu with the location and time for their rendezvous. He noted the details before ending the call. Glancing at the time, he realized there was still enough time to prepare dinner. Calling over the Herdier and the others, Suyu said, Tonight, Tropius and I will be heading out, and it seems we will be away all night. You all stay here and keep an eye on the place. Make sure not to wander off. If we aren't back, remember to go to bed early and don't let the television distract you from sleep, especially you, Mareep. I'd rather not catch you up watching when I return. He didn't worry about the other Pokémon. Those like Frostlass and Herdier were well behaved. The only one he feared might lead the late-night television watching would be Mareep. After giving instructions to the house-sitting Pokémon, Suyu approached the Tropius practicing in the snow, smiling as he said, Tropius, good news. Miss Junsha seems to have located the hideout where your kin are being held. They are planning to act tonight, and she has informed me that we can join them. Roar? Really? At that moment, Tropius was practicing its Leaf Blade technique. Upon hearing this news, it momentarily froze in surprise. Roar. Eagerly. Tropius wanted to carry Suyu off to rescue its companions. Seeing this, Suyu quickly halted Tropius, saying, Not so fast. The rescue operation needs to follow Miss Junsha's plans. It's not yet time to act. Hearing this, Tropius finally calmed down. Suyu decided to halt the training session and advised his companion to rest for a while, preparing for the evening's mission. With this thought in mind, he returned to his humble abode, contemplating what supplies would be necessary for the night's endeavor. He recalled that he still had some medical supplies and energy snacks left from when he ventured into the mountains earlier. It seemed prudent to prepare some energy cubes and herbal cakes, although the latter were cumbersome to carry. As he retrieved some herbal cakes from the refrigerator and packed them into his backpack, he was approached by his green caterpillar companion. Upon seeing it, Suyu surmised its intentions and inquired, "Do you wish to join in this mission as well?" The caterpillar nodded enthusiastically. It was among the few powerful Pokémon in the ranch, having once faced a multitude of bird Pokémon in the forest without a hint of fear, leaving a lasting impression on Suyu. Recently, following Suyu's suggestions, the caterpillar had learned several techniques, including Magical Leaf, Vine Whip, and Iron Tail. However, it struggled to grasp the concept of Air Slash, resulting in little progress. Nevertheless, with its current move set, complemented by the recently acquired Electro Ebb, the caterpillar felt confident in its ability to assist Suyu in perilous situations. "Very well, if I bring you along, you can stay by my side and guard me. This way, my tropical dragon can focus during battles without distraction." Suyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the caterpillar's eagerness. He made a mental note to devise a new training regimen for the caterpillar once their current tasks were completed. With preparations nearly complete, Suyu turned his attention to dinner. Acknowledging the significant undertaking ahead, he opted for a light and simple stir-fry. After finishing his meal and resting momentarily, Suyu rose, ready to embark on their journey. As he stood, the caterpillar promptly leapt onto his shoulder. Under the cover of night, Suyu mounted his tropical dragon and set off toward the location indicated by Miss Junsha, soaring along the mountain range. The hideout of the poaching gang lay concealed deep within the forest in a rather obscure location. Upon arrival, Suyu instructed the tropical dragon to descend slowly. After signaling discreetly to the forest, a male agent clad in black emerged from the dim foliage. Addressing Suyu, "Follow me. Miss Junsha has been awaiting your arrival." Nodding silently, Suyu trailed behind the agent, navigating through clusters of trees until they reached a secluded area where he encountered Miss Junsha. "Ah, you've arrived." She greeted him warmly. Her gaze shifted to the caterpillar perched on Suyu's shoulder, and she inquired, "Is this the Pokémon you've captured? Why bring a caterpillar to such a significant operation? The intensity of this mission is considerable. Should anything go awry, your caterpillar could sustain serious injuries." Suyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "No, this is no ordinary caterpillar," he replied, though he refrained from elaborating further, knowing how difficult it would be for anyone to believe the unique circumstances surrounding his companion. Instead, he stated, "It's perfectly fine. This caterpillar has undergone my special training. I do not intend to engage it in direct combat, but rather keep it by my side. In crucial moments, its string shot may very well save my life. After all, having a Pokémon for protection when venturing into the unknown is essential, isn't it? If my primary Pokémon falters, I could use a sneak attack against the opposing trainers." Miss Junsha nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his reasoning. "Indeed, your strategy is sound and quite commendable." It seemed she had matters to attend to. After greeting Suyu, she turned to the nearby agents to assign their operational tasks. "We have identified approximately 5 escape routes utilized by the poachers. Lin, you and your Bosco Dora will secure the northernmost exit. Rua, you are responsible for the eastern route. Reinforcements from headquarters and the forest rangers are en route. We have sufficient manpower for this mission. Once everyone understands their assignments, you may disperse." After delegating tasks to her team, the agents departed. Suyu approached Miss Junsha, inquiring, "What about me? You must remain at my side to ensure your safety. After all, you are participating in this mission because of me, and you do not belong to either Miss Junsha's or the Forest Rangers' ranks. As an outsider, you require protection. So it is best that you stay close," she explained while donning gloves. As she slipped her fingers into the gloves, she asked, "By the way, how has your tropical dragon been developing? Release it. I'd like to see." Suyu complied, retrieving the Pokeball and summoning his tropical dragon. After a month apart, Miss Junsha marveled at the creature's growth, clearly recognizing its enhanced strength. "It appears you possess a knack for nurturing. This tropical dragon has improved significantly under your care," she complimented. "Indeed, I provide it with herbal cakes and a steady training regimen. Even a Magikarp could become formidable in my hands," Suyu chuckled, adding that the tropical dragon had mastered Leaf Blade, a technique capable of exceeding its inherent capabilities. With a smile, he accepted Miss Junsha's praise, to which she responded, "It seems your tropical dragon is well equipped to protect you during this operation. However, it would be wise to remain close to me. There are still several dangerous individuals within the poacher's lair." Chapter 60. A chance encounter with the Sunglass Man after exchanging pleasantries with Miss Junsha, time slipped away. Drawing near to the moment of action, she led Tsuyu to another concealed outpost, where a team of forest rangers had been summoned to assist in her mission. Our task is to infiltrate the Poacher's lair, rescue the captured Pokémon, and apprehend the Poachers. They are utilizing a concealed device related to Ghost-type energy, which the Alliance has yet to decode. Therefore, we must not overlook any Poacher, otherwise, capturing them later will be exceedingly difficult. Tsuyu nodded in understanding. Observing the rangers nearby, one queried, "Are you a newcomer? Are you part of our ranger system or associated with Miss Jusha?" "Neither. I am merely a ranch owner." Tsuyu replied with a smile, shaking his head. The rangers seemed taken aback. "A ranch owner? How can a ranch owner be involved in such a mission? I've never heard of such a thing." Upon witnessing the skepticism of the forest rangers, Tsuyu continued, "If you doubt my words, you may inquire in the town of Seagull to the south. I am the owner of a ranch there, named Tsuyu. Should you require anything, feel free to visit my ranch, where we currently have goat milk available for sale." Even at this moment, Tsuyu did not forget to promote his family's ranch. Although uncertain of its effectiveness, he thought it would be quite splendid if they could purchase a few bottles of goat milk from his ranch. Before the forest rangers could respond, the operation was about to commence. As the time approached, Miss Junsha released a speedy dog and commanded, "Speedy dog, unleash a flame burst to break through this iron gate." With a howl, the speedy dog immediately directed its flame burst at the iron door. The force of the flame was tremendous, and upon impact, it produced a series of explosive sounds, resulting in the door being blown apart. The iron gate was shattered with a resounding explosion, while inside, the poachers were leisurely gathered around, playing games. Upon witnessing their front door being obliterated, the poachers were momentarily stunned. Soon after, they sprang to their feet, retrieving their Pokeballs in an attempt to resist. "Don't move. Forest rangers enforcing the law. Raise your hands." Upon seeing this, the forest rangers behind Miss Junsha rushed in, releasing their Pokémon as they ran, swiftly gaining control over the poachers. "Let us move quickly, otherwise, the poachers inside will escape," Miss Junsha urged. Tsuyu, still captivated by the impressive display of the speedy dog, thought to himself how splendid it would be if his own Houndoom could exhibit such prowess in the future. Hearing Miss Junsha call him, Tsuyu snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with her. As they advanced deeper, any poachers attempting to resist were swiftly dealt with by the flames of Miss Junsha's speedy dog. The power displayed by this speedy dog far surpassed that of the previous Pidgeot. It was clear that this was Miss Junsha's trump card. No wonder that Pidgeot had failed to catch up with a mere Murkrow. "By the way, how is your ranch faring?" While dispatching the poachers, Miss Junsha even found time to engage Tsuyu in casual conversation. Taken aback by her question, Tsuyu hesitated, unsure whether it was appropriate to converse in such a perilous situation. Speaking might distract Miss Junsha, yet remaining silent could come off as impolite. As Miss Junsha advanced rapidly, her progress attracted the attention of a formidable poacher deep within the base. A poacher accompanied by an Umbreon appeared in her path, blocking her way. Seeing this, Miss Junsha advised Tsuyu to be cautious and protect himself. She then moved forward, ready to confront the Umbreon trainer. "Am I to protect myself here?" Tsuyu felt a twinge of unease, for they had already penetrated deep into the base. However, glancing around, he noticed that nearly all the surrounding poachers had already been subdued by the speedy dog, and he understood Miss Junsha's earlier warning to protect himself. "So, this is what you meant by protection," Tsuyu mused, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Nonetheless, a few stray poachers, accompanied by their Pokémon, darted past him. Watching them pass, Tsuyu was uncertain if he should intervene. At that moment, a trainer with a Murkrow glanced at Tsuyu and then displayed an expression of shock. "It's you," the poacher exclaimed. "Last time, my Pokémon saw you saving that Tropius after I left." Recognizing him, Tsuyu realized that this was the same sunglasses-wearing man he had encountered during the previous rescue of Tropius. What a coincidence, Tsuyu smiled, promptly releasing Tropius from its Pokeball. "Tropius, it seems we have a familiar face. Come, let us have a chat." Since they had crossed paths again, he had no intention of letting him escape. The sunglasses man, with a conflicted gaze towards Junsha in the distance, gritted his teeth and declared, "Kid, don't think you can act arrogant just because Junsha is backing you. Last time, I was able to take down your Tropius, and I can do it again. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse." Without hesitation, the sunglasses man launched his attack first. In response, Tsuyu called out to Tropius, "Block it with Leaf Blade." Following his command, Tropius extended its large leaves in front, successfully deflecting the Dark Pulse. "Leaf Blade? Huh? How infuriating. I remember you couldn't use that last time." The sunglasses man seethed, realizing that this young boy was the source of all the changes. He continued, "So what? My Dark Pulse can still inflict damage on your Tropius. Even if it can block it, The outcome will inevitably be the same as last time, with my Murkrow leaving it battered and bruised. As the smoke cleared, Tropius bore injuries on its wings despite having used Leaf Blade. The Dark Pulse had managed to penetrate the defense, leaving its mark. Seeing the wounds, the Sunglasses Man felt reassured that his attack had indeed been effective. Let us show him the new move you've learned, Tropius. Use Roost. Given the indoor setting and the night, the effect of photosynthesis was significantly diminished. However, Tropius had recently mastered the Roost technique, which could heal its injuries. With the glow of the Roost move, Tropius' wounds gradually began to heal. The Sunglasses Man was taken aback. This Tropius had learned a recovery move? He distinctly remembered it not having that ability last time. Hadn't it only been a little over a month? Following this, Tsuyu commanded, "Now that you've had your turn, it's our time to strike. Tropius, use Air Slash." Due to Murkrow's resistance to Grass-type energy, Tsuyu opted not to use Grass-type moves. Upon hearing his command, Tropius charged its wings and unleashed a white air wave. The wave traveled swiftly, striking Murkrow and knocking it to the ground with significant damage. Murkrow, seeing his Pokémon severely injured by a single move, the Sunglasses Man panicked. He rushed over, administering some healing spray to Murkrow before returning it to its Pokeball. Observing this, Tsuyu remarked, "Since your Pokémon has been severely injured, it would be wise to surrender. By the way, since you were responsible for capturing my Tropius last time, you should know where its kin are currently held, right?" However, to Tsuyu's surprise, the Sunglasses Man did not consider surrendering. He gazed at Tsuyu's Tropius, realizing that it had grown significantly stronger, capable of defeating his Murkrow with a single attack. Given this situation, the protagonist realized that his own Pokémon would surely be unable to contend with the opponent. Thus he had no choice but to summon the Pokémon entrusted to him by the captain a few days prior. The sunglasses-wearing man contemplated this seriously as he produced a rather unique Pokeball, tossing it into the air while addressing Tsuyu. "If you can defeat this Pokémon, we may discuss the possibility of your surrender. This is my captain's Pokémon, and the matter is far from over." Upon hearing this, Tsuyu was taken aback. Was there still a trump card? However, once he discerned the Pokémon that the sunglasses-wearing man had released, much of his apprehension dissipated. He sighed in relief, remarking, "Oh, it's just a Mantike. I thought it would be a formidable Pokémon." Choosing anything but a Mantike to face a Tropius was folly. Did he think he was Ash, able to secure victory against type disadvantages? Furthermore, Tsuyu possessed a system that provided reconnaissance capabilities, allowing him to glean the moves known by the opponent's Pokémon and estimate their strength. In his estimation, the Mantike's power was on par with the current Tropius. Thus, he calmly instructed his Tropius, "Let us unleash Leaf Blade until it's incapacitated." In response, Tropius executed Leaf Blade, transforming its 4 massive leaves into razor-sharp blades. As these leaves fully unfurled behind it, the sight was reminiscent of Zygarde's 50 form. With the blades now at the ready, Tropius charged forward, utilizing the Leaf Blade move to unleash a rapid flurry of strikes upon the Mantike, rendering it unconscious on the spot. Given the swift attack speed and the Grass-type advantage, even Tsuyu was unsure how the Mantike could endure this onslaught, particularly since Tropius was using Leaf Blade, which quadrupled its attack speed. After Tropius delivered a barrage of strikes upon the Mantike, the sunglasses-wearing man seemed to sense impending doom and contemplated fleeing. However, he was unaware that his movements were under the vigilant watch of a Caterpie, as Tsuyu had not overlooked any detail that warranted dismissal. Seeing the man attempt to escape, Caterpie swiftly utilized Thunder Wave, binding him to the ground. "Humph. Thinking you can escape?" Caterpie haughtily remarked. At that moment, it appeared that Miss Junxia's battle had also reached its conclusion. She was gripping the collar of a poacher's underling, dragging him over. Noticing Tsuyu's apparent success, Miss Junxia raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "Did you do all of this?" Glancing at the unconscious Mantike, her lips twitched. She recognized it as the Pokémon belonging to a wanted poacher. How had Tsuyu's Tropius grown so powerful in such a short time? Just over a month ago, it had struggled against that Corviknight. With your talent as a trainer, your grandfather must be mistaken to have you working as a rancher, Miss Junxia mused. "Pardon? What did you say?" Tsuyu asked, still preoccupied with collecting the rock fragments that the Mantike had dropped upon defeat. These fragments seemed special and were quite collectible. The Mantike's trainer likely provided numerous precious minerals for it to absorb during its upbringing. Hence, Tsuyu intended to gather more rock fragments to create a display case, hoping it would attract enthusiasts like Dawu in the future. "Nothing of significance," Miss Junxia replied. "Oh, understood." Nodding, Tsuyu collected a few more rock fragments before continuing. "By the way, I just interrogated that sunglasses guy over there. He revealed the layout of the poacher's base, and I now know where the Tropius's kin are being held. Shall we proceed to rescue them?" Indeed, Miss Junsha affirmed, "Let us go save them." Upon arriving at the location where the Pokémon were imprisoned, they found that other teams had also breached the base from various entrances, clearing out the poachers and converging with Miss Junsha. She commanded her Arcanine to break open the iron gate confining the Pokémon, releasing them all, including several of Tropius's kin. Roar. Upon seeing its relatives, Tropius was filled with excitement. After such a long wait, it had finally rescued its kin. It rushed forward, and its family members were equally astonished to see it. Roar. Were you the one who helped us? They inquired in confusion. More Tropius approached, affectionately nudging their necks against Tsuyu's Tropius in a display of camaraderie, bringing tears to their eyes. However, Tsuyu noticed many of the rescued Tropius bore wounds, some quite severe. It seemed these poachers had subjected them to considerable abuse. Did these poachers really mistreat captured Pokémon? Shouldn't they keep them healthy to sell for a higher price? Tsuyu voiced his bewilderment. In response, Miss Junsha scoffed. If they didn't team mistreat them, how could they ensure these Pokémon obey? This is precisely why I detest poachers. While I cannot combat other leagues, I will spare no effort to eradicate poachers within the Dongwang League. This revelation astonished Tsuyu. Miss Junsha harbored such lofty aspirations? Perhaps it was due to the efforts of individuals like her that the Dongwang League continued to improve. In his past life, Tsuyu had never perceived the Pokémon world as a utopia. If such a world were to exist, it would undoubtedly be the result of relentless efforts by its builders, for a utopia would not simply manifest out of thin air. If one relied solely on imagination to bring forth a utopia, it would be far more tangible to seek it in dreams. Just as Tsuyu was taking in the poignant scene of Tropius reuniting with its kin, Miss Junsha suddenly interjected, "By the way, once this mission concludes, I will likely be reassigned to headquarters and will no longer operate in this area. If you need anything in the future, contact this person." With that, she handed Tsuyu a slip of paper inscribed with a phone number. Surprised, Tsuyu took the paper. He was not astonished by the note itself, but rather puzzled as to why Miss Junsha was being so kind to him. Although they were acquainted, they were not close enough for her to entrust a friend to assist him upon her departure. Given Miss Junsha's seriousness, this friend's capabilities and status were likely quite extraordinary, further deepening Tsuyu's intrigue. Could it be? Indeed, Miss Junsha's next words confirmed Tsuyu's suspicions. "If you have the opportunity, bring your herdier to Junsha City to visit. I will be waiting for you there." Junsha City was an area governed by the Junsha family, where they held dominion akin to Tsuyu's ownership of his ranch, allowing them to manage their territory at will. In essence, it could be seen as a grand ranch. Miss Junsha's remark about returning to the Junsha territory with the Katy dog is self-evident. In other words, am I truly a member of the Junsha family? Upon hearing this, Tsuyu expressed his astonishment. However, this shock lasted but a fleeting moment. Soon, Tsuyu felt a wave of dismay. What does it matter if I am a member of the Junsha family? I have no desire to join the law enforcement system. After having fought for so long in my past life, in this one, all I wish is to manage my own ranch and avoid entangling myself in those convoluted affairs. As a ranch owner, my identity as a member of the Junsha family bears little significance, merely adding a touch of background to my existence. Yet, the green caterpillar on his shoulder harbored different sentiments, genuinely fearing that Tsuyu might follow this Junsha to the so-called Junsha territory and never return. Forthwith, the green caterpillar expressed its anxiety with soft sounds, appearing quite distressed. Observing this, Tsuyu smiled and reassured, "There is no need to worry. I will not abandon the ranch. After all, it is you all who matter most to me." Tsuyu firmly believed that the bond between humans and Pokémon should resemble that of family. Beyond the bonds of battle and the pursuit of synergy, the most profound connection between humans and Pokémon is that of kinship. The notions of trainers and Pokémon, partners, and friendship seemed too insipid to encapsulate the relationship he shared with the Pokémon on his ranch. They lived together, weathering the seasons and jointly managing the ranch. Years or even decades hence, even as he ages, they would remain together, familiar with one another, offering mutual support. Such a relationship could hardly be summarized by terms like friendship. Indeed, they ought to be regarded as family. Chapter 62, February 6th. After rescuing the tropical dragon Eskin, the park rangers found themselves in need of a location to temporarily house these Pokémon, as they had been held captive by poachers for an extended period and in considerable numbers. Only once it was confirmed that these Pokémon were entirely safe and posed no threat to humans, showing no excessive aggression, could they be released. With so many Pokémon, if even a few harbored malice towards humans due to their persecution by poachers, releasing them might easily lead to unfortunate incidents. Tsuyu even speculated that his ability to take his tropical dragon home was thanks to Miss Junsha's endorsement. Otherwise, his tropical dragon might also have needed to be housed for a time. Consequently, his tropical dragon had to once again part from its kin, although this time, its relatives were indeed safe. During their farewell, Suyu's tropical dragon displayed a sense of reluctance. In response, Miss Junsha remarked, after a period of safe accommodation, they will be released. Whether they return to the mountains or accompany humans will depend on the Pokémon's own wishes. Once their observation period concludes, I will have someone inform you. Until then, your ranch may need to prepare for the arrival of a substantial number of Pokémon. Implicitly, this suggested that the tropical dragon's kin might indeed follow Suyu's tropical dragon to his ranch. However, this was not a certainty. After all, compared to cohabiting with humans, those tropical dragons might prefer to venture away. Upon hearing this, Suyu turned to his tropical dragon. He gently stroked its neck and inquired, if your companions choose to return to the mountains, would you go with them? This was a question Suyu was reluctant to pose. Nevertheless, regardless of the choice his tropical dragon made, Suyu would offer his support. Perhaps, in the past, Ash had embraced a similar mindset when he released his Pidgeotto and Butterfree. Upon hearing the question, the tropical dragon glanced at Suyu and then at the departing relatives, its eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. It did not wish to leave the group it had known since childhood. Yet it had also formed many bonds on Suyu's ranch, including with Suyu himself. Observing this, Suyu patted the tropical dragon and said with a smile, it's all right. Take your time to think it over in the coming days. There is no rush. The tropical dragon nodded, albeit with a look of disappointment. At that moment, Miss Junsha and her team had nearly finished clearing the poacher's base. The rangers nearby were already packing up, preparing to return to their respective homes. After bidding farewell to Miss Junsha, Suyu mounted his tropical dragon and prepared to leave. My name is Yongwon, she said, noticing that Suyu still addressed her as Miss Junsha. In terms of family, I am actually your cousin, so please refrain from calling me Miss Junsha from now on. Ah, understood, cousin Yongwon, Suyu replied, slightly flustered. Suyu understood why the Junsha family continued to use the title Junsha. It was because, when the secret realm first descended, a Pokémon native named Junsha emerged from it to save the Eastern Huangs who were without Pokémon at the time. At that moment, the secret realm had just arrived on the Azure Star, and the people were encountering these extraordinary creatures for the first time, unaware of how to capture them or interact with them. Unfortunately, some malicious Pokémon came to destroy their villages. In such dire circumstances, even fully armed humans were no match for Pokémon. It was in this context that Junsha appeared. She saved the villagers and taught them how to capture Pokémon, imparting the methods for creating Pokeballs. Subsequently, some of those she saved established the Eastern Huang Alliance as protective agency. To honor Junsha, they began to refer to themselves as Junsha whenever they ventured out. However, they remained Eastern Huangs at heart, bearing their own Eastern Huang names. It was merely customary to identify as Junsha in public. After bidding farewell to Yongwon, Suyu rode his tropical dragon back to the ranch. By now, it was deep into the night, and the tropical dragon landed gently. After dismounting, Suyu recalled it into its Pokeball for the night. Stealthily entering the house, he found that Frost Milk and the others were already asleep. Quietly approaching the television, he felt its back was still warm. Clearly, someone had just turned it off and pretended to be asleep. Without needing to guess, Suyu knew it was the Fluff Sheep. Glancing at the Fluff Sheep lying in the living room, he shook his head in exasperation. Looks like I'll have to prohibit you from watching television for the next few days, he murmured. He could imagine how, upon realizing he would return late, the Fluff Sheep must have thought they could sneak a late-night viewing once the others were asleep. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the Fluff Sheep's ears twitched in the darkness. However, to avoid waking the other Pokémon, Suyu refrained from saying more. After washing up, he climbed into bed. The next morning, Suyu rose early and began preparing waffles for breakfast. Paired with the nutritious goat milk produced by his riding sheep, this meal was indeed quite sumptuous. The delightful aroma wafted outside, and at that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Suyu inquired, rushing from the kitchen while wearing an apron. Upon opening the door, he found the postal worker he had met previously. Good morning. The smell is wonderful. Are you having waffles for breakfast? The postal worker greeted with a smile. Yes. Would you like to join me? Suyu invited eagerly. The postal worker shook his head. No. I have more letters to deliver. By the way, here is your monthly newspaper. Since the new year is approaching in a few days, we're delivering it early this month. I hope you understand. As Suyu accepted the newspaper, the postal worker mused. Time flies. The new year is upon us again. Do you have any plans for the celebrations? I heard that the rancher next door has already bought his New Year goods and is preparing to return home with his Pokémon. Many ranchers do not have their families in the pastoral areas, and the New Year is one of the few occasions they reunite with their loved ones. Thus, they typically procure their holiday supplies in advance. However, Suyu found himself without family in this world. He had only recently acknowledged a cousin, but they were not close. Well, I probably won't have any plans. I'll likely stay here and celebrate with my Pokémon, Su replied. Oh, I see. Your ranch is filled with many Pokémon. It should be quite lively. The postal worker offered a cheerful early New Year's wish, wishing you joy and happiness. I must be off now. With that, he approached his trusty Dada, which was engaged in a comical argument among its three heads, each vying for dominance in their next destination. Wishing you happiness as well? Su chuckled at the amusing sight. After bidding farewell to the postal worker, he returned indoors and glanced at the calendar. Is it already February 6th? Just a few days until New Year's Eve. How time flies. Chapter 63. Is this a grassy battlefield? It seems more like a wild plant. Su picked up the monthly newspaper delivered by the postal worker and took a moment to peruse it. With the advent of television, his reliance on newspapers had diminished. But it was an opportune time to catch up on the events he had missed while not watching TV. However, the news in the paper was largely the same as before. Have Gallus and Tane once again found themselves in dispute? Is it still over the last unallocated secret realm? Su pondered, intrigued about which would prove superior, Gigantamax or Mega Evolution once the regions of Galar and Kalos descended. The arrival of Pokémon realms follows a certain pattern, and Su surmised that the likelihood of their emergence corresponds closely to their original regions. Just as Silver Mountain appeared in the East Japan and Windspeed Dog Valley in East Huang, it made sense. After all, the Windspeed Dog is considered a legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon world, purportedly hailing from East Huang. The various secret realms that emerge across regions often lead to continuous disputes among the alliances, an occurrence that has become almost a daily fixture. It could be said that this is a standard section of the monthly newspaper. Turning to the back of this news, Su's gaze suddenly intensified with surprise. Has the Hoenn region descended? He exclaimed, astonished at the headline regarding the emergence of Hoenn. It turned out that the massive secret realm he had read about months prior was indeed referring to Hoenn. Su had initially thought that this giant secret realm would resemble the special ones like Silver Mountain or Windspeed Dog Valley. But it was entirely the opposite. An even larger secret realm had arrived. The officials had corrected their earlier announcement, designating the secret realm as a super-large secret realm and establishing a new classification. After engaging with those within the realm, East Huang was the first to name it Hoenn. The location of this secret realm was in the vast ocean south of East Japan, not overlapping with it, and its size appeared significantly larger. This was reasonable, considering it was a major region in the Pokémon world. Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hoenn had indeed arrived. This meant that the emergence of giant Pokémon regions was occurring at a pace far exceeding his expectations. Perhaps soon, Kanto and Unova would follow suit. The peculiar stones he had gathered might soon prove useful. If only Steven could visit his ranch. Su had already prepared various unique stones, eagerly awaiting Steven's arrival. However, it was likely that Groudon and Kyogre did not accompany the Hoenn League, for if they had, the people on Aqua Blue Planet would have been in an uproar. Su mused, considering the chaos that would ensue should they appear and clash once more. The commotion they could cause was substantial, and it was hard to believe the inhabitants of Aqua Blue Planet would remain unaware. With the newspaper nearing its end, Su found little of novelty remaining. He glanced at the clock. The matters of Hoenn felt distant, and for now, he needed to focus on preparing breakfast. Once Su finished cooking, most of the Pokémon had awakened. He glanced at the sleeping Wooloo nearby, noticing they seemed to have stayed up quite late the previous night, still not awake. Let them sleep a bit longer. We can eat first, he told his Pokémon, moving chairs around for them to sit. While they dined, Su curiously inquired, "By the way, how are you feeling today, my riding sheep? Any better?" He recalled the peculiar reaction they had 2 days prior after applying the life water. He wondered if they had improved since then. Bah! The riding sheep shook their heads, indicating that the strange sensation within them had not yet dissipated. They still could not execute any moves. That is odd. I found no issues during my examination, Su remarked, puzzled. He cast a scan on the riding sheep. Upon viewing the information displayed, he finally understood. The scanning panel revealed, target, riding sheep, evolving. Outcome unknown. Affection level, 91. You are their most trusted individual. Learn moves, leaf blade, photosynthesis, grassy terrain. Seed bomb template loading. None. Does not meet criteria for legendary Pokémon template loading. No suitable template available. Remarks. Physical changes due to life water. Direction of change unknown. Please promptly replenish grass type energy for the riding sheep. Evolution completion time. 128 hours and 52 minutes remaining can be shortened. So that's the reason. Su never anticipated that a mere few drops of life water could possess such extraordinary effects, enabling his mount, the little sheep, to undergo a transformation. Regrettably, the tropical dragon was unable to utilize this life water. Suyu had attempted to apply it to the tropical dragon, but its skin resembled bark, rendering it incapable of absorption. Administering it orally posed a risk. Should the dragon fail to tolerate the potent energy, it could lead to disastrous consequences, such as the life water burning through its stomach. Thus, Suyu decided to reserve the life water for future use with other Pokémon. He discerned that the duration of the transformation could be significantly reduced by supplementing the little sheep with grass-type energy. This task was straightforward. As he had an abundance of grass cakes at his disposal, he presented a mountain of these delectable treats to the little sheep, urging them to consume until they could eat no more. The sight of the towering pile of grass cakes filled the little sheep with both joy and trepidation. They relished the taste, yet the sheer quantity demanded relentless consumption, leaving their bellies round and taut. Once they grew weary, they sprawled out to rest, though their digestive capacities remained robust. After their bellies settled, they resumed their valiant efforts to vanquish the mountain of grass cakes. Through their steadfast endeavors, the transformation time displayed by the system dwindled to 0 by the following day. The green luminescence radiating from the little sheep subsided, and Suyu took them outdoors to witness the changes wrought by the life water. Little sheep, utilize the grass terrain. Let me behold the differences, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the first little sheep to master the grass terrain stepped forward and initiated the move outside. Initially, there appeared to be no discernible change. The grass terrain merely enhanced the grass-type energy in the surrounding soil, fostering growth. Surprisingly, amidst the snowfall, grass sprouted, showcasing the wondrous abilities of Pokémon. However, as time progressed, peculiarities began to manifest. The grass, having reached the previous maximum height achievable by the grass terrain, continued to grow, undergoing mutations. Vast tendrils emerged from the confines of the grass terrain, some resembling carnivorous plants, exuding a threatening aura. Under the little sheep's control, these fierce plants refrained from attacking Suyu, instead engaging in fierce combat amongst themselves, creating a scene of utter chaos. Suyu was left astounded, feeling as though he had stepped into a realm far removed from the grass terrain, akin to the frenzied flora utilized by other Pokémon. The thickness of the tendrils rivaled that of a pillar, comparable to the formidable plants he had witnessed on television, wielded by powerful Pokémon. Is this truly what you call grass terrain? Suyu exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that you have become the legendary small Xerneas? Perhaps this life god should take your place. The scene unfolding before him bore a striking resemblance to the moments he had witnessed in films featuring Xerneas. To call it a diminutive version of Xerneas would not be an exaggeration. How is it that even you little sheep have begun to defy the heavens? Suyu mused, sensing that the Pokémon in his pasture were becoming increasingly extraordinary, each one surpassing expectations. With the emergence of the little fire sky and now the little Xerneas, the tropical dragon could scarcely be considered a mere small region, and he held high hopes for the ducklet and herdier. I seem destined to establish a temple for the gods, Suyu remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though, perhaps that isn't entirely unfeasible. Oh, but my original aspiration was merely to be an ordinary pasture owner with sufficient provisions. Chapter 64. The Fuzzy Sheep, Awakening as a Little Brother? Although the little sheep experienced a significant metamorphosis in their bodies and abilities due to the life water, their energy reserves remained unchanged. The frenzied plants, sustained for little more than 20 seconds, depleted all their energy, leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground. Observing this, Suyu hastily offered one of them a grass cake to restore some vitality. Subsequently, he took the other two little sheep to the medicinal field for experimentation. In contrast to the first little sheep, these two did not exhibit such remarkable prowess, yet they too underwent considerable transformation. Perhaps due to a mismatch in specialization or a disparity in power, these two were unable to directly hasten the growth of the crops, but could only accelerate their maturation. If one were to speak of expertise in agriculture, the title would undoubtedly belong to the Flourishing King, renowned for his ability to promote sprouting, enrich soil, and yield bountiful harvests. Ripening crops would be a mere trifle for him. In essence, the powers of the little sheep differed significantly from those of the Flourishing King. Their strength lay in enriching the soil with grass-type energy to facilitate the rapid growth of crops. Following their transformation, the little sheep became more adept in the realm of life energy, enabling them to impart life energy to crops, thus fostering growth. However, the crops could only absorb a finite amount of life energy. Once saturation was achieved, they could no longer absorb any more. Consequently, this method of growth enhancement could reduce the growing period of medicinal plants from over 3 months to just over 1 month. Nevertheless, this was still a considerable improvement, far more efficient than before. After all, it was unlikely that he could truly summon the Flourishing King to assist in his farming endeavors. Suyu pondered. Yet, the Flourishing King's power seemed to stem from faith. If he could gather enough followers for the Flourishing King, it might not be out of the realm of possibility. especially since the Dongwang region had a rich cultural tradition in this regard, where people were known for their sincerity. If belief could yield tangible benefits, it might be achievable. Perhaps it is worth a try. The individuals in Ingtai and Galar may still be unaware of the Flourishing King's existence. When the time comes, I could lead the charge in promoting the Flourishing King's faith. Who knows, I might even entice the Flourishing King to Dongwang. With this thought, Suyu nodded, finding the plan quite promising. Additionally, the Unova region's 3 clouds also possessed the ability to cultivate fertile land, which could be explored in the future. Having completed the tasks in the medicinal field, Suyu returned to his cottage with the little sheep. At that moment, the fuzzy sheep had just awakened. Upon observing the uneven terrain left by the little sheep's use of the grass terrain outside, they were utterly flabbergasted. Bah? No way. Did the little sheep truly accomplish this? How did they become so formidable overnight? The sudden surge in strength among the little brothers left the fuzzy sheep in a state of panic. Noticing their distress, Suyu inquired, "After indulging in so many milk puddings, have you not accumulated enough energy for evolution? Is it perhaps due to insufficient training that we have yet to reach the pinnacle of evolution?" With that thought, the leader of the braided sheep took the initiative, circling around the cottage and the pasture. The younger ones, now stronger than it, could not afford to slack off. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed when out in the world. Observing the figures of the braided sheep gradually fading into the distance, Suyu chuckled. All right, everyone is getting into the swing of things. With that, Suyu turned back toward the cottage, just as the green onion duck, donning a straw hat, prepared to venture out to the onion fields. This prompted Suyu to realize that he had not visited the green onion duck's fields in several days. Consequently, he hastened to follow the green onion duck to the fields. There, he beheld the green onions, meticulously tended by the duck, standing tall and straight, far surpassing the ones he had cultivated himself. It was evident that these onions would impart a delightful flavor when stir-fried. The quality of these ingredients may have already attained what Suyu termed Pokémon level, a personal classification he devised for superior food materials. Just like the tail of a slowpoke, the claws of a crab, or the cream from a frostlass, all deemed as Pokémon level ingredients, recognized by the system. Such ingredients would yield even more sophisticated dishes when utilized in cooking. There seemed to be a unique bond between the green onion duck and the onions, enabling this particular duck in Suyu's household to produce such high-quality green onions. Suyu mused that this would indeed expand his repertoire of cooking ingredients. Particularly, green onions are frequently employed in Eastern cuisine. Perhaps he could sell some of these green onions in town? After all, they were of exceptional quality, and surely someone would be willing to purchase them. He contemplated gathering some of these onions, taking a portion to the town to sell, and perhaps buying some duck meat in return for a delightful dinner. With that thought, Suyu set to work in the fields alongside the green onion duck. Once they had harvested the mature green onions, the green onion duck wiped the sweat from its brow, revealing a joyful expression of accomplishment. This scene evoked an image of a seasoned farmer in Suyu's mind. Even when collecting the onions, the green onion duck displayed a level of skill that surpassed Suyu's own, deftly uprooting the onions from the soil and shaking off the clingy dirt with both speed and precision. Realizing this, Suyu couldn't help but think he had inadvertently raised a master swordsman into a seasoned farmer. After collecting the green onions, as per their earlier agreement, Suyu divided them with the green onion duck, taking the remainder to town with his tropical dragon. He pondered what the green onion duck would do with the onions once it received them. Riding on the tropical dragon, Suyu mused, "It seems the green onion duck has quite the penchant for green onions." Upon arriving in town, he dismounted the tropical dragon and made his way to the manager's office of the restaurant with practiced ease. Knocking on the door, the manager appeared surprised to see Suyu. "Partner Su, what a pleasant surprise. Have you brought new produce from your farm?" The manager's eyes widened at the sight of the green onions in Suyu's grasp, astonished by the bounty of his farm. After all, the previous supplies of crab claws and fish had already yielded significant profits for the restaurant. It could be said that Suyu's farm had effectively sustained the establishment. The quality of these green onions, he assumed, would be equally commendable, potentially leading to another wave of success for the restaurant. With a smile, Suyu replied, "Indeed. I've recently harvested some exceptionally fine green onions. I thought I would bring a sample for you to try. If you find them satisfactory, I have a substantial stock available for consistent supply." After some time conversing with the manager, news arrived from the kitchen. They reported that the green onions Suyu provided were of remarkable quality, surpassing those available in the market in both flavor and nutritional value, and they were eager to procure them in bulk. The kitchen also intended to develop new dishes based on these green onions. Upon hearing this, the manager beamed with delight. As Suyu was now a partner in their restaurant, there was no need to consult the owner. He promptly agreed to the procurement of the green onions. "I shall take my leave now, and I will arrange to deliver the remaining green onions shortly, Suyu said, preparing to depart. Just then, the manager inquired. By the way, partner Sue, since the last time the owner posted a recruitment notice, has anyone come to apply for the fish farming position? No. I've received no news at all, Suyu replied, puzzled. I was unaware that the restaurant had even posted a job listing. Perhaps due to the holidays. Everyone has returned home. Once the festivities are over, I expect there will be applicants. The manager explained. Oh, that's fine, but there's no rush. The lake has tea thawed yet, Suyu remarked as he exited the manager's office. As he left the restaurant, he nearly bumped into a Squirtle, who was carrying a bag filled with various items and, in its other hand, held a recruitment flyer. This Squirtle, not being literate, had inquired along the way to find this place, matching the restaurant's name with the address on the flyer, concluding that it had finally arrived. Now that I've found it, I should be able to apply for that position at the farm, the Squirtle thought as it entered. After showing the flyer to the restaurant staff, the Squirtle was escorted to the manager's office. At that moment, the manager was reclining in his chair, casually grooming his nails, when someone knocked. He quickly put his legs down and cleared his throat, saying, "Come in." He assumed it was one of the staff members, but upon seeing a Squirtle, he was taken aback. A Squirtle? Wait a moment. Isn't this the captain of the town's fire brigade? The manager was astonished. He recalled hearing that this fire chief had abruptly resigned not long ago. The Squirtle, upon entering, confidently waddled over to the manager's chair and sat down. It produced the recruitment flyer and presented it to the manager. Is this the recruitment flyer? Are you applying for this position? The manager asked, momentarily stunned upon recognizing the flyer as one they had previously distributed. The Squirtle nodded vigorously. What? The captain of the town's fire brigade resigns only to apply for a fish farming position? This sounds fantastical, the manager thought, yet he still asked, what about the compensation? Squirtle shook its head, expressing that rewards were entirely unnecessary. Having served as a fire chief for quite some time, Squirtle had already amassed a modest savings. Its application for the job of fish keeping was purely a whimsical interest. Caring for fish and watering plants were among Squirtle's favorite pastimes. Very well. I shall provide you with the address of the ranch. You can go directly there, said the manager. Once you arrive, the ranch owner should attend to you. Upon hearing this, Squirtle was quite pleased. Grabbing the bag of belongings from the table, it flashed a grin and gave the manager a thumbs up. Squirtle, Squirtle. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell, Squirtle closed the door to the manager's office and departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, having left the restaurant, Suyu arrived at the farmer's market. Recently, it seemed that the standards for setting up stalls in the town had been raised, with stricter controls in place. The previously unscrupulous vendors could no longer operate in the town, which brought a sense of relief to Suyu. After browsing the market, he purchased a few suitable ducks, planning to prepare duck hot pot for dinner. Speaking of the origin of the design for the leek duck Pokémon, it inevitably led to a discussion of Japanese duck dishes, most notably duck namban and duck hot pot, both of which primarily feature duck and leeks. Perhaps this was the reason behind the leek duck's design, as it came with its own ingredients. However, in the present day, cooking the leek duck directly was clearly out of the question. Suyu was not deranged enough to consider that. Nevertheless, using the leeks grown from leek ducks to create exquisite duck dishes was still feasible. Perhaps I should also buy a few ducklings to raise? He mused, and thus sought out a place to purchase young ducks, acquiring a dozen or so ducklings. These ducklings were housed in a metal cage, all fluffy and undeniably adorable. As Suyu lifted the cage, the little ducks struggled to maintain their balance, with some tumbling over in a clumsy manner. It seemed that Frostlass would surely adore such charming creatures. As he contemplated this, Suyu exited the farmer's market with the cage in hand. At that moment, a muscular man approached him and inquired, "Hello, young man. Are you into fitness?" As he spoke, the muscular man turned to reveal a group of burly men behind him at the gym entrance. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head and quickly waved his hands to decline. Fitness? Can't you see I'm a ranch owner? Just doing farm work every day is already a sufficient test of my physical strength. Besides, the food at my ranch is exquisite, premium goat milk, crab claws, and milk pudding. Even the vegetables we grow are high-end produce unavailable elsewhere. I could easily outmatch you in strength with just these meals. After all, my goal is to become a true newcomer. He chuckled to himself. Yet, as he jested, Suyu pondered that with a diet like his, he might genuinely become a true newcomer. Drinking goat milk daily had noticeably strengthened his physique, and he felt somewhat overnourished. Although he could not yet withstand Pokémon attacks like Ash, it was evident that his physical condition was already far superior to the average human in this world. With the evolution of his riding sheep, the quality of the goat milk they produced would only continue to improve. With such a significant supplement at his disposal, it was hard for Suyu to avoid overnourishment. Now, even the goat milk he consumed had to be diluted before drinking. And the milk sold from the ranch underwent the same treatment. Only when providing it to the Pokémon on the ranch did Tsuyu dare to serve it undiluted. Its potency was exponentially greater than that of ordinary fresh milk. It seemed he would need to find time to exercise soon. With such favorable conditions, it would be a shame not to develop into a humanoid Pokémon like Shiba. Chapter 66. Snow removal at the ranch. Returning to the ranch with a cage of ducklings, Tsuyu noticed that the Caterpie were outside building a snowman. The Arcanine had crafted a standard snowman composed of 2 round snowballs adorned with a carrot nose, appearing rather ordinary. In contrast, the Caterpie had remarkably constructed figures resembling Kyogre and Groudon. Impressive work, Caterpie. It looks quite like the Hoenn duo, Tsuyu exclaimed, admiring the snowman's resemblance to the legendary Pokémon. ZZZ. Caterpie beamed with pride, accepting Tsuyu's praise with delight. As for Frostlass, Tsuyu observed a bizarre, tentacle-like creation that he could not quite identify. Could it be a depiction of some eldritch horror? Is that me? Frostlass clarified, noticing Tsuyu's confusion. Me? Tsuyu responded, his expression turning sour. Do I resemble a tentacle monster? He decided to refrain from further commentary to spare Frostlass's feelings. With that thought, Tsuyu brought the cage inside and placed it in a corner. Frostlass followed and inquired, Mama, what's this? This little creature is called a duck, and I brought it back to raise. You can help feed them if you wish. From now on, I'll entrust you with the daily task of feeding these ducklings. Tsuyu explained. Hearing this, Frostlass looked at the adorable little creatures and nodded enthusiastically. Mama, leave it to me. Once back indoors, Tsuyu removed his heavy outer coat, enjoying the warmth of the interior, which was significantly cozier than outside. After all, the heating was provided by the Arcanine heater, ensuring a comfortable environment as long as Arcanine had not been away for too long. He glanced at the television to check the outdoor temperature, noticing that it had warmed considerably compared to previous days, with more warm weather on the horizon. It seemed a good time to begin preparing for the resumption of farming activities. Observing the thick layer of snow outside, which had frequently fallen in heavy amounts recently, Tsuyu realized that if he wished to restore farming on the ranch, he would first need to clear the snow. Perhaps I could move the snow into a pit for storage, he contemplated. After all, the Arcanine's fire-type moves could easily start a blaze on the ranch. If the training area was covered in snow, it might prevent any incidents. Additionally, the melted snow could be channeled into a river leading to the lake for storage, useful for future fish keeping as well. With this plan in mind, Tsuyu stepped outside to summon Tropius and Arcanine, sharing his intentions with them. Upon hearing the plan, Tropius immediately offered to assist by using its gust attack to help move the snow. The idea of using wind to shift snow seemed improbable, as wind would disperse upon contact with snow, much like water encountering a stone. In such cases, the wind could not concentrate its force to blow the snow away. However, Tropius was different. With its mastery of flying-type energy, it could harness the wind's power solely for snow relocation, without any dispersion. The wind, akin to an invisible hand, commands with precision. Moreover, this process of utilizing wind to transport snow serves to enhance control over aerial energy. Thus, upon hearing that the tropical dragon volunteered to assist in snow removal, Tsuyu nodded in agreement. The only task remaining was to dig a pit, for which Tsuyu already had a candidate in mind. Little sheep, you should be capable of using the grassy terrain to cultivate plants and assist in the excavation, correct? Meh. The little sheep responded, expressing their readiness, albeit noting a deficiency in their energy reserves. However, their techniques remained potent. Had it not been for their limited energy, they could have dug a pit in no time. That's splendid. I'll entrust this task to you, and I shall prepare ample grass cakes to replenish your energy. Tsuyu affirmed, nodding once more. With that, Tsuyu guided the little sheep to the designated excavation site he had previously selected. Upon arrival, the little sheep immediately employed the grassy terrain, birthing a plethora of vigorous plants, and began to dig fervently. In no time, a pit the size of a basketball court and a depth of 1 person was excavated. However, at that moment, the little sheep had exhausted their energy reserves. Seeing this, Tsuyu exclaimed, when it comes to digging, you truly excel. It seems I have underestimated your capabilities. Presently, the little sheep, aside from their energy shortfall, might already rival the first-tier trainers beneath the gym leaders in terms of combat prowess. This level mirrors that of the tropical dragon, which has achieved comprehensive development. When the 4-leaf blade is unleashed, it could potentially match gym leaders in a contest of strength. As for the Caterpie, it lags slightly behind. Its physique is too fragile for this level, and its attack power is somewhat lacking. It may struggle to penetrate the defenses of gym leaders during battle. After all, Caterpie species ceiling is a predetermined factor. Even with the Divine Beast template applied, it does not directly elevate Caterpie's ceiling. Caterpie must surpass its limitations independently. In such circumstances, Caterpie's growth and strength is naturally outpaced by that of the tropical dragon. Yet, Tsuyu remains optimistic about Caterpie's future. After all, both the tropical dragon and the little sheep have grown stronger in his pasture, so there is no reason Caterpie cannot do the same. After leaving the little sheep to their task, Tsuyu turned to prepare grass cakes. In recent days, the little sheep's transformation has outpaced his production of grass cakes, leading to a severe shortage in stock. Fortunately, there are still remnants of the previously harvested hay, ensuring he can still create grass cakes. Not far from Tsuyu's pasture, a slender young rancher trudged through the snow, accompanied by his merino sheep. Noticing that his sheep appeared fatigued, the rancher encouraged, "Hang in there, merino. We are almost at Tsuyu's pasture, just a little longer. Once we arrive, there is hope for your recovery. After we heal you, we will return to our own ranch. When the snow melts, we can begin sowing, harvesting, and selling." At that moment, the rancher inadvertently stepped into a snowdrift, nearly plunging half his body into it. Quickly, he leaned forward to distribute his weight and carefully extricated himself from the snow. "Bah!" The merino sheep voiced its concern. Hearing this, the rancher brushed off the snow from his clothes and cheerfully replied, "I'm fine, merino. Just a minor issue. Let us continue. Tsuyu's pasture is just ahead, and your recovery is imminent." With that, the rancher pressed onward. After walking for quite a while in the snow, the rancher finally caught sight of Tsuyu's pasture. According to Elder Lu, like him, this rancher returned to the pastoral area in December to operate his ranch. He wondered how well his own ranch was faring. As Gu Lihua reflected on his nearly barren pasture, he felt a wave of sorrow. Despite being back for almost 2 months, his ranch had made little progress. With even the orchard left by his grandfather suffering significant damage from wild Pokémon and the relentless snow. If only we could have driven away those troublesome throw monkeys sooner, our orchard would not have endured such devastation, Gu Lihua sighed. As he approached Tsuyu's pasture, he observed the distant greenhouse, where medicinal herbs and scallions were being cultivated. Inside, the scallion duck was diligently working, having just harvested a batch of scallions and needing to replant anew. Gu Lihua also spotted the braid sheep exercising near the small house. Spurred by the little sheep's encouragement to maintain their training routine, the most striking sight at the pasture was the tropical dragon, utilizing its wind techniques to clear the accumulated snow. At that moment, the tropical dragon resembled a street cleaner, effectively removing the snow and revealing the ground beneath, starkly contrasting with the previous blanket of white. Are they really starting to clear the snow? Are they preparing to resume farming? Gu Lihua marveled at the scene. It appeared they were progressing far beyond his own ranch. Reflecting on his nearly empty pasture, he coughed softly. Having both been in this place for almost 2 months, he pondered what advancements he had made compared to this fellow rancher. Bah! The merino sheep echoed his concern. They had been quite unfortunate, encountering a troublesome group of throw monkeys immediately upon their return to the ranch. Gu Lihua smiled and reassured, "No worries. Once your illness is cured, we can quickly improve our ranch through the sale of your wool." With that, Gu Lihua led the merino sheep toward the only small house on the ranch. Meanwhile, Tsuyu had just finished preparing a batch of grass cakes and was ready to deliver them to the little sheep. As he stepped outside, he noticed a corgi beside the tropical dragon, pushing a large snowball. It seemed the corgi wished to assist the tropical dragon by rolling its own snowball. Though the snow it carried was minimal, it represented the corgi's earnest effort. Seeing this, Tsuyu chuckled, "Be careful to keep your distance from our little house. We wouldn't want you to bump into it." Following this, he summoned the braid sheep, instructing them to deliver the freshly made grass cakes to the little sheep, while warning them against indulging along the way. These are meant to replenish the little sheep's grass energy. Do not eat them en route, or it will delay our work. With that, Tsuyu prepared to return to the small house to continue making more grass cakes. At that moment, Gu Lihua approached him. "Excuse me, are you the owner of Tsuyu's pasture? My name is Gu Lihua, a rancher hailing from a place somewhat distant from here. These are my merino sheep." Upon encountering Tsuyu, Gu Lihua introduced himself with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Tsuyu turned his gaze towards Gu Lihua. The rancher appeared to be of a relatively young age, and Tsuyu recalled having heard someone mention that there was a rancher of similar vintage living in the area, currently accompanied by a merino sheep. It must be this very sheep, Tsuyu mused. He observed the merino sheep closely and inquired, "Your sheep seems to be unwell, doesn't it? It appears rather sickly, and its wool is quite unkempt. It seems its fleece has not grown in quite some time." "Ah, indeed. I am surprised you could discern that," Gu Lihua responded promptly. "Is its condition serious?" "Baba? It is quite endearing to bestow such a charming name upon a merino sheep," Tsuyu remarked, shaking his head. "It is not a grave issue. Allow me to fetch some medicine for you." After a couple of days of treatment, It should recover. With that, Suyu entered the house to retrieve the medicine, leaving Gulihua and the merino sheep outside. Gulihua took this opportunity to further inspect the ranch, eager to glean insights on managing such an establishment. Observing the sunbathing Mawile in the distance and the industrious Tropius and leeked duck nearby, Gulihua couldn't help but exclaim, "What a harmonious coexistence between Pokémon and humans. This is precisely the kind of ranch I aspire to have." Baba. The merino sheep nodded in agreement. At that moment, a group of fluffers returned from delivering grass cakes to their mount, and upon noticing a visitor at the ranch, they approached with curiosity. "Ba." One fluffer called out as it approached. "Baba." The merino sheep responded in kind, confirming their kinship as fellow sheep Pokémon. The fluffers gathered closer. One fluffer, intrigued, sniffed the wool of the merino sheep, only to be met with a sudden jolt of static electricity. Bah! Startled by the shock, the fluffer jumped back. Observing this, Gulihua explained, "Be cautious. The wool of the merino sheep is quite susceptible to generating electrical currents. As it is an electric-type Pokémon, even when using the wool to make garments, it requires special treatment to be safely utilized. So, take care not to get shocked." While the fluffers nodded in understanding, instinctively distancing themselves from the merino sheep. Just then, Suyu emerged from the house. Upon hearing Gulihua's words, an idea struck him regarding the move cotton guard. This technique utilizes soft, fluffy wool for defense, causing the wool to expand and better absorb incoming attacks. But what if the merino sheep were to use it? The expanded wool might also enhance its ability to generate electricity, making the merino sheep a veritable mobile power station. If that were the case, the ranch could potentially eliminate its electricity bills altogether, relying solely on the merino sheep for power. Chapter 68. Duck Hot Pot. Delicious, Tuesday. Please continue reading. After handing over the medicine for the sheep, Gulihua expressed his intent to return to his ranch. "By the way, if you ever have a Pokémon in need of care, feel free to call me. I can ride my Tropius over," Suyu said. Noting that Gulihua had walked to seek treatment this time, Gulihua chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Senior, it's not that I don't want to call. It's just that I'm currently too impoverished to afford a phone." "Is that so?" Gulihua's ranch was not particularly far from here, and indeed, it seemed quicker to come by foot. "Very well. By the way, I noticed your merino sheep appears rather frail. Would you like to order some sheep milk for me to help supplement its nutrition, even as a rancher visiting for treatment?" Suyu didn't miss the opportunity to promote his sheep milk. He had already discerned that the merino sheep had likely been weak since birth, leading to its frequent ailments. A frail sheep would likely produce little wool, which is precisely why Suyu recommended his sheep milk. Only by improving the merino sheep's health could its wool yield increase, thereby enhancing Gulihua's ranch conditions. Surprised by Suyu's offer, Gulihua replied, "Sheep milk? Yes, it is far more nutritious than cow's milk, and I assure you of its quality. Moreover, it is produced by my own mount, the sheep." As he spoke, Suyu produced a new testing report, one he had conducted himself, distinct from the earlier one done by Old Man Lu. This report indicated that the nutritional value of the milk from his mount as sheep had surpassed that of standard cow's milk. Gulihua was taken aback. When did sheep milk become superior to cow's milk? However, trusting Suyu, Gulihua pondered for a moment and felt somewhat tempted. Unfortunately, he currently had little money on hand. "Not to worry, you may place an order for now. You can settle the payment later, once your ranch is thriving," Suyu suggested, seemingly anticipating Gulihua's thoughts. This could be considered a preemptive investment on Suyu's part, a small gesture to assist Gulihua. After experiencing the benefits of the sheep milk, Gulihua would surely recognize its marvelous qualities. If he ever needed dairy products when expanding his ranch, Suyu's sheep milk would be the first in his mind, an excellent form of advertising. Feeling somewhat embarrassed not to purchase upon hearing Suyu's offer, Gulihua promptly agreed. "All right, I will expect you to deliver the sheep milk every morning. Just remember to collect it when it arrives." With that, Suyu watched Gulihua depart. That evening, after a day filled with activity, the snow surrounding the small cabin had been cleared by his Tropius and its companions at a swift pace. Tomorrow, they would clear the snow from the fields, and the ranch could resume cultivation. As night fell, Suyu had already prepared dinner, which consisted of duck purchased earlier in the day, paired with leeks grown by his leeked duck, tofu, and other ingredients, all simmered into a delectable duck hot pot. As he sipped the duck broth, Suyu felt all his daytime fatigue dissipate. The leeks enlivened the entire bowl of soup. Upon tasting the duck meat, it was evident that leeks and duck complemented each other perfectly, which explained the popularity of leeked duck in the Pokémon world. I shall certainly add this duck hot pot to my regular repertoire," Suyu contemplated, casting a glance at the leeked duck. Sensing an inexplicable chill in the air, The leeked duck inadvertently dropped its chopsticks. Observing this, the duck hastily retrieved the chopsticks, hesitating on whether to continue using them. Perhaps it would be wise to fetch a new pair. If they're dirty, it's best not to use them, Suyu suggested. Since the leeked duck did not consume duck meat, he had prepared alternative Pokémon food for it. After finishing his meal, Suyu approached the television. A rare moment when he decided to turn it on. Typically, he would retreat to his room to record accounts at this hour. But tonight he felt disinclined to do so, reasoning that he could always catch up on it tomorrow. The television was broadcasting a live report regarding the emergence of a colossal secret realm in the Hoenn region. As with most secret realms, upon its arrival, the vast expanse was shrouded by a spatial barrier, allowing only a fortunate few to breach it and enter. Likewise, those capable of exiting from within were exceedingly rare. It seemed that only individuals of considerable strength could traverse the barrier and emerge. The information available to the reporters was pitifully scant. As if the authorities were themselves in the dark about the Hoenn alliance, or perhaps, due to confidentiality, many matters could not be disclosed. After watching for a while, Suyu realized that the reporter's knowledge was, surprisingly, less than what he had acquired through his gaming experiences. He decided to change the channel. Suspecting that some secrets could not yet be revealed, and that simply watching television would not suffice to gain insights. However, it appeared that both the Dongwang and neighboring Dongying regions were continuously dispatching individuals in attempts to enter the secret realm, leaving him curious as to which side would establish a favorable rapport with Hoenn first. The arrival of a new, gigantic secret realm also signified a reshuffling of regional powers. Whichever of Dongwang or Dongying could forge a better relationship with the Hoenn alliance would undoubtedly reap greater benefits and enhance cooperation. He pondered whether powers such as super evolution had manifested with the emergence of the Hoenn region, or if the Duin Corporation still existed in this timeline. Suyu was aware that Duin had several commendable ventures, particularly the establishment of the Advanced Cosmic Center in Greenridge City, which was reportedly a collaborative effort with Duin. To the inhabitants of this world, the technology within that space center was exceedingly advanced. After a brief period of watching television, Suyu discovered that there were no programs that piqued his interest. Consequently, he relinquished the television to his Pokémon and retreated to his room to record accounts. The following morning, as per his usual routine, Suyu commenced by milking his riding sheep. After diluting the sheep's milk, he felt secure enough to take a sip. If left undiluted, the energy contained within might rival that of an energy cube. The energy cubes were specially designed concentrated foods meant for rapid satiety. In the animations, even a single energy cube could satiate a voracious eater like Snorlax. This demonstrates the remarkable potency of the milk produced by his riding sheep. However, their consumption rate was visibly increasing. Glancing at the rapidly depleting hay in the wooden storage nearby, it was evident that while the milk production had surged, so too had the consumption of hay. This was despite Suyu's daily efforts to convert a portion of the pasture into grass cakes. Without such measures, the grass cakes would have long been insufficient. It seemed imperative to expedite the restoration of pasture cultivation and expand the planting scale, lest they fall short of meeting demand. Upon achieving the appropriate dilution of the sheep's milk, Suyu collected nearly 50 bottles. If each bottle could fetch 500 alliance coins, the day's yield was valued at over 20,000 alliance coins. This production could be deemed a significant increase. Coupled with the 200,000 alliance coins he had previously saved, the construction of his new home should soon commence. With such thoughts in mind, Suyu found himself daydreaming about the future. Once the new house was completed, he could reside comfortably with his Pokémon in a spacious abode, alleviating the cramped conditions of his current dwelling. Living in such a small space had begun to feel stifling. Chapter 69, New Year's Eve Tuesday. Please follow up. Riding his tropical dragon, he ventured out to deliver sheep's milk. Presently, there were over a dozen clients consistently ordering milk from him in the pastoral region. Some clients did not place orders daily. The limited clientele was due to the previous lower production capacity of the riding sheep, which, on good days, could yield a dozen bottles, and on poor days, merely 8 or 9. However, with the recent transformation of the riding sheep, their production capacity had significantly increased. In light of this, Suyu began to promote his high-quality sheep's milk within the pastoral community to see if any ranchers were interested in purchasing. Almost immediately, 4 or 5 ranchers approached him to place orders for sheep's milk. This number was still relatively small compared to the total number of ranchers in the area. However, it was understandable, as many ranchers already kept riding sheep and had no need for additional milk. It seemed he would need to market his product in town, where the demand for sheep's milk was likely to be substantial. At that moment, Suyu rode his tropical dragon and made several deliveries of sheep's milk. Subsequently, the tropical dragon brought him to an appliance store in town. The owner of this store had been ordering sheep's milk for several days. Having witnessed the evolution of the milk from ordinary high quality to miraculous milk capable of curing ailments associated with aging, the store owner was astonished by the rapid improvement in quality. He wondered what kind of miraculous feed Suyu's riding sheep had consumed to achieve such results. This milk could even heal diseases that conventional healing techniques could not address, conditions arising from the natural aging process. After consuming the milk for several days, the store owner felt revitalized, with increased strength in his arms and a more robust appearance than before. When he next encountered Suyu, he eagerly shared his experience and remarked, "If word gets out about the efficacy of your sheep's milk, many middle-aged and elderly individuals will be interested. Selling it for just 500 alliance coins seems rather inexpensive." Surprised by this feedback, Suyu had not anticipated that his sheep's milk possessed such remarkable properties. Initially, he believed it would merely bolster health, but it appeared to have some semblance of life-extending capabilities. Was it akin to the powers of Xerneas? Suyu knew that Xerneas had the ability to grant eternal life, and it seemed that the milk from his riding sheep was a nascent form of that power, albeit currently limited to enhancing physical well-being. Perhaps marketing the milk to the elderly could prove to be a promising avenue, and he could look forward to future developments in this regard. As for the price, given the current surplus in production, he decided to maintain the existing price as a promotional strategy. With this thought in mind, he conveyed his intentions to the appliance store owner, who nodded in surprise at Suyu's response. "By the way, today is New Year's Eve, and I am unsure what to gift you. I happened to receive a fish from a fisherman this morning, so I will give it to you." As if recalling something, the owner of the electronics store returned to his shop, bringing with him a fish. Eating fish on New Year's Eve symbolizes abundance and prosperity, carrying a beautiful connotation. Accepting the fish from the store owner, Suyu glanced at it and chuckled. "Can this even be considered fish? It's far inferior to what I have. Next time you buy fish, remember to come to me. The ones I have are truly delicious." "Do you even raise fish?" the store owner asked in surprise. His knowledge of Suyu was limited to the smartphones and milking machines he had purchased. He had not anticipated the extent of Suyu's ranching business. "Isn't this just a ranch that has been operating for 2 months? What fish could you possibly raise?" The owner was somewhat incredulous, yet he nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I'll remember that." Returning to the ranch atop the tropical dragon, Suyu instructed the green caterpillar to weave another net. This time, the net needed to be finer, as it was intended for transporting scallions. The fishing net previously used had holes that were too large for this purpose. Fortunately, the green caterpillar had shown remarkable growth recently, completing the net in less than 2 hours, and it was much denser than the last one. It should be perfect for carrying the scallions. "Thank you for your hard work, green caterpillar. I'll prepare some food for you later," Suyu said, patting the exhausted green caterpillar, which lay sprawled out and appeared to have no energy left. He then called the scallion duck over to assist in loading the scallions into the net. After securing the net onto the tropical dragon, Suyu gave it a pat, signaling it to take flight. This time, he decided not to accompany the tropical dragon to the restaurant, trusting it to find the way on its own. Upon returning to the house, he found Frost Fairy feeding the ducklings in the cage, while Catty Dog was playing with the fluffy sheep. Glancing at the contents of the refrigerator, it seemed they had already purchased enough supplies for the new year. Next, they only needed to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. However, the house could use a good cleaning. Even though it was a new home, it was essential to have a sense of ritual for welcoming the new year. Cleaning would be a good idea. Why not let Frost Fairy and the others handle the big cleanup? With this thought, Suyu poked his head out from behind the refrigerator door and called to Frost Fairy and the others. "Everyone should be free, right? Today is New Year's Eve, and I have a task for you. Mama? Awu? Ga?" Upon hearing this, Frost Fairy and Catty Dog turned to him, and Suyu explained the customs of New Year's Eve, stating that he wanted them to take on the big cleaning task. Frost Fairy immediately accepted the job with enthusiasm, and Catty Dog also agreed without hesitation. The scallion duck, on the other hand, showed a hint of dejection, feeling disheartened after working hard for its owner in growing scallions. Why should it also help with the cleaning? However, when the big cleanup officially began, the scallion duck lifted its spirits. Frost Fairy assigned it the task of cleaning the cobwebs in the corners, reasoning that since it could fly and was holding a scallion, it should be well suited for the job. The scallion duck then found a bag to fit the scallion into and began clearing away the spider webs. The scallion it was using was the same one Suyu had given it earlier, so it didn't feel too precious about it. After delegating the tasks, Suyu returned to the kitchen, pondering what to prepare for dinner. Perhaps he should start with a festive snack of fried pork? Chapter 70. On the proper use of the power of Iwaki, he retrieved pork tenderloin from the refrigerator, slicing it into long strips and placing them in a bowl with scallions, ginger, cooking wine, soy sauce, and salt to marinate. While the pork was marinating, he prepared flour, adding eggs and water to mix into a batter. Suyu had become quite adept in the culinary arts, having moved far beyond the era of dark culinary disasters. With the ingredients for the fried pork nearly ready, he realized the pork still needed some time to marinate. Seizing the moment, Suyu began contemplating his next dish. How about making a beverage? He thought. It seemed he had never made any drinks, always focusing on main courses. Fortunately, he had some fruits and sheep's milk from his riding sheep, which could be combined to create a delicious fruit milk beverage. The quality of the sheep's milk was excellent and quite suitable for special dishes. As for other beverages, he found none that matched his available ingredients. Drinks like soda, herbal tea, or coconut milk were not feasible. However, he could certainly attempt to make milk tea, combining sheep's milk with the tea leaves from the sprouting deer, which should yield a delightful brew. Yet, the fruit milk could offer a variety of flavors, given the assortment of fruits at home. With that in mind, Suyu decided to proceed. After extracting juice from the fruits, he successfully crafted a cup of fruit milk. This beverage surprisingly possessed a unique effect. It could rapidly restore the energy of Pokémon and heal their wounds. A stamina restoring and healing potion? Truly, a drink made from fruits lives up to its reputation, Suyu mused, as many fruits inherently possessed restorative qualities for Pokémon, and he was not surprised. He called for Frost Fairy to taste the fruit milk. I specifically made it with mangoes, so it should be quite sweet. Give it a try, Suyu said. Upon hearing this, Frost Fairy raised the cup and took a sip, only to find it irresistible. Mama, so delicious. It drank the entire cup in one go and licked its lips in satisfaction. Is it really that good? Then I'll make some more later for you all to enjoy tonight. All right, you can continue with the cleaning. I'll handle things in the kitchen, Suyu replied. With that, Frost Fairy left the kitchen, and Suyu checked on the pork tenderloin, noticing it still needed more time to absorb the flavors. He then began to wrap dumplings, as no New Year celebration would be complete without them. While he was busy wrapping, a notification sound from the system caught Suyu's attention. Upon opening it, he discovered he had achieved an unusual and unexpected accomplishment. Congratulations to the host for establishing 4 cornerstone Pokémon industries, crab claws, scallions, sheep's milk, and wool, and achieving a special accomplishment. The reward for the host is the power of Iwaki and a slight defensive enhancement potion. What? This accomplishment was triggered like this? Suyu was puzzled. After some contemplation, he speculated that it was likely due to the tropical dragon delivering the scallions to the restaurant. As for the reward, he was familiar with the power of Iwaki, a special ability described in the side story, granted by the blessings of the Iwaki forest, allowing the possessor to communicate with Pokémon and possess healing capabilities. The system had directly awarded him the power of Iwaki, bypassing the Iwaki forest entirely and simply granting it to Suyu. However, this version of the power of Iwaki was likely comparable to the original. In fact, due to Suyu's robust physique, it might even be stronger than the original. But what was the purpose of this gift? Confounded by the situation, Suyu found himself questioning the utility of this newfound ability. The notion of telepathy seemed redundant to him, for he possessed the remarkable skill to comprehend the language of Pokémon directly, thus grasping their intentions effortlessly. As for the power of healing, it was rendered unnecessary by his recent creation of mango milk, which could achieve the same effect. It struck him as somewhat superfluous. Had it been the power of aura, that would have been splendid, he mused, yet it is merely the strength of the evergreens. Just then, the ducklet, engaged in a thorough cleaning outside, rushed in, cradling a flower pot that contained the very green onion it had brought to the ranch upon its arrival. At that moment, the green onion appeared once again to be wilting, causing great distress to the ducklet. Observing this, Suyu inquired with curiosity, how strange. Wasn't this green onion restored to health just a few days ago? Why has it begun to wither again? Could it truly be the work of a ghost-type Pokémon? With so many Pokémon on the ranch, including powerful Tropius, it seems implausible that they would be oblivious to a ghost lurking in the shadows. How could it possibly drain the life energy from this green onion? Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Suyu scrutinized the green onion and asked, "You've kept it indoors these past few days, correct?" The ducklet nodded in affirmation. "Then this is indeed peculiar. The symptoms clearly indicate a loss of life energy. I suppose I shall have to consult a ghost-type trainer next time." As for the green onion, Suyu recalled the power of the evergreens he had recently acquired. Channeling this unique energy within him, he infused it into his hands, which began to emanate a verdant glow. As he directed this energy into the green onion, it gradually revived. The previously wilted leaves fell away, making room for fresh, tender shoots to emerge. Yet, this was not the end of the transformation. With Suyu's energy infusion, the green onion not only regained its health, but grew even stronger than before, surpassing the care it had received from the ducklet. Remarkably, it had gained an additional 5 centimeters in length. What is this? Suyu rubbed his eyes and gazed again at the green onion. feeling as though he had just seen a sign indicating a power enhancement. So this is the true application of the power of the evergreens. So you understood the significance of the green onion to the ducklet. Its enhancement was tantamount to the ducklet's own empowerment. Seeing his green onion restored and even more robust in Tsuyu's hands left the ducklet in a state of utter astonishment. Quack! Can you perform that feat again? It exclaimed excitedly. Imagining itself shouldering a gargantuan green onion of 45 meters, the ducklet envisioned its opponents fleeing a full 43 meters ahead, leaving the final 2 meters as a testament to its steadfastness. However, Tsuyu raised his hands in resignation, stating, "No more. This power is not without its costs. It relies entirely on the energy within me. Just this one act has nearly exhausted my stamina. Do you wish to drain me dry?" In response, the ducklet frantically waved its hands, assuring Tsuyu that it had no such intentions. "As your ranch hand, I am wholly devoted to you, and I diligently cultivate green onions to repay your kindness," it insisted, adding, "I mean no offense. There is no need to be so anxious. All right then, off you go to play. I must prepare the New Year's Eve dinner," Tsuyu urged, as he had yet to begin cooking amidst the flurry of events. Chapter 71. New Year Vigil. After washing the shrimp, Tsuyu placed them in the pan, stir-frying until they were perfectly cooked. A large platter of braised shrimp was thus completed, the vibrant red of the shrimp making it an enticing sight. He set the dish on the living room table, just as Frostlass and the others finished tidying up the room. The living area now resembled its pristine state from when they first moved in, the dust accumulated over the past month having been thoroughly wiped away by the Pokémon. Notably, it was the speedy Herdier that had contributed the most effort, utilizing its swift movement to quickly clean the room while holding a duster in its mouth. To protect itself from dust, Herdier sported a safety helmet, presenting a rather comical appearance. After bringing out the platter of shrimp, the table was finally adorned with a bountiful array of dishes. The Pokémon, filled with curiosity, gazed at the feast. Tsuyu explained, "This is called a reunion dinner. On New Year's Eve, many individuals working away from home finally have the opportunity to gather with their families, making it a time to share a hearty meal together." "Family?" Frostlass queried, having never encountered the term before. "Yes, family," Tsuyu affirmed. "Typically, it refers to those related by blood or those who form a household together." "Then do we count as family?" Frostlass asked hopefully. "Of course," Tsuyu replied. "Family does not always require blood relations, much like a married couple who, despite lacking kinship, create a family together." "Yay." Frostlass beamed with joy upon hearing Tsuyu's confirmation. "That means we can refer to each other as family from now on." Meanwhile, Herdier was too preoccupied with hunger, having exerted itself during the cleaning, and eagerly climbed onto the dining table, yearning to partake in the meal. Noticing this, Tsuyu called out to the Caterpie, who was sitting on the floor watching television, "Caterpie, come join us for the New Year dinner. And don't sit too close to the screen. It's bad for your eyes." Upon hearing this, Caterpie promptly crawled over and took a seat at the dining chair. They enjoyed their meal while watching television together. As they dined, Tsuyu suddenly mentioned, "By the way, there is another custom on New Year's Eve called staying up late, which involves staying awake until midnight. Will you stay up with me?" he asked, excitedly. Frostlass and the others nodded in agreement, while the ducklet remained nonchalant, having experienced New Year's celebrations in the wild. The ducklet had witnessed the fireworks lighting up human towns at midnight. The dinner continued until 8 in the evening. By the time Tsuyu finished washing the dishes and returned to the room, he found Caterpie still engrossed in the television, while Frostlass, the small sheep, and Herdier had already gathered together on the floor, fast asleep. The Tropius, seemingly uninterested in the fireworks, had retreated to its Pokeball to rest. It was now past 10 o'clock. Have they fallen asleep so soon? What about the vigil? Tsuyu chuckled to himself, noticing that Frostlass and the others were slumbering. Caterpie had already turned down the television volume. Tsuyu then settled onto the sofa, lying back to enjoy the television program, which appeared to be a special New Year's Eve gala. As the world is predominantly governed by trainers, this gathering features numerous elements related to Pokémon. Due to the fact that this year marks the Year of the Dragon, the event organizers have even invited the Dragon-type champion from the East to perform an impromptu show. The Dragon-type champion appears to be a rather serious middle-aged man, which piques Tsuyu's curiosity. How could such a person constantly yearn to challenge the Fairy-type champion? Next year, which trainer will they invite for the Year of the Snake? Perhaps the Garter Snake trainer, Tsuyu mused. As the evening progressed, the clock gradually approached 11, creeping closer to midnight. The Caterpie, accustomed to an early bedtime, began to feel drowsy, sitting on the sofa, nodding off and nearly resting its head on Tsuyu's shoulder several times. Noticing this, Tsuyu smiled and inquired, "Would you like me to prepare some milk tea for you? We still have some tea from the Mina deer and some goat's milk from the riding sheep." Upon hearing this, Caterpie nodded thoughtfully. Thus, Tsuyu rose and made his way to the kitchen. Before long, the delightful aroma of milk tea wafted through the air. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Suyu emerged from the kitchen, tray in hand, to find Yang Hao standing at the entrance. "What brings you here?" Suyu asked, puzzled. "I was worried you might be lonely spending New Year's Eve alone, so I came to keep you company," Yang Hao replied with a smile. "Alone? I'm hardly alone. I have plenty of Pokémon to keep me company." Suyu's eyes conveyed a distinct message. Being childhood friends, Yang Hao understood perfectly. However, his smile grew even brighter at that moment. "I was just video chatting with a girl on my phone, which is why I arrived late." "So, you're not feeling lonely, right? You're just here to show off, aren't you?" Yang Hao teased. Hearing this, Suyu almost shut the door. But Yang Hao quickly propped his foot against it, laughing. "Hey, come on. I'm really here to keep you company. You can't leave me out in the cold, can you?" At that moment, a Bulbasaur poked its head out from behind the door, indicating it also wished to enter. "All right then, for the sake of Bulbasaur." Suyu relented and opened the door. He took a seat on the sofa, distributing the milk tea among Caterpie and the others. Yang Hao sniffed the sweet aroma in the air and asked, "It smells wonderful. Is there more milk tea?" "Help yourself in the kitchen," Suyu replied succinctly. Yang Hao grimaced but complied, heading to the kitchen. After a short while, he returned with a cup of milk tea for himself and Bulbasaur. As they settled in with their drinks, the clock struck 11:59. "Let us head outside to watch the fireworks." That's the only way to see them in their entirety, so you called to the Pokémon. Hearing this, the Pokémon followed his lead, though two of the Mareep lagged behind. After finishing their milk tea, they felt a pang of hunger and decided to stealthily sneak into the kitchen for a snack. They skillfully navigated their way to the kitchen and retrieved a large piece of grass cake from the fridge. Meanwhile, Suyu and Yang Hao had just stepped outside, where the time had yet to arrive for the fireworks. Glancing at the clear sky, Yang Hao suddenly asked, "So, how do you feel about the new year approaching? Any wishes?" Suyu cast a quizzical glance at Yang Hao and replied, "Come on, how old are we now? Still believing in that? If New Year's wishes could come true, then Giratina would be knocking at my door." Yang Hao laughed. "I'm just asking, what if it happens?" This provoked Suyu to contemplate his own wishes. Strangely, he found himself lacking any significant desires. Having transcended a harsh existence as a mere gray person to now inhabit the Pokémon world, he felt deeply content. If he were to wish for something, perhaps it would be to build a grand house and encounter more Pokémon. "Is that it?" Yang Hao asked, taken aback by Suyu's simplicity. Suyu shrugged. "You must be joking. A decent house starts at least 400,000 Alliance coins, and I'm aiming for something even better. If you're capable, why not you take the lead?" "True." Yang Hao nodded in agreement. "A house like that would probably cost 600,000 to 700,000 Alliance coins. And you?" Suyu probed. "For me? Perhaps to get into a good university, ideally Magic City University. By the way, that friend of yours, Xiaojing. I remember he is a gym leader, right? I think gym leaders can provide recommendation letters for Magic City University, so I might try my luck," Yang Hao recalled, realizing that there was indeed a pathway to his aspirations. Given Yang Hao's commendable performance in class, with some effort, he might actually gain admission to Magic City University. "I'll ask around for you later," Suyu agreed. Suddenly, a silence enveloped both young men as the clock's hands moved steadily toward midnight, signaling the end of New Year's Eve. In this stillness, everything around them fell silent. At that moment, Caterpie, perched on Suyu's shoulder, began to nod off. Noticing the sudden tranquility, it too gazed skyward. What it beheld would become an unforgettable spectacle in its life. As the fireworks erupted in the sky, the previously silent surroundings burst to life. One by one, fireworks blossomed against the night, showering the sky with brilliant colors and illuminating the darkness. Caterpie stared in awe at the breathtaking display, so stunned that its breath became shallow. The reflections of the fireworks danced in its large, dark eyes. In contrast, Ducklet and Bulbasaur calmly appreciated the spectacle, with Ducklet exhibiting a more composed demeanor, simply relishing the festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, in a nearby forest, a group of Dunsparce paused their journey to gaze at the splendid fireworks. Each one halted, captivated by the vivid bursts lighting up the sky, as if to etch the moment into their memories. Witnessing the dazzling display, the Scyther felt astonished. Is this what human cities are like? It seems so enchanting. Can we truly reach human towns? Do you think they would accept us? Pondered the Drillbur, expressing its trepidation. In contrast to the forest life, the allure of human civilization appeared far more vibrant. Dunsparce, however, responded with determination. Done. So you will definitely take us in. He is a man of his word. And I believe in him. Upon hearing this, Drillbur and Scyther exchanged glances. Ultimately, they nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to trust Dunsparce's word. Perhaps those who offer energy cubes to wild Pokémon aren't so bad after all. After witnessing the magnificent display of fireworks, the group, led by the energetic Dung Dung Mouse, resumed their journey. They still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching Suyu's ranch. Meanwhile, on the other side, perhaps due to the abundance of fireworks put up by Suyu, the dazzling pyrotechnics continued to illuminate the sky. At that moment, Frostmilk Fairy and Catty Dog were roused by the explosive sounds of the fireworks. They hurriedly scampered outside to behold the breathtaking spectacle. Shall we make a wish? The first wish of the new year, Suyu remarked with a smile directed at his Pokémon. Mama. Upon hearing this, Frostmilk Fairy clasped her hands together over her chest, closed her eyes, and made a wish upon the starry sky. She wished for the eternal togetherness and happiness of everyone at the ranch. Observing this, Caterpie followed suit, wishing fervently to grow stronger. One day, it aspired to reach the pinnacle of bug-type Pokémon, protecting all its fellow Caterpies. The riding sheep, however, had no specific wishes. They were quite content, living a carefree existence akin to their fluffy counterparts. As the other Pokémon were immersed in making wishes, the riding sheep began to prance and twirl, contributing to the celebratory atmosphere. The energy of the grassy field radiated outward, transforming into sparkling motes of light. Noticing that everyone seemed to have a wish, Duckweed was suddenly flustered, realizing it had none. Its hobbies revolved around swordsmanship and farming, primarily collecting leeks. Before arriving at Suyu's ranch, its dream had merely been to find a bountiful place to practice swordplay and care for its cherished leek. Wait, does that mean its wish had already been fulfilled? A sudden realization washed over Duckweed, and it wiped the sweat from its brow. So that's how it is, then everything is fine. After the fireworks concluded, Yang Hao, accompanied by his Bulbasaur, prepared to return home. Suyu inquired, aren't you going to stay a while longer? No. My sister is waiting for me to continue our video chat. Yang Hao replied. Then I wish you good health. Suyu responded, somewhat speechless. You rascal. You're becoming increasingly mischievous. Once back indoors with the Pokémon, Suyu noticed the absence of two of the fluffy sheep. How peculiar. Where have they gone? He wondered aloud. Upon searching the house, he finally found the two fluffy sheep in the kitchen. They had discovered a grassy cake in the refrigerator and were devouring it hungrily, completely oblivious to Suyu's presence. As they feasted, a radiant white light began to flicker around the fluffy sheep. Is this an evolution? Suyu mused. After accumulating energy for several days and engaging in diligent training, the fluffy sheep were indeed due for evolution. The grassy cake that Suyu had prepared, enhanced with hay, had also stimulated their evolution. As the white light enveloped the fluffy sheep and gradually dissipated, a larger Pokémon with elongated horns appeared before Suyu. This was the evolved form, the woolly horned sheep. After evolving, the woolly horned sheep not only boasted more aggressive, elongated horns, but also sported significantly longer and higher quality wool. It was said that carpets woven from the wool of woolly horned sheep could bounce like spring mats when stepped upon. Wow. Following the evolution, the woolly horned sheep gazed around in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Congratulations on your evolution, woolly horned sheep. How does it feel to have transformed? Suyu asked with a smile. Well, the woolly horned sheep, feeling its newfound strength, sensed a powerful surge within its body. It also seemed to have learned a new move. Wait, don't use it indoors. Let us go outside. Suyu urged as he noticed the woolly horned sheep preparing to unleash its new technique. Upon hearing this, the woolly horned sheep's confusion cleared, and it led Suyu outside to demonstrate its newly acquired move. Witnessing the woolly horned sheep leap high into the air before landing with a crash, Suyu recognized the move as the flying type bounce. This suits you perfectly, Suyu remarked with a grin. Given the natural elasticity of the woolly horned sheep's wool, they were bound to leap even higher after rolling into a defensive ball. Once airborne, the woolly horned sheep appeared capable of executing a powerful tackle during descent, akin to a meteor crashing down upon its foes. What an impressive combination move, Suyu thought. However, he pondered what such a technique might be called, perhaps a lesser version of Dragon Dive, as the two fluffy sheep completed their evolution. The surrounding Pokémon exhibited expressions of envy, except for one Pokémon, the fluffy sheep that had not evolved. Noticing that one fluffy sheep remained unevolved, Suyu inquired, what is going on with you? Have you been neglecting your milk pudding, or perhaps slacking off during training? Baba, the fluffy sheep responded, indicating its own confusion. It wondered why it had been left out while the others had evolved. Suyu comforted it, saying, it's all right, there is no need to rush. The fact that they have evolved means you are likely to follow suit soon. At that moment, the clock approached 12:30. Recognizing the late hour, Suyu decided to freshen up and prepare for bed. The following day, close to noon, due to Tropical Dragon's early slumber the previous night, Suyu found it already hard at work upon rising. On the very first day of the new year, it had begun clearing the snow from the ranch. When Suyu opened the door, He was pleased to see that much of the snow had already been removed. It seems we can soon resume our farming activities, he thought to himself. He took out his phone to inquire with Yang Hao about how some major brands procured high-quality wool. Soon, Yang Hao replied, "There will be a wool conference in town in 7 days, where many high-end brands will be present. Just go and participate." "A wool conference? I suppose I shall attend," Suyu mused. Just as he was contemplating this, a lively chorus of quacking erupted from within the house. Curious about the noise, Suyu stepped inside to discover that Frost Milk Fairy had also risen. At that moment, she was busy feeding the ducks. After several days of care, the ducklings had noticeably grown, and the formerly spacious iron cage now seemed a bit cramped for the lively flock. "Let us release them. I initially kept them in the cage because they were small, but it seems they no longer need to be confined," Suyu decided, approaching the cage and opening it to gently retrieve each duckling. "Mama, are we not staying in the cage anymore?" Frost Milk Fairy inquired, puzzled. "Not closing it. I will build a duck house for them later, and from now on, they will stay outside," said Suyu as he scooped the ducks out of the cage. He intended to raise these ducks for breeding. He also planned to experiment with cultivating scallions using the scallion ducks to see if the resulting ducks would be more delectable. Even if they weren't, at least he could achieve self-sufficiency in duck meat for the farm. Realizing the farm's overall self-sufficiency was a small ambition of Suyu's regarding his farm's development. "By the way, will you be responsible for feeding these ducks?" Suyu suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Frosty Nymph nodded. Since there were Katy dogs tending to the sheep on the farm, it should not be problematic for Frosty Nymph to tend to the ducks. Recently, she had been feeling a bit bored, as there were no new fruits to consume. And Tropical Dragon was so busy that it hardly had time to play with her. This would be a good opportunity for her to find something productive to do. "All right, you can take this group of ducks out to play," Suyu said, gently patting one of the ducklings on the head. "This should be their first time leaving the iron cage, so you can take them around." After being released from the cage, the ducklings appeared quite fond of Frosty Nymph, but seemed somewhat fearful of Suyu. "Is it because of my size?" Suyu pondered. "Could it be that my large stature makes the ducklings feel insecure? Or perhaps it is because Frosty Nymph is a fairy-type Pokémon, and her energy naturally endears her to the ducklings?" Meanwhile, Frosty Nymph was beckoning the ducklings to follow her out to play. She led the way, and the ducklings eagerly followed her, quickly disappearing from Suyu's sight. After finishing breakfast, Suyu shouldered his hoe and went to check on the fields. It would take approximately another 2 weeks for the herbs to mature. He had to admit that the herbs were growing exceedingly slowly, and he wondered how the research team Xiao Gang had managed to develop techniques for artificial cultivation. The herbs he was planting, even with the enhancement of environmental transformation fluid and the accelerated growth from the grazing of his little sheep, still required over 2 months to reach maturity. These were merely ordinary herbs. If they were miraculous herbs like revival grass, wouldn't their growth take years to measure? "I hope the herbs will be worth the wait," Suyu mused. After inspecting the medicinal herbs, he moved to the area that had previously been farmland. Here, Tropical Dragon had cleared away the surrounding snow. Suyu planned to set up some greenhouses in the coming days and called for the Katy dogs to warm the greenhouses, intending to plant some cold-resistant crops first. The reason he had only built greenhouses for the medicinal and scallion fields earlier was primarily due to the heavy snowfall that had made it difficult to continue constructing greenhouses. Now that the snow had ceased and temperatures were gradually warming, he could finally resume his work. After laboring in the fields for an afternoon, Suyu realized that with the expansion of his farmland, the water sources he had previously used for irrigation seemed insufficient. If he wanted to further expand the farmland, he would either need to dig a water channel from the lake on the farm or find a water-type Pokémon. How wonderful it would be to capture a water-type Pokémon, Suyu thought. This way, he wouldn't have to water the crops himself. He could simply let the water-type Pokémon do it. Additionally, regarding the farmland, the plots that his grandfather had previously cultivated had become overgrown wastelands, with weeds choking the irrigation channels. If only a ground-type Pokémon could utilize its plowing abilities to clear the land, it would be much easier. Thus, it seemed that he needed to increase the number of Pokémon on his farm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Suyu alone to manage and expand the operations. The tasks at hand were already enough to keep him completely occupied, preventing him from exploring new business ventures. He felt that he needed to find more Pokémon to share the burden. As Suyu returned home with the hoe, a Caterpie approached him. It seemed that it had just learned the air/move and was looking for a new training plan. "You learned air/?" Suyu exclaimed in surprise. He remembered that Caterpie had almost entirely self-taught this move, occasionally seeking guidance from Tropical Dragon during the learning process. Proudly, Caterpie nodded. For a Caterpie like it, mastering flying-type energy was indeed challenging. Even with the system template's assistance, akin to a move modifier, it could learn nearly all moves. Yet the process of mastering Air Slash was not easy. After all, it involved energy that completely countered its own. For a bug-type Pokémon like Caterpie, flying-type energy was akin to a natural adversary. The most complex part of the self-learning process was perceiving and mastering flying-type energy. Fortunately, after a long time, Caterpie finally succeeded. So you fell into contemplation. In his vision, mastering flying-type and dragon-type energy were two essential processes Caterpie had to undergo. After all, the esteemed Sky Dragon, Rayquaza, embodied both dragon and flying attributes. Mastering flying-type energy was of utmost importance, as it was closely related to Rayquaza's powers and characteristics, especially with its ability, Airlock, which represented Rayquaza's absolute command over the realm of the sky. So you perceived Rayquaza's signature move, Dragon Ascent, as a unique comprehension arising from the fusion of dragon-type and flying-type energies. Hence, when advising Caterpie, he specifically included the seemingly inexplicable Air Slash move. This suggestion was made possible only because Tropical Dragon, a flying-type Pokémon, was present on the farm, ensuring that it could assist in guidance while Caterpie was still learning. As for a Dragon-type Pokémon capable of teaching Caterpie Dragon-type moves, there were currently none on the farm, so Tsuyu had no place to have Caterpie learn. Perhaps, in the future, when he encountered a Dragon-type trainer or a Dragon-type Pokémon, there would be an opportunity. Then, try to learn the moves Fly and Tailwind. Tsuyu suggested. Once you have mastered Air Slash, learning these two moves should be much easier. The most crucial of these is the Fly move, as it is exceptionally important and unique. If Caterpie can learn this move, it will be able to fly. In the game, Fly enables characters to move rapidly between cities, allowing them to traverse freely. The Fly move was genuinely capable of facilitating flight. As for Tailwind, it merely served to enhance Caterpie's proficiency with flying-type energy. Tsuyu recalled that Caterpie's evolved form, Butterfree, could learn this move. Oh, by the way, there's also Thunderbolt. You might want to give it a try? Tsuyu suddenly recalled that his Caterpie seemed to possess a certain talent for electric-type moves. That time when Caterpie executed Electric Net was truly remarkable. Based on that foundation, the likelihood of Caterpie learning Thunderbolt should not be overly daunting. However, progress must be incremental. The journey from Caterpie to its evolution into a Butterfree is still quite substantial. At present, the gap between Caterpie and Butterfree is akin to the difference between a speck of dust and the brilliance of the sun. Thus, occasionally learning additional moves to bolster its strength is indeed necessary. Upon returning to the cottage, it was evident that Mao Mao Jiao Yang, having evolved the previous night, was now brimming with vitality. At that moment, it was enthusiastically recounting the myriad changes brought about by its evolution to the likes of Herdier and Farfetch'd, causing Houndour to become increasingly restless. Yet, both Pokémon seemed to have a considerable distance to traverse before their own evolutions, particularly Houndour, which needed much more experience before it could evolve into a Houndoom. Once Houndour had accumulated enough, Tsuyu would also need to escort it back to the Junsha family, a tradition mandated by his cousin Yangwon, who insisted that every Houndour in the family must return before evolving, as per Junsha family customs. Just as Mao Mao Jiao Yang was engrossed in its storytelling, Tropical Dragon and Ride Wooloo returned from their endeavors. After a day of hard work, Tropical Dragon had finally cleared most of the snow from the pasture. Meanwhile, Ride Wooloo had excavated a pit large enough to accommodate the snow, utilizing the grassy terrain for its digging. This was only made possible with Tropical Dragon using its gust move to compact the snow, ensuring the pit was just adequate. Otherwise, it would have had to dig much deeper. Observing the scene, Tsuyu remarked, "You've both worked hard. Let us have a sumptuous dinner tonight. It's New Year's Day. After all, we must indulge ourselves." Bah! Upon hearing that there would be delicious food tonight, Ride Wooloo nodded enthusiastically. Tropical Dragon, however, showed little interest. It shared a palate similar to that of Frostless, both Pokémon having a particular fondness for sweets. Savory dishes held no allure for Tropical Dragon, unless they were desserts. Seeing this, Tsuyu smiled and added, "Of course, there will be desserts." Roar? Upon hearing this, Tropical Dragon turned its attention, visibly intrigued. It was said that Tropical Dragon developed the fruits on its neck due to its insatiable love for sweet berries. Noticing Tropical Dragon's excitement, Tsuyu's expression turned serious. It seemed he needed to showcase his culinary skills in preparing this dessert. He promptly gathered mumu milk, various berries, and other ingredients, meticulously crafting a fruit milk jelly. In making this dessert, he included a significant amount of orange and mango to enhance its sweetness. After placing the fruit milk jelly in the refrigerator to chill for a while, he retrieved it, surprised to discover it possessed a unique effect. Fruit milk jelly, a delicate dessert crafted from mumu milk and assorted berries, made with the creator's deepening understanding of dessert preparation. Consuming it restores the eater's stamina and grants a special effect of shrink. lasting for 18 hours. Ignoring the system's seemingly pleased commentary, Suyu focused on the effect. Shrink? This was originally a move exclusive to certain Pokémon, but it appeared that ordinary Pokémon could also shrink after consuming this dish. Suyu immediately thought of Tropical Dragon as the ideal candidate for this dessert, as its large size prevented it from entering the cottage, forcing it to remain outside daily. Even at the marketplace, Tropical Dragon was not allowed entry. Its size had always been a source of frustration. He could almost envision how ecstatic Tropical Dragon would be upon learning it could shrink in size. He swiftly took the fruit milk jelly outside. Roar? Tropical Dragon, puzzled by Suyu's sudden appearance outdoors, inquired. Typically, it was the only Pokémon outside at this hour, while the others were inside watching television. What could Suyu be doing out here, especially when it was tea mealtime yet? Seeing Tropical Dragon's confusion, Suyu grinned and asked, Tropical Dragon, can you guess what this is? Roar? Pudding? No, this is fruit milk jelly. And it's not just any dessert. It has the ability to make Pokémon shrink. I finally managed to create it. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Tropical Dragon exclaimed with delight. Roar? Really? A dish that can make Pokémon shrink? Does that mean I can finally reduce my size and enter the cottage? In the past, after completing its daily tasks, Tropical Dragon could only remain outside, watching through the window as the other Pokémon played. It had grown weary of this solitary existence, longing for the day it could join them inside. But its size was a natural trait, shared by nearly all tropical dragons, which could not be altered. This had often left Tropical Dragon feeling lonely, wishing for the day it could step into the cozy cottage. Now, that dream was about to become a reality. Without hesitation, Tropical Dragon lowered its head and gulped down the fruit milk jelly, disregarding the taste in its eagerness. Shortly after consuming it, Tropical Dragon felt a unique energy coursing through its body. By harnessing that energy, it could now shrink its size. Tropical Dragon immediately began to concentrate that energy, gradually reducing its massive form until it matched Suyu's size and could shrink even further. However, upon reaching the size of Frostless, it could shrink no more. But that was more than sufficient for it to move freely within the cottage. After shrinking, Tropical Dragon attempted to perch on Suyu's shoulder, a spot previously reserved for Frostless and Caterpie. This new perspective was utterly exhilarating for Tropical Dragon. Suyu chuckled. All right, go inside and play with Frostless and the others. From now on, I will prepare a fruit milk jelly for you every day. This dessert lasts for 18 hours. So be sure to eat another before you wish to come inside. Roar. Tropical Dragon nodded in agreement, flapping its wings and soaring into the cottage. Inside, Frostless and the others were engrossed in watching television. At this hour, Houndour controlled the remote. Recently, Houndour's viewing preferences had shifted from a fondness for cooking shows to an interest in superhero anime. Suyu surmised that this change might be due to its justified ability, igniting in Houndour a desire to become a superhero. However, for Frosty Milk Fairy, such a program was exceedingly dull, as she had little affinity for the tiresome superhero tales. At that moment, she sat before the television, yawning with disinterest. Mama, how boring. I would rather seek out Tropical Dragon to play, she remarked. Just then, Tropical Dragon, having shrunk in size, flew into the small house. Upon hearing Frosty Milk Fairy's words, Tropical Dragon felt a surge of joy. It stealthily crept behind her and gently tapped her with the leaves on its back. Mama? Who? Is it Suyu? Frosty Milk Fairy turned her head in confusion, only to be startled by the sight before her. Mama. Tropical Dragon? Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed. The various Pokémon, engrossed in their television program, turned their heads in shock at the commotion. Hiss. Is that Tropical Dragon? How did it become so small? Wow. Really? Can you change back? Seeing this, the Pokémon gathered around, intrigued. The fact that Tropical Dragon could shrink was a rarity, far more fascinating than anything being broadcasted on the screen. Tropical Dragon then explained to the Pokémon the reason for its diminutive state. Upon learning that it was Suyu's culinary creation that had caused this transformation, all the Pokémon immediately turned their gaze towards Suyu, who had just entered. Noticing their attention, Suyu paused and said, what do you want? I can prepare food for you, but do be careful not to run around when you're small, otherwise you might get lost. He added, if you get stuck somewhere and the shrinking duration ends, there would be no way to find you, especially considering that among them was the mischievous woolly goat Pokémon. Due to the small milk jelly, the Pokémon had played late into the night the previous evening. After consuming the jelly, ordinary Pokémon could shrink to toy-like sizes, a novelty that kept them entertained until dawn. Early in the morning, Suyu awoke to find the Pokémon still in slumber, sensing something amiss. If this continued, the Pokémon's schedule would inevitably shift to that of nocturnal creatures. Fortunately, the mountable sheep and Tropical Dragon had not gone overboard with their play. It seemed that the Caterpie had also risen early to train on the back mountain. After getting up, Suyu operated the machine to milk the mountable sheep and diluted the milk for bottling before preparing to head out on Tropical Dragon. However, at that moment, a Squirtle appeared at the edge of the ranch. This Squirtle had been lost in the ranch for several days, unable to decipher many of the signs, leading to numerous wrong turns. Now standing before a signpost established by the Alliance, Squirtle matched the address in its hand with the words on the sign. A horizontal line, 2 slanted verticals, and a hook. This must be the character Sue, and this one here matches you from the address. Overjoyed, Squirtle exclaimed, Squirtle, Squirtle. Yes, this must be Suyu's ranch. After searching for so long, it had finally found its destination. Squirtle eagerly dashed towards the ranch, spotting the small house in the distance. Once there, it should be able to meet Suyu. Meanwhile, Suyu also noticed the small blue figure moving across the meadow. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a Squirtle. How strange, what could a Squirtle want with me? This Pokémon is one of the original 3 in the Kanto region. Surely it hasn't fallen to the state of wandering? With that thought, he dismounted from Tropical Dragon and awaited Squirtle's approach. After Squirtle caught its breath, Suyu inquired, Hello, is there something you need? Gasping for air, Squirtle handed over a job flyer to Suyu. Upon glancing at the flyer, Suyu noticed it bore the handwritten address of Suyu's ranch by the manager. So, you are here to apply for a position? Suyu asked in astonishment. Observing the seemingly weary Squirtle, Squirtle nodded with a grin, leaving Suyu bewildered. Goodness, a Pokémon applying for a job? Is this what the Pokémon world has come to? Chapter 77, The King of Squirtless taking out his phone. Suyu sent several messages to the restaurant manager to clarify the situation. After receiving a response, the manager explained that Squirtle had indeed passed the manager's scrutiny to obtain the address of Suyu's ranch. The capabilities of this Squirtle were unquestionable. It was entirely capable of fulfilling the responsibilities at Suyu's ranch and was diligent in its work. With such reassurance, Suyu was at a loss for words. What else could he do? It wouldn't be right to let Squirtle leave empty-handed. At that moment, the manager revealed another piece of information. This Squirtle had recently left its position as the town's fire brigade captain. Suyu's expression turned serious. The fire brigade captain? That's certainly impressive. With this Squirtle on board, if a fire were to break out, it would surely be handled with expertise. This alleviated Suyu's fears of a potential disaster caused by the mischievous Houndoom. He thought to himself that he must secure the Squirtle's assistance, especially considering the previous incident in which the small house had been set ablaze by Houndoom. Then, would you be willing to stay at my ranch and help me manage it? Suyu asked Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle nodded affirmatively. And how shall we discuss the salary and benefits? Suyu inquired. Given Squirtle's prior position, it was likely that its salary had been substantial, being a fire brigade captain and all. If Squirtle demanded too high a wage, Suyu might not be able to afford it. Because of this, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he posed the question. The matter of salary could be the most challenging hurdle to overcome, once resolved. Everything else would be manageable. However, to Suyu's surprise, Squirtle waved its hand dismissively and replied, Squirtle, Squirtle, I do not require a salary. I have saved enough during my previous job, so I willingly come to this ranch. All I need is food and shelter. As Squirtle said this, it smiled and gave Suyu a thumbs up. Squirtle. This left Suyu perplexed. No salary? Then what brings you to work at the ranch? A desire for life experience? However, Suyu had no time to ponder further. He had already delayed for quite a while, and if he did not set off soon, he might not finish delivering the milk in the morning. He promptly called over the mountable sheep, instructing it to keep an eye on Squirtle to prevent any mishaps at the ranch. After ensuring the mountable sheep would take care of things, Suyu mounted Tropical Dragon and set off to deliver the milk. Once Suyu departed, only the mountable sheep and Squirtle remained outside the small house, totaling 4 Pokémon. As one of the Pokémon, a small mountable sheep, glanced over, the 2 Pokémon exchanged looks for a moment. Squirtle chuckled and gave a thumbs up, revealing its broad white teeth. This gesture seemed to be a friendly sign learned from humans. Squirtle. Hello there. Bah. You too. Observing Squirtle's amiable demeanor, the mountable sheep responded in kind. Although Suyu had instructed it to keep an eye on Squirtle, the latter's friendly nature suggested it would not cause any trouble on the ranch. Just as the mountable sheep pondered this, Squirtle expressed a desire to tour the ranch. Squirtle, I've brought all my luggage, and I will likely be working here from now on. Would you kindly show me around? Since Squirtle had decided to stay and work on the ranch, it was only prudent to inspect the premises first to avoid ending up in a poorly managed establishment. Although Squirtle had already inquired about the ranch's general condition with the innkeeper before arriving, it was wise to distinguish between mere promises and reality as a diligent worker. Bah, the mountable sheep readily agreed. It first led Squirtle to the cliff where the furry crabs resided. At that moment, over 100 furry crabs were basking in the sun, gathered collectively outside their burrows. With the warming temperatures, Suyu had resumed the previous feeding routine, simply filling the feeding trough when necessary. Upon seeing the group of furry crabs, Squirtle curiously inquired, "What are these furry crabs for?" "Bah. Sometimes, the claws of these furry crabs fall off on their own. Their claws can be sold for a good price. They are quite a delicacy." As it spoke, the mountable sheep seemed to reminisce about the taste of the crab meat porridge, narrowing its eyes in delight. "Squirtle, that sounds quite delightful. I hope to sample it someday." While saying this, Squirtle climbed the cliff, retrieving a piece of Pokémon food from the trough and tasting it. The mountable sheep, surprised, exclaimed, "Bah, that food is meant for the furry crabs. Why are you eating that?" The ranch owner typically selected appropriate Pokémon food for each species, and the food for the furry crabs was suitable for rock-type Pokémon. As a water-type Pokémon, shouldn't that not sit well with you? After tasting the food meant for the furry crabs, Squirtle reflected for a moment. This is quite decent Pokémon food. It seems that this ranch treats its Pokémon fairly well. After touring the cliff of the furry crabs, the mountable sheep guided Squirtle to the fields and lake. Observing the well-maintained medicinal herb fields, onion fields, and some newly planted crops, Squirtle nodded. The ranch owner seems quite capable. Their farming skills are commendable. Especially that onion field, it is meticulously arranged. And that lake, it must be the one mentioned in the recruitment flyer, where the ranch owner intends to engage in aquaculture. The lake's environment appears quite suitable for such endeavors. It is undoubtedly the most beautiful lake Squirtle has ever seen. After inspecting all the facilities, Squirtle clapped its hands and declared, "Squirtle, well, since this ranch is so splendid, I can settle here for the long term. Now that the tour is complete, I should begin working." The mountable sheep, however, was left puzzled. Work? What work? Little did it know that this Squirtle was renowned as a master in firefighting during its time at the fire brigade. Not only was it skilled in extinguishing fires, but it was also well-versed in fish farming, agriculture, and even held certificates in fruit cultivation and aquaculture. Aside from being illiterate, it was practically a polymath. Even the trainers at the fire brigade remarked that had Pokémon been able to independently purchase a ranch, this Squirtle would have undoubtedly become a notable ranch owner in the vicinity. Having learned so much about farming, this Squirtle evidently had a passion for it. At this moment, after touring the ranch, it felt an urge to farm. Without hesitation, it produced a straw hat from seemingly nowhere and began bustling about in the fields. Meanwhile, on the other side, riding on a Tropius, Suyu arrived at Gulihua's ranch. After delivering the sheep milk to Gulihua, a Mareep darted out from the house. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, "It seems that with our sheep milk, its health has significantly improved. I feel that in a few days, it may even evolve." Yes, when Grandpa Lu came today, he mentioned the same. He was astonished that just a few days later, Mareep's wool was already sellable at his place. "I am truly grateful for your sheep milk. It has proven remarkably effective." "Initially, I thought you might be exaggerating," Gulihua replied. "Grandpa Lu does not accept goods from the ranch without strict criteria. At the very least, the quality must be satisfactory. Otherwise, even if he accepts them, they would remain unsold, ultimately becoming a burden. Consequently, he established a comprehensive set of standards for accepting goods and provided varying prices based on their quality." Hearing the good news from Gulihua, Suyu responded, "I am glad to help. Please do not forget to continue ordering sheep milk from me. I assure you, it will be worthwhile." With that, Suyu prepared to mount Tropius again. At that moment, Gulihua hesitated and inquired, "By the way, Senior, there is something I would like to ask you. How do you manage to run your ranch so successfully?" Gulihua had pondered this for quite some time. Despite returning to the ranch at the same time as Suyu, and even starting with a fruit orchard advantage, how did his ranch fall behind? After much deliberation, Gulihua finally posed the question. He was genuinely curious about Suyu's success. In response, Suyu contemplated why his own ranch was thriving. "Perhaps it is because I treat my Pokémon with care, even regarding them as family," Suyu replied. After all, Tropius, Caterpie, and Sirfetch'd were initially wild Pokémon. However, due to his kindness, they chose to stay and assist him in managing the ranch. If it were solely up to him, he could never sustain such a vast establishment. Pokémon seem to function in such a manner. When treated with sincerity, they reciprocate as much as they can. As he spoke, Suyu affectionately stroked Tropius's neck, to which Tropius lowered its head and nudged Suyu in response. Gulihua fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Treating Pokémon with sincerity? It indeed made a great deal of sense. With this thought, Gulihua solemnly nodded and said, "I understand now, Senior." In the days that followed, I devoted myself more earnestly to caring for those Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled. After bidding farewell to Gulihua, he mounted the back of the tropical dragon and rode away. Having delivered the goat milk to the Gu Lihua family, Suyu proceeded to several other farms, completing the delivery of the remaining goat milk. During these days, as the benefits of the goat milk spread throughout the pastoral area, many farm owners began to approach him to place orders. After all, the effects of this goat milk were remarkable, making it particularly suitable for newly hatched Pokémon. Numerous farms had newborn Pokémon or Pokémon that were perpetually frail, creating a strong demand for this goat milk. This demand was far more stable than the previous interest in crab claws, which were merely a culinary delight that people would eventually tire of. However, goat milk represented a consistent necessity, as long as there were newborn Pokémon on the farms. The owners would require goat milk. If they were to discover that this goat milk also had benefits for humans, it would likely incite a frenzy of demand. Suyu mused, for while some might hesitate to spend money on their Pokémon, they would readily invest in their own well-being. Yet, it seemed that the special properties of Suyu's goat milk had not yet been recognized in the pastoral community, save for the owner of the electronics store. Once its unique benefits were uncovered, given the current output of the Little Mount sheep, goat milk would surely become a coveted item, with every household wishing to stock a bottle for emergencies. After all, should one fall ill, this goat milk might just save their life. Unfortunately, the production from the Little Mount sheep was still quite limited, with a maximum output of only 60 bottles per day. The primary distinction between goat milk and cow milk lay in their production capacity. Goat milk could not compete with cow milk in this regard. However, Suyu contemplated segmenting the goat milk offerings. A premium tier could maintain the current concentration with a modest price increase, while a lower tier could be diluted to a lesser concentration, keeping the price steady at 500 Alliance coins or making only a slight increase. This adjustment would provide farm owners with more options. For human consumption, the lower concentration would also be easier to absorb and more economical. This was not an act of greed on Suyu's part. Selling such high-quality milk at the price of regular cow milk was already a loss for him. Through this adjustment, the pricing of goat milk could become more reasonable, allowing more people access despite limited production. Today, he decided to test this and see how customers would respond. With this thought, the tropical dragon carried Suyu back to the farm. Upon landing, he noticed the absence of the Little Mount sheep and Squirtle. Just as he was about to search the surroundings, Suyu let out a soft gasp. What was this? I haven't watered the fields, yet the soil is wet. As a rancher with exceptional physical prowess, Suyu's eyesight was keen, allowing him to discern the state of the fields from a distance. Moreover, it appeared that weeds and pests had been cleared away, as if someone had tended to the land. This individual seemed quite experienced, akin to a seasoned farmer, and the methods employed in managing the fields and medicinal plants were notably skilled, comparable to that of the green onion duck. But when did someone arrive at the farm? Suyu felt perplexed. Just as he was about to enter the house to inquire with Katy Dog and the others, Squirtle emerged, carrying a tray with a cup of red tea. As Squirtle presented the tea, he wore an apron that was damp, indicating that he had likely just been cleaning the house. This left Suyu momentarily stunned. How could Squirtle serve tea? This prompted him to consider a certain possibility. Thus, Suyu asked, "Did you water the fields?" Squirtle nodded affirmatively. "And this tea, were you cleaning the house just now?" Squirtle nodded again, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. This left Suyu utterly bewildered. "Wait, you've done all my work. What am I supposed to do?" "Who, exactly, is the true rancher here?" Chapter 79. Fish Pond Planning. Observing how Squirtle had efficiently completed the farm tasks left Suyu with mixed feelings. At that moment, Squirtle lifted the tray, encouraging Suyu to take the tea. "Enjoy the tea, boss. You've worked hard." "It's not that hard. I just went out to deliver goat milk," Suyu replied, forcing a smile. Complying with Squirtle's invitation, he took a sip of the tea. It was rather pleasant, though it seemed to be tea that was not from home. Suyu looked at Squirtle, who chuckled and explained, "I couldn't find any of the home tea leaves, so I used my own." Suyu understood. He had almost forgotten that this Squirtle had previously been a fire chief and likely had some savings. Bringing his own tea leaves was probably a standard practice. At that moment, Caterpie returned from training in the back mountains. Spotting Squirtle, he curiously asked Suyu, "Is this a new Pokémon at the ranch?" "Yes. I hired him to assist us with aquaculture," Suyu replied. Upon seeing this, Squirtle cheerfully extended a hand towards Caterpie, seemingly wishing to shake hands. However, Caterpie appeared confused by the gesture and looked to Suyu for clarification. Suyu explained, "This is called a handshake, a human way of expressing friendliness, often used when meeting someone for the first time. Just extend your hand and shake theirs." Understanding, Caterpie reached out one of its abdominal feet, and Squirtle promptly grasped it, giving it a gentle shake. "Hello, Caterpie. I look forward to working with you." Observing this interaction, Suyu began to discern Squirtle's character. It turned out he was quite the social butterfly. This was beneficial, as the ranch could use someone with social skills. Caterpie, Tropical Dragon, Frostlass, and Green Onion Duck all seemed somewhat inept at engaging with outsiders, verging on social anxiety. With Squirtle's presence, Tsuyu felt more at ease knowing he could leave the ranch in Squirtle's capable hands when necessary. Perhaps even when Old Man Lou came to conduct business. Squirtle could handle it well, thanks to his inherently sociable nature. After Squirtle and Caterpie exchanged greetings, Tsuyu said, "All right. You should probably introduce yourself to the other Pokémon in the house. Speaking of which, we need to discuss the aquaculture plans for that lake. Do you have any ideas?" The reason for hiring someone with aquaculture experience was that Tsuyu was completely ignorant in this area. Squirtle's successful interview with the manager indicated he possessed some knowledge. Otherwise, the manager would not have approved him. Upon hearing Tsuyu's question, Squirtle gestured for him to wait a moment. He returned to the little house, removed his apron, and took out a sheet of paper to begin jotting down ideas. Upon witnessing the scene, Tsuyu approached. Observing the designs drawn by Squirtle, he inquired with curiosity, "Are you creating a design blueprint?" Squirtle nodded affirmatively. However, the design sketches by Squirtle were devoid of any numerical or textual annotations. Instead, they were illustrated solely through simplistic, childlike icons. Once Squirtle completed the drawings, Tsuyu took a moment to scrutinize them closely, finally grasping their intended meaning. "You mean to excavate fish farming pools around the lake to cultivate fish?" Tsuyu questioned with a hint of confusion. "Squirtle," came the enthusiastic reply, as Squirtle nodded in agreement. The artificial cultivation of fish would inevitably lead to a higher density in the water compared to free-range species. Consequently, this would likely result in the pollution of the lake's waters, potentially disrupting the habitat of the Pokémon residing within. Thus, in Squirtle's perspective, excavating farming pools represented the most viable solution. The lake itself would serve as a home for Pokémon like Shelder, while additional pools could be created to channel the lake's water for fish farming. This approach would not only safeguard the lake from pollution, allowing its Pokémon to thrive freely, but also facilitate high-density artificial breeding, yielding a bountiful harvest of fish. After all, the pearls produced by the Shelders in that lake held significant value, necessitating a conducive living environment for them. Upon hearing this, Tsuyu began to understand Squirtle's proposition. It was indeed a commendable strategy. He had not previously considered that an increased fish population could contaminate the water. "Just how many farming pools would we need to excavate?" Tsuyu asked curiously. "That depends on how many fish you wish to raise," Squirtle replied, scratching its head. For Squirtle, fish farming was not a daunting task as long as the surrounding environment was suitable. They could cultivate as many as desired. However, it was certain that excavating farming pools would be a considerable undertaking, given their substantial size. Nodding in comprehension, Tsuyu remarked, "I see. Please wait a moment while I contact the construction team. Such a large task cannot be managed solely by the Pokémon on our ranch." He then opened his phone and accessed Mela's contact information. It had been a while since he last communicated with her, especially since he had no recent projects to engage in, leaving him unaware of her current situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mela was laboring alongside Mahok at a construction site when her phone suddenly rang. Since there had been no work from Tsuyu, she had been relying on the meager profits earned previously to sustain her and Mahok for about a month. After that, they had been in a state of inactivity. With dwindling funds leaving Mela apprehensive, she could only wait patiently for new opportunities. Recently, unable to endure their circumstances, Mela and Mahok ventured out to find some work at a construction site. Fortunately, the foreman there was decent, ensuring that wages were consistently paid. However, the physical labor had become increasingly competitive, with the influx of fighting-type Pokémon driving wages down to a meager level, barely enough to get by. Compared to the profits from independently contracted projects, this was hardly comparable. At that moment, her phone rang again. In such times, the only individuals likely to call Mela were her family, or, perhaps, her employer, Tsuyu. Setting down her bricks, she retrieved her phone. And upon seeing the familiar contact name, she felt a surge of joy. She immediately answered the call, exclaiming, "Boss." Hearing Mela's enthusiasm, Tsuyu cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. "I have a project involving the excavation of fish farming pools, and I am in need of additional manpower. Do you have the availability?" Chapter 80. Squirtle. The ranch holds depth. After hanging up the call with Tsuyu, Mahok beside Mela glanced over. "All right," Mela replied with a smile. "Once we finish this round of bricks, we will settle our wages with the foreman. Work has come in from Boss Tsuyu, so we shall head over to assist him." Mahok nodded in agreement, as it would follow wherever Mela led. That afternoon, Mela arrived at Tsuyu's ranch. Upon examining the designs drawn by Squirtle, she nodded in approval. Although the cartoonish icons appeared somewhat challenging to interpret, the overall design was still quite professional, indicating that the blueprint was sound. "So you require my assistance in excavating these pools?" Mela asked. Suyu nodded in affirmation and inquired, approximately how much will it cost? 70,000 alliance coins, Mela responded, and that is solely for our labor. Should any materials be needed afterward, you will have to cover those costs. 70,000 alliance coins is quite reasonable, Suyu acknowledged. Given the considerable size of the fish pools and the significant number of fish he intended to raise, the cost seemed justified. Very well, let us commence work. I will not only have you excavate. Shortly, I will send my Pokémon to assist you as well. While saying this, Suyu searched for the presence of his riding Wooloo. Unfortunately, they seemed to have gone off to play, and after a thorough search, he could not find them. Instead, he noticed Squirtle bouncing over, waving its tiny arms. Squirtle. Suyu expressed his puzzlement. What? Do you wish to help excavate the fish pools as well? This Squirtle is quite the diligent worker. Since arriving at the ranch, it has completed fieldwork, tidied the house, and now seeks to assist in excavating fish pools. Is such dedication truly necessary? Indeed, upon hearing Suyu's inquiry, Squirtle nodded affirmatively. Very well then. You may accompany Mela and the others. Just be sure to follow their instructions, Suyu instructed. He contemplated preparing a delicious meal for Squirtle that evening as a form of compensation, perhaps a delectable butter hot pot. At that moment, his riding Wooloo returned. Suyu approached them to clarify the situation and instructed them to join Squirtle. Soon, I will deliver some grass cakes for you, he assured them. And you need not worry about the water supply. Wooloo. They responded in unison, promptly following Squirtle toward the lake. The lake, known as Moonlight Lake, was their destination. As they journeyed, Squirtle had not ventured far before being caught up by the Wooloo. Squirtle was curious about their arrival. While it made sense for it to assist in the excavation of the fish pools as the designer of the blueprint and a user of water-type moves, the purpose of bringing the Wooloo along was unclear. Squirtle recognized that Wooloo were not particularly strong Pokémon. Many ranchers kept them primarily for milking and riding. When it came to excavating soil, Wooloo were not particularly adept. It would have made more sense to send their evolved form, the Wooloo's evolution, which could handle such tasks more effectively. Was there a special reason for their inclusion? Upon reaching the site, Mela was already directing a few Mac-Hop as they scattered white lime powder on the ground, outlining the approximate dimensions for the fish pools. Upon witnessing the scene, Squirtle waved at Mira and said, Squirtle, Squirtle, we are here to assist you. Is there any task you would like us to undertake? Hearing this, Mira displayed a look of confusion and replied, Huh? What did you say? I apologize, but unlike my boss, I cannot comprehend the language of Pokémon. It seemed that she was indeed correct, having grown accustomed to conversing with the ranch owner. She momentarily forgot that only a select few could learn the language of Pokémon. Squirtle scratched its head, then pointed to itself, mimicking the action of digging with a shovel. You mean you were here to help with the digging? Mira inquired uncertainly. Squirtle, Squirtle. Yes. Squirtle clapped its hands and nodded enthusiastically. I see. Then you can dig over there, following the white line. Just make sure not to dig beyond that, Mira instructed, gesturing towards a general direction. The white line had already been marked out by her, guiding Mac-Hope to begin the excavation. Following her directions, Squirtle led the mountable Wooloo to the designated spot. Upon arrival, the Wooloo curiously bounced on the soft earth, which was considerably looser than the previous area where they had dug to place snow. With such pliable soil, the task of digging would indeed be expedited. Consequently, the Wooloo summoned a patch of grassy terrain, unleashing a flurry of aggressive plants that quickly began to excavate the surrounding ground. After bringing the Wooloo to the site, Squirtle did not turn to observe the commotion behind it. Although the noise was quite significant, it assumed it was merely Mira's doing. At that moment, it also felt the texture of the soil. With such soft earth, using the dig move would not be too laborious. Squirtle, Squirtle, I will use the dig move on this soil, so I may not be able to keep an eye on you all. Please be careful up there, it cautioned. Turning to face them, Squirtle believed its experience was more substantial than that of the Wooloo, hence it felt the need to lead by example with such advice. However, upon turning around, it was met with a scene that would be etched in its memory forever. A myriad of aggressive plants had sprung forth amidst the Wooloo's grassy terrain, tirelessly excavating the earth. The Wooloo stood among these ferocious plants, continuously supplying them with grass-type energy, appearing entirely benign. Yet, Squirtle could sense that the emergence of these aggressive plants was solely due to the Wooloo's grassy terrain. Squirtle, Squirtle, can the Wooloo be this formidable? It pondered in disbelief. Are these truly the same ordinary Wooloo I have seen, merely raised by ranch owners for milk? Squirtle felt as though its worldview had been profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, the Wooloo sensed Squirtle's gaze upon them. After several days of training during the snow removal, the duration of the grassy terrain had increased to a minute, allowing them to sustain it. Noticing Squirtle's observation, the Wooloo curiously asked, Bah, why do you simply watch us dig while you do not participate? Are you perhaps trying to be lazy? Squirtle, Squirtle. Not at all. Squirtle exclaimed, turning away. It had merely been momentarily astonished. After all, who could have anticipated that a few seemingly ordinary Wooloo could wield such formidable abilities? This was truly astonishing. Appearing even stronger than the powerful Pokémon Squirtle had encountered at the mayor's residence. It seems there are hidden depths to this ranch, and perhaps it is prudent to reassess its level of danger, Squirtle mused. It felt that these few Wooloo were already extraordinary, suggesting that the ranch might harbor even more formidable secrets. In a moment of contemplation, it wondered if it should consider making a swift exit. While Squirtle was lost in thought, the Wooloo, noticing its distraction, urged it once more. This snapped Squirtle back to reality, and it recalled the task of digging the breeding pond that still awaited. With the Wooloo's encouragement, Squirtle utilized the dig move and began to furiously excavate the ground. While it knew it could not match their speed, it resolved to at least contribute. I will set a modest goal for myself and dig for the afternoon, it declared. Meanwhile, the commotion created by the Wooloo's digging had caught Mira's attention from a distance. Seizing the opportunity while Machoke were momentarily idle, she approached to take a look, only to be met with a sight that left her utterly astonished. Have the Wooloo learned to summon ferocious plants? Mira exclaimed in disbelief. Moreover, these plants exhibited a level of proficiency far superior to any she had previously encountered. Truly, the owner is extraordinary. Even an ordinary Wooloo in this ranch possesses such immense power. It is evident that my boss is no average individual. She mused that probably every ordinary Pokémon on the ranch could easily overpower her strongest Machoke. After a moment of admiration for Suyu, Mira tactfully withdrew. Such powerful Wooloo should not remain obscure in the ranch. Yet, she had never heard of them, indicating the owner's intention to keep a low profile. What normal rookie rancher could possess such powerful Wooloo? The cultivation of such strength must take years, she reflected. This suggested that the owner was likely an experienced rancher from elsewhere or a formidable trainer returning home after years of travel to inherit the ranch. It was no wonder that upon her arrival, the owner was accompanied by a herdier. In hindsight, this hinted at the owner's extraordinary identity. How many ordinary individuals could possess such a rare Pokémon? Consequently, Mira did not indulge in excessive surprise or gossip. She was merely an ordinary worker and had no desire to entangle herself in complications. Thus, she returned to the Machoke, directing them to continue excavating the fish pond. The Machoke noted that Mira's expression seemed somewhat peculiar after her visit to Squirtle. Concerned, they inquired Nika. Oh, nothing. You all carry on with your work. I am perfectly fine, she reassured them, waving her hand to indicate that she was untroubled. The Wooloo continued their digging until evening, during which Suyu sent Tropius to deliver freshly made grass cakes to replenish their energy. Additionally, Tropius helped with the excavation of the fish pond. The display of Leaf Blade by Tropius during the digging left Squirtle utterly astounded. The ingenuity of such a talent, coupled with its successful execution, left Squirtle profoundly impressed. One of the reasons that the innovative idea astonished Squirtle was the sheer creativity it embodied. Moreover, to truly wield 4 leaf blades simultaneously, one would undoubtedly require immense effort, a certain innate talent, and ample resources, each of these elements being indispensable. Indeed, there was not a single Pokémon on this ranch that could be deemed ordinary. The prowess of this Tropius far surpassed that of the Pokémon belonging to the town mayor. The atmosphere at this ranch felt rather intimidating. Here I was, a mere former fire chief, surrounded by so many formidable Pokémon, feeling small, pitiful, and helpless. Squirtle began to feel beads of sweat forming on its brow. However, it seemed that these Pokémon regarded me as one of their own. That was reassuring. This was undoubtedly a source of comfort. Upon noticing Squirtle's gaze, Tropius smiled gently, plucking a fruit from its neck and offering it to Squirtle. Cradling the fruit in its hands, Squirtle took a bite, and an exquisite sweetness enveloped its senses. It was truly delectable. Delicious. Sweet. Squirtle exclaimed with a grin, giving a thumbs up. Tropius had grown accustomed to Squirtle's peculiar gesture by now. It lifted its foot to glance at it, lamenting that it could not reciprocate the thumbs up. At that moment, Suyu sent out his herdier, calling them home for dinner. Meanwhile, Mira and the others were preparing to wrap up for the day. As they passed by Suyu's humble abode, he inquired, "Would you like to stay for dinner? We're having a buttery hot pot tonight." Upon hearing this, Mira shook her head, replying, "No, we must return. We'll come back tomorrow to continue our work." "Very well," Suyu responded. At that moment, he was busy constructing a new duck house for the little ducklings. After an afternoon of labor, he finally completed it. "All right. From now on, this will be the new home for the ducklings. Let us take them in to have a look," he declared, setting down his hammer and wiping the sweat from his brow. Curious, Frostlass entered the duck house, followed closely by the little ducklings. considering the possibility of hatching new ducklings. Suyu had made the duck house quite spacious. The entrance was large enough for him to walk in without bending over. This expansive duck house might rival the modest storage shed he had built for storing items. Just then, Tropius and the others returned. As Suyu saw them coming back towards the cottage, he immediately understood Tropius' intent. He went inside and brought out the prepared fruit milk jelly for Tropius to enjoy. After consuming the jelly, Tropius directed the energy within its body, shrinking down to the size of Frostlass. This startled Squirtle, who was beside itself, having just unpacked a stainless steel teacup and was about to sit down for a moment of tea and rest. How can Tropius also learn to shrink? However, after a day filled with astonishing sights among the Pokémon at Suyu's ranch, seeing this seemingly absurd phenomenon felt somewhat commonplace. It was merely a case of having seen too much in one day, leaving Squirtle in a state of daze. Meanwhile, the small sheep mounts began to explain to Squirtle the reasons behind this phenomenon, introducing the magical qualities of Suyu's culinary creations. Each of Suyu's special dishes possessed unique abilities, such as the grass cake, milk pudding, and special spicy strips. Even the fruit milk jelly that Tropius had just consumed was a custom dish crafted specifically for it. Almost every Pokémon on the ranch had a specially tailored dish made by Suyu. How marvelous! Squirtle thought. Is this the ranch owner's special ability? Enlightened by the small sheep's explanations, Squirtle felt a surge of anticipation for its own signature dish. If only Suyu could create a special recipe for Hydro Pump. It would surely shine in the Squirtle Fire Brigade upon returning. After all, no Squirtle in the brigade had yet mastered Hydro Pump at this stage. Chapter 82. Newly acquired funds are about to disperse that evening. After finishing the duck house, Suyu returned to the cottage and prepared the buttery hot pot. Dinner was still served in the living room, as the small space had been designed with the living area doubling as the dining area from the outset. Thus, it was here that Squirtle had dined since arriving at Suyu's ranch. Raise your glasses of juice to welcome our new companion to the ranch, Suyu called out as the bubbling hot pot simmered, the cilantro beef he had just added still cooking. At this moment, Suyu stood up to make his toast. Upon hearing this, the ducklet and Caterpie promptly rose to their feet, while Frostlass, who had been nibbling on chopsticks and fixated on the pot, quickly joined them. Welcome, they exclaimed. Squirtle. Hearing this, Squirtle chuckled, holding a cup of juice and eagerly leaping up to clink glasses with the other Pokémon, including Suyu. All right then. Cheers to everyone, Suyu proclaimed, tilting his head back to gulp down the entire glass of juice. After sitting down, he picked up a pair of serving chopsticks and began to extract the beef from the pot. Come on, the beef should be ready. Let us eat. There is still plenty more to add. Since this gathering was a welcome dinner for Squirtle, Suyu had purchased a variety of ingredients from the town, including shrimp paste, beef tripe, and meatballs, and prepared a plate of pig trotter rice for each Pokémon, drizzled with a vibrant and fragrant sauce, and topped with a braised pig trotter. This dish made Suyu's mouth water. The herdier had already buried its head in the plate, devouring it with such gusto that it seemed to have no time to glance at the hot pot. Meanwhile, Frostlass, who had just sat down, was still nibbling on the chopsticks. Observing this, Suyu served a bowl of beef to Frostlass, smiling as he urged, "All right, stop nibbling on those chopsticks and eat." "Yay, I love Suyu the most," Frostlass exclaimed. Suyu was taken aback, realizing he had been unexpectedly ambushed. Noticing Squirtle's watchful gaze, he cleared his throat and said, "Don't rush, you'll get your share too. Don't think you can sneak in on me like that." At this, Squirtle settled down. After serving a bowl for Squirtle, it suddenly posed a question. It seemed that it too wished for Suyu to create a special dish to help strengthen it. Perhaps the other Pokémon had informed it of the unique effects of his cooking. Upon hearing Squirtle's request, Suyu considered that possibility. However, creating such dishes was not always feasible. Every time he experimented with new recipes, success was not guaranteed. If it were, he wouldn't have been here for 2 months and only managed to develop a handful of dishes. Therefore, Suyu addressed the Squirtle, saying, "I believe I have grasped your request. However, preparing a dish is not as simple as it may seem. How about this? Allow me some time to delve into it thoroughly and see if I can conjure up a delightful meal." The Squirtle nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude. After extracting the beef from the pot, Suyu added some ingredients and continued to simmer the dish. That evening, while accounting for expenses, Suyu roughly calculated the costs based on the design of the fish pond provided by Squirtle. The current pond would require an investment of approximately 190,000 Alliance coins, covering labor for excavation, various materials to enrich the pond's aquatic energy, and the cost of fish fry. Furthermore, Squirtle suggested that Suyu acquire some equipment, such as an automatic feeder for the fish and a series of machines to produce fish feed. Squirtle had even compiled a list of these machines. Altogether, the investment for the entire aquaculture setup amounted to 190,000 Alliance coins. with only a modest sum of money on hand. Suyu realized that a significant portion would soon be spent. His current funds had just exceeded 300,000, and he had anticipated that construction on his new house would commence shortly, only to be met with unforeseen expenses. It appeared that the construction of the new house would have to be postponed for a while. However, with the tropical dragon now having access to a recipe for body reduction, the urgency for a new house was somewhat alleviated. After all, the initial reason for Suyu's haste in building a new home was the tropical dragon's neglect outside. The cramped conditions within the house, though not ideal, could be endured. Moreover, the small sheep mounts were generating impressive profits, as their milk fetched high prices. After Suyu reformed the selling mechanism for the sheep milk, the revenue would increase even more significantly. Indeed, every brick and tile of the new house would be constructed upon the prosperity established by the small sheep mounts. Suyu mused. After completing his accounting, Suyu proceeded to the living room, where he found the remote control in the grasp of the leek duck. It was quite surprising to see the leek duck watching television. However, upon noticing the program being aired, he felt a strange sense of inevitability. The television was broadcasting a special segment on agricultural practices, seemingly focused on leek cultivation, which the leek duck was watching intently. Beside it were only a few Pokémon, such as the braid sheep. The others, like the frost moth, the rockruff, and the Squirtle, seemed uninterested in the program and had retreated to play Monopoly instead. While Squirtle played, it occasionally cast a glance at the leek duck, perceiving it as a significant competitor in the realm of farming. During the day, Squirtle had observed the leek duck tending to the leeks with skillful precision and a unique understanding that left Squirtle feeling somewhat inferior. It seems I have a long way to go on my farming journey, Squirtle thought to itself. Despite being distracted while playing, at the final tally, Squirtle surprisingly emerged as the wealthiest among the Pokémon present. This appeared to be a case of intellectual domination as compared to the other Pokémon in the pasture, whose mental maturity resembled that of children. Squirtle's intellect was akin to that of an older sibling. Yet, at times, it could still act rather foolishly. Nevertheless, Suyu considered Squirtle to be quite mentally mature. Such a Pokémon, in a past life, would have been akin to a leader among a group of children. If he were to be absent from the pasture in the future, he could entrust its management to Squirtle, confident that it would fulfill the role of a capable leader. Chapter 83. Secret Training at Night. That night, as the hour for slumber approached, Suyu urged the Pokémon to turn off the television and prepare for bed. Upon hearing his prompt, the Pokémon dutifully switched off the television and settled down in their usual sleeping spots, including the newly arrived Squirtle. Suyu instructed Squirtle to find a suitable spot to sleep for the night, promising to purchase a proper nest for it in town the following day. Squirtle complied, finding a corner in the small room, laying down a sheet it had brought, and soon appeared to fall asleep. How quickly it dozes off. I suppose I shall retire as well. With that, Suyu extinguished the lights and lay down on his bed. However, unbeknownst to him, Squirtle was not truly asleep. Its so-called slumber was merely a ruse. Once it sensed Suyu's breathing had steadied, Squirtle cautiously peeked out from its shell to observe Suyu. Seeing that Suyu appeared genuinely asleep, Squirtle promptly rose. What hour was it? For Squirtle, it was far too early for slumber. Why sleep so soon when it was time to have fun? Typically, at this hour, Squirtle would be training at the Fire Brigade's training ground. Pokémon did not adhere to the notion that exercising in the middle of the night was detrimental to their health. Squirtle stretched its shoulders, contemplating a light training session for 3 hours tonight. After all, it was still only a little past 11. It could sleep around 2 or 3 o'clock. Stealthily preparing to venture outside, Squirtle did not anticipate that its subtle movements would awaken some of the other Pokémon in the room. What are you doing out so late? The sudden appearance of the Caterpie startled Squirtle. Fortunately, Squirtle quickly regained its composure, patting its chest and saying, I'm not doing anything, merely increasing my training for today. Training at this hour? Caterpie glanced at the clock, realizing it was indeed late, and questioned, Isn't it time to sleep? We need to rise early tomorrow. To this, Squirtle countered, you simply do not understand. Secret training in the dead of night yields remarkable results. Is that so? Coming from the mountains, don't you dare deceive me. Caterpie urged Squirtle to reveal the reason behind its late-night training. In response, Squirtle explained, the thrill of training while my companions rest is invigorating. This endeavor, in itself, may lack significance, but the motivation derived from the sense of secretly working hard while others sleep drives me to push forward. Indeed, it was this very thrill that propelled me to become the captain of the Fire Brigade, Squirtle declared proudly, puffing out its chest. Really? Caterpie remained skeptical. After all, neglecting proper rest to engage in late-night training seemed contrary to healthy routines. Could this approach truly be effective? Try it, and you shall see. Would you like to join me? Squirtle's tone was enticing. After some contemplation, Caterpie finally succumbed to curiosity and nodded. All right, let us give it a try. Perhaps it will indeed be effective. The two Pokémon reached a silent consensus, and Squirtle quietly opened the door. The two Pokémon then slipped out of the small cabin, making their way to the far end of the pasture, away from the cottage. Squirtle, Squirtle, here we are. Let us commence. With that, Squirtle retrieved a dumbbell from its satchel and began to exercise its arm muscles. Caterpie watched from the sidelines. Having witnessed Squirtle produce numerous items from its pack throughout the day, curiosity piqued. It wondered just how many things were contained within Squirtle's satchel, enabling it to produce such a variety of objects. However, at that moment, Squirtle had tightened the burden once more and secured it upon himself. Observing this, Caterpie had no choice but to give up. After a brief session of arm exercises, Squirtle seemed to find the resistance of a mere dumbbell insufficient. He positioned himself with one hand on the ground, while the other wielded the dumbbell, simultaneously performing one-handed push-ups. While engaged in this exercise, Squirtle also directed his attention towards the Caterpie not far away. Since arriving at this ranch, Squirtle had been astonished too many times by the people and Pokémon here. From the ordinary riding sheep to the formidable Tropius, capable of contending with gym leaders, every Pokémon in this ranch had profoundly challenged Squirtle's worldview. As for this Caterpie, Squirtle harbored a premonition. It was likely that this Caterpie was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. After all, how could an ordinary Caterpie possibly capture the attention of the ranch's owner? Thus, Squirtle is now well prepared. Very well. I am already aware that the Pokémon in your ranch are anything but ordinary. Feel free to challenge me. I have mentally equipped myself for this encounter. Surely, it shall not shatter my worldview as it did before. However, even though it was prepared, when the moment finally arrived, the Caterpie still appeared dazed. It observed that its fellow Caterpie were tirelessly training, and it felt remiss not to engage in training as well. Thus, it made its way to the lakeside. After some contemplation, it realized that the techniques it had mastered were quite few: Vine Whip, Thunder Wave, String Shot, Leaf Blade, Iron Tail, and Air Slash, merely a handful of moves. While these skills were indeed impressive compared to other Caterpie, its aspirations soared far beyond this. It yearned to evolve into a Rayquaza. Merely possessing such limited abilities was far from sufficient. Not only was it inadequate when compared to Rayquaza, but even when juxtaposed with the Tropius and the riding Mareep in the ranch, it fell significantly short. After some reflection, the Caterpie decided to focus its practice on Air Slash. After all, Tsuyu had previously mentioned that the energy of the Dragon type and the Flying type was crucial for its evolution into Rayquaza. By honing Air Slash, the Caterpie could not only experience the essence of Flying type energy, but also deepen its understanding of the Flying type itself. Simultaneously, this would enhance its proficiency in executing Air Slash, making it the most valuable training regimen available at the moment. With this in mind, the Caterpie closed its eyes, attuning itself to the surrounding Flying type energy. Meanwhile, the Squirtle, while lifting weights and performing one-handed push-ups, did not forget to keep an eye on the Caterpie nearby. At that moment, the environment around Squirtle imparted an unusual sensation, for it seemed that the wind had begun to stir. As the fierce wind surged, the Caterpie, standing still, finally sprang into action. It leaped into the air, flicking its tail, and unleashed a silvery wind blade into the atmosphere. The gleaming wind blade soared high into the distance. An everyday occurrence for the Caterpie. Yet, for Squirtle, it was a profound revelation that slightly shook its worldview. Witnessing the spectacle left Squirtle utterly astonished, forgetting to continue its push-ups, as it remained suspended in one-handed support, murmuring, "JJ Jenny? Is that Air Slash?" The green caterpillar, astonishingly, has mastered the art of air slicing? How is it that I recall the vast majority of green caterpillars can only master 3 techniques: tackle, bug bite, and string shot? At most, only a few exceptionally gifted green caterpillars can learn the move Electro-Ebb. Could it be that those esteemed Pokémon researchers inadvertently overlooked a particular skill for the caterpillar lineage, suggesting that all green caterpillars are indeed capable of mastering Air Slash? For the first time, Squirtle harbored doubts about the conclusions drawn by the Pokémon scholars. After all, their assertions were not necessarily infallible. Perhaps the Caterpie lineage, much like Magikarp, once basked in the glory of a bygone era. The author, somewhat clumsy, requests a brief pause before adding another chapter. Chapter 84, Squirtle, Caterpie, and Houndoom. Once Caterpie executed the move Air Slash and landed gracefully, Squirtle approached with great curiosity, inquiring how Caterpie had mastered such a technique. In response, Caterpie expressed its own bewilderment, admitting it could not recall precisely when it had begun to learn these moves. Perhaps, it pondered, it had been after meeting Tsuyu. After a moment of reflection, Caterpie answered. Upon hearing this, Squirtle understood. It was indeed due to Tsuyu, which made everything clearer. As Squirtle continued to lift weights, it mused over this newfound understanding. It appeared that not all Caterpies possessed the ability to learn air slash. Just as Squirtle was about to resume its one-handed push-ups, the door of the small house suddenly creaked open. Hearing the commotion, both Caterpie and Squirtle turned to see Houndoom stealthily closing the door behind it as it emerged into the light. It trotted over to them, its expression filled with curiosity, and asked, "Oh well, what are you all doing?" Originally, Katy Dog was peacefully slumbering indoors. However, the sudden commotion caused by the air slash unleashed by the green caterpillar roused it from its slumber, prompting Katy Dog to rush outside. Upon witnessing this, Squirtle chuckled mischievously and reiterated to Katy Dog the very discourse he had just shared with the green caterpillar regarding the concept of rolling. In response, Katy Dog displayed a profound sense of astonishment. How? Is that truly the case? Of course, Ginny is indeed genuine. Come and see for yourself if you doubt it. However, Katy Dog remains apprehensive. During the day, while training, Tsuyu is present at the ranch to ensure that the flames do not spread to other areas. But now, in the dead of night, with Tsuyu absent, if it were to inadvertently ignite the grass with a fire-type move, it would surely be disastrous. Upon hearing the concerns of the canine companion, Squirtle could not help but chuckle. Being a water-type Pokémon itself, it found the notion of being unable to extinguish fire quite amusing. Patting Cardigan's shoulder, Squirtle chuckled, "Don't worry, my friend. I was once the captain of the fire brigade, and extinguishing flames is my forte. If you wish, I can also serve as your practice partner to help you hone your fire-type techniques." Woof, is that true? Upon hearing this, Katy Dog was filled with joy. Could it be that this was indeed possible? Does that mean it can now freely utilize fire-type techniques at will? This is indeed an unprecedented experience. Previously, it could only practice in front of the lake's surface. Now, with the presence of Squirtle, everything seems destined to change. Due to the anticipated intensity of the upcoming training, the three Pokémon retreated to a more distant location from the cottage, where they finally came to a halt. They practiced diligently until the early hours of the morning, reaching a remarkable level of proficiency by 3 o'clock. Throughout the night, Squirtle's training sessions significantly benefited Growlithe, who seldom had the opportunity to utilize its fire-type moves so freely. Despite the formidable nature of Growlithe's fire attacks, Squirtle effortlessly extinguished them, leaving not a trace of embers behind, a testament to its mastery of extinguishing techniques. Woof. In response, Growlithe expressed gratitude towards Squirtle, who merely waved a hand, signaling that such courtesy was unnecessary. If Growlithe wished to continue training, it could return the following evening. Seizing the moment before Tsuyu noticed, the three Pokémon stealthily returned to the cottage and fell into a deep slumber. Tsuyu awoke around 7 o'clock, having adopted this routine ever since the advent of television. Upon rising, he found Squirtle already tending to the crops in the fields, watering them diligently. "Good morning, Squirtle." Tsuyu was blissfully unaware of Squirtle's nighttime training escapades, assuming it simply arose early. Seeing Squirtle engaged in watering the fields, Tsuyu refrained from interfering. If Squirtle enjoyed it so much, he would gladly delegate the watering duties to it. This arrangement allowed Tsuyu to indulge in a bit of laziness, liberating him from the chore of watering the pasture. Once Tsuyu departed, Squirtle sighed with relief, rubbing its heavy eyelids, tinged with sleepiness. I should avoid such prolonged training next time. Sleeping by 2 o'clock would be ideal. The hour of lost sleep had resulted in dark circles under its eyes, a consequence of the vigorous practice with Growlithe. After all, such occurrences had never happened during its time with the fire brigade. Meanwhile, Growlithe continued to slumber soundly within the cottage, appearing far more relaxed than Squirtle. To Squirtle's surprise, however, Caterpie had also risen early, scampering off to the back mountain, seemingly eager to commence its own training. It appeared that, like Squirtle, Caterpie required little sleep. Observing this, Squirtle nodded in approval, recognizing that Caterpie was similarly suited for late-night study sessions. Once Squirtle finished watering the fields, Frostlass, Mareep, and Tropius awoke as well. Frostlass immediately made her way to the duck house, inspecting the little ducks who seemed to have had a restful night and were now brimming with energy. Upon seeing Frostlass, the ducks gathered at the gate, quacking incessantly as if begging for food. Quack, quack. Noticing their eagerness, Frostlass filled a trough at the entrance with feed and opened the gate. Seeing the food, the little ducks eagerly followed Frostlass, clamoring around the trough. Witnessing this scene, Squirtle approached Frostlass and inquired, "Would you like assistance in cleaning the duck house?" Having read about the necessity of maintaining cleanliness in the duck house, Squirtle understood that neglect could lead to unsanitary conditions and the proliferation of mosquitoes, which could pose a nuisance to Tsuyu, a mere human. Initially reluctant to clean the duck house, Frostlass nodded after hearing Squirtle's reasoning. While Pokémon were not deterred by mosquito bites, Tsuyu, as an ordinary human, would certainly prefer to avoid such discomfort. In response, Squirtle grinned widely and gestured affirmatively, taking a floor-cleaning brush into the duck house. At that moment, Suyu rode Tropius out to deliver sheep's milk. Before departing, he reminded Frostlass and Squirtle to keep a vigilant watch over the cottage. Noting that Mela would be arriving shortly, he instructed Squirtle to ensure Mela was well attended to upon her arrival. Thus, when Mela reached the farm, she was greeted by Squirtle, who was holding a tray filled with freshly brewed cups of tea. "Is this for me?" Mela asked, perplexed by Squirtle's persistent offering. Upon receiving confirmation from Squirtle, she hastily took a cup for herself and urged the Machoks to do the same, savoring a sip. The boss certainly knows how to entertain. She mused silently, reflecting on how only someone like Suyu could orchestrate such a charming gesture of having the starter Pokémon serve tea to guests.